Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Dell, along with wait a minute, let me turn this off so I don't echo. John and Dell, along with Austin, here for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Silver boot, okay? How many times do I have to tell you about the silver boot? You can't have the greatest season in Astros history without having the silver boot, Dell, okay? Just so you know. Yeah. Oh, you might want. No, you know what? I think the show's better with your mic off. Okay, because you're not going to give glory and honor to the silver boot.
You sound there. It is. You sound like I should be talking about Jesus when you say glory and honor. The silver boot. I know it's not that important because the players didn't lift the trophy up and walk it around. Whatever the hell they call their field. Is it Globe Life or something? But walking around that field to the Astro fans in attendance so they can celebrate. Like, if it's a real
they
trophy,
took the lap around the outfield with the silver boot, high-fiving the fans, Astros fans that were in attendance who show up in multitudes, right?
So we know the silver boot isn't a big deal because any college football fan knows when you win a trophy, you go to your fans, you let them see it, you talk, you plant your flag in the middle of the field after winning it. They didn't do any of that. They just walked back into the clubhouse.
No, it was excitement. It's never been this exciting. Never been this exciting to win the silver boot.
Yeah, it's so exciting that they put the deciding game in the middle of the afternoon on a Wednesday. That's how exciting. That's how big it was.
Silver boot, okay? And listen, you know what was great about this one? Altuve contributed. Altuve's been struggling now. He's been struggling. There's no question about that. Base hit up the middle, scores Bregman. Bregman with shooting the ball the other way twice. When Bregman is getting knocks to right center and line shots, that's awesome. Jordan with another bomb. Okay, that one was the second fastest of his career to get out. That's how hard, or second hardest hit of his career. That's how hard he hit that baseball. Yiner with 3 hits. Caratini homers and has 2 hits. DeCenzo, another Italian superstar, okay? Making everybody proud. Gets his first major league hit, went off the glove.
One Italian superstar. Who's the other one that we're dealing with currently?
Oh, no, but there are plenty. I mean, Loprofito was just with us. He's an Italian superstar.
Okay.
Kikuchi, that ends in I.
He's not an Italian.
Italian.
No.
Dubon with the gapper in left center, scoring DeCenzo. I mean, it was guy after guy, up and down the lineup. Almost everybody's contributing. You know, Jake had a rough night, but he had a nice one the day before. Otherwise, Pena had an over, but that's okay. He contributed the day before as well. So we got the whole lineup actually contributed, as opposed to the way it's been, where 5 through 9 are just atrocious. So putting it together now, a little trip to Boston where we always dominate. Okay, you got Blanco, who's been dominant all year. Eric Getty can't be stopped now. Hunter Brown, sweet. Okay,
you should really be ashamed of yourself.
No,
you're rolling. Oh, cool. They had a nice outing. Can they put 4 of these in a row together? Can they string 7 out of 10 together?
Yeah,
cool. They had a good game against the crappy Rangers. I'm just happy the Mariners stink, so now they're back in first place. But and I'm thrilled that everyone contributed. But is it a sign of things to come? No, just keep doing it, and then we can have that conversation.
Just watch.
I hope so. I've been watching all year.
Just watch.
I hope so.
Watch and learn, okay, about the team.
I hope the team.
You can give unbiased commentary like me.
I hope the team provides a backing for all this faith you're having, because the team has proven throughout this season that they're barely above a 500 baseball team. So I would hope what you're suggesting, I hope it happens again and again and again. Then we can have, now we've got something going, putting it together after one game. Stop it.
By the way, they just won 2 out of 3 and 2 in a row.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. And
they should have won 3 in a row.
Or they could have lost 2 out of the first 3. Stop it. Just put together a good win streak. Stop picking and choosing games and saying, look at the team. The team is the team.
How are they going to lose that game? They had a 1-hitter. Okay,
They were like 3 feet away from it being a tie game.
tie game. Okay,
And you know the
and you
Astros
got them as a lot.
And
You're
we know,
just
and we
you're
know
a
the
bad
Astros
person.
are a great extra inning team, so of course that would win in their favor.
Our team is experiencing, we're going through the greatest season in their history with all these injuries. Okay, and you poo-poo it every single time.
I want this team to put together a good month of August. Then I will be like, you know what, John? They have put it together. But taking 2 out of 3 from the crappy Rangers, who it doesn't mean anything.
Champs. They're the reigning champs. And you're gonna poo-poo? I mean, you're just a bad person.
I wouldn't have started this way unless you put me in this position.
Okay.
Be honest with the people.
Bad person. I mean, let's go. Twitter, Twitch, everybody. Twitch always gets on you. That's
Who
okay.
cares?
If you want to call in and tell Dell about the silver boot and what it means to society, okay? What was your favorite silver boot year? Let's go. 713-780-3776. 8 straight silver boots to the city of Houston. 8 straight. That's what I'm talking about. All right?
Do
what.
Do they engrave the winners each year on the trophy? How come I didn't see it like when a team wins the Champions League, where you see a flash to the engraver and he's engraving Astros 2024 silver boot winners on the trophy?
It would just go Houston Astros, Houston
Cool.
Astros,
Yeah,
Houston
and
Astros,
that would
Houston
speak to the
Astros,
dominance.
Houston Astros, Houston.
If you don't tell people who's going to put it on the trophy, so everyone knows how dominant they've been.
Everyone knows the silver boot is synonymous with the Astros. That's what it is. Okay.
I'm just glad the silver boot series is over. Maybe they can play freer now that they have all the pressure off of them of trying to win that trophy. They can go into Boston free of all the pressure of latching or locking down another championship of Texas and then go on with the rest of the year.
Exactly.
We should be talking about it in the sense that the pressure's off their shoulders after winning the silver boot.
That's
Not
right.
just play free and easy.
They will. Watch and learn. Okay. You're gonna see. I mean, it is the biggest moment of the season so far. Silver boot. You can't have the greatest season ever without the silver boot. You can't have it. And now you got it, so you're on your way. Boom, boom, boom.
Do you
next
get
ALCS,
exhausted
next
when you
World
do
Series.
this, working up this type of emotion about the silver boot? It would make me exhausted to try to care about the silver boot. Are you exhausted by trying to figure out, like pulling from the depths of your soul to care about the silver boot?
The silver boot is what it is. You know, it's
I don't know what that
one of the
means.
most coveted awards in all of sports.
Is this the only trophy in Major League Baseball for a season series win?
I think so. Nobody else has it.
Why no? Like when the
Yankees,
Royal,
Red Sox, they don't
when
have
the
that.
Royals play
The Cardinals.
the Cardinals or whoever the hell they play.
No.
Do they, or the Tigers? When the Royals play the Tigers, do they have a trophy that they give out?
It's not the same state. This is
So
all about Texas.
So when the Dodgers play the Chargers, is there like a 405 trophy that's given out to the winner of that season series?
No, because it's not that big a deal.
Okay.
This is the biggest deal in baseball.
Understood.
Okay. Right.
Who came up with this? Was this a Drayton joint?
Last 2 World Series champions are playing each other.
Understood. Who came up with the trophy idea? Was it Drayton?
The silver boot, I think so.
Yeah, of course it was.
And at first it was crystal, I think. It was like, hey, that's not a silver boot.
No, it doesn't
They
make a
made
lot
it
of
crystal
sense.
at first. Why is that? Why is it called the silver boot and it's crystal?
Was it Pups at the Park night idea first and then the silver boot idea? Which one
I
came
don't know.
first?
It's great having your dog at the park
What
pooping all over the place.
What a wonderful idea.
F out of here with the dog days. Okay, so we got that. The silver boot doesn't get any bigger. We could just do 3 hours on that.
Well,
right?
you can. I'll
Right?
just go back. I'll go to sleep and
But-
wake up for my
but-
show.
We'll and then your 2 hours, 5 straight hours of silver boot, right?
I mean, we will mention the silver boot, but not in the way you are.
Yeah.
I don't think the people who are joyous over the winning of the silver boot would enjoy the 2 hours they would hear about me and Sean talking about it, because
Right.
the word loser might come up a couple times.
Extreme Buffalo right wings. You can't be better. Dell hates the silver boot and America. Yep.
I don't hate
Yep.
America.
You kind of do. Okay. Did you?
Did I what?
Did you celebrate Quincy Hall's run?
No, I celebrate the U.S. women beating Germany. I celebrated that.
Oh, you celebrated that, but not Quincy Hall.
I saw it, but
You
I didn't
saw it?
celebrate it.
Oh, I did. I celebrated it.
How
I mean,
so?
oh, we had a party, Quincy Hall party,
Who's we?
Silver Boot Quincy Hall party. Drank some wine.
Hmm.
Had yeah, we had some food. We had some. We didn't have anybody over, but
So it wasn't
we
really a
celebrated.
party.
It was kind of a party to me, and but that was
It was
unbelievable.
an exciting
Those
race.
those are Olympic athletes that he's coming from way behind. That's like it's like a Bugs Bunny the way he finished. I mean, with the legs going, that was one of the most incredible comebacks I think I've ever seen. You don't do what he did. It's impossible to do what he
It
did.
almost looked like he lost all form and was like he was like, "Eff it, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna sprint." All the talk about keep staying in form, I'm sure that's not the case, but it was amazing. And we had the 1500 guy was the 1500 guy for the U.S. who made a big comeback to win the gold too. We've had a couple of those in a row. Hoker is his name, or Hawker is his name. He
Yeah.
had a big one too. So a comeback. So the U.S., as you might imagine, having a good time on the track.
That was incredible. That is just. I mean, somebody said that's the best comeback since 28-3, and it might be.
Falcons
I
like,
mean,
why are we still catching strays? The Olympics are going on. We're going to catch a stray.
yeah, you're still catching it. You're still catching 28-3. Honestly, though, as far as comebacks go, like the U.S. win was in the Miracle on Ice was the greatest upset ever. This is one of the great comebacks that I've ever seen. That 28-3. Can you any other great the comebacks of all time where it was down, there was no way you were going to win, and you won the game?
You don't want to mention the Bills, right?
Oh, well, of course. Yeah, no.
35 to
35 to
3.
3.
Yeah.
I mean,
the 28-3 was the Super Bowl, so it's not a different level. But yeah, I'm trying to miraculous comebacks.
But that they had a whole half to do it. Right? So that they had the Patriots had a fourth quarter.
Hell, Noah
right?
Lyles. I mean, it was a shorter distance, but he got out last. Or seventh, I think, out of the blocks. He was done. It looked like people were writing him off in a very short while. It was only practically 10 seconds that it took, but he was down and came back. I mean, it just doesn't seem as dramatic because it was only in a matter of like 9.79 seconds. But he should have lost that race and found a way to come back and win it. So we've seen a lot of that for U.S. men over the last week or so.
Yeah, I'm watching the Hawker finish right here. Holy crap. Where he got that from. Where he looked like he was fading, he was going to finish fifth. And then all of a sudden he goes, "Nope, watch this." That was awesome too. I mean, that's great stuff. Great stuff. And then we'll forget all about him.
Yeah,
Because it's Olympics.
In 4 years when the Olympics are in L.A., we'll see the highlights. And, oh yeah, I remember when that guy did that. Your talk about the Silver Boot has not only stirred your favorite Twitch people, but also we've got La Salsa and Keith we can get to when we come back. We want to talk about the Silver Boot and the Astros.
Okay. On the other side. Let's go. It's Silver Boot Day right here on ESPN 97.5. 3 hours of nonstop Silver Boot right here. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and 97.9 HD2. Get there now. Look in your car right now. I don't care if you're driving 80 miles an hour. Look right now on your dial to see if you can get 97.9 HD2 and listen that way because it's the best signal we got. That's it.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kim Kardashian did not have anything to do with that comeback, so I don't know why she's being referred to here.
Well, you asked about the greatest comebacks.
Yeah, but Kim Kardashian, I don't remember what was.
Work it out in your head, John.
I've already done it.
All right, there it is.
Okay, there it is. But you had to take it too far.
I didn't say anything.
I wanted a passing glance.
All I said was work it out in your head.
Okay,
that is far more subtle than what you would say.
No, I've done it.
Good,
I
cool.
did it, and we could have moved on.
You brought it up in the first place. So
but instead,
it's your fault. Don't bring it up. It's your fault.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. So we got some people that want to talk. Who doesn't want to talk about the silver boot? Who's in? La Raza?
No, La Salsa.
Oh, La Salsa. ¿Qué pasó, mijo?
Hey, buenos dias, gentlemen. How y'all doing? Johnny Hollywood and Delvincito. Look, Del, anyway, this is how it goes anyway. You get the World Series trophy, and then just right underneath it, just right, is the silver boot. Mm-hmm. Also, man, I'm on the west side right now trying to listen, and 92.5 is so scratchy, and I got Tears for Fears, Flock of Seagulls, while I'm trying to get my dang sports radio on. Tighten it up, ESPN. Let's go.
Well, that's why you go to 979. You should be.
Or you use your app. Your app
There's
is
so many
always
ways.
Go through your Bluetooth, use your app, or you use 97.9 and do HD2. I mean, I can't. The complaints. Look, toughen up.
So
La
many
Salsa.
options we give you.
You call yourself La Salsa, and you're this soft. You're this weak. You know what you are? Mild salsa. You ain't a hot salsa.
That's kind of pico de gallo at this point. He's not even a salsa.
Not even salsa. Yeah, you got a couple of little bitty onions in you, and that's what you call yourself? Salsa?
97.9, that's an option. The stream is an option. The app is an option.
The app is an option.
So many options.
So many options.
And you call.
You know what we are? We're the triple threat.
You know
that's
what the upside? Wasn't that the name of a show?
That's the options.
The thing is, the upset is that guy actually is in the car going to work. He calls so often to multiple. I just assume he never left his house, so he could just listen on the stream or on YouTube. But I wouldn't suspect he would be in a car.
Yeah.
He's always calling.
Should we start? Somebody said Throw Shade Thursday's already begun. What do you think?
Well, Thursday is a time to throw shade. I think
Thursday is a time to throw
we can throw
shade.
shade at any point. It just won't have the branding because all that stuff is gone. I don't know where any of that stuff is. But yeah, you want to throw shade today? Cool.
I don't care.
We welcome it.
We haven't thrown shade in a while, huh?
Yeah, I mean, on my show, people get shade thrown at them. There's just no music behind it. But anytime anyone wants to take a shot, I know Twitch, that's your thing, so we know you're all about it. But everyone else too. 713-780-3776.
We don't have Steve McKinney saying, let's throw some shade.
All that stuff is gone. It left in the purge.
Yeah. No, you're right. You do throw shade at Dell continually, Twitch. You do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I acknowledge that. We do have, normally he likes to talk about free agent quarterbacks or kickers or wide receivers, but Keith wants to talk about the Silver Boot too.
Silver Boot, let's go.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Biggest comeback, let's not forget, 2 years ago, Chargers blew a 27-0 lead in the wild card playoffs, lost to the Jaguars. And my silver boot comment, what means more, the silver boot or the Bayou Bucket, Rice versus Houston?
Whoa, that's
a
big
big question.
Too. That's big, too. I mean, college football wouldn't be the same without it. That's tough. That's tough to say. Rice owns it now. Yeah.
Yes, it was part of the one of the reasons Dana's no longer the head coach.
Yeah,
losing
that's
the Rice.
That was a killer.
Yeah,
Good Lord, that was a killer. Man, that one was the worst of the season. You can't do that. Can't do that.
There's some losses you can't overcome, and losing to Rice like that was one of them. Yeah,
that was one of them.
You had to fight back to even push it to overtime. They were kicking Houston's ass for the entirety of that game.
Yeah. The speed walking women, that was a great comeback. where the one was celebrating
Yeah, she had
already.
a big smile on her face.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden she was like, as the other. I mean, I think I could be. You think Lance could be in the speed walking competition? Didn't he say this before?
You see how those women and the men are built to do that? No, he's got no chance. Yeah. He's not. He has the incorrect body type for that. He's not. He's not beating them.
Right.
I know it's walking, but it's far more difficult than it looks. He's not. He's not finishing a lap at the speed they're going.
He couldn't get to the speed they're going. Do you know? This is true. Gary says, do you know the Silver Boot clinching game was scheduled at 1:30 to be convenient for the European broadcast? Because it's a world event.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. No, that's the only way to look at it. Hey, listen, Kukoc looked good again now. He looked good again now.
You know, we have a clip. Well, it's a commercial featuring Lance, but there's a clip of you in it talking about, and you're not wrong. Everyone felt the same way for the most part. You gave up a lot for a meh pitcher. It's on our socials right now. And he has, because of, I guess, the Miller and Murphy magic dust, been anything but meh. He has been far better than you could have hoped for in this first round.
I also said, let's wait and see.
You did, but I don't know if that made it.
Probably didn't make it. That's probably it. Everybody's just jumping. Whenever everybody jumps on one side immediately, it's always wrong. Do you ever notice that? It's always wrong. If everybody's against, it's like, Now, it's okay, to that point. We got time for this, Texans? Yeah, we got time for this. Austin, that Texans stuff. Who is Joe?
Joe
that's in this?
Fortenbaugh.
Oh, is that Fortenbaugh?
Yes.
Okay. So they're on the set, and you will hear what they have to say here. Joe Fortenbaugh is the one who is talking about this. He is a betting expert, right? He does all their betting stuff.
I believe that's his calling card.
There are 4 people on the set, a couple of women, and Joe, and I forget who the other guy is.
Clinton Yates, I think, is the other guy.
Well, really? And here is who won't make the playoffs that everybody thinks will. And here is Joe Fortenbaugh.
For them. Joe, is there someone on that list you think might miss the postseason this year?
I think there's more than one. We're going to limit it to one. I'm going to take the Houston Texans. I'm going to say they missed the playoffs this year. You start with the fact that everybody loves the Houston Texans. Yeah, that's how they built Caesar's Palace out in Las Vegas, because everybody with the exact same opinion often works. But that's just the joke part of it, right? They're a 10-win team from last year. You peel back a lot of what they did. There's reason to believe some regression could be coming. Everyone is very fixated on C.J. Stroud's fantastic. D'Amico Ryan's fantastic. Sky, 5 years, it's stock you want to own. Next year, I think there's a step back. Number one, 7-3 in one-score games last year. That's an outlier performance. That regresses to the mean. It means you end up losing more games next year. Number two, top 5 in turnover differential. There's no stat that predicts wins and losses more than turnovers. The turnover differential falls back, and they were on the outlier side of the spectrum. If that falls back, you have losses there as well. Another thing no one really talks about when we just gush over this team, which, again, they deserve a lot of it, they had a very easy schedule last year. They have a top 7 schedule in terms of difficulty this year. Targets on their back. People are coming for them. So you go ahead and you take a tougher schedule. You take a couple indicators that probably aren't going to break their way. One-score games comes back to earth. Turnover differential comes back to earth. They did add Steph Diggs. There's a lot to like about them. Again, 3 and 5 years out. I think that's the team that, keep in mind, in that division, Jacksonville's a buy low for me, and I think Indianapolis is going to be right in the hunt too. And if you miss winning through the division, you got to grab a wild card spot. And competing for 1 of 3 wild card spots in the AFC,
that's going to be tough. That's going to be really tough. He makes a lot of, and I've been saying this. Everybody's loving on our Texans. The schedule is a lot harder. The quarterbacks that they played last year were awful. They're playing practically every game is against a good quarterback this year. Now, you're better because, Will Anderson Jr. is a year older. You brought in Danielle Hunter. Danico Autry when he comes back. You brought in some players. Stingley now, hopefully, you brought in Kamari. Aziz. You've got a bunch of new guys that are good football players. But that could be the difference in whether or not you're better. You're better. There's no question. You brought in Steph on the offense. You're better. Joe Mixon. You're better. CJ's a year older. You're better. The offensive line should be better, healthier, better. You're supposed to be better all around, but it is not. This is going to be awfully difficult week in and week out. And I agree. When you're playing the Texans, you got a bullseye on now because all the talk in the offseason, CJ making his world tour, all of the talk about the Houston Texans, especially in the division, they've got the biggest target on their back this year. And this ain't going to be now. The division is the easiest part of the whole schedule. And yet the problem with the division being the easiest part of the schedule is the bullseye that you got and the rivalries that you got because people get up to play those games.
Yeah, we know the Colts, particularly their defensive guys, have not been all that thrilled with whether some of the stuff CJ might have said on the field or the attention they're getting, the Texans overall. So the Colts have let it be known that, and it's no different than any other year, I guess, but they're aware of the attention the Texans are getting, and you can expect the Colts to try to let everyone know, oh, we beat you once, and then we thought we should have beat you a second time with their backup quarterback. So I welcome the push away from everyone saying the Texans are going to be great, just because it feels like it's too much. I would like someone to and maybe have that build. Hey, maybe they won't be as good. This might just be superstition, but it's been all positives. They're going to run away with this division. They're a clear favorite to challenge the Chiefs. I'm a little uncomfortable with that and their secondary, which is an actual football thing as opposed to a feeling I might have.
Right. I would say their safeties. I'm a little uncomfortable with. I'm not uncomfortable at all with Kamari or.
I haven't seen Kamari last year play down, so I'm uncomfortable until the rookie shows that all the training camp stuff is more than that.
Right. Well, I like the way he's trending. I like all of the returns that we're getting about him. And you know what? Rookies play sometimes and they play great. I mean, the Sauce was great. Maybe they got lightning on him and a second rounder that everybody overlooked how good this kid is. We'll see. Hopefully that'll be the case. But if not, you got to hide him. D'Amico's got the ability to do that because he's a sharp defensive guy. So if you have to do that, you got to have a guy over the top. You probably do have to have a guy over the top for the rookie anyway, right? But it goes beyond him too. The Jalen Petre at the nickel thing, I don't like that either. They're and the safeties are a problem right now. That's why people are pushing so hard to go get Justin Simmons. By people, I just mean fans. I think by the end of camp, they need an addition there, whether it be as a legit nickel. If Petrie continues to show some of the struggles he's shown, at least from the clips we've seen, and also at safety, the Jimmy Ward thing, and who else is Bullock gonna start there? There's a lack of depth there right now that I like to see kind of cleaned up by the time camp is over. Yep. Well, you keep disrespecting Lonnie Johnson Jr. So keep that same energy. You call it disrespect. I call it. If I don't mention you, it's better than if I did mention you because I would be definitely disrespectful. Keep that same energy when Lonnie's, picking locks. Okay, what does he say he does? No, we have a locksmith. Lassiter's the locksmith. Oh, Lassiter's the locksmith. Or the lockdown, right. Whatever they call him. Lonnie's not the locksmith. I get my second round corners mixed up. I get them mixed up. Time for me to talk right now. I don't get mixed up about this at all. It is all about Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters, she's awesome. I love Robin, what she does. Robin she's so fun too. She's just great, and she's going to be honest with you too, because you're going to say, "Hey, Robin," she wants you to send her a picture, text her a picture of your patio furniture, and she's going to go, I don't know, you might want to go buy some new stuff. If it's older, the older it is, actually, the better. Now, if it's all beat up and it can't be saved, but a lot of patio furniture they can save. But the steel is better. 10 years ago, they were making the steel was much better in the patio furniture. So this is stuff that you want to save, right? You want that same steel. The steel nowadays is not nearly as good. It's just not. Now you can still get quality patio furniture, but you're paying for it, man. It is expensive if you're going to get the quality stuff. So save the stuff that you got And you do that at Houston Powder Coaters. Same with your boat parts that are metal. Same with your wheel kits and everything else in your vehicle that you need to save. You need to save it. There's one place to go: HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Free pickup and free delivery throughout the entire area. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we get to Larry and Southwest Jake, they're calling in. Anybody else wants in, 713-780-3776. Did you see that Major League Baseball is going to play a game at Bristol Motor Speedway in 2025? The Reds and the Braves are going to play there. They had a college football game there.
Oh, I think it was Tennessee, Virginia Tech years ago now.
Virginia Tech put 156,000 people, 156,000 fans at that game. This would absolutely set a record if they could get, I don't know how many they'll get, but that's a huge, huge venue. I don't know that the sightlines are going to be great, but okay.
I don't think the actual watching of baseball will be a good experience. Being there, the spectacle will be cool.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned the 156,000 for the Tennessee Virginia Tech game. What is that? Just 50 something more thousand than Tennessee gets normally in their normal stadium at Bristol in the state of Tennessee. But for baseball, can they draw that number? I guess just people will just want to see it in a weird place.
Yeah. I guess it's just, and it's to set a record, I guess, but I don't think I would want to go and sit in center field where you're going to be literally, how far away from the game are you going to be? They better have huge big screens there because you're just going to, I guess, spend
just
money.
to be there. And I'm
just
sure
to be there.
And the track itself is something that would be appealing for people who are in the state. It's a big time track. I don't know why I get the Braves being there. I mean, they are probably that area's team, but the Reds. I mean, maybe we get a better matchup for that. The Braves could have been playing someone else and put that game there.
Thinking. Why wouldn't the Astros and Red Sox be playing in that?
Well,
game?
I get the Braves because that's a Southern team for Tennessee, but why wouldn't you put the Braves against? Maybe I don't know who the Braves are playing next year, but put the Braves against the team that maybe you don't normally see down there and is actually a good team, not the Reds.
The Reds got Ellie, and you know what? I think that's turning into a popular team, all in large part because of Ellie De La Cruz. I mean, they're fun to watch. So yeah, I don't know. Let's get some calls in here. Larry wants to get in here. He wants to talk Silver Boot. Everybody wants to talk Silver Boot. What do you say, Larry?
Yeah, you've won 2 World Series, but you've won 8 consecutive Silver Boots. And you think of the Stanley Cup, Olympic gold medals, the old Oaken bucket in the Midwest, and they're not as prestigious as a Silver Boot. No. And you think of the great rivalries: Army Navy, Ohio State Michigan, Red Sox Yankees, Celtics Lakers. Granado, Rich Lord. I mean, just a great. they don't compare it to the storied rivalry of the Rangers and Astros.
Granado, where's the season? Where's the history? Where's the?
I don't.
Who's won more games? You're Rich Lord.
No, I didn't. I was actually the only thing I ever said about Rich. The only thing was that he wore his underwear around his ankles when he watched Vince Young play.
Well, that's insulting to say to another man who you work with in some way.
That's all. That's the only thing.
That's the only thing you said,
and
huh?
Rich was a legend, is a Hall of Famer. I can't be. I'm not that.
And yet.
No, I say more about Jeremy than I ever said about Rich Lord.
Do you say Jeremy watches things with his underwear?
No,
around
I say
his ankles?
Jeremy needs to, get his Twitter thumb slowing down.
Well,
sometimes.
That's different because you're suggesting that Rich Lord is deriving a different type of pleasure while watching.
Well,
Vince play.
The way he gushed about Vince for 4 months was a little obnoxious. It was nauseating, if you want to know the truth. So that whole Vince versus Reggie thing was a bad time for radio. It was a bad time.
Seemed like the work was easy. Just let him go.
No, and the phone lines were full every day, and it was the same thing. Mattress Mac called our show. If they don't, I'm pulling all my money from them. If they don't sign Vince, that's the man. I mean, you talk about the anger that whole thing. And then they took Mario. Okay,
didn't even take Reggie. Yeah,
and they were right. And just that's another example we were just talking about, the whole Kikuchi reaction. And, the Vince Young, I'm done with this organization. They didn't take Vince or they didn't take Reggie. And they were right. They do this for a living. And that was the thing. I hate that I'm on that promo when I was one of the only ones that said, listen, we got to wait to see because all of this reaction, this is exactly what happens. When you get everybody just destroying the organization. And what I said in my tweet was, the only thing that I said in my tweet was, this is a revenge tour for Jim Click. James Click is a revenge tour, and that's it. I wasn't how stupid it was, how much they gave up, blah, 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 blah. Now, listen, there's a good chance they still gave up too much. We'll see. We'll see how Bloss turns out, because if you only got Kikuchi for 2 months, if, in fact, though, he continues to pitch the way that he does, and the law firm has helped him, this is the thing about coming to the Astros. You could say, well, he's a Met. I said it. He was a Met pitcher, and you can't argue that Kikuchi wasn't more than a Met pitcher for most of his career, and especially these last couple. This year, he was meh. But you come to the Astros, and things change. They change. I don't know what kind of magic sauce the law firm has that was left behind by Strami, but it changes. And Kikuchi looks great. He looked awesome again yesterday. Another 8 strikeouts, and they pulled him after 5 2/3. They almost got a quality start, but they wanted to get make sure they got that win. And you know what? Bing, bing, bing. 5 1/3 rather, not 5 2/3. 5 1/3. And here we go. And the Astros with the silver boot. Southwest Jake is on the line. Let's get Southwest Jake in here. Hey, Southwest Jake.
John, there. What's up, fellas?
What's you say, man?
Two quick things. First, this Lance contract situation may be worse than we all thought.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to see Lance go, but if Raheel were to step in, I wouldn't be mad at that. Maybe we put a switch poll up or something and see what happens. The Astros, though, they got some good Kikuchi, man. Like, that boy is wet. Absolutely.
No, that is some good Kikuchi. You're right. He is right about that. They got the good Kikuchi, not the bad Kikuchi. The stinky Kikuchi in Canada.
Oh,
right?
my. And you had issue with me when I simply referenced the Kim Kardashian tweet, and you're bringing that to the table?
What?
We don't know that he smells. Why would you say that?
Well, I mean, his numbers were stinky, weren't they? Okay.
Yes. I'm not going to feed this from you. I'm not helping
That's
you
all
on
I'm
this.
saying.
Go ahead. If you want to keep doing this, go ahead. I think it's unserious. You're not a serious person. The Astros made a trade that was widely mocked because of minor leaguers or recent call-ups, and so far so good. It'll be determined by what happens in the playoffs,
right,
and how this team goes. But so far
it's been good.
The early returns are good.
Yep. No, it's been very good. Love what he's brought so far. Man, that fastball hops, especially against a left-handed hitter. When he hits the outside corner, he hit one yesterday that was just like at 95, hit the outside corner. He had no chance to catch up to that thing.
I don't know if it's been asked, and maybe someone in Toronto did, but he wears the number 16. Is he honoring Hideo Nomo with that number?
Don't know that. They should. Maybe. Do you speak any Japanese?
But he has a translator. I don't need to speak Japanese.
Well, maybe you could go and maybe you could go if you learn Japanese. Maybe you could go find out for yourself.
That means I have to go to the ballpark. I'm not interested in that.
I ain't doing all that.
No, I ain't learning Japanese or driving a Minute Maid. Those are two things off the agenda for me.
I'm out on both of those things. All right, let's catch up on breaks. Listen, you guys are all in on this, and you're proving Dell wrong. The silver boot, it means,
it's all been
what
very
it means
serious
to you
personally
today. Let's go. Keep bringing it. You guys are doing great. What I love most is that it just proves Dell wrong, right?
Of course.
That's all. Because he doesn't believe in what it means to this city and how heartfelt that silver boot has been over the last 8 years here. The ALCSs are nice. Okay, don't get me wrong, but 8 straight silver boots. I mean, talk about what it means. I nearly shed a tear yesterday. Another silver boot for our city. Dream Rate. This is a guy who's been around for 29, 30 years doing mortgages. That's Kent Jones. That when you're there in this business that long, you think he doesn't know all the ins and outs. You think he doesn't know everything. And listen, he's not these huge ones that put their names on golf tournaments and they put their names on bowl games. Kent Jones is like, whatever. So how much money are you making off of everybody if you're putting your name on all of these events? I mean, Kent Jones is like bare bones doing it, trying to save Scrimp and save you every dime he possibly can. That's the way Kent Jones goes about it. You think those big bowl game named mortgage companies are doing that? No, they're not. I'm telling you, here and now, they're not. So Kent Jones is going to save you as much as he possibly can. He's going to be calling you. He's going to be telling you. He's going to be informing you. You're going to have all the information you can possibly need. He is experienced. He's been there, done it. Loves Houston. Loves this show. Loves the listeners. So here's the deal: if you need a mortgage right now, 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, I want to give a little shout out to a big listener of the show, Hayden. Hayden is on her way to fourth grade. She's starting fourth grade today, and she's in the car with her daddy right now. And he was brought up just in the last segment, as a matter of fact, as a replacement for Lance.
Daughter is in the car.
Whose?
Kikuchi's daughter's in
No,
the car?
not Kikuchi's. This is Rahil's daughter.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Hayden Ramzanali. And she's on her way to fourth grade, starting fourth grade today.
On August 8th?
Isn't it a little early?
What
What
is
kind
starting?
of people? No one. You know what? No
School
wonder.
on August 8th?
No
What
wonder
kind
they're
of
so
summer
much
did
smarter.
she have?
No wonder they're so much smarter than we are.
Well, is she going to a predominantly Pakistani school?
I don't know.
What do you mean they're
but
so much smarter than us? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. Look how much harder they work than we do.
I don't
That's
like
it.
the generalization first off, and I'm
Well,
pretty sure
that's
she's
you.
going to some Richmond Rosenberg school. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is she's going to school. It's like August 1st or something. and
Yeah,
she's going to
I don't
school.
think she's going to a
Is
purely
that,
Pakistani
you know what?
school.
Do we need to call Child Protective Services on Raheel
Because
for sending his kid to school on August 9th? 8th?
I would like to point
8th?
out this was simply a text to, hey, give a shout out to my daughter. Now it's turned into, well, they're so much smarter than us, and your daddy's a bad dad. Congratulations, John.
Yeah, Hayden, you got. You know what? Maybe just tell him I ain't going to school today, Dad.
She's in the
Okay?
fourth grade. She understands all of this. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, no. Okay, and now I know y'all are making me go on August 8th. Nobody goes on August 8th.
I'm sure she's
bad
I'm
parenting.
sure she's happy to get out of the house and see her friends again. Isn't that how that
Bad
works?
Parenting. Oh yeah, and go to school. Right.
I mean, she may love school. You just pointed out that they're smarter than all of us, whoever they is.
Okay. All I'm saying is, Raheel, we need to reel him in. But here is the deal: is that Lance is not. I don't know if he's gonna work it out with the management.
See
and
what you
whether or not-
started.
Okay, and now Jason says, with me just finding out about the sudden passing of Lance Zierlein, I'm so glad the Astros won the silver boot for him. He didn't pass.
He's not dead.
He's not dead. He's just in a contract.
He's not that
stalemate.
either. He's not in that either.
He's the Brandon Ayuk of this station.
He's getting traded?
No, you know him. He changes stations every 2
Well,
weeks.
that's not a trade. That's just him being a free agent and leaving. I don't know if it's the Gals anymore. Is the station going to trade him someplace? Are we sending him to San Francisco?
If San Francisco wants him, well, what's on the list? Yeah, has Gal made a list of teams that can talk to him, of stations that can talk to him?
Or maybe Lance has to make the list. We know he spends time in L.A. when he's with NFL Network. Maybe he has a feeling about moving to L.A.
Yeah, maybe. By the way, big ups to, you said David Gow. How about this? He's now the president of the Future Focused Houston nonprofit, a nonprofit organization dedicated to leading Houston to the future. Next leader, David Gow, president and CEO. Congratulations, Mr. Gow. That was well done.
I'm not
Well played,
sure
sir.
what I understand being a CEO and president. I'm just not sure what do we know about that group? What do they do? I know Future Focus. What do they do to help the city, John? Let's have an investigation.
They do. They're planning for the future of Houston.
What does that mean to you?
That means to me that, you know what, that we're not just going willy-nilly into the future, that we got a plan. And we got Mr. Gow leading the way.
I'm going to need a PowerPoint of that plan.
Well, they'll probably, listen, if it's David Gow, there's going to be a PowerPoint. Okay.
I do remember those, yes.
Yes, he had plenty of PowerPoints. So your wish,
extensive PowerPoints, yes.
Your wish is his command.
We got a full board while you're screwing around here.
All right, let's go. Who's up?
Let's go with Jacob. He wants to talk Texans.
Yo, John, I think, man, dude hitting on something, man. They putting a little pressure on them. Hopefully, they not listening to the press, and you know, I trust the coach and the quarterback, but it's going to be a little bit more rougher. And you were saying about Richardson, he looked at all for. Richardson is the guy. Some people think he's going to get comeback player of the year or even a candidate for MVP. He is that guy. And the Kikuchi, he brought the boot home. And not only did he have a quality start, he had one run when he took him out. He gave up the dinger. Yeah, he gave up the dinger, but he had one man on base. He walked in there, and he came and pulled him. He brought him the release. The release pitcher came in at middle relief, messed it up. His run scored, so he got 2. So he got a 2 ERA, and he got the win. That's a quality start. Ain't no semi-quality start. That's a great game.
Well,
and real quick, hey, Dale, yesterday y'all talking about in the neighborhood, Dale, they weren't looking at your name because you knew. They looked at you because you're black, man. You sound like Bob Costas, but you're black. That's why they looked at you like that.
No, I didn't say they looked at me because I was new. The point was I'm not new. Stop looking at me when I'm been in this neighborhood longer than they have. I was looking at them when they're looking at me.
Keep it strong, Dale. Don't matter. You making the group to be in the neighborhood. All right, y'all.
Well, okay, and just to clean that up a little bit, Jacob, it's not a quality start because you got to go 6 innings for a quality start. He went 5 1/3. That's the only reason it's not a quality start. Was it a quality start in my eyes and in your eyes? Absolutely. It was a great start. He pitched great. He struck out 8. He did walk 3, which is a little bit more than we saw in the first game. But he's great. He's been great. You can't ask for more than what Kikuchi's given you so far. Love Kikuchi so far. All right, I've been loving me some Kikuchi for a while.
You just kind of lean in, huh?
But it's better than ever right now. Better than ever.
So your love of Kikuchi is stronger than it's ever been?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah. Well, for sure.
Is Kikuchi getting better with age?
Kikuchi is. I mean, this is as old as he's ever been. So yes, and he's been great. So yes.
Kikuchi's ages like fine wine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Love me that Kikuchi right now.
It's Kikuchi.
Kikuchi. Me and him are boys. Okay, that's all. You say, and so we shorten the names a little bit. That's all.
Okay. Isn't it first name? What's his first name?
You say.
All right then. You're on a first name basis. Maybe we just start calling him Yusei.
Yeah. Okay. That's not as fun. Not nearly as fun.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's not as fun. Okay.
It's not as fun. Is it Stafford? Who's here?
Yeah, Stafford's here.
Stafford, what's up?
Good morning, y'all. Hey, I wanted to talk about Lance, but not Lance Zierlein, man. Lance McCullers. Man, at this point, I hope he gets well, but I don't even understand how we can justify him still on the roster, man. Like, we made all this funk about Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero, who stunk. I get it. But, I mean, at this point, we got to put Lance McCullers in that situation. I mean, we literally stuck our neck out and paid him, and meanwhile, we don't even know if we're going to pay Tucker or Farmer Valdez. Well, we're probably not going to pay Kyle Tucker or Farmer Valdez. And so, I mean, but we paid Lance McCullers, and I recognize it wasn't as much as they're going to get, but still, like, why haven't they cut Lance McCullers, or can they cut? Is it because
what's the sense?
I don't know.
Why cut him? You got to pay him anyway. He's not working against the 40-man roster because he's on the 60-day. There's no reason to cut him. You got to pay him anyway. You hope that he's going to come back in the next couple of years and finish out that contract and actually be on the field. But it doesn't make any sense cutting him. None. Because he's already counting against you. It's already counting against your luxury tax. He's not taking up a roster spot. And you're obligated to pay out the whole contract. So doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they got rid of Abreu because he was taking up a spot and he was actually playing and doing it poorly. Lance is off the roster. You can replace him. The money's being paid to him sucks, and it costs you an opportunity to pay someone else. But you've already made the deal. It's on the books. Too late now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. JG. Okay, so I was in front of a closet the last couple
Where are you
days.
now? I haven't looked at the YouTube.
A new bougie setup. I got a plant behind me. I got a picture. What? It's a bougie setup. I'm down in the basement, if you want to know the truth. I got a basement now, which is cooler than the rest of the house. So much cooler, right? So I almost had my sweatshirt on again, but then I said, you know what? Then I'll hear it that it's the same sweatshirt that I had on 2 weeks ago, because that's what Twitch do. Okay, it says JG gonna hate Los Angeles. Hey, it ain't Houston.
There are going to be parts where
It's
he's going to
cool
go
in
to the
some
parts
places.
where he'll be fine.
Yeah.
He just needs to find his local haunts, the places he can go
Mm-hmm.
to hang out. He'll be all right.
The golf is really good here, I can tell you that. The golf is really, really, really good here. Like, fantastic. You know what else is really good? MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You're looking for the best way to bet, win, and get paid? MyBookie. It is time, people. If you're looking for this football season, a place to go to get your bet on. So everything that you could possibly want, they've got it. All the prop bets right now. If you want to get in before the season starts to bet over 9.5 wins, that's something that you might want to do. And whatever team it is, you've been studying these rosters. You know what it is. You want to play. You want to win and get paid. You want to use your knowledge. That's what's happening in MyBookie. Football season is almost here. You sign up now, get your welcome bonus, and let's play. Plus everything else that you can possibly bet on. You still got Olympics that you can bet on. You still got baseball that you can bet on. You got casino gambling that's awesome as well. You're looking for the best place to play, win, get paid. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You see what the Silver Boot – okay, when was the last time we had this many calls, Del? Do you see what the Silver Boot means to this city? People responding. People loving our Astros. First place Astros again, okay? And here you just poo-poo it, and poo-poo it. That's what you do.
I haven't heard anyone be serious about
Oh,
playing the Silver
no.
Boot.
Everybody is serious about what this means to them.
I've seen people call and say they want to talk about the Silver Boot and then talk about something completely different. And then we had Larry very sarcastically rank the Silver Boot higher than the ALCSs.
No.
So these are the things you're using as the defense.
Oh, I'm taking Larry at face value. Okay? That's exactly what Larry said. And Larry was right. Okay? Let's go. Let's get some more calls in here. Julian, was he talking Silver Boot? Of course
No,
he is.
he wants to talk about school.
Oh, about school. You see? I mean, I think I'm telling you, if we report them, I'm pretty sure Child Protective Services might have something to say about this, going to school on August 9th. Get the F out of here with that.
8th.
Silver Boot World Series. Also, the Fort Bend ISD is not a bad district, brother. And yes, they are starting school today. My daughter's starting school. I can't wait to get home next week and, celebrate her birthday. But yeah, y'all have a good day.
Fort Bend ISD.
Fort Bend.
August 8th is when you begin school. On a Thursday. Why on a Thursday? We talked about the date. Why on a Thursday are you starting school?
Yeah, right? A whole thing. August 9th?
It's 8th.
8th?
Yes.
August 8th?
And on a Thursday.
And on Thursday. Is that why those people are so much smarter? Fort Bend people?
Oh, is that what you meant by those people?
Yes, those people.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, is Fort Bend that much smarter than the rest of us?
Aren't they the kids who are they the kids who are always, or is that spring? Which is the kids when there's like a cold?
Oh, that's spring.
When there's a cold front, they say you can't keep us in these classes. We're freezing to death. Don't send us to school.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. No, that's spring. They're awesome. They are awesome. Who's next, El?
La Raza wants to talk Astros.
La Raza, ¿qué pasó, mi hijo?
El Johnny Granati y el Delvin.
Delvincito.
Gentlemen, buenos dias. Hey, first and foremost, I just want to say, I gotta follow the money theory. For Lance's contract, and we're talking about Lance Zierlein, I think this is why you're doing Rock the Mic, so you can find a host, right? I mean, that's the reason why I'm doing Rock the Mic.
It could be. It could be.
I can't speak to why that started, but
we're looking ahead just in case.
But we do like the plan. We want to unearth new talent.
Do we want to find a rookie to take? Is this like? Well, look at DeCenzo, how well he's hitting right now.
Lance is our Titus Howard, and we're looking for our Blake Fisher.
Oh, okay. You think we can find a second rounder in our
our
Rock the Mic?
I hope so. That's what we're looking for. Someone who can step in and host right away. Because Lance is always injured.
Lance is our Titus Howard.
He can't be dependent on.
I love that.
And then also La Salsa, he's more like La Crema, like sour cream. You know, he ain't got no flavor. He's bland. He's not even, like you say, he ain't even pico de gallo, though.
No.
I would agree.
No, that was weak.
And yesterday I had some good kombucha, man. That kombucha was good, man. I'm telling you, that's why kombucha's the best, bro.
It's kikuchi.
Or kombucha. There's no kombucha.
I don't even know what kombucha. What is kombucha?
It's you drink it for your guts. It's supposed to make your.
So he had some good kombucha.
Kombucha is what he said.
He had some good kombucha, which is probably terrible tasting. If it's for your stomach, it tastes terrible, no doubt. Okay.
Probiotics.
Kombucha.
Kombucha.
Okay. All right. Good call, La Raza. He doesn't like La Salsa at all.
Well, the man is taking his bit and doing it worse.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna, you gotta try a little harder. So La Salsa.
I am not a native.
You gotta commit to the bit.
Yeah, I'm not a native Spanish speaker, but it's got to be very insulting to listen to a white person speaking Spanish with trying not at all to sound anything like a native speaker. It's got to be insulting listening to La Salsa say "Buenos dias, gentlemen."
When La Raza comes in, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
Yeah, I can't imagine that's good to the ear to listen to a guy named Ryan pretend to be something else and then speak Spanish in that way.
Yeah. This is a big show today. This is a big show. This isn't even a holiday show. Well, it's a celebration.
It's a celebration of winning a trophy, yes.
Of the silver boot. I mean, we haven't had this kind of enthusiasm for the show with the callers in a long time. You know why? Because of the silver boot. Should there be a parade? That's my next question.
Is Whitmire dropping the ball?
Should there be maybe he is. Should there be a silver boot parade? 713-780-3776.
Are you letting down the city? You're not even here for a giant win, a celebration that would be without you because you're in L.A.
I'm spreading the word throughout the country. I mean, I'm doing my part. Are you doing it? You didn't even do anything yesterday.
What was I supposed to do?
Did you walk around the neighborhood?
I did walk around the neighborhood.
Flag?
I actually did. I don't own an Astros flag, but I did actually walk around the neighborhood. Hot as hell outside.
Well, I did mention Zach DeCenzo. Now, Austin, we got some post-game sound of Zach DeCenzo. I did mention him just a second ago that he's the possible replacement. I really think now here's the deal. The Astros, as much as they struggled and they weren't able to find anything that they could afford in trade at the trade deadline, but they've been working on who's going to take Kyle Tucker's place when he goes. Alex Bregman, though, is right around the corner here. Who's going to take Alex Bregman's place? Well, let's bring Zach up as he motors through the minor league system. Let's bring him up and see, and if he plays well here, you know what? How about that cheap replacement at third base for Alex Bregman? If he play, and you know what? Yesterday, so far, yesterday he had himself a really nice game. He turned on that slider, and that's what is real troublesome for a young hitter is that slider. Man, and he just crushed that ball down. It should have been caught down the left field line at the wall. It came in and out of the glove, but it was still a hard play, and he got a double out of it. And he had 2 hits. He scored a couple of runs. He walked. Zach DeCenzo looked really good. Here he is talking on the postgame show.
I have Zach with me, who's got to be feeling good, some relief. I don't know. You tell me after getting your first hit and, of course, being a part of this win.
Yeah, a lot of relief, man. I'm breathing. I'm playing the game, having fun out here. I'm having a blast. It's truly a blessing. One of the coolest experiences in my life. So.
Take me through that first hit, the first at bat, and the feeling that you had once you got to second.
Yeah, I knew I kind of got it off the end a little bit, so I wasn't sure if it was going to hang up for him to catch. Touched some grass, and I pulled in second, man. It was one of the best feelings ever, so it was pretty cool.
I did get a chance to talk to your parents. Do you think, how do you feel like they are right now, and how have they supported you the last couple of days?
I think after the game last night, going over, they're breathing a little bit too with me, so I think they're just super thrilled for me, obviously very proud. This is just a super cool experience that I get to share and have them here to watch it and witness it. So.
I know there's a lot going on with you, but with this team right now and how important these games are, how does it feel to be a part of such a significant win for you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that I could produce a little bit today and be a part of a win. Good 2 wins the last 2 days and carrying it on the road to Boston with a little bit of momentum, so it's pretty exciting.
Happy
That's
flight.
that's Zach DeCenzo. Possible replacement for Alex Bregman. If he does play well down the stretch here, much like Hunter Brown when he came in with a month ago, you were like, oh, pretty excited about him coming back the next year. And he scuffled last year. Hunter Brown scuffled in his first full season. But now he's got it back going on. We'll see if Zach DeCenzo is a major league infielder. He's playing first base yesterday. I got a text from Margie over at Luling. She's like, who is this guy? I've never even heard of him. Who's this? Who's playing first base for us? Because I'd like to know my team. And you know what? It's been such a revolving door. I could see where a lot of people are like, who's this guy now? There's been some when Ort comes in the game, you're like, what is an Ort? Where did this come? What is this? All of a sudden we got an Ort? Where did that come from?
I'm just glad things went better for Space City Home Network than they did the last time they had a guy making his debut whose parents were in the building. Because remember way back when Blair Henley was making his debut, and they thought they could have a moment where they could keep flashing to the parents, and they realized, oof, this isn't going the way we want it to go. So
spot in the first.
Yeah. And then when he finally got it out, the parents gave like kind of a Bronx cheer, like, oh, yeah, we got one. It wasn't the moment they thought they're going to have. This one went better. They got to talk to DeCenzo's parents while he was having a good day.
Listen, Dell, there's nothing tougher. There is nothing tougher than when your kid is on the field and performing poorly. It's a knife stab to the gut, because they got there because they're good players, and they're performing at a higher level, and when they screw up and look really bad, it's horrible. It's horrible, and to have the cameras on you on top of it, like the Henleys did, or what's his name, whatever his name was.
Henley.
David Henley.
No, Blair Henley.
Blair Henley. No, wasn't there? Didn't we have a David Henley too?
I think we might. Hensley.
Whatever.
Big baseball guy I am.
Yeah, so it's the toughest thing in the world, and have those cameras on. What? It's just terrible. Just terrible. 713-780-3776. Silver Boot celebration. Let's go. Who wants to get in here? We got some sound from Nico Collins, and may explain some stuff. He was on with Kay Adams, and we got a sound bite from that. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Well, Lance isn't here. Lance is holding out, and he's in a contract dispute with the station. We'll see whether or not Lance Ayuk can get back here.
He wishes.
He wishes he was Ayuk.
Yeah, it'd be like
wishes he was in that contract negotiation.
Ayuk, no chance. It's like if Robert Woods was holding out for the Texans. Oh, okay, you're out. You don't like the money we're paying you. Okay.
He's Titus Zierlein.
No, Titus Howard makes far too much money. But as far as injuries and maybe not as good as he thinks he is, that's how he's Titus Howard.
Okay. Wow. Poor dude. I mean,
don't hold out. Don't.
I've had his back this whole time.
Don't make the team worse because you don't like the lucrative deal you're getting and you want more. You're making the team worse. So I'm not one of those teammates who's gonna be like, yeah, it's a business. Nah, the team ain't better with you when you're not here. Show up.
Be at work.
Yeah,
okay.
And mostly because you're making me work more.
Yep. Is Johnny working remote all the time now? The answer is no. I'll be back in Houston, not next week, but the week after. I'll be there for 3 weeks. So I'm be back.
Everybody relax. John will be back.
What's the difference? I can see Dell right now. I can see Austin.
What's the difference for the people? You guys don't. It's not an in-studio audience. What's the difference?
Yeah. If we had an in-studio audience, that would be something.
Yeah, maybe those people would be upset if you're not here. But for the rest of you, what's the difference? Johnny and the man of the people, he don't want to see you anyway.
Yeah, I am the man of the people. That's what are you kidding me?
Spending all that time on Pebble Beach coming up here shortly. Yeah, man of the people.
I wish I was spending all that time on Pebble Beach. It's, I don't know if you know, it's far away from here.
You'll make do. You'll find a way.
I don't know if you heard.
I don't know if you've heard, but I don't know how many times we've driven out to the boonies because you like a golf course.
It's a flight. It ain't a drive.
To Pebble Beach?
Yeah.
From where you live?
Yeah.
How far are you away from you? How far away?
San Francisco. It's the difference between San Francisco and L.A.
Oh, you're going to make that trip at some point. On a weekend at least.
Not a drive. I ain't doing no drive. Up the one?
You'll get there. John's going to spend plenty of time in luxurious golf locations in California.
I'm officially a Californian. I say the 101.
Yeah, we caught that.
The 340.
The 405.
The 405. Yeah. They don't say. Did they say I-5 though?
No, they don't say it. We, as a Californian for half of my life, didn't say I-5. Highway 40. 5? We don't say high. Yeah, it's just the number.
Just the number. Yeah. Right. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nico Collins was on with Kay Adams, okay? And this kind of explains Nico was one of the best in the league last year after catch, yak, okay? And this kind of explains why Nico has got his moves, why Nico is as good as he is with the ball in his hands. Here's Kay Adams and Nico Collins.
Did you play running back in another life sometime?
I did play running back. No, I really did.
You were so freaking hard to stop.
I did, literally, for my dad. He was my coach, but I played running back up until Little League, up until middle school. And then I started growing a little bit, and then I had to play receiver. So I was like 6'4" in the backfield. It was crazy.
You are so tall.
So I kind of got my, skills from that, being in the backfield and transition after the catch,
That's, you know what? Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Dude is good with the ball in his hands and will continue to do so. I mean, I can we had Joe Fortenbaugh on a little while ago talking about how much harder the schedule is, how everybody's behind these Texans, can certainly see where, that's a recipe for disaster. And when everybody's on you, he said, I've said it, I can't tell you, these casinos aren't built on a lot of smart gamblers. Everybody is behind the Texans, that the Texans are going to be really, really good this year. And if everybody's behind it, it's a nightmare waiting to happen because everybody is never, ever, ever right. If everybody's on one side, go the other way. If 95% of the bets are going one way, go the other way. I guarantee you that don't win because Vegas was not built on a bunch of smart people, and especially with a group mentality. All right, groupthink is the worst thing you can have, and everybody's got the same thoughts about the Houston Texans. And now they have gotten better. There's no question about it. They've got a good coach. They got a good quarterback. But you know what? Stuff happens. And they're playing a much tougher schedule. But one of the things about them is, man, they got so many weapons. So many weapons now. It's just going to be – I can see both sides of this thing. I can see them being really, really good. And I can also see them, struggling because they're playing much better competition. Against the better competition last year, they played well against Joe Burrow, but they could have actually lost that game if Tyler Boyd doesn't drop that ball in the end zone. He dropped one. The Colts dropped one against them. I mean, it's a different story. He was right. They were 7-3 in one-score games. 7-3 is pretty good. It normally doesn't happen, right? That's usually something that doesn't happen, that you go 7-3 in one-score games. So if it gets back to the mean and they're 5-5 in one-score games, now all of a sudden you don't make the playoffs.
He also mentioned the heavy being it was a heavy to their advantage, the turnover differential, which turnovers, some of it's fumble luck. If a ball bounces and you recover it, it could bounce a different way and the other team could recover it. Now, CJ taking care of the football is completely in their control. We saw that from him last season. I don't mind his thought. I would push back on it because I think how it was set up was who's one team who made the playoffs that won't make the playoffs this season. I wouldn't have picked the Texans as my favorite for that. I would probably pick the Bucs. But if you're trying to make a headline and wind up getting played in Houston, the Texans are an obvious choice. But as far as that particular context, I'm taking the Bucs. That's a team who feels like we're going to get 2 years like that from Baker in a row. And with Atlanta having
got better
with Kirk Cousins as their quarterback, they have a real shot to win that division. But sure, all the things he said, you could find a way to believe that, and they're not crazy.
I'm not sure was the question, which I don't think the question was which team that was in the playoffs last year is going to be back. It's who does everybody think is going to be in the playoffs that won't be.
Yeah, I would
think Atlanta's the favorite in that division now.
Yeah, I only got the clip from where he started. I'm not sure. I don't remember the cryon. I'm not sure exactly what was said and how they set it up. But yeah, I would think Atlanta would be the favorite. And now that's why I was thinking about Tampa would be the team I would choose if my thought about the context was correct. But we played it in the first hour. If you missed it, what he said wasn't crazy. He thinks it's the Texans in the next 3 to 5 years are a team to look to. He just believes a regression is coming because of some of the overwhelming things that went in their favor in the first year with D'Amico and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, they really did. They had we talked about it. The Colts should have beat them twice. The Bengals should have won that game. That interception CJ's interception was something that was something that CJ just didn't do. Make a bad mistake like that, especially late in the game. He was awesome late in games, but he didn't look good against Atlanta. He didn't look good against Carolina, and those are bad football teams. Now you're playing all kinds of good football teams. If he has weeks off like he did against the Jets, against the Jets weren't a good football team. They were a really good defense though. Against the Falcons, against the Panthers, if he has weeks like that, it ain't. This is not going to be smooth sailing. And you know what? That's going to happen. They're not going to play great every week.
I think if anyone's pushing back on it, they'd say, well, CJ missed 2 games. Are we losing to Cleveland if he doesn't play? Well, you gave up 36 points, so you probably would have lost that game. But with CJ on the field, maybe the game script goes differently. So there is some pushback there as far as some of the games you lost, CJ wasn't available, and of course, you won a miracle game in Tennessee too. in overtime after who was it? Dalton Schultz made a great catch on a late drive. So there's push and pull with that. But I think as far as this year, if we push away what happened last year, the schedule, the quarterbacks you face, those are the challenges that are much different and are going to cause you problems. Maybe they'll be great at keeping the football and not turning it over because CJ will take care of it again. And we can talk about the improvement in talent. The biggest obstacle is the quarterbacks you're going to face week after week after week.
Yep, that is going to be. And you know what? The better quarterback that you're playing, the less you have the football.
Yep.
Right? Because they're gonna unless they have big play capabilities, usually the other team is going to have the ball longer because they've got a good quarterback and they're moving the ball down the field.
And it changes the way you play offense because if this team is, you have to be less patient at some point. If this team is doing things to put up points, it puts game pressure. People don't talk about it like, but game pressure is a real thing. Oh, we're down. They scored. We had to punt. They score again. Now it's 14-0. How are we going to respond? It changes the way the game is played. That's what good quarterbacks and offenses will do to you.
How about that? How about yesterday? Second inning, the Rangers have a runner on third and nobody out. And you pull the infield in, and it worked. Kikuchi got out of it. He had a ground ball to Pena to start it, and then he had I forget, it was a pop-up or whatever, or a strikeout, and then he had a fly-out, and he got out of the inning. But in the second inning, your offense is so bad that you're not giving up a run in the second inning of a game. But and when you pull the infield in, now all of a sudden they've got a chance for a big inning for the other team because now they start putting they get a knock there. Now they got another runner on, and God knows what's going to happen. But you're so worried. And you talk about style of play, Del. Like the Texans are going to have to. Are they going to be more conservative because they want to hold on to the ball and keep it away from the other quarterback? Or are they going to open things up because they have to score quickly? I mean, there's going to be so many different ways to go about it, just like the Astros did yesterday. They ain't scoring runs, so we got to pull the infield in the second inning.
Well, I appreciate Espada acknowledging what his team is and saying, now they went on to score 6, which is the most they've scored since I set up. I don't know how far back it goes, but since Kikuchi was acquired, they hadn't scored more than 4. Now they go and score 6 in his second start. So, yeah, you got to play to your team, and your team doesn't hit or hasn't been hitting in this recent stretch. A run could mean quite a bit early, and thankfully Kikuchi got out of it, and it was just his second really good start. No complaints about what he is, but all the stuff we can talk about Espada pitching Caleb Ferguson when he shouldn't maybe go to Taylor Scott, but he understood his team. They don't score runs. Just don't hand the Rangers a run if you don't have to.
No. And then Presley again yesterday. Again with the Presley. Another
the momentum
run.
is building from maybe not the Astros organization, but everyone else saying, let's switch the Abreu Presley thing right now. Let's make that move now.
It absolutely is building. Hey, and how about building something in your backyard or your front yard too? Because Hogue Landscape Services, they do it all. But they do more than just, come and mow your yard. It's so much more. I mean, the quality of work, they're going to take care of your trees. They're going to take care of your flowers. They're going to take care of the fertilizing. They're going to take care of everything. But not just the maintenance, because they do that as well, but the building of an outdoor kitchen. And we're not talking about just an outdoor kitchen. We're talking about, it'll be a half man cave. It'll be half kitchen. It's going to be your domain out there. You want fountains? You know what? That's easy. How about a pickleball court? Are you guys obsessed with pickleball? I know my son is just obsessed with how much he would love to have a pickleball court at our house. I mean, and this is happening. A basketball court, pickleball, whatever, bocce ball court, whatever it is that you're looking for, they can do it at Hogue Landscape Services. This is not your average. This is not just cut your grass, people. This is we're gonna kill it. This is gonna be a family fun zone right here because of the Hogue Landscape Services. HOGUELS.com. HOGUELS.com. Call them at 713-360-6924 and let them come and design it for you. something that is special, that you're just not going to get from just a regular run-of-the-mill. You want those putting green? You got anything for that backyard, HoagLS.com.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, Jack Carlson. He went viral. I mean, this is one of the most watched videos, I think, on Twitter. He got arrested, and he was just goofy, saying all kinds of goofy stuff. He died at the age of 82. So rest in peace, Jack Carlson. Rest in peace also, Jim Harbaugh's college coaching career. He got 4 years show cause. So basically, well, I mean, he's got a big and not that Jim Harbaugh has to, but you know what? Jim Harbaugh probably never goes back to college now, right?
Yeah, it goes through 24 through 28. So you would imagine if it's going poorly for the Chargers in year 3, I guess he could sit out one more year and then be back. But the extent of it is he gets suspended for a year if he gets, and then if he's back coaching, he can't do anything but pretty much coach on Saturdays. He can't travel with the team. He can't be involved in recruiting. He can't coach practice. That's what a show cause is. So it's really prohibitive, but as long as things go well with the Chargers, he won't have to worry about it. He got out the door. He knew this was coming. And by the way, this isn't even the Connor Stallions thing. This is from the initial suspension, remember, early last year where he missed time. This is from contacting recruits during a dead period during COVID, which he had to sit down for, mostly because he was obstructing their investigation, didn't help them in trying to complete the investigation. So then they'll get to the Connor Stallions thing and decide what Harbaugh's punishment is. So yeah, you're right. The likelihood of him coming back to college, if it doesn't work out with the Chargers, is probably pretty low. And he's like 60 years old. Would he want to come back at 64, 65? Seems unlikely.
Yeah. So, and speaking of college football, USA Today coaches poll came out. How much do you disagree? Georgia, Ohio State is 2, Oregon, Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, Notre Dame, Michigan, Penn State, Florida State, top 10.
We had to talk about this, Sean and I. The Penn State thing jumps out because I don't trust Drew Aller. They have a really good defense. Now they've lost their defensive coordinator. Manny Diaz is now the head coach at Duke because Mike Elko is now the head coach at A&M. I don't know if I believe Drew Aller is what he was expected to be, and I think that hampers Penn State. That would be the one I would remove. But the other ones, I don't have a problem with.
The only one I have a problem with is Michigan.
Well,
I don't see
they've lost
how
a lot.
They've lost so much. Now they've got this stuff hanging over their head. It looks like the coach is going to get suspended as well.
Well, they handled that pretty well last year, where it happened twice. Now it's not just now they had to replace a lot of staff because a lot of the guys involved in the allegations moved on as well. So it's almost a completely new staff. At least half of them are gone. That helped them win a national title. So it is a time of transition. They still have Donovan Edwards. The offensive line will be really good. The receivers, there's no Roman Wilson. And Alex Orji is a young player who's very talented, probably more athletically gifted than J.J. McCarthy, but he hasn't had a lot of time. So I can see that. There's a lot going on at Michigan. If they remain a top 10 team and somehow make the playoff, it's a credit to the people who stayed.
Yeah. Well, and not many did, so it is a credit. They did have one defensive end. Bruce Feldman puts out his freaks list every year. Did you see it?
I saw some of the names, but I didn't see the whole thing.
Yeah, the South Carolina wide receiver is this freak. Is
Nick
the number one
Harbor.
freak.
Yeah,
Nick Harbor. He's the number one freak. That's a good article. It shows you guys who are really, really athletic.
Well, Texas lost one of those guys. I don't know if he was on the freak list, but C.J. Baxter's out for the year. Their starting running back is out. They have a little bit of depth there, but that's a big loss for them. We were talking about this yesterday, that you never really hear about guys being lost to the season in practice during the season, but training camp or in college football terms, fall camp, you're always worried. You always want to make it through every practice, not hearing about a star being hurt. And C.J. Baxter for Texas won't be available. A knee injury. He'll be out for the year. So Texas in that top 5 of the coaches poll. They should be okay. I think his name's, is it Jaden Blue? He's a pretty good player who got some snaps last year. It's just one of those things. Happened in practice.
Yeah.
And now they lose one of their star players. With
their schedule, they should be a playoff. I mean, even with a couple of losses, they should be a playoff team. Absolutely. And they have a favorable SEC schedule. There's no question about it. I think I could see, man, and you know what? With a 12-team schedule, you got Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Alabama. After that, Ole Miss Ole Miss would be four SEC teams. I'm not sure that they're going to give them 4 SEC teams. I'm not sure that, although they may not be able to avoid it. And then LSU is also another team that is going to be. I don't know. I'm not a big Nussmeier guy, so we'll see whether or not he can take Jaden's place and get to the postseason. But you got to take one from the big. You got to take a Big 12 team. Is that
a one bid conference? We can start talking about it like it's the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, it almost is. I mean, who's going to be the Oklahoma State? Who's going to be? There's, Kansas is up there. I'm a big fan of, but he can't stay on the field.
Got to keep him on the field.
Yeah, that's Jalen Daniels.
Yeah,
he can't stay on the field. He is so talented. but he can't stay on the field. Well, Arizona's now a Big 12 school, so there's that.
There's another one to look out for. Utah as well. Utah's probably the team you should be looking at.
Utah's probably. I forget all the teams that have joined, where everybody is now. That's
true.
right. Utah is probably the team to look for with Sean Mapes at quarterback. That's gonna be totally sweet.
If you don't know what he means, just look at Utah starting quarterback Cameron Rising. If you've ever watched Sean Mapes on YouTube, the producer for for my show and Gallant George, he's a doppelganger.
Yeah.
The hair, they wear the bandanas, the mustache, very similar.
Got it all.
Yeah.
The bandana look. I love that.
Cam Rising's been around a long time. He might be as old as Sean Mapes at this point.
He might be. Cam Rising has been around forever.
He didn't play at all last year. There was throughout the year the thought was he might come back, and he was never ready to come back. He should be healthy and ready to go as Utah joins the Big 12. Cam Rising,
and yet he had him competing at a high level. Whittingham's one of the
best coaches.
In college football.
He may be the best coach alive who has not won a national title. At least active head coaches.
That could well be. He is so good. I mean, he's got a team every year ready to play. Every year. If Cam can stay healthy this year, you know what? That's absolutely could be a playoff team.
You look at the Big 12 and where they're ranked. They've won the Pac-12 the last couple of times. Yeah, that should be a team that makes the playoffs, particularly with the extended amount of bids. I would look to Utah as a Big 12 team. Maybe it becomes a 2-bid league if you got Utah, and then you can find one of the incumbent members of the Big 12 to make it to, whether it be a Kansas or an Oklahoma State. And the ACC could get 2 between the triumvirate of Clemson, Miami, and Florida State, and then the Big 10, Ohio State, Penn State, and if Michigan can survive the losses and the distractions, and of course, who is the non-Power 4 team? Is it Liberty? And then you got to throw in Notre Dame, who will probably make it. So and then you have
Oregon, another Big 10 team.
Who's
Oregon.
top 10? Who's the top 5 teams?
Uh-huh.
Is it going to be? I'm trying to think of the group of others that can be considered.
Is it Boise? Is it? We'll see. And how many ACC teams?
I think there's a chance for 2 because Clemson finished the year pretty good, and I'm not sure what I think of Kate Klubnik, but we know how you feel about DJ Uiagalelei, so you may remove Florida State from the equation altogether. And then you have Miami, very talented with what they've done in the transfer portal. But DJ Uiagalelei may be a hindrance. Mario Cristobal might be a bigger hindrance to Miami. So it might be a one bid league too, strictly because you can't trust the quarterback for one team or the head coach for the other team.
So there will be one from the Big 12, one from the ACC, 4 and 4, 4 and 5, and then one non.
Well, Notre Dame is probably going to make
Notre
it.
Dame.
Yeah, so maybe 4 for Notre Dame, Liberty, Boise, and then the ACC gets one, and then the Big 12 gets one. That's possible.
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Not
That's
at all.
how it's going to go. That is not at all 4 and 4 from the Big 10 and the SEC. That is not out of the realm of possibility. What should be out of the realm of your possibility for your business? You're a CFO, you're a COO, a CEO. You need to look at how you're doing business. You need to look at your bottom line. You're doing this for your people. You're doing this for your family. You're doing this for your people. If you're doing this for your stockholders, if you're doing this for, just the people that work for you, okay? Do it as efficiently as you possibly can. Now, it may mean that you have to cut down on your payroll department, but you know what? That's a good thing. It's a good thing for your business to have less in the payroll department because you're not a payroll company. You don't do it as well as HR&P does. HR&P is excellent at payroll. They are going to make sure that you get your payroll to your people more cost efficient, perfectly. I mean, everything about it. They're just so good. And tax-wise, when it comes to tax time, you're going to find, wow, this is really, really, really great. And here's the deal: it's not easy to turn over. They make it seamless. They're going to do a great. This is a great time for HRP to come and look at your business and customize a plan that's perfect for you. Call now 281-488-6238 281-48. No, that's not it. Just go to hrp.net. That's Aqueduct Plumbing. Just go to hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, well, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell, and reminding you that 97.9, that's the box, but you go to that station and you put in HD2, and what? You can hear us perfectly. HD2 at 97.9. We've taken over 97.9 as well. All right, we are the station of 1,000 different signals. Okay, 1,000 different ways to listen. So you need to pick the one that's perfect for you. Use your app and go through your Bluetooth in your car if you can't hear. That's always perfect. Well, unless it's not working.
Unless the internet here isn't working.
Yeah, unless the internet here.
But that wasn't our fault. That was their point. Messing with our service provider.
Yeah.
But now we have a workaround for that. Just in case they go down, we have the ability to work around them to provide you with the ability to stream us and watch us on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter. We are adapting with the times.
So tomorrow night, the Texans play the Steelers. D'Amico was on with Kay Adams. On her little show. She was out at the Texans practice.
Disrespectful.
Well, it's not disrespectful. She got
on her little show.
Yeah.
How come you just didn't say on her show?
Well, she's wee. Have you ever seen her? How small she is?
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. No. Well, I don't know about all that. All I'm saying is that she was out there on what is it? Wake Up.
No,
Kay.
she has her own. Oh, her name for show, Wake Up with Kay. I don't know what it is. I just thought it was
Up and Adam.
Yeah, up in Adams.
Up in Adams.
Okay.
Up in Adams. Which is okay. Never mind.
Thank you for pulling back. Thank you.
All I'm saying is this: she was on with D'Amico, and here's D'Amico talking about CJ and how much he's going to play tomorrow night.
Like, I know that if you give me the snaps, it will do well for me and I will go viral. I don't know why we care otherwise. Why do we care? Why are us reporters so obsessed with who's getting what and when?
Football is back, right? Football is back. Everybody's so excited to actually see the starters get out and play. How many snaps they're playing?
No, that's such bullshit. That is such an optimistic way to look at it. You know what it is? I feel bad for y'all because the decisions you have to make, one drive or two or whatever, everyone just wants to know so they can pin it on you if it goes poorly.
Yeah.
That's it. And I hate that for you guys. That said, how many drives will I see C.J. Stroud in against the Steelers?
We'll see. I don't know. Right now, we'll probably see, 2 drives. It all depends on how well the first drive goes, right? But I'm expecting them to go out and get at least 1 or 2 drives. And it's probably guys just to get used to playing the game. I know back when I played, there was no question. Like, you were playing first quarter, you were playing a half, you were playing a half and into the third. So it was no question about who's playing, who's not playing.
Yeah, it's different. And first of all, as a linebacker, it's different than CJ, right? As a linebacker. Now, I don't know. You might Christian Harris or Z might say, "I want to play more. I need to play. I want to get out there." I don't know. A lot of guys don't like playing in preseason. Some guys do. They want to get ready for the season. They want to hit. They've been in practice and hitting against their own guys. Let's go hit against somebody else. That kind of thing. But with the quarterback, with CJ, he don't need this. All right, couple of drives. That's all. Keep him clean. If he gets hit, get him out of the game right away. We don't need this. We don't need this in our life. There's been so much Texans hype. I'm just cautious. I just want to be cautious. And you can't play that way. I know that.
You sound scared.
No, I'm not scared. I'm just
a little scared.
Listen,
you're fearful. There's some expectations. There's some excitement. Now you're fearful.
This is the most hype ever for this team. And you know what this team does? This team historically disappoints. Okay?
You cannot put the past failures on this iteration because all we've seen from them is exceeding expectations.
That's true. That is true. But it's still the Texans. Okay? Still the Texans.
And D'Amico was on some of those teams who did not play to the level of what was expected of them. So that's the connective tissue. D'Amico was on some of those teams.
Yeah. No, absolutely he was. Absolutely he was. It's a 4:00 game here. 4:00. It's 6:00 tomorrow night.
We hear that from West Coast people that it's great. What do you think about the ability to watch a game at 4 be done? If it was a game that you were going to watch for the entire 4 quarters, be done by 7:15 and go about your night.
It was pretty cool yesterday. It was an 11 o'clock game. That was cool. 2:30 it was over, right? It was was it 1:30 yesterday? By 2:30 it was over. That was cool. I like it in that I can get to bed earlier, but I just don't. We end up watching. We watched the after. I don't know. I was up to. It's so hard to get to bed at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock here. It just is almost impossible. So. You get less sleep. There's no question about that. And 4:00 comes early, bro. 4:00 comes early in the morning. But you know what? I do it for the team because I'm a team player. I'm a team guy. Not like Lance. I mean, this is a guy who's holding out right now. Doesn't care about
people don't listen
his teammates
to the show for 3 hours at a time. So when you say that, when they're just popping in, it hits different.
What hits different?
That you're telling people that Lance is holding out.
Well, has he been here this week?
No, but they don't know the context of the holdout. Because you make it seem like it's all his fault.
And isn't it?
I don't know his contract. I don't know his situation. Maybe they're not paying him what he deserves.
I'm pretty sure. Hey, listen, I've got some insight into the contract negotiations.
Okay.
The station's been nothing but fair. Lance has actually been. He's a diva.
So the station has told you the private negotiations that are going on between them and Lance?
Yeah.
That seems unfair.
Well,
why should you have knowledge of that?
Well, because they want me to make sure that the
Are they asking you to put in a good word for them?
they're asking me. Yeah, they're asking me. Listen, look at how fair we're being with Lance. This is on him. This is on him. Okay, so let's make sure that the station. It's about more than Lance. Okay, the station has to be seen in a positive.
That doesn't feel like a good faith negotiation when they're letting his partner know that they're giving him more money than he could really ever deserve, and he's not taking it. Feels bad. That feels like a poor way to go about things.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. Okay.
Do you think Lance will eventually come back and will he sign a deal? Will it be a last minute negotiation that gets him in the building on Monday, or are we looking at something where it's protracted?
I hope so. I hope he does. I hope he comes to his senses and gets back here. It's been
You're
now
a company man. You know what? You know that
4 days.
You're a company man.
I am. I'm a company guy. That's what you know. What
you're not a man of the people.
I am a man of the people.
No, you're not displaying man of the people tendencies.
People too.
You're revealing the contract talks. You're telling everyone that they're giving him a great deal. He's just not signing it. You sound like one of them.
Well, it goes without saying. Lance is a bad person, right? So, I mean, he's not negotiating in good faith. He's just not.
Yeah, you're not a man of the people.
Yeah, man of the people, right? I want what's best for the community. Lance back on the show. That's what Twitch says. Twitch says it's bad with no Lance and more you.
Understood. I don't want to be doing this because I got to do my own
Twitch
show.
People.
Right? Oh, so you're a man of the worst people then?
Yeah. No, they're not the worst people.
They are the worst people. No, they're
great
not.
Americans.
You have not found a great person in that chat.
Come on, Lance. You'll get top 5 radio host money. Nobody wants John and Mopey show anymore. It's not the John and Mopey show.
It's the John and Lance show. And when Lance decides that he wants to come back, he'll come back.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he'll do that soon for Twitch's sake.
No one should be doing anything for Twitch's sake.
Right. No. It's for Twitch. This is what we do. This is why we work. This is why we come in every day.
Does Twitch go to our advertisers?
Yes.
Has anyone?
Yes. They use our advertisers.
John, great that you're talking about Billy Brown. He really helped me out. Has Twitch ever said that to you?
Yes.
That's a lie. Yeah. I can tell by your tone that's a lie.
So, by the way, I gave Billy Brown's number out before. HRP 281-880-6525. A little added value there. Well, actually, it was the value you should have had in the first place. I gave everybody Billy Brown. So you're going to call and try to go to HRP, calling Billy Brown.
When I start to hear about Twitch going to Hogue Landscaping and getting their plumbing done by Billy Brown, I'll take anything they say seriously. But until that point, no one cares about Twitch.
That's our listeners. See, you don't care about the people.
I care about the YouTubers, the people on Twitter. The Twitch people are segmented into a group of the worst, and we can take them or leave them.
Yeah, they are. They're bad. There's no question. They're not great people, but you know what? They're people too. So I'm all about that life.
Barely.
I'm all about that life. Oh, first round of the Wyndham has been suspended because of weather.
Well, that's lucky.
Just so you know, I was looking for scores, and I'm like, hey, what the hell? And there's a weather delay for all those of you out there that have been chomping at the bit to see the Wyndham. We got a weather delay.
Tough break for you guys out there who are looking forward to the Wyndham.
Yeah, that's right. Who isn't? Who isn't though? Who doesn't look forward to the Wyndham every year? Hey, time for me to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. I look forward to. I've sold a car to John Clay Wolf. I know what this is about. I know I got more than I could have gotten anywhere else. I've used the product. The product was awesome. You need to use the product, period. If you're going to sell a car or a truck or whatever you're selling, whatever vehicle you're selling, you have to go to GiveMeTheVin.com because you go somewhere else and you go, oh, is that what? Okay, well, that's what the car is worth? Okay. Well, don't take their word for that. And, oh, by the way, John Clay Wolf says, here's my price. Here's what I'm going to give you for the car. Now go to CarMax. And if they can beat it, then come back to me. And then I'll say, okay, either I can beat it, I'll beat that, or I'm going to give you $100. So it doesn't make any sense not to go to John Clay Wolf and see exactly what your car is worth. Because he sets the price. He sets the market. And he usually sets it higher than anybody else. GiveMeTheVin.com. It's a business plan. I'll pay you more for your car, and then I'll just sell it at auction, and I'll make less money, but I'll do value. That's what he does. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell, along with Austin, here with you on the show. No Lance this week. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it back after his contract negotiations all week long. Holding out for I don't know what. I don't know. I mean, I'm on management side on this one. 713-780-3776 as we have the Silver Boot is back 8 straight years. The Silver Boot is with us here in the city of Houston. It just doesn't get any better. Okay,
It has in the past.
No, it just doesn't get any better.
It felt like winning the World Series twice got better than the Silver Boot.
I don't know. 8 straight Silver Boots or 2 World Series. It's only 2 versus 8. I don't know. Well, I think that's debatable.
Well, how about? Well, I'll give you this. What if you had 2 8s as opposed to 8 2s? Like 2 8s walk in the room and 8 2s walk in the room. Which choice would you make?
Well, that's not an appropriate analogy.
Sure, it is. In fact, you're right. I'm doing the World Series a disservice. It's 2 10s walking into the room, or 8 2s walking into the room. Which one are you taking?
It's not even close.
Yes, it is. The Silver Boot is a 2.
8 is a lot more fun.
And the Silver Boot isn't even an LA 2. It's a Wisconsin 2.
Ooh, that's ugly. Why are you so ugly to people?
I'm just following your lead. I've never been to Wisconsin. Everything I hear about Wisconsin women is it's comparable to what Chuck says about San Antonio women.
I'm just
those big old Wisconsin women. That's what you sound like.
They're big, all right. They are big, all right.
No secrets there. No Victoria's Secrets there, John.
713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. A lot of positives. Kikuchi was one positive. The hitting was a huge positive. Altuve with the base knock for an RBI single. They came through, actually, with runners in scoring position. Runners in scoring position yesterday. They had 2 out RBIs by Altuve, Bregman, Dubon, and Pena. That's really good. Runners in scoring position, still not great, 3 for 14. Myers was 0 for 3. He had a tough. Myers and Pena 0 for 5 combined. But Bregman was 1 for 2. Altuve 1 for 2. Jordan 0 for 1, although Jordan homered, who cares? Yiner had 3 hits. He was 1 for 1. Caratini 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position, but he homered as well. Dubon 0 for 1, but he got a runner home from first on his double into the gap in left center. So just a bunch of guys contributing yesterday. A bunch of guys contributing. Taylor Scott wasn't great. He wasn't able to get out of the jam that Kikuchi left him with a runner. He wasn't able to get out of that. He had the runner scored. Brian Abreu was his usual self. You said this earlier, that is there a lot of, I mean, I've talked about it, but I haven't seen a lot of people talking about the possibility of Abreu and Presley switching spots.
Not people who matter, but just people who watch the games like you do. We're like, why do we continue to put Presley in these situations when Abreu is clearly better?
Right. And Presley, once again, I mean, they're slapping him. They are hitting the ball hard against dude. And it came, and it made it a 6-4 game, and that makes it a little scarier than it was. 6-3. Is that enough runs for Ryan Presley right now? I know he had 15 straight outings where he didn't give up a run, but he's never got a clean sheet. It's always runners. There's always noise on the base path.
And you're one walk away in the ninth from potentially Hader giving up a home run.
Yeah.
To tie the game. So no, him making that a 2-run game because of his ineffectiveness made you nervous. Because Hader ain't the lockdown, nothing's leaving the ballpark guy that you would want as a closer. There's always a chance that he's wild with a batter and then the next guy knocks it out of the park. So the Presley thing, I hope they don't stand on ceremony and go, well, he's our 8th guy. We made him the 8th guy to start the year. Because when the playoffs come around, you'd like to have a guy you trust to get you to Hader and not lessen the lead. And Presley will do that. And even if he doesn't, he makes you nervous.
Dude, when the postseason comes and Presley is in there in the 8th inning, how are you going to feel about it? I mean, it's going to be
the same way I feel now, but worse because it matters more.
Because it matters that much more. I don't know how they can continue to do this either. I just don't. I mean, they look at him differently than we do, though. I mean, they just do. I don't know why, but they do. It just is. It just is so nerve-wracking every time he's in the game. It's so nerve-wracking. And it's ever since he came in studio with us. It's ever since Lance put that bad juju on.
Oh, Lance did it. You weren't to blame.
I was not. I had nothing to do with it.
Were you in studio at the time?
With his bad juju. I had nothing to do with it. The Athletic did a long piece on Kyle Tucker's bruise. He's missed 65 days with a bone bruise.
And counting.
And they had 3 different physicians who didn't check him out, who didn't have not. They, in all fairness, they have not looked at Kyle Tucker's. But the thing that they say about this thing is, the thing with these things is that they're truly like snowflakes. Every case is a little bit different. You have players who get hit today, same impact. Tomorrow they feel like they can run and slide and it doesn't affect them. In other instances, just the way that contact gets absorbed and sustained, it might be months. It's really hard to predict with these blunt trauma injuries. So, and there's and when you think about this injury, really what it really is, it's almost a microfracture of the inside of the bone. Not a true break in the sense, but an injury to the internal aspect or medullary aspect of the bone itself. More impact, more activity is just going to continue to aggravate that and not be able to heal. And, well, it's not like he's been doing a lot. When Joe Espada was asked yesterday, is he running? And he said, and Joe said, define running. I said, well,
he's at a light jog, I think. Is that
that's
where
what
he's
he
at
said.
right now?
He's at a light jog right now. A light jog. Have you ever had a shin injury?
No, I was very lucky. Now, of course, I didn't play as long as these guys are, but in soccer and football, my biggest issues were always cramps. I didn't really have any impact injuries.
Yeah. No, a shin injury is painful. I mean, especially if you got like a deep bone bruise. Like they talk about the blood not being able to get to it and all of this. I mean, there's so much to it that any pressure at all on that, and when you put pressure when you're walking or whatever or trying to run, it's painful. But this is 65 days now. 65 days.
And we're probably going to get to 80.
I just keep everybody tell Kyle to rub some dirt on it. Listen, it could be, he's going to be. I mean, I don't know that he does. I don't think he comes back before September.
Well, that was the hope, right? That, or was that Verlander there? I think it was Tucker. They said the belief. I think maybe Dana Brown on his weekly hit on 790 said something like, the hope is before September, which still means he's out for another 20 plus days. If it's at the end of August, I don't know. If it's so tricky and he can jog but he can't run, how can you even really? They won't put a real timeline on it. What's the guess? I mean, why guess? One day he'll be able to run, and then we can actually have a conversation about a projected return date. He can't even run.
No, and if he can't run, he can't play the outfield, obviously. And when he does come back, he's going to be rusty.
He did. Espada did say he feels at his best when he's in the cage, when he's in the box. So it hasn't kept him from being able to get the timing. But to your point, major league pitching consistently, that'll be something he has to catch up on. But at least we know he is doing baseball stuff. He just can't do the thing that he's required to do. At least one of the things he's required to do in right field is, run down baseballs.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Maybe if they decide, maybe he just DHs.
That might be
put Jordan in left.
That might be the final thing. If they don't believe he can be a guy who can hold up running for 9 innings, maybe he's just a guy who takes his sacks.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's not how he comes back. But you do have to stay off of it, I guess. That this could be aggravating, up and hitting and trying to run to first base. And would you take an 80% Kyle Tucker at DH over, waiting for him to be 100% and play right field?
If they don't believe that it would adversely affect him going forward, it just will hamper the healing process. They're desperate, and the attitude is they're all in. Get Kyle Tucker back as a DH and go from there. I can't speak to what it would mean if he's taking his 4 cuts, or at least his 4 at bats every day. What does it mean for the leg in the future? But if there's no harm done, I'll take 80% Kyle Tucker. Get that bat back in the lineup.
Yeah, me too. I'd rather go. Come on in. Jordan will play left every day. Put whomever in right, and let's go. Let's have Kyle Tucker's bat in the lineup. Man, he was so good.
I'm waiting for that bloody shin moment. I need a bloody shin moment from Kyle Tucker.
Oh my God, that would be so sweet. All right. That would be totally sweet. He's giving it all up for the team. And there's so many people bad people on Twitch that are dropping the ugly words on him. Listen, he's injured, okay? Kyle Tucker would be back if he could be. He was having an MVP-type season. I mean, that's over, obviously. But that dude, he wants to play. There's no question. I don't doubt his toughness. It's just it's a bad injury, and hopefully he's going to be back, and hopefully he's going to help this team and the greatest Astros season ever. That's what's going to happen. That's what I'm hoping for. That's my life right now. And you know what else is my life? I love.
Did we lose John? That signal, his connection was a little faulty at the very end. We'll get John back. He had a live to do. We'll try to get John back during the break. Or, in bad news for Twitch, it's going to be 2 hours and 45 minutes of mopes. And then Mates will join me at 10. So we'll try to get John back. We'll go to break here. We'll be back.
And go now to Louisiana's largest sports book, 12,000 square feet, premier sports betting at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. The DraftKings Sportsbook, if you've never been there, it is awesome. Listen, how about this? Your fantasy draft is coming up. Get your guys all to go to this weekend or next weekend to the Golden Nugget and do it at the Cabana. They can do it at the Cabana. They can do it inside the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's perfect. They're gonna set you up with a giant screen television, and you guys can have a huge weekend. And this is the best way to do a fantasy draft. Are you kidding me? A weekend at the Golden Nugget, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road? Get your guys together and let's do it. You got the Blue Martini there, which is a fabulous nightclub. You got 12 different restaurants there. You've got the pool there. You've got a golf course there. You've got poker. And, of course, the casino that's a Las Vegas casino. It's Las Vegas just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. To me, it's perfect. Plus, you got all the shows that they've got as well. Go to goldennuggetlc.com to see all the different shows and everything going on and make your reservations now. goldennuggetlc.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, Del, I mentioned a little while ago the Freaks list. The Freaks list. Nick Harbor, the South Carolina wide receiver. He's the first back-to-back number one player. Did he have himself, did he have a big year last year?
He didn't. He is not a natural wide receiver. He played multiple positions in high school. He's one of those guys who, supremely talented, could probably just go do track and be great in that. But he wants to play football. There's some thought he would be a defensive end. He's gonna be a wide receiver again. He's just not refined as a wide receiver. He's a guy who can run by you pretty easily if you try to press him. But a route tree, I don't know if Nick Harbor has that in him right now. That's going to be a guy who has to find his way into a real position, and Carolina's going to try him at wide receiver and see how it goes. So how
about this? To play football, he's competing in NCAA track meets against athletes who are 60 and 70 pounds lighter than he is. He ran a 10-100 and a 22-200 for the Gamecocks track team. Second team All-America honors. He only caught 12 passes last year, 195 yards and a touchdown. If he can get it down and be, how good would this guy be?
Well,
I think you take a flyer on him, even if he doesn't have a big year anyway this year. I think he could be like a Willie Gault kind of guy.
And his track aspirations hamper his ability to refine himself as a football player because he's with the track team during the summer. And so he misses out on things that a normal or regular one-sport athlete would get to do and focus on your craft. So he's probably a jack of two trades and maybe a master of one right now. He's a great track athlete, still trying to figure out what he can be. Yeah, he plays at 6'5", 242 pounds. There's not a lot of track athletes of that size, but he wants to. I don't know why he has to be 242 pounds to play wide receiver, but maybe that's just closer to his natural weight. Could probably drop some pounds, I would guess. But like I said, there's some thought he might be a tight end or a D end coming into school. He's one of those guys who we might be having this conversation about for a couple years because of the two-sport part of his deal.
Well, there is one guy on this list. I'm looking through the whole list. There's There's a quarterback from Michigan, but I don't know that he's not going to play. Alex Orji.
Well, that's the guy who's going to play.
He's going to be their guy.
Yes.
6'3", 238 pounds, and
he's from Texas.
He can apparently go. He's a broad jumper. He's 406 agility shuttle. He can go. We'll see whether or not he can play quarterback at that level, and we'll find out whether or not, maybe, they get athletes, but I think all this crap's around in Michigan. They've got another guy that's on this list. As a matter of fact, the third overall guy that they say, Michigan, Kenneth Grant, their defensive tackle, is another freak.
He's a guy who is going to be a first-round pick. He's really good. And they also have their tight end. I think it's Loveland, who's a really good player too.
Yeah.
So they have recruited well. They do have talent, but the bulk of that championship team is in the pros.
Yep. And we'll see what the loss of Harbaugh means for Michigan as well. I ain't betting on them. I can tell you that. That ain't gonna be me. I ain't putting my money on that Michigan team. No chance. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like to get in here, we talked a while ago about Quincy Hall and the comeback. If you haven't seen it, what he did yesterday was one of the great comebacks I've ever seen in sports. I mean, he came from fourth place and took over that race and won it with just by centimeters, but winning the 400-meter run and getting the gold medal, just fantastic. Just that if you haven't seen it yet, just get on. You can see it anywhere, and take a look at it because that was just excellent. Today we got the 200, the 200-meter final. We'll see if Noah Lyles can win the 100 and the 200. Hasn't been done in 20 years by an American.
Well, we weren't winning the 100, so very difficult to win both. The 100 is something most people think isn't his best event, and the 200 is the one people would consider him the favorite in. So we see if he can do it, the double. Right now, the U.S. women's volleyball team is playing Brazil in the first set as they try to get to the gold medal match. So the U.S. men yesterday lost to Poland in the semifinals. In a resurgence for that program. I think they were 2-3 in their last Olympics. Obviously didn't medal. Now they have a chance to go win the bronze. But they lost to Poland yesterday. Had a chance. Kind of blew a 2-1 lead to drop that one. 2 sets to 1. So the U.S. women early in their match against Brazil. First set, tight one, 21-20 right now.
Come on, U.S. Stop sucking.
Oh, by the way, we're not going to win a medal in beach volleyball. But Chase's team, his partner, they lost in the round of 16 on Monday. But the men's and the women's side both won't have a chance to medal.
Wow.
What happened to the country I love?
What's that? This is I'm a defect.
To where, Brazil?
Serbia, if they beat the U.S. today.
In men's basketball?
In men's basketball.
You want to go to Serbia? That's where you want to defect to?
Well, it looks like they're having fun. They got horses there.
We have horses here.
I don't know.
In solidarity.
It just seems like Jokic is having himself a good time. That's all.
In protest of the U.S. women lose to Brazil, I think I'm going to defect to Brazil.
Good place to defect.
It's better than Serbia, I think.
Do you get the women's volleyball team?
No, I don't.
Brazilian volleyball team?
No, it's not prima nocta. I don't defect and then get them. No, it isn't Braveheart. No, I just want to. I would go there in protest. I'm not leaving America for politics. I'm leaving America because the women's volleyball team lost.
The Brazilian volleyball team.
Yeah,
that's
I want to be around.
leave.
I want to be around champions.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good reason to leave the Brazilian volleyball team. That's not bad, Del. Go for it. Go for it. So we've had some different fights going on too at camps of late. Apparently, Seattle was getting chippy
with themselves.
Yeah, with Trey Brown and DK Metcalf took off his helmet and he's swinging.
Did you see the foot? Because it's that time of the year, networks are going to camps. We know the Texans, when they spent their time in Ohio, a lot of media members were there. We played sound with Kay Adams there. Brian Baldinger was there with NFL Network. Well, the NFL Network was at the Seattle camp doing a recap of what's going on. And in the middle of the recap, you see DJ Metcalf swinging his helmet and making contact with his teammate so much it was loud enough that I think Michael Robinson turned around because he heard it during a live shot. It was like, what is that? Mm-hmm. So it got picked up on camera, and it's funny. Mike McDonald we talked a lot about Michigan, their former DC, but formerly of the Baltimore Ravens last year. He said DJ gave a great message after the fight. Like, I don't know, I play football at the high school level, much different. But if you just hit me in the head with your helmet or another helmet, I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear your message after practice if you swung a helmet and hit me in mine. I'm going to need a cooling off period. You can't lead the talk. You ripped off a helmet, hit me with it. You can't lead this talk.
Well, what did you do, though? What did Trey Brown do?
Probably regular football stuff.
You don't know?
What do you think he did to deserve that?
What if he grabbed him somewhere or something?
Well,
okay.
If I hear that, then we can have a different conversation. But if it's just simply scrapping because it's football and we're talking trash, you can't lead the after practice talk. I ain't listening to you.
Well, he missed Brown and hit Kayvon Wallace.
Yeah, so he hit another DB in the head when
He
he was
hit
swinging
another-
for Brown. So he was off target with his helmet swing.
Apparently, who were the Lions practicing against?
The Giants.
The Giants. They had a bunch of fights. They're getting fined.
Well, Malik Neighbors, well, he didn't just want to dominate the Lions on the field. He wanted to start something as he was going back to the huddle. He hit Kirby Joseph in the head like a couple slaps, and then Kirby Joseph said, I know you're wearing a helmet and a guardian cap, but I'm going to throw a couple punches at you. I know these will have no effect, but I'm still going to swing on you.
Good on him. Okay? Good on him. Are you okay? Watch this. You gonna do some stuff, Malik? Catch this. Okay? You want to catch hands? Here we go.
I don't know a lot about training camp practices, but Malik Neighbors as a player has gotten the best reviews I've ever seen from a rookie wide receiver. They are talking about him like he is the next great one. Now it's based off of camps, but still all positives except for, starting fights.
Except for that.
They had his stats on targets like 18 of 20, catching touchdown passes in both joint practices, just lighting up the Lions. Look, I know we talked about Harbaugh earlier. I know Harbaugh has a way of doing things. He loves an offensive lineman, but touchdown makers are a big deal. And if Malik Neighbors is going to be a touchdown maker, I don't care how good Joe Alt is. You don't pass up on a big-time wide receiver if he's going to be that. It's yet to be seen.
Yeah, and especially when you needed a wide receiver the way you did.
Yeah.
Right?
They needed one. They decided to go the route of, well, what we expected. Go get yourself a giant tackle.
That's the way Jim Harbaugh does things, though. I mean, he's going to make sure that offensive line is solid first. That's priority one. You can find, you know what? There will be wide receiver playmakers out there next year. But if Malik Collins is a different, if he's a difference maker, that is, we'll see if Joe Alt better play well. That's for sure. He better play well. We got to break it. We got one segment to go, and then News of the Weird coming your way. I've got Chastang Ford. I've got all kinds of. Allie sent me yesterday. They got special lease offers right now. Exclusive deals like $299 a month for the Bronco Sport and 0 down payment options for the Explorer and F-150. Let me say that again. $299 for the Bronco Sport, 0 down payment options for the Explorer and F-150 Lightning. These are great deals. No hidden fees. The transparent at Chastang Ford. Online price is the exact price customers pay. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees. They're not doing that. It's easy to get to, just 10 minutes from downtown. The customer satisfaction, go look at the Google review ratings. It's a testament to what their commitment to transparency and customer service. Complimentary maintenance, you got added value of complimentary maintenance through Ford Pass rewards for new vehicle purchases and leases. And cash promotions. They got $4,500 summer cash available on models like the F-150 and Expedition, making them more accessible for family adventures and summer travel. This is going on every day at Chastang Ford. It's nonstop what they could do for you. They still right now, to this day, they still have 2023s on the lot that they're giving $12,000 off on. Just get there. Take advantage of Chastang Ford this summer. They're getting these cars off the lot. You're the one that's taking advantage of it. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Anything we missed today? No, you're going to have on your little show that we didn't talk about here?
Well, you mentioned, was it yesterday, an attractive pole vaulter, the blonde girl athlete who was dismissed from the Olympics for inappropriate behavior. Well, we had a pole vaulter win a medal yesterday and then twerk in celebration.
I saw that.
Alicia Newman is her name. She is a Canadian. She's had some injury issues, and that's why she said she did it. Because she faked an injury after hitting the bronze medal winning vault or pole vault, and then pulled out of that fake injury and did a little twerk. She's not the first person to do that. I saw a women's soccer player do this a couple years ago where she scored, ran away, hamstring, and then twerked. Said, "I got you guys." So Alicia Newman did it too. And for the La Salsas of the world out there, she is also an OnlyFans model. So La Salsa, you can find her. Know that she's the first Canadian woman to ever win a medal in that event. And she has an OnlyFans you can sign up for.
Is she the first OnlyFans model to medal?
I don't know that. That would probably be a question that needs to get answered for us. I'm not sure regular media cares about it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be either.
I don't even really know of only.
That would have been a story if somebody had medaled, right?
Yeah, I don't even really know of OnlyFans models who are also Olympians at the same time. How often that has happened?
Well, we've got a guy who's an OnlyFans model, who's a rower. He got himself.
Did he get a medal?
he was able to compete. I don't know that he got a medal, but he was able to compete at the games because of he needed the money and he got it through OnlyFans.
Okay, but she is a former University of Miami athlete. She also, well, this is a relationship that in well. She dated former Kane and Pittsburgh Steeler Anthony Chickalo. Well, of course, they met on campus. If you look into that story, it's not a great story. Didn't end well, but she does win a bronze, and then she twerked to celebrate.
Good for her. I mean, there's not enough twerking going on at the Olympics. Do you think we'll ever have a twerk competition for medal?
Sean and I talked about what we would remove now that flag football is going to be in the Olympics in 2028. What event would you remove to get twerking into the Olympics?
I would
If you had
probably
to.
men's basketball.
What?
Yeah.
You're taking one of the
It's
glamour
boring.
events out for.
It's
Not for
boring.
the rest. The rest of the world cares quite. Look, it's boring to us because we expect to win. A lot of the rest of the world cares about medaling in the event. We expect to.
It's just it's
What
not,
about-
it's not even competitive.
What about speed mountain climbing? I mean, not mountain
that's-
climbing, wall climbing.
Wall climbing?
Yeah.
Did you see how fast that girl is?
Yeah.
Did you see her?
Yes. That's why I
looked
brought
like
it up.
It looked like they were pulling her up. I mean, she flew up that wall. No, you don't want to get rid of that. Are you kidding me?
Table tennis.
Table tennis is sweet now.
So you're leaning into men's basketball.
Men's basketball.
Women's basketball is less competitive. Why won't you get rid of women's basketball?
59 in a row now. 59
If
in
we're
a
talking
row.
about lack of interest as far as competitiveness, women's basketball is the way to go, but you won't do that. You're an ally.
I am an ally. No, let's get rid of the men's. I'm all about DEI.
Yes,
Okay.
when I think about DEI, I think of John Granato.
That's me.
And particularly in support of DEI.
That's right. No, I think it's so important right now that we.
Where would you rank it on topics that matter
Who
to you?
cares how good you are at what you do?
Where would you rank it on things that matter to you?
What?
DEI.
DEI, number one.
Oh, okay. More than golf?
More than golf, more than family, more than
country, more than
country.
God, more than football.
Yes, all of those things.
All the things that Southerners care about, you rank DEI above it.
DEI.
Okay.
Number one. Okay.
Glad to know this. That's L.A. Johnny for you. The man has changed.
It is. That's me. I'm going to play. I'm going to go play today.
That's
So
surprising.
I might care a little bit more about golf.
Where are you playing today?
Actually, I'm playing a public course. I'm going to see how it is. I live close to Griffith Park, and I want to see how the golf is there. And, I went to a beautiful golf course yesterday. Lakeside here. It's a private course, and
That's
hard. It takes a year to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a process.
Are you going to feel a little grimy and dirty playing on the public course?
No. I'm going to feel just fine. I play a lot of public courses. I feel just fine.
Huh.
Pebble's a public course, just so you know.
It's a little different, though.
It is a little
Just a
bit.
bit. A little
Just
bit.
A little bit? No. Well, the difference in price, $600 versus $30.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm sure you can feel the price when you're out there playing. You notice it. The
Well,
$570
yeah, there's a reason
difference.
that one's is $570 more. Right. There's a reason. And I'm telling you, it's so nice when you got at a beautiful course. Like yesterday, I drove around Lakeside. I didn't even play it. It was just so beautiful. I mean, there's nothing like it, though. Me and you should go driving golf courses someday.
I'm not driving golf courses. I like driving around and seeing things. Like last time I was in California, I drove just to see some campuses I'd never been on before. USD, San Diego State, USC, UCLA, all the ones that I hadn't been on either in a while or ever. But I'm not doing that for golf courses.
You went and looked at buildings.
No,
Okay.
I checked out the facilities, the facilities, the basketball facilities, and just campuses I had never been on. So in other words, instead of buildings or facilities, I'm checking out grass and trees that have been ruined by golf.
Yeah, no, perfect. That are perfect. It's unbelievable how maintained they are, the precision and excellence. I'm telling you, there's nothing better than a golf course. Every time I pass one, I wish I was playing.
I don't know. Kikuchi's better than golf.
Well, the way he's pitching right now, he's right up there. That's for sure. You like Kikuchi more, or go and visit campuses?
I like Kikuchi more.
You like Kikuchi
It's
more?
a much better time.
Yes, watching Kikuchi is
Oh,
excellent.
stop shortening it. There's no need for that.
Okay.
You don't have to shorten it to Kikuchi. It's Kikuchi. It's already just one name.
I'm just telling you. I'm a big fan. But, yeah, I'm with you. Kikuchi's better. It's better.
It's a better experience.
It absolutely
Even
is.
if it's only once a week.
Right, once every 5 days.
Yeah.
Well, now it's going to be 6 because I got a day off today.
Yeah,
I'm going to hate, after the high of winning the
the
silver boot to have a day off now, it sucks.
How you gonna fill your time?
Bring on the Red Sox right away. Let's go. You
gotta. It's a slow climb back up to the emotion because the silver boot was such a high. Now you're going to Fenway. How are you going to get back up? How the Astros are going to recover? That's what actually they need this day off. It's an emotional drain to win that series, and now they have a day off to recalibrate and build back up to play the Red Sox. I didn't want them coming off a big series going right back into another game. They may not have been able to reach the emotional highs they needed to beat the Red Sox. So good scheduling to realize we have the silver boot deciding series. Give those guys a day off, and they can get back at it tomorrow. I thank you, Rob Manfred.
Yep. No, that's right. It's true. They need a break after one of the biggest series of the organization's history. So, congratulations. Silver boot back 8 straight years. Man, we are dominant. We are dominant in the greatest season in Astros history. Okay? You can't have the greatest season in Astros history without the silver boot, and we got it. We destroyed them. Time to break here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. News of the Weird coming your way next right here. Don't you go anywhere. Right now, I'm talking about Doc Linville, talking about my hair. It's different here. It's drier here. So, I mean, you're going to get in a little windy here, whatnot. So your hair comes out a little bit different. But it's just, when you got Doc Linville, it just comes out, okay? It's just better. It's just so much better than not having hair. You're young. You're too young. I don't know how old you are. I'm older, and I still did it. And because I wanted to have hair. I was sick of having, the big bald spot and all this mange throughout my head. Doc filled it in wonderfully. I can't tell you how many times since I've done it that I've gotten compliments on how my hair looks, and I never got that before. Never. So here's the deal. People won't know. It's not like the doll hair thing. It's just not. It's just so much better. If you're somebody who's balding, you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, and you're balding, and you just hate it, stop. You don't have to. The process is so easy. It's so simple to get this done. I'm telling you, the neo-grafting, it's basically painless, but you got a 3-day anesthetic anyway. Do it on a Friday. You're back at work on Monday. Fred did it, and he was back at work that same day. Okay, so that'll tell you how easy it is. It's the perfect way to move that hair from the side and the back up to the top of your head. Let's go. Stop being bald already. You don't have to be. 975hair.com, 975hair.com. So, do you want to go to the bathroom in San Antonio, Del?
Is there a reason why I shouldn't?
Well, a San Antonio man was arrested after he was accused of planting multiple explosives under toilets in public restrooms,
And the answer is
resulting in several people being injured.
I don't want to go to the bathroom in San Antonio then.
Authorities reported one woman was injured by the incident, but she left before the report could be made. He went to the bathroom. There's video of him going to the bathroom. The next person that went in, the toilet exploded. What?
Well, that's happened in different ways to public restrooms.
Yeah, no, right. So instead of you exploding it,
I've never done that.
It exploded on you.
I've never had either of those experiences happen. I've never exploded a bathroom, but I have walked into.
You never blew up a bathroom?
No,
That's a lie.
No, not a public one because I don't. I do that for home games. I don't do that for road games. But I have walked into bathrooms where I'm like, I wish it was exploded because then I wouldn't have to deal with the smell.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know when somebody's this is really blowing up a bathroom though. Really, not like figuratively.
I would stay out of San Antonio. At least stay out of the restrooms.
Yeah, there's no reason to go to San Antonio. Their bathrooms blow up. New York City, a new study has found New York City subway riders are breathing in hazardous air. Oh, like we needed a study for that. What?
I think we spend a lot of money or waste a lot of money on studies. I need to go to a subway to realize it's not the best air quality, or I need a study for that. I know it's part of the deal when you get into a subway. It ain't gonna be great for you for multiple reasons. You got let's say the mentally unwell doing things to themselves on the subway. You got the smell of it. You've got people impromptu TikToks that you don't want to be a part of. The subway, great mode of transportation without the people on it.
A Russian chess player was suspended after allegedly poisoning her rival. This is like Tanya Harding thing?
It's a Russian thing. She learned it's from the top down.
I mean,
what does Putin do to his rivals?
He poisons them.
He set an example for the whole country.
That's what happens when you're at the top. This is the example that you set.
And the next person's gonna fall out of a window.
I mean,
her next rival.
This is like Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan.
Yeah, it doesn't involve an American, so it's not gonna get the type of pub. But poisoning is a step beyond. What's crazier, hiring a hitman to injure your rival or poisoning her yourself?
Poisoning her yourself because you're putting the risk. I mean, Tanya Harding might never have been caught if it wasn't for, Galuli being such a douchebag and a terrible person.
Sure.
I mean, and, you're not doing it yourself. She just went and said, nah, here's
Can
some
you
poison.
imagine Suni Lee hiring someone she knows to hit Simone Biles in the ankle? Think of how it's been 30 years ago now, but think of how crazy that was. Make the comp today. Our biggest champion and her rival decides, I'm going to hire someone I know in town,
Katie Ledecky,
to take her out. I don't know any other swimmers, so I don't know who would go after Katie Ledecky, but I just use the gymnastics team. Suni Lee, because she wants Simone Biles out of the way, hire someone to hit her with a crowbar.
Perfect.
Awful.
I mean, that's perfect. No, if you can't beat them, just you hire a hitman.
I would have asked that she not do that. And she did, thankfully.
A Pennsylvania Supreme Court agrees to review a suicide ruling in the case of a woman with 20 stab wounds. Do you feel like maybe there could have been some foul play?
Yeah, do you stab yourself 20 times?
20 times.
That's a bad way to go if you're doing it to yourself. There are much easier ways. And would you even be able to follow through? Who's doing this investigation? Who would even follow through with stabbing themselves 20 times to make sure they got the job done? At some point, you're not going to get to 15.
Yeah.
Clearly, it's a murder.
Another new study finds that watching just 8 minutes of TikTok can have immediate negative consequences.
I believe it.
That's not odd.
No,
that's true.
That's not surprising.
Yes, that's not surprising at all. At all. That just 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Well, think of how many videos that is. TikTok, for the most
Oh,
part,
that's true.
You're in the 10 to 15-second range for those videos. That's a lot of videos to watch in an
8
8-minute
times
span.
4, 32. That's 30 videos you're watching. Yes, you can have absolutely have a negative effect. An Australian Olympian was busted for buying cocaine from a street dealer after elimination from the Paris Games. If you lose out on a medal, you spent all that time, shouldn't you be able to do a little blow?
Just don't get caught. I'm not saying don't do it, but don't get caught.
I mean, you're going to get arrested for that? Come on, dude. I spent the last 4 years training for this, and I didn't even medal. I'm going back. Everybody in my country's disappointed in me.
And you had to stay clean to avoid testing for.
Yeah.
So it's back to getting back on the horse and start doing coke again.
Wait. So they test for coke, but they don't test whether or not you're a man?
No,
or a woman?
Testosterone, not whether you're a man or a woman.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Just wondering why. They don't test your testosterone, but they test your cocaine. Okay. Stop already. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Austin, you're doing a great job. You are. You really are. You're a great producer. I wish we had more like you.
We could do that. I can work the 2 hours. I don't mind it. From 10 to 12. Let's make that happen. Don't threaten me with a good time.
I didn't say. All I said was I wish we had more. I'm talking about the afternoon.
The problem for you is
I'm talking about the afternoon.
When you're trying to make me feel bad, I would lean into all of it. Please do. Make that move. Let Austin produce that show.
No, you love getting up in the morning and being part of our show.
I do not.
How much would you miss it not seeing us every day?
I don't see you now. I don't have the YouTube pulled up because I don't want to see you.
This is
my
great.
dream.
Lance
saying
is
here
in
and
and
I can't see you. If I could remove your voice from my head, it'd be perfect.
Can't see me or Lance. How perfect is this week for you?
Been
All
great.
right, we're done. Appreciate you listening and participating. Y'all were excited about the silver boot. Dell poo-pooed it, but everybody knows it's one of the biggest events of the year right here in the city of Houston, winning that silver boot 8 straight times. Congratulations to our team. And, if they weren't on the road, we might have had a parade here. But how are we going to have a parade when they're on the road?
How come they couldn't fly back? This is an off day. Fly into town for a parade, then go to Boston.
Well, that's what should have been done. That's on Whitmire, okay? That's on our politicians.
Another mistake by Whitmire.
That's right. Nice job, Whitmire. Time to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Look, you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for a great place to play this football season. With all of the different bets, and they kind of deal. You love to bet parlays, and you know what? Bookies love when you bet parlays because it's a bad bet. But here's with MyBookie, they got a way for you to get out of the last leg of the bet. If you want out, they're going to let you out. How about that? No bookie does this. No bookie gives you money just for signing up, and which is what they do. They're gonna give you a bonus that you have to play, okay? But there's an easy cash out system as well. They've got so many different ways for you to win and have a great football season this year. Football's almost here. You want to bet on the totals? You want to bet on how many games your team's going to win? MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
It's a big win for this show today, Sean. Yeah, we'll get to the Silver Boot. Astros win. Yeah. They beat the Rangers. Cool. Understood. Very exciting to win another trophy. Love putting a trophy or keeping a trophy in the trophy case. So it's a title update day, Sean. A patch for our favorite topic, EA College Football. We've got new uniforms in the game. They're eliminating some of the cheese from players online, although I don't play online. It's a giant day in the show's history. How will we
taken today off?
I know. If they would have told me yesterday or at least a week ago, I would have taken today off to celebrate.
Anything to take a day off to play that game. No, yeah. All right, cool.
So
Can't
if you don't like spin moves taking you from the 20 to the 25, that's out. No more jet passes aren't as effective anymore.
I can adjust. I've already adjusted
to the jet pass.
Yeah. RPO merchant right here.
Yeah, and that Mickey Mouse pop gun offense you like to run.
I am the most Mickey Mouse.
Hey, pick up those easy yards. Love those free access yards, right?
Giving it to you.
Yeah,
Take 'em.
I can take them. If you can't stop it, I'm going to keep running it. So that's for the show. That's the selfishness of this show. We start off with what affects us directly. And we know some of you guys play. And once Joe George decides to buy a system, a console, he can get in on this too. He can start Gallant George with that topic too. once he gets into the joy of playing for hours after hours and building up a dynasty, which that also has been fixed too, Sean. So you'll take note of that when you start your next dynasty. The logic has been fixed. So no more 5-7 Georgia in the playoff.
Oh, I was fine with that. It seems realistic.
Yeah, I'm sure the committee would put a 5-7 Georgia team if they could find a way.
There's a year where like 7-5 Texas was like number 6. I was like, hell yeah.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
The brand.
Keep it up.
The brand exceeds everything else. But beyond what we care about most, a virtual football game, the Astros. They take the series. Kikuchi out there again, just balling. Didn't get a quality start, but you'll take that from him. And he has been really good in his first two outings with the Astros. Couldn't really expect anything more from him. He got out of an early jam. I think the Rangers had a runner on third with no outs, and they didn't score. And after that, pretty much nails until the 6th inning where he had some trouble. And the Astros, I wouldn't say cruise because Ryan Presley pitched, so it's never a real cruise when he's out there making it a tighter ball game than you would like. But you win. You get contributions throughout the lineup. Pena and Myers didn't have great days, but everyone else contributed. Jordan with another home run. And because the Mariners are who they are, they lose the first 2 games of their series to the Tigers. So now you're back in first place after being a game and a half back after the opener where you blow a game that you should have won. You're back in first place.
Where the Astros belong.
I mean, yeah, they haven't spent that many days in first place this year, or even last year, to be honest.
Yeah, it's where they belong.
But that's where they belong. And they're back. They have the day off to go to Boston to see the Red Sox. The level of competition does take a step up over the course of the next 7 to 10 days. We'll see how they respond to that. But you'll take what you got. I'm not as effusive in the praise of the Astros as John was to start the show beyond winning the Silver Boot. I don't know what it means other than you won a game. String 7 to 10 days through about 7 or 8 days of this, and then we can have a talk about maybe they're back to where they were when they're running down the the Mariners, as opposed to what it's been over the last 3 weeks or so. Pretty middling baseball, but you win series. That's how you gain ground and maybe eventually separate from the Mariners. So you'll take it and you move on. You got out of there with what you needed. You bounced back from an awful start to the series, and your pitching continues to be a saving grace. You finally scored more than 4 runs yesterday, and you needed them, considering Presley's late game shenanigans. But your starters have been pretty much nails. We have an update on Verlander. We have an update on Tucker. Well, more so on an article on Tucker. Chandler Roma of The Athletic talked to 3 doctors, none of them who actually have done anything with Kyle Tucker because the Astros don't make their doctors and trainers available to the media. So Chandler Rome had to go do some digging and find some doctors who would have some knowledge about Tucker's injury. And it was all pretty much, these injuries are inconsistent. You never know. Everybody reacts differently. So what you think could be a 2-week injury or a week injury can be a 3-month injury. And he's been out for 65 days. We have an official number. No one was interested in doing all the math. It was just, hey, he's been out a long time. Chandler Rome has done the math. And as of the publishing of the article, it's been 65 days since Kyle Tucker's been out. And it's felt that way on offense recently. They've been good without Kyle Tucker. Been one of the best teams in baseball without him over this span of 65 days. But it feels like a slog the last couple weeks on offense, and you'd love to have him back.
Yeah, I was gonna say the last 20 or so have been pretty tough.
Yeah, it's been a slog. He's in the mode where he can get a light jog in.
Sick.
So John asked this question to me, and I'll ask it of you. With the caveat that he won't exacerbate the injury and it won't make it a longer-term issue. If you could only have Kyle Tucker at 80%, and it's strictly a DH, or you wait, because let's say we put him at a return August 25th, and you get him back at 80%, but he can only DH because he's still not at a point where he can play the outfield, or you wait 2 more weeks because that's the difference between him being a full go in the outfield. What are you doing?
So the 25th.
25th
DH
or September 7th.
And he won't exacerbate it being a DH?
Correct. Those 2 weeks, but he'll never be able to play the outfield the rest of the way. He's 80% playing on it every day. He won't heal or get stronger, but he can tough it out. And if they make the postseason, tough it out in the postseason too as a DH.
That is tough because now you're putting Jordan in left every day.
Yeah.
And Jordan in left yesterday afternoon. Didn't go so well.
Not great.
Didn't go so well. We're due for one of those, I feel like. So yeah, I guess you just wait it out.
As long as you're in whether you're slightly ahead or in striking distance, I would love to have 100% Kyle Tucker where he can go back in the right field. It's just a question of whether 100% Kyle Tucker can exist this year.
Yeah, I mean, you can stick around in the division without him. They actually came back in the division without him. It's just, it's in the playoffs really that you kind of need full force everybody, but especially Tucker, and in the field. That way Jordan can play DH, and yeah. So I think because the Astros can't stick around, and so this is more of a Mariners and Rangers thing of they're not good enough to play over 500 baseball, or at least they haven't the first 115 games of the season. They haven't been good enough to actually run away with this thing, where if any of these 3 teams were as good as they were last year or as good as they thought they would be coming into the year, that one of these teams would already be up by 7 or 8 games in this division. But since no one has, I think the Astros can still play this game for a little bit longer with the eye on the ultimate prize, which is a World Series run.
Oh, it's not winning the Silver Boot? Because
they already finished that.
That was not the ultimate prize, just simply one of the prizes.
Yeah, and they already got the prize.
For the 8th consecutive year.
New ultimate prize.
The division.
Some more silverware.
The division, then the ALCS.
Hardware.
And then the World Series.
Yes.
We're taking it a step at a time. I think I gave you these quotes yesterday, but back to Kyle Tucker. This is what Dana Brown said yesterday. We should get him back sometime this month. He's pretty much pain-free and making great progress. He had good activity yesterday in Houston. Now, that would be 2 days ago. There's a chance he could be back in the big leagues this month. We need him bad. The only thing I take from that is the final sentence. Yes, you need him bad. That's the only fact in there. They need him bad. The other stuff, when he's in a uniform and not doing live BP, like they make their pitchers wear full uniforms. When he's in a uniform, ready to go in the lineup, cool. But all the he should be back, he could be back, he's making progress. He's still at light jog mode.
I have some thoughts on pretty much pain-free.
That means there's still pain.
Yes, I would like. It's always easy for you to call someone else basically pain free. Ask the person that's
Make Kyle Tucker available.
Yeah.
He can talk about is he
almost
pain free?
pain-free?
Yeah.
Does
What
he
does that
think
mean?
he's
What does
almost
almost pain free mean? He's a day away from waking up with no pain.
Yeah, or it just hurts a little bit all the time,
Yes.
or it only hurts
When he does
or it really hurts a lot
and then it goes
only
away.
a little bit at the time.
Yes, it really hurts a lot when he does baseball stuff.
Yeah,
which would be a problem.
After he's done light jogging, it hurts.
It hurts, and then he has to recover. So that's where we are with Kyle Tucker. We're waiting and seeing. Talked about it yesterday. Verlander on the verge of going into his rehab assignment. Looks to be closer. We'll just have to see how he responds when he's down in Sugarland. We'll hear some sound from one Zach DeCenzo. His second Major League appearance, much better than the first. His second game, much better than the first. We'll hear from him. His family was in the crowd, and it was a much better time for the Space City Home Network crew than it was when Blair Henley was making his debut, and that was like a disaster class of having the family on screen. Julio Morales went up there and talked to DeCenzo's family while he was having a good day. That was cool. Flashing to Blair Henley's family and watching them take every pitch in, and it'd be so painful, and then eventually he gets an out. We're like, yay, and then they eventually pull him out of the game. Different story. This one went better, but we won't hear from the family. We will hear from DeCenzo when we come back. Nice outing by the kid, bouncing back from his tough Major League debut. We'll hear from him. There's a lot of Texan sound to get to because the tour for them, at least the tour of the media following the Texans, continues. It was Kay Adams' day yesterday. She spoke to a lot of Texans, whether it be Daniil Hunter or Nico Collins. She also spoke to D'Amico about several things. And then we're going to hear from Stephon Diggs' former quarterback. Does he miss Stephon Diggs? What a question to ask. Some Buffalo media member was like, hey, you miss him? Josh Allen gave a very football answer and a man answer. He would not say he missed him. You can't say that. But he spoke highly of Stephon Diggs, so we'll get to that during the show as well. I'll ask Sean how he would celebrate a bronze medal because one Olympian, I imagine Sean wouldn't do it the way she did it. But she celebrated a bronze medal in a very unique way for the Olympics, so we'll talk about that. And we've got wide receiver news. DK Metcalf is starting fights and delivering messages. Brandon Ayuk, we know the asking price from the 49ers. Looks like this is why that trade isn't happening, or at least hasn't happened yet. The asking price may be a bit too high. So we've got a lot of stuff to get to, and a big injury for the Texas Longhorns. How does Sean feel about losing his star back? A lot to get to today. We're just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I have Zach with me, who's got to be feeling good, some relief. I don't know. You tell me after getting your first hit and, of course, being a part of this win.
Yeah, a lot of relief. Man, I'm breathing. I'm playing the game, having fun out here. I'm having a blast. It's truly a blessing. One of the coolest experiences in my life. So.
Take me through that first hit, the first at bat, and the feeling that you had once you got to second.
Yeah, I knew I kind of got it off the end a little bit, so I wasn't sure if it was going to hang up for him to catch. Touched some grass, and I pulled into second. Man, it was one of the best feelings ever, so it was pretty cool.
You did get a chance to talk to your parents. Do you think, how do you feel like they are right now, and how have they supported you the last couple of days?
I think after the game last night, going over, they're breathing a little bit too with me, so I think they're just super thrilled for me, obviously very proud. This is just a super cool experience that I get to share and have them here to watch it and witness it. So.
I know there's a lot going on with you, but with this team right now and how important these games are, how does it feel to be a part of such a significant win for you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that I could produce a little bit today and be a part of a win. Good 2 wins the last 2 days and carrying it on the road to Boston with a little bit of momentum, so it's pretty exciting.
Astros at 59-55. That was Zach DeCinzo. Just a shot in the dark for the club. It was kind of alluded to when he was brought up. They need some pop. We heard, or at least I read the quotes from Dana Brown in the first segment about they need Kyle Tucker bad. They're looking for answers anywhere. You could say from 6 through 9, that from night to night can be a nothing, sometimes an offer. That wasn't the case yesterday. You got contributions from Caratini, DeCinzo, and Dubon. Jake Myers had a rough afternoon. He went 0 for 5, but he was pretty good and big yesterday. Tuesday. And Jeremy Pena was 0 for 4 as well. He contributed on Tuesday too. So you got pretty much what you would call a team win. You had some bobbles. Taylor Scott came in, couldn't bail out Kikuchi after the 5 and a 30 pitch, and then the Presley inning with the 3 hits, the earned run, and in danger of giving up more till he got out of it. But 6-4 is the win. They're 59-55. Half game up on the Mariners. They lost last night to the Tigers at home.
Did you see the catch that basically?
Yes, I did. Cal Rowley was at the plate.
Yeah, and
it was 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th.
Meadows went back and over the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the score line would say, oh, they got blown out, but the Tigers tacked on runs in the top of the 9th after surviving that attempt at a home run. Would have made it 4-3, and we would have seen how the game would have changed. Yeah, so the Astros got some help. They took care of their own business, and the Tigers went out there with help from a great catch, changed the complexion of that game last night. And you take back the division lead, and you have a day off. I think the Mariners play today, so you could be tied by the time you step out on the field against Boston. I don't know how the percentage points will work out because the Mariners will have played 2 more games. I think the Astros would still have the lead if that comforts you on August 8th, as opposed to the end of the season having a percentage point lead, which is impossible by the time the season's over.
Whether they're leading on August 8th or August 9th, whether that matters.
Yeah, it doesn't matter considering how close the race is, particularly when it's just based on less games played. I think it does. I don't think it matters very much, but it's nice to screenshot that and put it on your Twitter. Back in the lead, even though everything says you're tied, except, hey, we didn't play as many games as them, so our percentage point lead has us ranked up top of the division.
Also, how many times has people screenshotted the divisions page and been like, Astros back on top?
Yeah, how many times have you said Astros back on top? Written that.
Just
back in first place.
At least mix it up a little,
You want to change the verbiage. I was thinking, hey, maybe we stop doing that because of the back and forth nature of this.
Well, if you're an Astros either beat reporter or
engagement farmer.
Yes, engagement farmer. Maybe choose a GIF, maybe a meme of the time. Really speak to what's going on in the cultural heartbeat.
Maybe put an Astros logo on Tim Walls' face and a Mariners logo on JD Vance's face. I don't know. I don't know what you want to do.
Something
like that. Just switch it up a little bit. But you got to know your audience. It may upset some people depending on what your normal following is.
Put a Astros logo on Marcus Jordan's head and first place written on the mysterious white powder.
Yeah, we didn't get to that, and we
you didn't get.
We got to that in a group chat, but we never got to it on the show. What Sean is referencing is
John is slipping.
Yeah, I sent it to everyone. I said Bronny would never. If you missed it, Marcus Jordan, the son of Michael Jordan, was caught. He wasn't hiding it. He was in public. He had a little. He was photographed in public, leaning over, bringing something up to his nose that appeared to be holding a mysterious, not that mysterious, we all can figure out what it is, white substance as he was taking a sniff. Snorting, you might say. I don't remember the son of a goat ever being pictured publicly, but maybe him and Hunter Biden can hang out. One and the same, apparently.
Yeah, they have something in common.
Yeah, at least that. I don't know what else they might have in common, but they do have that in common, publicly or at least pictured privately or publicly doing drugs. Allegedly, in Marcus Jordan's case. I don't know what that is.
Allegedly.
We just assume, considering what he was using to bring it up to his nose, it has all the signs.
It could be crushed up medicine. I don't know.
Yes, I don't know why you would try to make it look that cool if it's crushed up medicine and why you would do it that way. But he's snorting a white substance. You can find it. Just type in Marcus Jordan's name, and you can make a ruling on what that is.
Also, the equipment he was using made
what made it very apparent, at least to the untrained eye,
that
when he was.
Equipment only gets used for certain things.
Yeah, well, you're not crushing up vitamins to snort, and no one snorts vitamins. You only snort very few things, and it's generally some type of illicit substance. You want it. You want it into the bloodstream very quickly, I guess. Or it's just Coke. You can find it. Make your own determination.
Yeah, make your own.
Yeah, do your own research.
Yes.
Well, this show has decided that's the white powder. Those are drugs. I just have never seen the legend or his son do it. We haven't seen Michael do it. We know he has his proclivities, usually drinking and gambling.
Yeah. Every man has a vice.
And Marcus's is the drugs. And was he the Larsa Pippen guy too?
Yes, he was.
His vices are what appears to be cocaine and dating the former wife of his dad's teammate.
He lives a fun life.
Can I really blame him? Like, you tried the basketball thing. You're okay, college basketball player. Not great, but, you got a scholarship. You were better than Bronny, at least, on the college level.
You always have that.
What else? Yeah, comparing yourself to Bronny. What else would he be doing? The coke, the women at his, I won't say disposal because that's insulting. The women he has access to, I guess, because of the money that his dad has earned over his career and the name that he has. Would I be doing coke publicly? Probably not. I'm not a drug person. But all the other stuff?
No. Shout out to Chris Carter. Have a fall guy.
Well, it's hard to have a fall guy if you're being photographed doing it. It's very hard. Hey, it wasn't me. It was that other guy. No, I see you.
Maybe roll in the crew where there's someone who looks just like you.
Yeah, that's hard to come across.
And
you gotta get a doppelganger. What am I, a
Hussein?
dictator?
Yeah.
What am I?
I was gonna say, I think the only guy who's ever done that is Saddam.
Yeah, or dictators. I'm sure Gaddafi probably has one out there. In fact, I believe that was a story. Gaddafi had his doubles, but I'm not a ruler of a country that has issues with the U.S. I don't have a doppelganger I can use. But what I do have is that interesting little delivery system and the white powder in it. Other than that, I don't blame Marcus Jordan for anything he's doing. You have a life of luxury. I'm assuming Michael Jordan isn't one of those dads who's like, you know what? You got to earn every cent you make. I'm not giving you money. He appears to be a dad despite what might be considered a vindictive personality when basketball is in question. Hey, you want money? You get
Still
money.
a loving father.
Yeah, have all the money you want.
It is crazy that him or Bronny, honestly, ever picked up a basketball.
Yeah, why? Look, I get it. Well, it happened with Biggio's kids. It happens with a lot of former athletes' kids, but
Billy Wagner's kid.
yeah, I was gonna go with the Clemens kids, but sure.
Oh yeah, the Clemens kids.
The Bichette kid, the Guerrero kid. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays had at one point a monopoly on that, but
it's not like
but
Barry
they weren't the
Bonds'
best
kid.
players. But they weren't like the best players of a generation or ever.
Did
Like
Hank
Biggio was.
Did Hank Aaron's kid play?
I don't know that.
Probably not at a high enough level.
We would probably know who he was if he did. But yeah, to your point, we're not just talking about good baseball players or good basketball players. We're talking about the top two of all time. And both had two kids who have decided to pick up a basketball and try it out. Wouldn't be me.
No.
I'm picking a different sport or no sport at all.
No. Yeah. I'm
like LeBron James's kid is really into gaming. He's a Twitch streamer, but not one of the toxic ones. I wouldn't be toxic.
I don't know. Maybe the Olympics are on. Maybe pick an Olympic sport.
Yeah, you want to be a if Bryce James, the younger kid who's now ranked in the top 100, I think it was maybe even top 50, and people are like, no, not this again. There's no chance he's one of the top 50 players in his class.
I thought he was supposed to be the good one.
He's allegedly, he's got the build for it. He's already, I think, taller than Bronny. So if you're pointing to one of the James kids as going to be a legit player, as far as maybe making the NBA, you'd point to Bryce, but the ranking is one that everyone's saying no chance he's one of those guys. So we'll see. But he's a young kid. I don't know is he even 16 yet?
I don't know.
I'm not. Yeah, Bryce, play volleyball.
Yeah.
That's a great sport. You can take advantage of your height and your jumping ability, and don't have to deal with the pressure of being the son of the best player to ever do it.
Yeah.
Does Karch Karai's kid play beach volleyball? We might have needed him because nobody from the U.S. side, men or women, are going to medal.
I was gonna say, I'm sure LeBron can organize a meeting with Chase Budinger and
just give
get
him a
you
little
on that
nudge.
sand.
Yeah.
Can do a different kind of bumps.
Than Marcus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one would be more fun though?
Hey, one's way more popular than the other. One we only talk about every 4 years.
I know Coke is. Well, we don't really talk about Coke, but it's always there.
It comes up.
Yeah, yeah, because generally it's a famous person doing it. So that's the story. I can't believe we didn't do it in the morning show.
Sorry.
That's on me.
I just made a throwaway reference.
And
to
it
it.
reminded me that we didn't get to it, which is something that I blame myself for. But yes, it's out there.
I appreciate the accountability.
Marcus, it's on me, man. It's on me.
A lesser host would have thrown Austin under the bus.
Austin doesn't even want to talk. I'm not going to put that on him. The man just wants to play sound, tell everyone when their live is, and go about his day. I'm not going to put that on him. That's on
put
me.
in the rundown, Austin.
No. Leave that man alone.
Okay.
He's got to wrangle John. I'm not going to make him do
His
extra.
job's hard enough.
Yeah, trust me,
He
I
has to
know.
Wake up early.
Wrangle John, who's not on site. Austin's done a great job. He's got one more day tomorrow. 713-780-3776. If you're famous and your kid does Coke, you can call in. Or you can call in about anything else. Find the picture. It's pretty clear. There's no real question about what's going on there. We will play some Texan sound when we come back. We will hear from D'Amico Ryans about his squad. And we'll also hear from a person who doesn't think that highly of the Texans this year. He's got plans, or at least thoughts about what he thinks about their future, but their immediate future, he's not so high on. So a dissenting opinion, something we haven't heard a lot this year about the Texans' 2024 season. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome in. We'll get to the Texan stuff here shortly, but the rules are the rules. Eric called in with his real name, so he gets in as quick as he can. What's up, Eric?
Hey there, how you doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, let's have a quick observation. If the Astros pitching with Arrighetti, Brown, Kikuchi, Valdez, and JV coming back, if the offense picks up, they'll be okay. I think they'll be deep in the playoffs. And when is Cal Tucker coming back? And have you heard they're making a Wolverine versus Hulk movie? And how do you feel about Abigail Diet's workout video? Shelton lose 20 pounds. I need to listen.
I don't feel anything about the workout video. Did he say she needs to lose weight? Is that what he said at the end?
I don't know. It was something about pounds.
Yeah, I heard pounds. 20. I don't know if he said she's already lost the weight or she needs to. Once again, Eric, topic I push aside. You want to talk about Alicia Newman twerking? We can talk about that, but no local reporters. I'm out on that. The pitching with how Kikuchi has started his Astros tenure and the prospect of Verlander coming back, they will have enough pitching as long as the arms that are currently available don't get injured to make a run. The bats are in question. We talked about Kyle Tucker in the first segment. No one knows. Dana Brown said yesterday that the hope is he'll be back before the end of the month, but there is no real date in question. He's jogging lightly. He's dealing with some pain. Now, their degrees to this pain. Is he only in pain when he does baseball stuff? Or is it a constant thing that he manages while he's out there trying to get himself back? I don't know. No one is allowed to talk to the Astros trainers or doctors. So even Chandler Rome, who covers them every day, had to ask other doctors to try to make a determination about what's going on, because at this point, we're 65 days and counting for Kyle Tucker being out. So people are a little restless. Why is it taking so long? You hear bone bruise, you think that'll happen. He'll come back eventually. What the doctor, or at least one doctor, said is you could almost equate a bone bruise to a microfracture, in the bone, not a full break, but depending on where it hit, the impact, it could be a microfracture, which means it is far more painful and more difficult to come back from than you would think when you just hear the term bone bruise. So we know some guys are out longer than Tucker. Some guys come back in a week. They compared it to a snowflake. They're all different. No, he didn't say that his bone was like a liberal. He just said it's like a snowflake. They're different. They're unique.
Microaggression to his knee or to his shin.
No, that's not what he meant. He doesn't have a leftist bone in his body, except the one in his left leg.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, because if he had a right bone in his left leg, he probably would run weirdly. But it's just something you have to hope heals in a matter of time where he's back and ready for the playoffs. And the latest reporting says they're getting closer, but not that close. Did he ask anything else? Oh, Wolverine and Hulk is what he said. Did you hear they're making that movie? I did not hear that.
Hugh Jackman, is he back?
Would it be Henry Cavill? And maybe I'm giving something away, but it's out there online. Henry Cavill played one of the Wolverine variants, and the story, formerly of The Witcher. Now we got to deal with one of the Hemsworth brothers playing that character.
Yeah,
great. He is also one of the Supermans too. One of the many Supermans we've seen. He was the latest Superman in the DC EU, not the Ben Affleck Superman. No, Batman. Because I think there are now multiple Batmans with Michael Keaton coming back, but the Flash is no longer a thing. So blah blah blah. But Henry Cavill was there. But there's a new Superman, so he's got some time. So maybe he will be the new Wolverine, a younger giant version of Wolverine, because Hugh Jackman was a young giant version of Wolverine too.
Yeah, make him bigger.
Yeah, yeah. The story I was going to get to before I got sidetracked with all the variants in the different comic books or comic book movies is that they reported that that cigar we saw him with when he appeared in the movie was one he kept smoking for 8 hours. Different cigars, but he had a cigar in his mouth for 8 hours, and he was sick to his stomach the next day because of all the cigar smoke, inhaling all the smoke. Yeah, I would imagine so. 8 hours worth of it. You're probably not going to feel great the next day. Hey, Henry Cavill, I appreciate it, but this is going to be about 35 seconds of actual film time. Maybe don't go so method. Maybe don't.
Yeah, but
for
hey.
35 seconds. I guess it all depends on. I guess it all depends on your devotion and the size of that check. Me.
They must have taken one of the early takes
when he wasn't green from being sick.
Yeah.
8 hours. That story feels fake. He had a cigar in his mouth for 8 hours.
It's impossible.
There's no chance. How many cigars did they have? And why would it take so long to film that?
Yeah, that's honestly the 8 hours to film that scene is like crazy.
I don't want to give it away, but he's in it, and
it's a cameo in a Marvel movie. He's gonna be there for 45 seconds.
Yeah, how long does that take to film? How many shots did you need for what he did to Deadpool? Whatever. But no, Eric, I hadn't heard of a Wolverine versus Hulk movie. Is Harrison Ford going to be the Red Hulk in it? Or are we going to have a new Green Hulk or traditional Hulk, if you want to call it that?
Wow.
You never know.
All Hulks matter.
What? I didn't say they don't matter, but I just said...
you're like, do we get a red one or do we get one of the good ones?
I didn't say one of the good ones. That's your interpretation of what I said. I never said one of the good ones.
Classic, good old-fashioned American green one.
No gender-swapped Hulk.
Yeah.
The Hulk
yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah, there's a other Hulk, at least on Disney Plus. We'll see. Marvel, I haven't had Marvel fatigue, but I'm getting there. I'm getting to that point. I think Deadpool and Wolverine did it to me. There's so many self-referential jokes in that thing. I was like, oh, okay. Can I just get to the end of this stupid movie? It's fine. The plot wasn't all that great, but I didn't expect that to be the case.
Probably talk about it more. Oh, no, wait. Did we already talk about it with Michael Carroll? I forget.
Yes, I think we did. I think we did. But yes, you mentioned Michael Carroll. He'll be back tomorrow, the co-host of Comicast. He does that with John Lee. You can hear it every Friday, unless something gets in the way, from 9 to 10 on ESPN 975. And, of course, it's in podcast form, too, so you can listen to it whenever or wherever you find your podcast. Okay, we will get to the Texan stuff when we come back. D'Amico spoke. Joe Fortenbaugh spoke about his concerns with the Texans in 2024. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
A Super Bowl winner, a quarterback, and I believe he was the Super Bowl MVP, has announced his retirement. The question is, was he good enough to require a video? Sean and I will discuss. We'll play some sound from the video a little bit later. He had a great nickname, if you're sophomoric, if we remember what he was called. But let's talk about the present, not the past. The Texans are off today. No practice, no walkthrough. They've got a game against the Steelers tomorrow. Justin Fields will start as he battles with Russell Wilson for that job. Russell Wilson is hurt, so he would be unavailable. It's not that Justin Fields is the number one. He's just unavailable, Russell Wilson. He's trying to come back from injury. So they're playing them. The media's been around the Texans all week long, from Baldinger to the rest of the NFL Network crew. Kay Adams was there yesterday talking to the team. But there's one media member who isn't all in on the Texans. He thinks they're going to be pretty good for the next half decade or so. Loves the quarterback, loves the coach. But he offers some reasons for pessimism. Here's Joe Fortenbaugh on ESPN yesterday.
Joe, is there someone on that list you think might miss the postseason this year?
I think there's more than one. We're going to limit it to one. I'm going to take the Houston Texans. I'm going to say they missed the playoffs this year. You start with the fact that everybody loves the Houston Texans. Yeah, that's how they built Caesar's Palace out in Las Vegas, because everybody with the exact same opinion often works. But that's just the joke part of it, right? They're a 10-win team from last year. You peel back a lot of what they did, there's reason to believe some regression could be coming. Everyone is very fixated on C.J. Stroud's fantastic. D'Amico Ryan's fantastic. Sky, 5 years, it's stock you want to own. Next year, I think there's a step back. Number one, 7-3 in one-score games last year. That's an outlier performance. That regresses to the mean. It means you end up losing more games next year. Number two, top 5 in turnover differential. There's no stat that predicts wins and losses more than turnovers. The turnover differential falls back, and they were on the outlier side of the spectrum. If that falls back, you have losses there as well. Another thing no one really talks about when we just gush over this team, which, again, they deserve a lot of it, they had a very easy schedule last year. They have a top 7 schedule in terms of difficulty this year. Targets on their back. People are coming for them. So you go ahead and you take a tougher schedule. You take a couple indicators that probably aren't going to break their way. One-score games comes back to earth. Turnover differential comes back to earth. They did add Steph Diggs. There's a lot to like about them. Again, 3 and 5 years out. I think that's the team that, keep in mind, in that division, Jacksonville's a buy low for me, and I think Indianapolis is going to be right in the hunt too. And if you miss winning through the division, you got to grab a wild card spot.
That's actually a masterclass of telling a fan base you're not going to make the playoffs, but there's nothing wrong with your team. He didn't say lack of talent. He didn't say CJ would have a regression year, which would make a lot of people upset. Complimented the coach, compliment the quarterback, compliment the talent. Just said kind of things out of your control are going to lead to you not making the playoffs. The schedule you're facing, turnover luck. And if I was going to say the Texans aren't going to make the playoffs, I would hit on those things too. I may go more into some of the roster issues I see in the defensive backfield. Will Titus Howard be healthy throughout the year? And when he is on the field, will he be a legit right tackle? But if I'm going to avoid real hate, I will do what Joe Fortenbaugh just did. What did he say about the team that was negative? Other than the averages won't go your way. Well done, sir.
Yeah.
Well done.
He didn't drop a overrated.
Yeah. CJ wasn't as good as his numbers indicate. None of that.
Just, hey, it's the NFL.
Yeah, sometimes things don't go your way.
You'll have to compete for a wild card spot, mate.
And it'll be tough because the AFC is tough, and no one can push back and saying, you know what, you're out of your mind. The AFC is weak. It is, like I said, a masterclass.
It is funny that he was like, which team won't make the playoffs? The Texans, who will have to compete for a wild card spot, which is still a way to make the playoffs.
Yes, he just, for whatever reason, doesn't think they're going to win the division. And he says, and rightfully so, the tougher route to the playoffs is through the wild card, where you're going to be dealing with, whether it be maybe the Jets, maybe the Bills, maybe the Dolphins from the East for that wild card spot. We know the AFC North could be anyone from the Bengals to the Browns to the Ravens. The AFC West, probably not so much. The AFC South, maybe you like the Colts a little bit because you like Anthony Richardson, but then you can just beat them in the division. So I don't hate it, what he said. I do think they're winning the division, though. So his scenario where the wild card is their way through, I don't think they'll have to worry about. The Colts, they're at least in my eyes, they're clear competitor. The Jags, our Trevor Lawrence disdain, let's say disbelief. Our Trevor Lawrence disbelief has been well documented on this show. We've talked about it quite a bit. I do think the Colts could be a problem as far as being their closest competitor. But the Texans, in my eyes, they're winning this division. It may be with the same number of wins that they had last year, but I do think they get there. But not crazy from the ESPN analyst.
Yeah, I wanted to get my pitchforks out.
Yeah, he led with praise and then kind of whittled it down to why it wasn't going to happen. Can't even get mad. I think they're making the playoffs, and I think he's wrong, but I can't even get mad. The quarterback he mentioned is C.J. Stroud. He will get his first action tomorrow. How many plays will he play? How many drives will he have? Actually, let's hold off because I believe Kay Adams in that clip uttered the word BS, but it was cut off, so we didn't even really hear it. But I want to be safe, so I don't want to set you up to play that and go. So we'll play that coming back. We'll hear D'Amico Ryans tell us how many snaps the starters will play, and particularly how many drives or snaps CJ will get. We are 1 hour and 1 hour to go. We'll be back. It feels like deja vu a little bit here. Well, I'm watching the Olympics right now, and yesterday the U.S. men and men's volleyball were up 2-1, 2-1, and allowed Poland to come back. Right now, in the deciding fifth set, the U.S. women are up 5-3, but they're up 2-1 in their match against Brazil. Brazil won the fourth set, so we'll see how it plays out right now. Brazil's up by 2 points, so we could have a duplication, a replica of what happened yesterday, where the U.S. teams had a chance to close an opponent out, didn't get it done, and they blow a 2-1 lead. So we'll see. 5-4 now.
We'll see if the coach is on the hot seat by the end of the show.
At least the hot seat that Sean has created for a sport he never pays attention to, for people he's never heard of until.
They're also in the semifinal.
Yes, they're going to play for a medal no matter what, but they have a chance to obviously play for the gold. Let's get to this. I called an audible because I wasn't sure what Potty Mouth K. Adams actually said and whether we could hear it. Sean has listened back to it. We should be good to go. When asked about how many snaps his starters would play, D'Amico had a rather funny exchange with K. Adams. Here's what he said.
Like, I know that if you give me the snaps, it will do well for me and I will go viral. I don't know why we care otherwise. Why do we care? Why are us reporters so obsessed with who's getting what and when?
Football is back, right? Football is back. Everybody's so excited to actually see the starters get out and play. How many snaps they're playing?
No, that is such an optimistic way to look at it. You know what it is? I feel bad for y'all because the decisions you have to make, one drive or two or whatever, everyone just wants to know so they can pin it on you if it goes poorly. Yeah, that's it. And I hate that for you guys. That said, how many drives will I see C.J. Stroud in against the Steelers?
We'll see. I don't know. Right now, we'll probably see, 2 drives. It all depends on how well the first drive goes, right? But I'm expecting them to go out and get at least 1 or 2 drives. And for our guys, just to get used to playing the game. I know back when I played, there was no question. Like, you were playing first quarter, you were playing a half, you were playing a half, and into the third. So it was no question about who's playing, who's not playing.
Kay Adams, a ally to coaches everywhere. She hates it for those guys.
That's sad.
Give me that scoop.
Yeah. Also, I like D'Amico going a little bit back in my day at the end.
Mm-hmm.
You're playing till the third quarter.
Yeah, third game. We're getting at least a series into the second half because that was the full audition for the season. So as you might expect, 1 to 2 drives, and that's even dependent on how many plays. Like the Texans go down 8 plays, go down and score a touchdown. That's the end of the night. If there's a 3 and out, tough sledding, the quarterback doesn't get hit, but you don't do much, we would see CJ for a second drive. All dependent on the results. Yeah, don't give up a sack. If he gets hit early in the game, we probably won't see him. With a rookie tackle and then another backup, unless Tunsil's going to play. And Blake Fisher is taking snaps at left tackle right now with Tunsil not practicing. And Titus Howard appears to be someone who won't be playing after his recent scare, although it appears not to be serious. All we've still heard is he's good. D'Amico will have to answer more questions after the game. If Titus Howard's not dressed and doesn't play, he might have to get into a longer discussion about the status of his right tackle. But for now,
Kay Adams will be there
he's
to
good.
ask the tough question.
She will hate it for the guys, but she will ask a question.
And then ask it again.
Yeah, to make sure. Can I get that as an exclusive? Need that for my podcast, my internet show. So we got Texans Steelers on Friday. We'll talk about it more tomorrow, but just get out of there. No injuries. What do I need to see from them? If Stephon Diggs has a nice game or nice series or two, look at the chemistry. I'm not worried about it. I think no matter what we see tomorrow, those guys will be fine. The trio of Collins, Dell, and Diggs will be just fine. No matter what happens in the preseason. They'll figure it out. And you know why? Because Bobby Slogan is one of the top coordinators in the game today. Those are not my words. Those are the words of PFF. This has kind of been on the rundown for a while. I just haven't gotten to it. But he is the 3rd best OC in all of football. Now, this only goes for guys who aren't head coaches / play callers. So there's no Kyle Shanahan. There's no Mike Mike McDaniel or others. Just simply straight OCs, which seems a little unfair. I know Kyle Shanahan's a head coach, but he does coordinate one of the best offenses in football, but doesn't make the list. So without those two, it's been on there for a while. Have you looked at it yet?
I think we talked about it yesterday on Gallant George.
Okay, so you remember who the two guys ahead of him are then?
Actually, I do not remember.
Yeah, it's Gallant George. Sometimes you tune out, I think. You got other things to do.
There's
so much sound to play. Yeah. You got a busy day. You're doing podcasts. I get it. So the Ravens' Todd Monken is at number 2. He's only done it for a year on the NFL level, at least with the Ravens. And he is and you get into the PFF numbers, the EPA per play, all those things and what he did to improve. And of course, he has in his first year, he produces a MVP in Lamar Jackson. Now, Lamar Jackson had won the MVP a couple years ago, and now 5 years ago in 2019. But there are some questions about Lamar and the new offense and his inability to stay healthy. So a good year, and Todd Monken's number 2 in the list. He may be a guy along with Bobby Slowick who's not long for that job. The number 1 is a guy a lot of people thought wouldn't be an OC anymore, is Ben Johnson. So those are the two guys. Ben Johnson coordinates a very good offense. That run game, that offensive line, dominant. Jared Goff putting up really good numbers with the help of Ben Johnson. So not a bad grouping if you're Bobby Slowick. Ben Johnson, Todd Monken, and you. And that's after 1 year of being an OC. You're already the third best strictly only coordinator. Maybe if they went with play caller, he might fall down the list behind McDaniel and Shanahan
McVay,
and maybe McVay.
Reed.
And there's a lot of other guys like Kevin Stefanski, right?
Yeah.
And Kevin O'Connell.
Now the conversation is coming to me. This is something
go ahead.
we talked about where, because it is a coordinator-only list, being like, whoa, number 3, that's crazy. But then if you actually start counting all the play callers, then it becomes, oh, okay, so he's like 8th, 9th?
Potentially.
That feels more right.
Sure. For
a guy who, last year it was a successful year, but there were games where we're just like, what the hell? What was Bobby Slowick calling for in the third quarter? Where there would be just series where they seemed to have nothing going, and what they were calling, the play, not just execution, just like the play calls were head scratching. Now some of that was a little bit of like they have to run jet sweeps with Xavier Hutchinson late in games.
Yeah, it's tough.
And that's where I do wonder if it becomes a little bit less a less rinky-dink offense because they have Diggs, Collins, and Dell out there.
And then you add the running backs along with Schultz. You get Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce and Cam Akers. Yeah,
second year in the offense. I mean, if they stay healthy, they'll because that's really what led to a lot of jet sweeps.
They had nothing to go to.
Yeah, I think even like Steven Sims got some looks.
Hey, Noah Brown had his moments.
Yeah, so if Diggs and Collins and Dell can stay healthy, I think some of that nonsense kind of goes out the window.
What you're running in your college dynasty nonsense.
Yeah, well, I have to. Okay.
Yeah, you're at Rice. There's a difference. And the Texans.
Oh, I have some news.
Oh, you weren't going to take the USC job. I'll get to your news when we come back. Yeah. We do have a caller who says he wants to talk about the Texans. He's using his real name, so we're forced to go to him. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Josh Turkey.
That's what I meant when I said we're forced.
I was wondering if you guys would like the all-male threesome y'all are all enamored with of Collins, Dell, and Diggs to be called the law firm.
No. Dell, Diggs, and
Collins.
Collins.
Niner gang.
Okay, you're done for a week. Congratulations. At least on this show. John Lance can have you on as much as you want.
Can he be welcome back the day after Brandon Ayuk gets traded?
Oh, if the the compensation package is terrible, yes, he can come back then. If it's an awful compensation package, you're more than welcome.
If we're getting some Steelers second and thirds.
You are allowed to call in after the trade. Either way, really, you can comment on it. You're the one 49er fan we talk to.
Voice of the fan.
Yes. So if you want to do that, cool. But until then, That's your work release. But until then, you don't come back for a week. You're suspended. No, Diggs, Collin, and Dell, however you order, it's not a good name for a law firm. And speaking of nicknames, I talked about it yesterday, and since the Olympics are I'm watching it right now as the U.S. are trying to close out Brazil up 13-10. I think they go to 15 in the final set.
I believe so.
I think that's what it is.
That's what the men did yesterday.
So they're 2 points away from that. We have a nickname for the front three of Rodman, Swanson, and Smith. I thought it was a Trident. That is the name that soccer people are calling them. But the ladies were on the Today Show this morning, and they have decided, yes, we hear you. We know you're trying to give us a nickname. And for you guys listening, just remember, they're all in their mid to early 20s. So before you get after them, because I can already feel it coming for some people, just remember, they're not cruddy 40-year-old dudes. They are young, great athletes in their mid to early 20s. Here is Swanson, Rodman, and Smith on what they think their nickname should be.
Y'all are so cute. We can't
We
take it.
also have a name for ourselves.
Wait, we have an announcement.
We have an announcement. Trinity, take it away.
We have a proposal for our trio name to be Triple Espresso. So we're just going to put that out into the air and let people run with that because we like that as well.
Triple Espresso.
Let's take it out for a test drive right now. Triple Espresso, thank you for being with us this morning. We will be watching. You can bet on it. You like the way it sounds?
That works. We'll see.
Yeah. We're workshopping it.
All right, girls. Good luck. Go get them, okay?
Go get them. We're so proud of you. You can catch the final, the gold medal
Thank you,
match
guys.
against
Bye.
Brazil, 11 a.m. Saturday, Eastern Time.
Yeah, 10 a.m. here. That front trio will be likely the difference between them winning a gold or not. Triple Espresso, is that because Sabrina Carpenter in that song and that's a big deal now? I'm not sure. I like the Trident. But then again, I'm not a 20-something-year-old woman, so I would have a different taste. And we have, not breaking news, because you can all see it if you're watching. I'm not breaking any news, but the U.S. women have qualified in women's volleyball for the gold medal game. They held off Brazil. They had a couple of match points. They won it on the second match point. So in the gold medal game, great match, but the U.S. survived. So we do have a chance for another gold medal. The women are at it. So that's the U.S. women in volleyball, the U.S. women in soccer, likely the U.S. women in basketball playing for the gold medal. They beat Nigeria yesterday in the quarterfinal, so they're into the medal round too. And as far as the team sports, I think that's where it ends as far as U.S. women right now. We'll see what the men do in basketball. We can expect them to beat Serbia as they try to go for a gold medal. So we're getting close to the end of the Olympics. Still haven't seen any breakdancing yet. Is that just saved for the final couple days?
I think it's Friday.
Friday, okay. Do they do it all in one day?
I can get on that.
I want to see
Check the schedule.
the B-boys and the B-ladies. How long?
B-girls.
Yeah. Oh, they don't even. Oh, yeah. B-boys, B-girls. I was trying to be not insulting by calling them ladies. But yeah, the B-girls are at it. Coming up here shortly.
Show them some respect.
I was trying to by calling them B-ladies.
You're kind of belittling. Yeah, they get it all done with in 2 days.
Okay, breakdancing takes 2 days. Okay.
I mean, it makes sense. It's not.
Yeah, how much recovery time do you need?
No offense, but
I'm sure it's very, very arduous and a lot time consuming to practice. But as far as the competition itself, who needs more than 2 days of judging dancing? I've seen Step Up. That's like a day.
Step up to the streets.
There's how many are there now? Like 4 or 5. I think I didn't make it past 2. When Channing Tatum was out, I think I was out.
I'm only here for Tatum.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and Brianna Evigan, whatever the lead, the female lead on the other side was, but two of those. I don't need more. How many
That is a good point.
How many dance movies do I need to watch? I get it. One side versus the other. There's some familial conflict where the family doesn't think it's respectable to dance. I'm sure they'd rather you be in ballet. That's kind of how they all go. Shout out to Channing Tatum, who got to play Gambit.
Spoiler.
I didn't say what. I said he got to play Gambit.
Oh yeah, who knows?
He could have been anything. Maybe he was Gambit in the Marvels. You don't know if you didn't watch it, which plenty of people didn't. So you don't know.
Okay, we don't know what Gambit. He might have been in Twisters. We don't know.
No, I used a Marvel property to try to shoot myself some bail. Twisters. It'd be great if he was throwing illuminated playing cards into the tornado to try to kill it. That'd be great. I wish he was in Twisters. Would his accent been any worse than the British girl being the Southern girl? Would have been the British actress playing the Southern girl?
Also, have you seen Twisters?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, at one point she moves to New York and then moves back to Oklahoma, and they ask her where she's from, and she says New York, but she says it in a Southern accent, and the entire time I'm like, they don't immediately call her out on it. It's crazy.
Excuse me?
Yeah, exactly. And then they play it later where they're like, oh, I thought you were from New York. I didn't know you're a former...
Have you not listened to a word she said?
Yeah, I'm like,
you can hear that she's not from New York.
She's obviously doing a Southern accent.
Yeah, what are you doing? Look, I know it's a movie involving twisters with an S for the twins. Understood, but can we have some logic? The woman is clearly not a New Yorker.
Honestly, it might be my only knock on the movie.
I'm sure. From the reviews, it seems like a great time. I got to make sure there's still a showing going on at the local Cinemark before it's out of the theaters. I want to see it.
You should see it in the theater.
I do. I want to see it in the theater. That's what I want to do. I should probably do it this weekend before there's no other opportunities. When we come back, we heard from D'Amico Ryans on CJ Stroud's potential playing time. Well, there's one quarterback who won't be playing in the preseason or ever again. It's not that dire. He's not dead. He's just retiring. And the question will be, did he have a good enough career for a video? There are some highs, maybe the highest of highs. But for the most part, he's been a backup quarterback in the back half of his career. We'll hear from this gentleman about retiring from the game, and Sean and I will determine, are you good enough to get a video as opposed to a simple statement? We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sean and I are talking about things we can't talk about on the air. Well, we could. Well, I could. Sean would have to take a step back for his own benefit.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were talking about triple espresso. They're beyond the fact that they're great soccer players. There is a certain characteristic that would bring them together. Maybe why they decided to call themselves espresso. You figure it out. I'm gonna lead you to water, but I'm not gonna force you to drink. You can figure that out if you watch the 3. Watch them on Saturday. Got a chance to win a gold medal. The U.S. women haven't played in a gold medal match, I think, since 2012. Coming off a bad World Cup experience, got a shot to win a major tournament. So we'll see how that goes as they play Brazil. Legendary Brazilian Marta will play in her final match. So a lot of history at stake in that one. But let's talk about a former quarterback who's retiring. He is a Super Bowl MVP. He was a backup until late in that Super Bowl year when the starter got hurt. And he's put out a retirement video. He will officially retire with the Eagles during their first game of the 2024 season. Here is Nick Foles announcing his retirement from football.
It's crazy to be in this moment, looking at this camera, officially announcing my retirement from the NFL. From the first day I was born, my dad put a football in my hand. He must have known something because that became a dream of mine since I've been a kid to play in the NFL, and I will be forever grateful for that. It's been such a special privilege to play for Philadelphia, St. Louis, Kansas City, Jacksonville, Chicago, and Indianapolis. To the fans of the NFL around the world, thank you for making the game so special. Y'all are the ones that bring the energy in the stadiums. Thank you. Specifically, thank you to the Philadelphia Eagles fans. Thank you for all your support from 2012 when I was drafted to 2017 when I came back. You truly made playing in Philadelphia the most special experience in my football career. To all the coaches I had in my career, thank you for everything.
That's
thank
just
you
Nick
for the
Foles.
correction.
The music, I hadn't heard it. I had only seen the clip. I grabbed it. I had not heard the music. I wanted to be surprised. All right, man, we're doing a little much. I understand. Bittersweet, you're retiring from the game, but the soundtrack, the needle drop, what are we doing?
What? It's like we're eating at a nice steakhouse.
What is this, a nice French restaurant? Or are you retiring from football? Why do you have violins behind you? I don't know who your social team is, Nick Foles. Relax. So beyond the production value of the clip, Sean, I always pose the question to you and I respond. Is Nick Foles a good enough player to warrant a retirement video with production value?
I think.
Now, to the Eagles and the Philly fans, yes. He won them a Super Bowl, their first ever, and he was the MVP. You can't geotag. You can't make it where it only goes to Philly fans, so the rest of the world has to see it too. Geo-block the rest of the world, so it only goes to the Eagles fans. But for the rest of us, is he a good enough player for that, or was a statement all that needed to be done?
I will say a statement could have been all we really needed. Take a page out of a Philadelphia newspaper or something
And thank them. But he thanked all the teams, I think.
Yes, I will say we only played about 40 seconds.
I know there's like 2.5 minutes, right? Yeah, I had
It's a 2.5 minute video.
Yeah,
that is my. Okay, we could have cut this puppy in half.
Yeah,
a half plus. Does this have to be over a minute long of looking to a camera?
just sitting. What was he in? Like in a hotel room or something? Was he?
I assume it's his house.
Okay, I don't remember exactly.
Kinda looks like a hotel
yeah, it looks like a hotel room, and then we got the violins in the background. Nick Foles, it's a retirement video.
It is like just him looking into a camera and talking for 2.5 straight minutes, and then there's a couple. Honestly, the most shocking part is there's a couple more angles that they go to.
They have multiple angles.
Yes, of him just again sitting in front of what looks like a hotel room, talking. But the first cutaway to the second camera happens a minute in, so he's just it's a wild video.
But Nick Foles, known for the Philly special, known for the filling in more than admirably, getting the job done and beating Tom Brady in a Super Bowl. He goes the way of Eli Manning, beating Tom Brady as an NFC East quarterback. But
Eli's like only half as many times.
Yeah.
Get your numbers up.
And I was the starter the full year. I didn't come in on the back of some other guy's great success and get it done.
Riding Carson Wentz's coattail.
Imagine saying that now. You were riding Carson Wentz's coattails. Who's still in the league, by the way. Nick Foles. He's done at 35 years old. Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP. And he may not have been the creator of the video, but certainly this is an example of you're doing too much, Nick Foles. It's too much. Sean's right. A minute, no music, no violins, and we're good. But a good career is over, and he'll always have that Super Bowl ring and MVP. Willie P., you want to talk Olympic soccer? What's up?
Hey, Del. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, man. How are you?
Not bad. Love the show. Big fan. So I have two questions. First one, no matter the outcome of tomorrow's U.S. women's national team game, the gold medal match, doesn't the fact that they hired Emma Hayes to be their coach and the way she changed that team around since she's been there, since she left Chelsea, doesn't that show that the U.S. men need to do the same thing, that it starts with the coach, it starts at the top? Like, if we look at the women, they were terrible in the last World Cup. She came in, and if you remember, when one of her first teams, what did she do? She got rid of Alex Morgan. She said, nah, baby girl, you too old for this. She got rid of it. She didn't play the favorites. And now you see Sophia Smith, Mallory Swanson, Trinity Rodman, Naomi Girma. I mean, they are just killing it. Niswanger, like, they are killing it. And I just hope that the U.S. men's national team, take a page from their book and, they go and get somebody who's no more nepotism, no more MLS, no more Americans, man. Let's get somebody who needs a translator to talk to these players. That's what we need. Somebody with some international and European experience. I need a dude in here with a translator who might be gambling like Shohei's translator. I just need somebody in here legit. And the other thing I want to ask you is, have you checked out the hey, chill out, guys. Have you checked out the Batman Cape Crusader anime or cartoon on Amazon Prime? I thought it was for kids, and then I let my 4-year-old son watch it, and my wife got mad because there's a scene where a dude gets his head blown off, and you don't see it, but you see like the shadow and like the brain splatter and stuff. I just wonder if you check it out or not. Anyways, you guys have a good day. What it do, Sean, baby? Holla.
Appreciate it, Willie P. The first part about Olympic soccer is like I wrote that for you because I've been saying this throughout the week, pretty much using the women's advancement throughout the tournament as an example of why the coach matters so much. People push back, particularly uninformed dopes like John Granado, when it comes to soccer. He's informed about other stuff, but soccer, dopey. Let's be clear. Oh, they've always been good. That was just a downturn. Sure, it was a talented roster, and I will talk about roster construction. You mentioned Alex Morgan not being around. Mallory Swanson was hurt, so she wasn't available for the last World Cup. But as talented as they were in 2023 for that World Cup, they still couldn't score goals, and they were knocked out in the second round. So you can be as talented as you want. You don't have the right coach, it's going to go poorly. Now, the U.S. men, in comparison, aren't as talented as U.S. women. They don't have that type. When we talk about what if our best athletes played soccer, I don't know if our best athletes are playing women's soccer, but we're athletically more gifted than most of the teams they play, if not all. The men, skill-wise, tactically, no, not so, but just flat-out athletes, we're with everyone else. It's not a question of athletes. Now we just talk about, well, if we get an NBA athlete out there, maybe we would just win. Not if they don't know how to kick a soccer ball the right way or pass the ball or are tactically inclined to play the sport. Those are differences. In fact, no 6'8" guy, unless your name is Peter Crouch, and he's not even that tall, is going to be that dominant in soccer. Just different skill sets. But yes, go get yourself a great coach, and then we can talk about the lack of talent. I don't know how good this team can be, the men's version. because they haven't been put in great positions to succeed. I think it's funny. Consistently, we point to coaching in the sports we care about here all the time, whether it be football. Talk about it. The Astros, not the Astros. The Texans were terrible. Now they drafted C.J. Stroud, and that changes things. But we still give so much credit to D'Amico Ryans for what he's done and Bobby Slowick. Coaching matters all the time. The Rockets are a better example because the roster is pretty much the same. They've added veterans, certainly. But are they coached better than they would have been under Steven Silas? Yes. Is there a plan that you can see forming, even just on the court with the young players? Yes. Go get yourself a competent coach for the U.S. men, then have a conversation about the talent level. Are they capable of winning a World Cup with this group? Unlikely. But are they capable of making a quarterfinal and maybe a miracle run to a semifinal at home, which a lot of teams pull off? I think so. That's why this upcoming tournament is very important. This rant, this topic always drives me to this point because it's less about the U.S. Soccer Federation, which is a giant problem, and more about the conversation surrounding the team. Like, everyone's just resigned to, well, we're not as good talent-wise as everyone else, so how could we possibly compete? That's not how you approach sports. Get the best people you can to surround your current player pool and go from there. That's all. I can breathe. Pena, we see you. We'll get to you when we come back. You want to talk about a subject, depending on what you get to, that may get me fired up as well, but probably less than this because the comments, the conversation is almost mind-numbing to me. But you know what I do want to inform you about is my bookie. If you want to bet on the U.S. gold medal game against the Brazilians, which I believe is Saturday, not Friday. Willie P, if you're looking for the game tomorrow, I think you're going to be out of luck. It'll be Saturday. You can go to my bookie. They'll give you the opportunity if you think Sophia Smith and the rest of the Triple Espresso group is going to lead the U.S. to a gold medal. You can take advantage of that. Or you're into the Astros and maybe you're not betting on them tonight because they don't play. But on Friday, as they start their series against the Red Sox, you want to lean into the Astros getting on a hot streak, or just simply bet against the Mariners tonight. They aren't good. Maybe the Tigers and A.J. Hinch will sweep them. Take advantage of MyBookie. You go to mybookie.ag, use that promo code BET975, and bet on anything, whether it be sports or you just want to take advantage of the live casino option. The cards games are great. You have the live dealer, so it's not just a card popping up on your screen. You see the cards being dealt to you. Use the promo code to sign up. Use the promo code if you're an existing customer as well. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's Michael Carroll. He'll join us tomorrow at 11:30. And I don't know if he's going to talk about Borderlands. He does a segment with us every week recommending what you should or shouldn't watch. Video game adaptations have had a comeback. The Last of Us is good. Fallout got great reviews. Borderlands, that one's not gonna fly as far as the reviews are concerned. Just one review. It's the worst movie I've seen all year from someone. And they go after Eli Roth. That cast features Cate Blanchett. Like, why is Cate Blanchett in a Borderlands movie? Apparently the script was really good until Eli Roth got a hold of it, the director. This one review says that it's so bad that the writer asked for their name to be taken off of it because Eli Roth ruined it.
I saw that it has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yes.
Rotten Tomatoes score isn't everything.
But
some say it means nothing.
That's brutal.
I would say that if it's at 0%, it means something.
Yes. Now, I'm never going to be into a movie really that has Kevin Hart in it. There have been a lot of misses for him in movies. But Cate Blanchett's in it. That's a legit actor, as they would say, who decided to take this movie on. And then she got on set and she's like, wait a minute. This isn't going the way I thought it would. And people are blaming Eli Roth for that. So maybe Michael will have a different view of it, or maybe not. We'll get to that tomorrow. Let's start with Pena. He wants to talk college football. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, that Borderlands movie is gonna be straight garbage, man. Like, I love the games, but they're awesome. But as soon as I saw that, when I went to go watch Deadpool, I saw the preview to it. I was pretty upset. But yeah, I'm here to talk college football, man. I saw that what's his name, Baxter, the running back from Texas got hurt. Oh man, my heart sunk, man. I thought we were gonna just run into the SEC and just run that, but I still think we're gonna run it. How do you think Texas is gonna turn out? And you talked about a 6'8" soccer player. You got to leave out Zlatan, man. That guy was dope, man. He was awesome. Thank you. Have a great day.
Zlatan is dope. Don't think he was 6'8", though. He was tall. He was big.
He was dope.
He was. Not the dope that Marcus Jordan was snorting, though.
Yeah, Marcus Jordan's like, huh? What'd you say?
Oh, you say dope? Different type. But, yes, Zlatan was great. Big, strong. Dude was an awesome player. Just don't think he was a power forward type or a big, small forward type. I don't think he was that big. As far as C.J. Baxter, I mentioned it before, really early in the show. I wanted to get Sean's opinion on it. That news broke. Baxter, the star back for Texas, is out for the year. Jaden Blue will be thrust into a bigger role. He got plenty of snaps last year. He'll get certainly more this year. Sean, the news of C.J. Baxter out. Does it change the trajectory of Texas this season? What do you think? Will they have enough to overcome?
I think they should have enough to overcome. It's more about losing like the kind of top end talent. Like they have plenty of running backs that could be SEC running backs. It's more of they don't have the difference maker behind them other than Blue, who I mean they announced the Doak Walker watch list earlier this week, I think, and both guys were on the Doak Walker watch list, even when both of them were supposed to be playing. So I think that the drop off from Baxter to Blue isn't that big of a deal. It's just going from having two difference-making running backs to having one basically before the season even kicks off, and you're going to have to play an SEC schedule, and if something happens to Blue, now it's big Trey Wisner hours, who is solid, talented, but hasn't really played offense ever at Texas, more of a special teams guy, and then you got some freshmen behind him. So, I don't think it drastically changes things, but they probably won't run the SEC. But playoffs still the expectation.
Feels like Bond, Golden, and Bolden season.
Yeah, that's another part of it. Just okay, you're down a running back. It would be super sick if the guy who's going into his third year starting could carry this team as a quarterback.
Always got to turn into slander for Quinn
That's not
Ewers.
slander. That's not slander. I'm saying.
How about
he's been in college?
How about let's not worry about
It's his third year starting.
How about let's not worry about it? I ain't worried because Quinn Ewers is going to carry this team. The super sick.
I'm not worried about it
because you have a replacement in mind. Understood. Understood.
Or I should say, I'm not worried about it. I guess I am worried about his ability to actually. He'll step it up. He'll carry this team. It's like kind of want to establish the run a little bit more.
You think
Set
he
up the play
needs a little bit more help? You think he can't be a guy who gets leaned on for 40 drop backs a game?
He's better after play action. His numbers suggest that he's a better play action quarterback.
He's got all the weapons on the outside to make you feel a little bit better about him.
So's Purdy.
Well, Purdy has Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, what if he lost him?
Elijah Mitchell's pretty good. I mean, the 49ers can find
Jaden Blue's pretty good. It's just you're again, maybe we talk about this all the time when guys stay for a million years at quarterback and they get better. Maybe that happens with Quinn Ewers.
It's only been 2 and going into 3. It ain't been a million years.
No, but just more of like the experience. At a certain point, you do get better with a ton of experience playing against 19 and 20-year-olds. So
sure.
Maybe that happens.
At this point, he'll be older than most of the players he's playing against. At this point,
he's on the older side. He's an upperclassman now.
Yes, after sitting out a year at Ohio State, right?
And playing for 2.
And then playing for 2. Yes, he is in that. Hey, aren't you too old to be on campus?
Not are you too old to be on campus, but he is a senior. He's a redshirt
by age.
junior.
He would be a senior,
fourth
year junior. Yes, going into his 4th year. So yes, you would hope that Quinn Ewers can overcome the loss of C.J. Baxter and just distribute the ball to those big-time wide receivers that they've brought in over the last offseason. All transfers, right? Bolden, Golden, and Bond?
Yes. And I think they're all the leading receivers at their former teams. I think that's true. That might not be true.
Then you have Ryan Wingo as your big-time freshman waiting to get snaps, too.
Jonte Cook.
You got plenty of weapons. Quinn Ewers, we're looking at you. Let's get it done. Or not. I don't care one way or the other, honestly. But for Sean's sake, either get it done or make it clear you're not going to get it done early so they can go to Arch.
Boom.
There it is. Bingo. Let's also get to you on the other side. Fake name. You can wait. We'll talk to him about soccer, we think, when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Final segment of the show. Do I preview a giveaway we're going to do tomorrow? Just to keep people listening? Hey, tomorrow, you should stay tuned because at any point, I'm going to give away tickets to Alien Romulus. It's not a watch along with me, so that should be enticing. It'll just be tickets you can take someone you want to hang out with to that movie. Sean, I, and Michael have talked about it. It's actually a horror-leaning movie that Michael will actually watch. From all the previews or trailers, it suggests we're going back into the horror side of the Alien franchise. So we'll give away those tomorrow. If you're interested in that, just stay tuned. At some point between 10 and 12 tomorrow, we'll do that. But let's get to La Salsa, who wants to talk about soccer, allegedly.
Shout out to the La Raza. Also, shout out to the caller formerly known as Ryan. Hashtag when is Rahul going to get back on the air? But I got an idea for the men's soccer team. Why don't they go out and do a Ted Lasso thing, man? All you got to do is leave, jelly. Laters.
I don't like the bastardization of my name, and I don't get the reference, mostly because I couldn't understand it. I heard the Ted Lasso part. I'm not sure what the reference was because all I heard was traffic or the sound of wind going by your window, so I'm not sure. Ryan, you missed a golden opportunity here. And we'll get to it mostly because I remember you up there. And don't shout out your former self when it's just you calling in. Just say, I'm La Salsa. Enough already. The bit is fine. But shouting out the artist formerly known as Ryan when you're Ryan, you're just shouting at yourself.
Man, when's Ryan going to call back?
Yeah, I can't believe it.
The people love him.
Yeah, I've been asking for him. And all we get is La Salsa. Referencing Ryan. All you're doing is making us feel bad. Remembering that Ryan doesn't call in anymore. Okay, cool. But he normally calls in Ryan or La Salsa, depending on what personality he wants to use. He generally calls in about some fake sports thing just to get to his normal topic. There is a topic in the Olympics that would suit Ryan's interest. Alicia Newman or Alicia, I'm not quite sure. You help me out, Sean. Alysha. Is that an Alicia or an Alicia? Alicia, right?
Alicia, I would say.
Alicia Newman. She is a pole vaulter for Canada. She won a bronze yesterday. She also is what Ryan likes to talk about quite a bit, ask questions about. She is an OnlyFans creator. Why that's important? It's because I don't know if we know of a active Olympian who also has that on the resume, where she will compete in her sport and is good enough to win a bronze. And also, hey guys, and that's where I'm going to end it as far as the OnlyFans thing is concerned. You guys get what happens in OnlyFans. I will say she is cognizant of her career outside of OnlyFans, so she's not doing all the things. You would call it tasteful, I think. That's what we used to call it. The tasteful stuff, I guess, is what she does. But after securing the bronze with her final leap or vault, I guess you would call it, considering the name of the event, she faked like she was hurt because that has been part of her story where she's had a bad ankle injury. She faked the injury and then started twerking. She's not the only one to do this in sports. There was a women's soccer player who did this now a couple years ago where she scored a goal, ran around, and then faked like she hurt her ankle and then did a twerk, which I think is the inspiration for it.
I think so.
Yes. She is, I think, a former Miami athlete. She dated Anthony Chickolo, a former Miami player, had bit parts around the league with the Steelers and others. That's not a great story. The ending of their relationship, not great. You can Google it if you want. Didn't end well. But she twerked, became a thing. You know, I get the celebration, but when you win the bronze medal for the first time for your country, I would probably rather have that be the story than the entire world. Go, look what this person did. I get it. There's a lot of attention, and she was exuberant in the moment, But when you do it, now it becomes less about, hey, you did something that your country's never done. And it's about, oh, look what the OnlyFans model did.
It's also a moment that, at least theoretically, it's like she's Canadian, right?
Yes.
In Canadian history,
This is
forever.
what I'm saying.
Canadian Olympic history, they're gonna play.
How's the social team?
Remember when we got the pole vault bronze?
What's the social team gonna do now? They've got you twerking. They would love to have you run off excited and like, from the moment you clear the bar to you celebrating. They would probably love to throw that on all the socials. How do they use the twerking video?
Well, part of this is that Sports Illustrated, not really a thing anymore.
Not at all.
But, Mia Hamm, she was on the Sports Illustrated cover after celebrating, what was it, the World Cup?
99, yeah.
99 World Cup.
That wasn't Mia Hamm. That was Brandy Chastain.
Oh, Brandy Chastain.
Come on, bro.
Messed that up.
What are we doing here?
Mia Hamm's in the Miller Lite commercial.
Okay, Brandy Chastain ripped off her shirt when she scored the final penalty against China to win the 99 World Cup, yeah.
Yeah, and now Canada has their own moment.
Are they going to put that on? Where do you put it, though?
on a magazine cover.
I'm going to Team Canada's Instagram. Let's see if they have that video up.
They probably do.
Do they have her twerking?
They probably cut off the celebration.
I'm looking at it right now, scrolling through. Now, I have to see how quickly they update things because I don't see it in like the first 8 or so posts. So I don't know. I think it's a moment the social team would have preferred for her not to twerk in.
No, that's social team doesn't need to be that high and mighty about this.
They have bosses too, Sean. They're just the admin. They have to answer to someone and go, hey, could you not put the twerking on our socials?
Is there not even a photo of her like with the medal, like doing the bite out of the medal thing?
I didn't see it in the first 8, so I'm going to have to keep scrolling to see. But the first couple, I don't know if it's part of one of their stories, but like as far as posts are concerned, scrolling.
Do they have posts of Jamal Murray throwing up bricks?
I don't think they're going to put that on the social. Yeah, the first shot of her is from 16 hours ago, and they just go over all their medal winners, and it's in French in this case. So they show her with the Canadian flag, but it's all stills. There's no image of her celebrating, going over, and coming off. So yeah, it's difficult. I don't know if it's in one of their reels, but so far, she may have ruined the social team's moment.
It might be in Reels. Actually, it's less likely that it's in Reels.
Yeah, they would want it on the front, right?
They would have to edit.
Yeah, and
do some heavy edit.
Get the twerk out if they don't want the twerk in. I'm telling you, man, social team was like, yes. Oh, no. What are we going to do with that? You don't think there were conversations about, can we use this or not?
There definitely was
And then they saw that, I guess we can't use it.
some boss was like, no, we can't.
Just think about it.
Joe George type. Like
Joe George type.
Yeah. It's like,
So they have it. So, of course, because Canada is a country split in some cases by language. So they have a Canadian a Canadian, an English right above it. And they have or recap of it. And they have a French recap of it. And none of it involves the twerking. It is what it is.
Messed up.
Sorry. I don't mind the moment. I just know how these things work. And they would have preferred for her to just run off, grab the flag, and celebrate.
Cry, run over to her boyfriend. They love that stuff.
But what they got was, oh no, what did she do? And they've had to work around it. And no videos, just stills. Sorry, Canada.
Messed up. It's a legendary Canadian athletic moment.
I don't know if it's on their Twitter account, but as far as Instagram's concerned, no video of her and her moment. It'd be like that sometimes.
Have fun with Jamal Murray.
There's no fun being had there. Oof. An embarrassment to the nation. You think the twerking was an embarrassment? Did you see Murray's shooting performances?
Yeah. Get that guy out.
Far more embarrassing. Team Canada made me look dumb. Got beat by France. I blame Jamal Murray. As Sean called him, a Jokic merchant. We're done for the day. Gallant George are up next. Then the Killer Bees. Alicia Newman did it. I did it. So what does that mean?
We did it!
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, he hits this ball hard out to right center field. That's trouble. It's gone. Boy, he just lined one out of here. 22nd of the year for Alvarez. And he makes it 2-0 Houston. Goodness me.
Goodness me, indeed, because the Houston Astros, for the 8th straight year, possess the coveted silver boots. They get it with a win over the South Oklahoma Arlington Rangers yesterday. 6-3, the final score, I believe 6-4, whatever. They had a 5-0 lead at one point. They hold on for the victory. And everything is right in the world once again, Joe George.
Yeah, as long as, Silverboot stays home, that's what matters right now. Yordan Alvarez, goodness me, what a way to end a call. Just, he's so sad, such a sad man.
I feel bad about this
because I believe that Dave Raymond lived here in Houston for a while calling Astros games. But over the last couple of years, when I discovered that my Fubo TV subscription includes the calls of Texas Rangers broadcasts, there is a very, very small part of my brain that lives to hear Dave Raymond be miserable when the Astros do something to the Rangers.
So I guess something, if like bases are loaded, you're flipping over so you can hear the sadness?
If the game gets out of hand, no offense to Todd Callis, Syracuse guy, Jeff Blum, close personal friend, Julia Morales, we've interacted before, I flip it over to watch the Rangers broadcast because it tends to get a little bit whiny.
Yeah, it's very sad boy.
Yeah.
It's not soft boy, it's just sad boy.
Goodness me.
I think we should start using goodness me more often. Just start working that into the show.
Dios mío.
Regularly.
Yeah.
Just I'll give a bad take and you just go, goodness me.
Goodness me is a very white way to say, oh my.
Yes, it's a very, very white way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, you know what? They won the game yesterday. Jordan Alvarez, 2 games in a row with a home run. That thing was a line drive. Right out of the park.
I didn't think that was going to leave. That was a laser. And that's the deepest part of the ballpark. The low trajectory with which Alvarez hit that bad boy. Truly impressive to make it leave the yard. So, the Astros are now back in first place by more than just percentage points. Now by a full half game, which doesn't make any sense, but it's more than .001. So now we take a look at what happened yesterday, and once again, it was Yusei Kikuchi with a almost quality start, not quite 6 innings, 8 punch-outs, or as Joe Espada calls them, punchies along the way. Here he is wrapping up a strikeout of the side in the 4th inning.
Got him. Caratini with another fist pump after an inning-ending strikeout. Simeon struck out to end the 3rd, and now Kikuchi with 3 more strikeouts in the 4th.
No one liked the Yusei Kikuchi trade when it first happened. Giving up 3 prospects for a rental was our biggest issue. People fell in love with Joey Loperfido. It was a summer fling the first couple of months of his major league career. Jake Bloss, I mean, he only was drafted last year. Maybe he has potential past what we saw from him at the major league level if he's already pitching less than a year into his professional career. And then you got rid of Will Wagner. To be honest, no one really cared about that one. Sorry, Will. We, in the moment, I would say collectively, people who follow the Houston Astros freaked out. About 16 to 24 hours later, I think we were all a little bit more measured for the most part. And now we're seeing, Joe, people start to change their tune, whether it's Ben Verlander, who had a strong reaction to the trade in the moment and is a national baseball analyst. Maybe not a great sign for baseball analysis that the little brother of a good major leaguer is a great major leaguer, a Hall of Fame major leaguer, one of the best pitchers of his era, is a go-to source of analysis. Some are doing victory laps. I saw our friend Charlie Palillo for the Sports Map, which is in our building, essentially saying that Joey Loperfido is not Joe DiMaggio.
Yes.
In as many words. All of a sudden, are we all okay with the Yusei Kikuchi trade, which for now is a rental?
I think you have to be more okay with it. You don't have to be fully on board still. You can have your reservations about trading the prospects, but still at the same time be very, very happy with the results that you've gotten. Because it's still just 2 starts. You know, if we just assumed everything was the way it was after 2 starts, then Ronald Blanco would have won the Cy Young this year. Hunter Brown would have been cut last year at some point. Like, things can go good and bad. But this trade has worked out really well for you so far. Yusei Kikuchi has been awesome. The way that they've changed his delivery, not his delivery, but what his pitch usage has clearly helped him tremendously. And the reason, you know, there's nothing wrong with flipping on it when everyone, like you said, had the had the negative reaction.
Any moment, everyone
Yes.
was mad.
You look at The Athletic or ESPN.com, every single trade deadline grade reaction was C-, D, just a normal C for this trade. It was not well received across locally, nationally, anywhere.
There were a few measured people. I'll give credit to Todd the Show on our Twitch, but for the most part, the reaction ranged from, what the hell? Huh? All that for a rental with an ERA close to 5 to, what are they doing? Dana Brown sucks. Fire him. It was that kind of range. And, I mean, through 2 starts, no quality starts yet, but he's getting close to 6 innings, which is much more than Jake Loss was giving you. And he's also, along the way, giving you 19 strikeouts.
And he's been really impressive. Like, it's not even just the strikeouts. He's just finding a way to just get outs in a bunch of different manners, whether it's, and the strikeouts has obviously led the way for him. It just, he looks like a different player. And part of it is like, I always reference back to what they shoved down our throat for 2 years, which is back of the baseball card. It wasn't just the high ERA that he had in 2024. It's what he's done for most of his career. He's a 4 to 5+ ERA guy. His only season so far where he's at a below 4 ERA is in 2023 for an entire season. Trading for a guy like that when your pitching staff is struggling is not going to come with like a parade of happiness for your organization. There's always going to be a sense of pessimism when you trade for a guy who's consistently below average. And that's what he has been in his career. In 2 starts here, maybe Miller and Murphy in the analytics department like really have fixed this guy. We'll see. You hope
Miller
they
and Murphy,
have.
first names for everybody? Class?
Josh Murphy, and I don't know.
Okay, got
They're
it.
just-
Sorry.
They're both the 2 pitching coaches.
This is something this time slot has an issue with. Not specifically you. I know whenever we have DJ on, DJ will just say guys by the first name, and I'm like, hey, I don't know who that is. So
The
share
2
with
pitching
class.
coaches.
The 2 pitching coaches.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, cool.
But if they fix them, awesome. If he's this guy, you are in a whole different atmosphere of starting pitching if he can be this guy. I don't care about quality starts. He threw 100 pitches. He struck out 8 guys. He gives you 5 1/3. Your bullpen should be good enough consistently, specifically the back end of it with Presley, Abreu, and Hader, to where you can, and Taylor Scott, to where that's fine. If he's giving you 5 1/3, you should be able to get it done on a pretty consistent basis.
I'll admit I'm still skeptical.
Same.
He has had 2 great starts, but the Rangers offense this year, it's not the same. I don't know what happened. And the Tampa Bay Rays, they have stripped a lot of parts. Kikuchi's next scheduled start, get this, ideal for him, is against the Tampa Bay Rays August 13th. I don't know if Justin Verlander is going to be back, so this will change the math, but if you take a look ahead at the schedule and just assume, okay, 5 starts from that, it's Monday, August 19th against the Boston Red Sox, who are having a very good season. The Astros are going to play them in Boston this weekend. Compared to the expectations, no one thought Boston would do a damn thing. They're actually a pretty good hitting team. And then either you fast forward 5 starts or 4 starts, depending on whether or not the Astros go to a 6-man rotation. The next outing for Kikuchi is going to be against the Baltimore Orioles. I feel like we can all maybe properly evaluate what this trade was, if it was too much, if Kikuchi's actually going to contribute after what happens in those 2 starts. Against Boston, against Baltimore. And I truly do not know what happens in them. There's an off chance as well that if the Astros stick to the 5-man rotation, that we could see him Monday, August 19th against the Red Sox. We could see him Saturday, August 24th against the Orioles, and then Wednesday, August 28th against the Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
Then we will really know what he is. But it depends on whether or not the Astros go to a 6-man rotation. There's a part of me that hopes that they don't go to a 6-man rotation just so that I can really know for sure. 3-game sample size against 3 teams that are good, that have good offenses. Then we will know whether or not Yusei Kikuchi has it. Because that was always my issue with him when he was in Seattle. It wasn't that he could put together amazing stretches. It's how did he do against good teams? What happened when he gets red ass on himself after giving up a couple of big hits?
Yeah, and even past that, Paul, like even if he is successful in those starts, I think a lot of this trade still just, it matters what happens when you make the playoffs. Like this is not a team that has regular season just win the division expectations. No matter how the season has gone, no matter how much the offense has struggled, no matter how many pitching injuries you've had, you're the Houston Astros. Your expectations, our expectations, everyone in baseball's expectations is that you're going to go back to an ALCS for an 8th straight year. That's what the standard is for the organization.
It's the standard. I don't know if it's still the expectation, but it is the standard.
So like, well, what does he do in the ALDS? What does he do if they get to the ALCS?
They gotta get there.
Like
to
that to me is more. We'll tell the bigger picture of the story. I think a lot of it just goes back to you gave up 3 prospects for a guy who's not under control, who doesn't have great stats. If he's this guy, this is a home run of a trade. Honestly, if you make the playoffs, because of the way the season has gone, it helps you even more. And if he's a big part of that, and right now he is. Like where are you without him right now? Your offense is struggling mightily. And in the 2 games, he's been absolutely dominant. And if it's Jake Bloss on the mound instead of Yusei Kikuchi, you've lost those 2 games. And instead of being on first place today, you're probably a game and a half out of first right now still.
He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. The HRNP listener line. You can also join us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio. Sean Mapes is behind the glass at Sean A. Mapes. And you can join us on twitch.tv at ESPN 975 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Coming up next, how did the Astros get in first place in the AL West? You'll hear how it happened. And, oh man, the AL West really, it sucks. We'll discuss why. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Fly ball, towering fly ball to center. How much is on it at the wall? Oh my goodness, Meadows with a potential game-saving catch for the Tigers.
That helped preserve a 3-2 Detroit lead heading into the ninth inning. The Tigers added 3 runs in the ninth, and they took down Seattle 6-2. That combined with the Astros' 6-4 win over the Rangers yesterday to clinch the Silver Boot puts the Astros in first in the American League West again by half a game. Interesting game. Detroit had 13 hits on Seattle. They had 7 hits on George Kirby. Kirby, for those who don't know, seems to own the Astros in 3 starts against them this year, a 1.5 ERA, 17 strikeouts. Maybe A.J. Hinch can pass over some pointers on how to properly get hits off the man.
That's sick. That catch was sick.
It was incredible.
Austin Meadows went up and got that thing.
I don't know how he got that thing either. I mean, that truly was one of those leaps where he jumped as high as he possibly could to get it. It wasn't one of those ones where, all right, it's coming down and he didn't necessarily need to jump and maybe hams it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Not that fielders do that. I mean, basically, you're looking up at the ball. You kind of have to just judge for yourself. Hey, where am I? Hopefully I don't run face first into the wall like that left fielder for the Rangers did yesterday when our guy DeZenzo hit his first major league double.
Yeah, that was a tough play for that guy yesterday.
It hurt my face just seeing it.
The Rangers once again, some poor defense helped you out a little bit yesterday's game. Wyatt Langford, that play in center field where it just dropped in front of him because he didn't run for the baseball. But that was an impressive catch from Austin Meadows, and the Tigers they're helping you out. Like for the Astros to win this division, because the way the schedule has changed and you play your divisional opponents way less, they only have 3 games left versus the Mariners this season, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th of September. So you're going to need a lot of help to, separate yourself from the Mariners this year because you just can't do it yourself like in the past.
I'm going to ask both you, Joe, and Sean, how many games out of first place the Astros would be in these divisions that aren't the American League West. You just have to guess.
Okay.
The AL West is hot garbage. We all have to admit it. It's the worst division in baseball this year. Part of that is due to the Mariners who keep blowing it. Part of that is due to the Rangers, who are one of the more underwhelming defending World Series champions I can remember, especially given how much they are paying for that team. But let's be honest, the Astros, this has been a massive disappointment of the year by our very lofty standards. Back in first place in the AL West. How many games out of first would they be in the National League Central?
5?
I was going to go 5.5.
Ooh, Sean gets it with it. 5.5 exactly.
I was thinking 5.5 before you said 5. But I also would have done that to Price is Right.
Well, you get to go first now on that.
Okay.
How do Price is Right rules work? If you go over, you bust?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. All right. The National League West. How many games out of first place would the Houston Astros be in that division?
I'm going to go with a full, healthy 6 games.
Okay. Joe?
8.
Sean again. Joe busts.
I thought the Dodgers had a better record than that.
6.5 the National League West leader would have on the Houston Astros. All right. How about the American League Central, the division we all used to make fun of all the time? Joe, you're first. How many games out of first place would the Astros be in the AL Central?
3.5.
I know the Guardians are really good, so I'm gonna say 8.5.
Ooh, Sean busts. It is 8 though.
I suck at this game, guys.
I was gonna say like 10. And then I was like, wait, I don't want to go over.
How'd you get 3, Joe?
I knew they were better, but I guess I just have such a negative view of the AL Central that I figured
it's totally fair.
I figured they were
it's
better
totally
than the
fair.
Astros, but not that much better than the Astros this year.
The White Sox don't bring the first place team down by that much. By the way, the White Sox fired their manager a day after he broke the 21-game losing streak. What the hell?
I like this strategy. They didn't want to have to make the interim manager answer for the 20-game losing streak, so they waited till he broke the streak and then fired him. So now Grady Sizemore, the new manager of the White Sox, didn't have to answer questions about it.
Who was the last manager?
Pedro Grifol.
Grifol guy.
He sure griffalled
Yeah.
out of a job.
Those are both good. I give them like 6 out of 10s.
Griffalled into last place. Yeah. All right. Grady Sizemore. That makes me feel a little bit old. I feel like he was playing 3 years ago.
I know.
Could be wrong on that one. Okay. We've got a couple more divisions left. Just 2 more.
Okay.
Who went first last time?
I think Joe did.
I did.
Okay, cool. We have great memories here. Just riveting. Maybe we all need a little Adderall. Anyway, American League East. How many games out of first place would the Astros be in that division?
I think this is a big number.
I think it's going to be like 7.
Okay, Sean says 7. Joe?
Well, they're better than the Guardians. There's 8, so I'm going to go 9.
Ooh, Joe busts again. But you were close. 8.5.
Oh.
The American League East, I thought, would have many more games on the Astros than 8.5.
Yeah.
Got to be honest. That's the
You know what?
AL East bias.
The Orioles and the Yankees have not been playing. They had like a down stretch recently.
Yeah,
both of
the
them, a
Yankees
little
play
bit.
like garbage for like
Yeah.
3 straight weeks.
Yeah.
All right, one last division. National League East. How many games out of first place would the Houston Astros be if they were in that division?
Is it me first?
I think it's me first.
Okay.
I'm gonna go 5.5.
5.5. Okay, Sean, what do you
That's a
say?
good guess. That's a good one. I'll go 6.
9. Sean wins. Damn.
I didn't win it. I just got shut
Joe,
out.
you got killed.
No,
I just got-
I bust on one.
Yeah,
but I said 3. We didn't.
He wasn't really that close.
We didn't say we were doing Price is Right
I
rules.
was a half game off. You're like
I was like
5 games off.
5.5.
You're very thankful for the existence of the American League West in 2024.
Yes.
I mean, it is a bum-ass division. And listen, you can only play the schedule that you've got. And if you want to try to do a little spin job on the Astros this year, they're only playing 13 games against AL West teams this year as opposed to 18 in the past. But this division blows. It is terrible, and thank God. Like that's all you can really say. Like they're hanging around. Great. That's all they need to do. They just got to get into the playoffs. Once the playoffs begin, you can see a team like the Arizona Diamondbacks go on to the World Series. But this is a rank stank division.
Yeah, I mean, even like if you had hopes of catching, a wild card team, I think you're 4 games back right now. The Kansas City Royals, I believe. Yeah, 4 games back of the Royals, the last wild card spot. So even though you play them coming up, like if that's an important series, like so is the Boston series, because if you win those, even if you happen to falter in the AL West, if you take 2 out of 3 versus the Red Sox, you take 2 out of 3 versus the Royals, or 3 out of 4 when you play the Royals at the end of August, you can at least help yourself to try to make the wild card and give yourself a little bit of cushion here and on down the final stretch. But it really feels like it's win the terrible AL West this year or bust.
Yeah, I agree. I don't play for the wild card. You're not going to win that.
All 3 of these teams are so lucky that not a single one of the other 2 have lived up to expectations, because they've all, like, so far all these teams have fallen short of
Great point.
expectations.
Yeah, they've
now
all.
the Astros have the longer track record of meeting those expectations, but I mean, if you ask Mariners fans, they if you give them what the Texas Rangers and what the Astros records are, they'll be like, oh, whoa, we got to be 5 games up in this division.
They would think that because they were 10 games up at one point, they might be 15.
Yeah.
At this point, I mean, right now, the Angels are closer to catching the Rangers in the standings than the Rangers are to catching the Astros. The Angels are 3.5 games behind the Rangers in the division right now. Wow. The Rangers could go from World Series to 4th place in a terrible division within a week.
That is actually very surprising. You do assume that all 3 of these teams are like way ahead of the Angels, because like, what is Mike Trout injured? Yeah, duh. Yeah. Who else is on their team? You don't know. they're still hanging around. The A's aren't even that far off, to be honest.
Bill O'Brien's like, this is a weak ass division.
No, it doesn't matter, Sean. AL West champs.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do to get.
Doesn't matter, Sean. Silver boot champs.
Silver boot champs.
Silver boot champs.
8
yeah.
times.
8 in a row. That's true. He said didn't he say a couple years in a row for the AFC
think
South
he
champ?
said he said back-to-back champs. Back-to-back champs, Brian.
Back to back.
4-team division. Anyway, it is Gallant and George. He's Joe George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. If you want to weigh in on whether you trust Yusei Kikuchi now, we did have a couple of texts in the last segment. One person says the greatest thing is if he poops the bed the next outing, the narrative goes back to bad trade. On this show, yeah, we're the bipolar baseball show.
Oh, we're not the only ones, but yes.
Another text from the 409, the initial sting is gone, and it may work out great, but they should have got him for less. Yeah, we agree. All right, coming up next, one of the most important football minds in the history of the sport is all over the Houston Texans and hanging out with them too. Deep Steel Blue Pill time. Let's hit it.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Round one of our 2024 Rock the Mic competition is underway. You get to pick which 10 podcasts who have sent in submissions to at ESPN Houston on YouTube advance to the second round. So go to that ESPN Houston YouTube channel, like and subscribe along the way, and then find the Rock the Mic playlist to see all the entries. You can like your favorite entries to show us who you think is the best. While you're there, again, subscribe. YouTube is the future. So this is above my pay grade.
Okay.
I choose to recuse myself from watching. But middle management Joe here, hard at work for this Rock the Mic competition.
Yeah.
Who is leading the pack? In your opinion.
Okay, so
esteemed opinion.
All right, so there's one called Houston Sports State of the Union.
Okay.
They're gonna auto advance to the second round.
Auto advance? What?
Because they had the most views.
Oh,
on their podcast. The top 2 with the most views and likes auto advances to the next round. See Michael Schwab. His is pretty good. See who else here.
Who's the most like me? Because that's really what matters.
Do I want one like you?
No. I'm about to explain why. Who's the most like me?
Should I make him upset? I'm gonna say the Texas out of Texas.
He's disqualified. We're not even gonna let you finish his name. He is disqualified.
Intern Ryan.
There's only intern Ryan.
Who's no longer an intern.
Intern Ryan. I am most like intern Ryan. Where I'm at. Okay. Well,
I didn't mean that.
I don't want to throw an intern under the bus. No, I didn't mean it. The guy who's asking how to spell people's names when Googling this. I love intern Ryan. He's got a lot of flair to him. And now he's going off to Mizzou, so we'll see how he does.
But there's a bunch in there. We got to end up with 20 entries. So I was pleasantly surprised because we had 5 on the Monday before they were all due. So everyone was like, it was like a high school paper.
Procrastination.
We got 15 in the last 3 days. Made me a little nervous.
I like that.
I like it.
I like the last 15.
Yeah,
I don't know who were the last 15 to enter, but I like their attitude.
But you're just like,
towards
hey, like,
yeah,
don't be early. Just keep by the deadline.
Just boom, right under the wire.
Yeah, but there's some good ones in here. Actually, I was pleasantly surprised.
Okay, I like that. I also like the preeminent football mind in all of the United States of America, Kay Adams of the Up and Adams show. You might remember her from Good Morning Football. And guess what? She was out at Houston Texans training camp in Ohio this week. And if Kay Adams is recognizing real, if she's calling D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio iconic, you got to listen. So let's get it up, guys. Texans hype, it's back. It's time for a deep steel blue pill. Texas Swarm!
Sean was so excited he cut you off.
I know.
His deep steel blue pill was so
Just
ready.
couldn't wait to pop that.
Couldn't
blue
even
pill.
wait for you to finish.
It was premature.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he was just telling me to get to the effing point, and
No,
understandably so. I was building it up.
I was so excited.
How can you not be excited when Kay Adams is talking about our beloved Houston Texans and speaking with our beloved Houston Texans? Here she is asking D'Amico Ryans about a J.J. Watt comeback?
Is there room for J.J. Watt on this team? TJ kept the door open.
Yeah.
Caserio kept the door open.
Right.
Now you better close the door, coach. You got the opportunity right here.
JJ knows. Anytime he's ready, I'm ready.
What does that mean?
If he's ready. JJ's been out now for what, 2 years? When you stop playing football for 2 years, it's hard to come back.
So you're saying that knowing it's an open invitation, but he's probably not going to take it.
It's always open for JJ. I'm never closing that door.
We're leaving the door open. Appreciate the time, coach.
Okay.
I can't believe we're still doing this, but
I'm cool with it.
I am too.
Look how ripped he looks.
Well, part of me still thinks he's actually coming back. Like I can't because they won't close the door.
I feel like if it were going to happen before the season with Danico Autry getting suspended, it would have happened by now. The idea that it'll happen in the middle of the season, I have a hard time buying into that, barring some sort of catastrophic injuries to the Houston Texans defensively. They would also have to be, I would imagine, close to contention for Watt to want to come back, right? Like, he's not going to come back if things hit the fan, and you would think that things would hit the fan if enough injuries happen. So I think it's very unlikely, but I do want it to happen, and I think every Houston Texan fan wants it to happen too.
I think D'Amico Ryans wants it to happen. Hearing him talk about it, where she goes like, well, what was it where Yeah, she says, like, you can just shut it down right now. And he goes, not going to shut it down. But he doesn't think he's ready. If he's ready, I'm ready. Like, that's basically what he was saying. If J.J. Watt called him and was like, I want to be on the Texans, D'Amico Ryans would be like, welcome back. And I appreciate that.
Maybe he doesn't want to play football on Christmas. Like, maybe that's what's like really holding this up. That like he wants to be a good dad and good husband, and doesn't want to be away from his family on Christmas. So J.J. Watt's going to come back Week 18, January 5th, versus the Tennessee Titans, when they wear the Oilers uniforms, the last game of the season.
If he comes back and they put him on the PUP list, then that would give him a 6-week ramp-up period. And theoretically, that ramp-up period could conclude right after the Houston Texans finish their third game in 10 days. That's how I would time it. I would not want to play 3 games in 10 days after being out of the league for 2 years.
Or do a load management on one of the games where it's like Kawhi on a back-to-back where it's like he's not playing this game.
Okay, let's say he comes back. Do you guys expect him to be on the field for more than just 3rd and 10?
No.
Like that's what it is, right? Like
Derek Barnett from last year.
Yeah,
Jerry Hughes.
Yeah, he's Derek Barnett. He is,
but a very cool Derek Barnett.
Yes.
No offense to Derek Barnett, who was cool in his own way, but he's not J.J. Watt, Houston royalty.
A lot more cool Instagram photos from J.J. Watt being back on the Texans in the new uniforms too.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna be swarming so hard.
Cal McNair wants him to come
I would say
back.
Cal McNair definitely wants him to come back because even though
those H-Town Blue,
I'm sure they're selling J.J. Watt. I think it's that's one thing. Okay, teams do that. I think it's really bizarre. Like at some point, I'm sure you'll be able to buy an H-Town Blue Andre Johnson jersey. I think that's super strange because he never wore that jersey, but they're gonna do it. But if J.J. Watt plays, those jerseys are gonna fly off the shelves.
I'm gonna get one of those red ones.
Oh,
J.J. Watt red one?
Yeah.
Full on parade, dude, with the horns.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, him with the big flag leading.
Yes.
Oh my God.
We need him back.
Yeah.
Just for content.
I can see why D'Amico Ryans refuses to shut the door on it.
If it happens, I don't want to know in advance, though. I want it to be one of those things where it's a wrestling style entrance as the last man introduced.
Oh,
glass breaks.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
I mean, the stadium would lose its mind. It would absolutely.
Did they
go
have a
crazy.
Sunday night game late in the season that they can do this?
I mean,
'Cause
that
it
would
also has to be a Sunday night.
the Christmas Day game. He's dressed up as Santa, and then you see his Santa on the sideline, and then all of a sudden, like, wait, that's John Cena's music.
Rips off the beard, rips off the Santa suit. Oh my God.
Or you play. I guess you would play. What's the song that they played back in the 2011, 2012? Was it Bulls on Parade by Rage Against the Machine? Yeah, that's the one that you play.
I don't think so. I think we need. I think you need some Fort Minor. Just like
he gets rolled in a tire.
Yeah.
Hey, November 18th, Monday night against the Cowboys.
It's in Dallas, though.
Oh yeah. Dang it.
So the week before is Sunday. The week
Yeah.
before is Sunday Night Football versus the Detroit Lions. That's week 10.
Coming off a mini bye the week before. They play on Thursday.
I like it.
Like Will Anderson, Daniel Hunter, J.J. Watt.
We'll play some
on one defensive line.
We'll play some Will Anderson. Daniil Hunter's talking about Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter a little bit later in the show. We got so many deep steel blue pills for you before they play a game. Hopefully they live up to this hype.
Well, that's the other. Like you said it though. The Texans have to be, I think, very clearly in the playoffs.
Yes, 100%.
I think they have to secure a first-round home playoff game at a minimum before he comes back.
Yes, they have to be, I think, leading the division or maybe like tied in the division for him to even entertain.
More than that, I think you might need to be the 1 seed for J.J. Watt to come back.
D'Amico Ryans also, with Kay Adams, gave an answer that I love because there's nothing in the world that I hate more than this obsession that all these dorks, all these incels, all these virgins online have with the idea of who is a wide receiver 1. Here is D'Amico speaking with Kay Adams about that.
Are y'all operating, though, in this offense without a number 1 wide receiver?
who's number one? Whoever gets the ball, that's number one, right? I think when you have as many talented guys as we have, Tank, Nico, Steph, I mean, you have three of the top guys in the league at the position. So it's just a matter of, CJ just going through his process and hitting whoever is open. That's number one.
Every single effing time that I hear somebody talk about the idea of a wide receiver one, my brain slowly dies just a little bit. I hate this obsession that we have. Fantasy football has ruined the coverage of the NFL. Guess what you do in football? You throw the ball to the open guy. Oh, you need to give a certain guy amount of touches? Yeah, if you're a loser team and if you grew up rooting for a loser team, you're going to think about this idea of what a wide receiver one is. No, throw the ball to the guy who is open every single play. My God, wide receiver one. Shut up. I hate this. I'm so tired of it.
I think a lot of it now, Paul, is it's teams that don't have a clear, really talented wide receiver or quarterback. Like that's when they start to put QB1, wide receiver one. When like a situation like this, like it doesn't matter.
But no one even says wide receiver one either. No one even says that. All of a sudden we started saying QB1. No one has ever said QB1 until the last 5 years. That never happened in a football game. No, it was because of a random episode of Friday Night Lights. Oh. And by the way, they stopped doing it on Friday Night Lights. This is where it goes back to. It's Peter Berg's fault, to be perfectly honest. And we got to this mode now where we're doing it with wide receivers. Who cares? Stats do not effing matter. I hate that we have gotten to this point where we're like, who's the wide receiver one? Shut up. It's such virgin talk. Win a game. I get it. You haven't all grown up watching a team win 6 Super Bowls like me. But no one is supposed to care about how many targets a wide receiver gets, or how many catches a wide receiver gets, or how many yards a wide receiver gets, or how many yards anyone gets, because yards are the most irrelevant statistic in football. God, I hate it. So I'm glad that D'Amico had a polite way of answering it, but that's how I would have answered it with Kay. I would have gone on a rant. My eyes would have rolled back into my head, and I would have said, honestly, I'm taking away your title as preeminent football mind, as a strong, independent woman, because you asked about the idea of wide receiver one. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Wide receiver one, it's not a real thing, and it does not matter. It only matters to the egomaniacs who play the position, of which there are many. Guess what? It's a team effing game. Get open, and if you're open and the quarterback sees you, he will throw you the ball. Wide receiver one needs to be burnt at the stake, and then that needs to be sent into outer space, into the sun. And hopefully a black hole swallows that sun. And rant.
Oh, you really hate wide receiver one.
I just hate how everyone cares about who gets the most yards and who gets the most receptions.
No, it
doesn't matter. It does not matter. Win the game.
Yeah, and you know what's funny too is like a lot of times I think when you talk about this, like you would have, it's like almost like just like who's going to get the most targets, like you're saying, and that's what everyone thinks it's going to be. It doesn't matter when CJ Stroud's your quarterback. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
He's already proven it does not matter how many great wide receivers are on his roster. Because look what he did in college. He played at a college in which there was 5 first-round picks on his team at one time.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who wide receivers one is. CJ Stroud has said it. Just get open. Whoever is open is going to get the ball.
If you have a great quarterback, it also doesn't matter who the wide receiver one is to that point. Like if you're Patrick Mahomes, who's wide receiver one? Doesn't matter. See, who is Rashee Rice? You didn't know who he was until...
Well, we know now.
Well, now you really know who he is. But you didn't know who Rashee Rice was going into the year. Oh, a second-round pick out of SMU? Sure, okay, let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll be honest. Like I don't have much of a rant in there.
I just hate it. Like,
I think you're right though, because it's just a dumb thing that people do. It's very fantasy football. It is a very fantasy football term that's used now, and it really shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter when you have a good quarterback. Like who's the most talented, who's the highest paid. It's about who gets open. The only time it really, really, really matters is if you have a super diva at wide receiver. That's where I think that sometimes they push the narrative more about wide receiver one. You know, whether it's T.O. or Diggs, I think belongs in this category a little bit from what we saw in Buffalo. Antonio Brown, like Randy Moss a little bit as well. But even like Randy Moss had great years when he was teammates with Chris Carter.
Moss was never a diva about that. Moss was more like he just didn't like practicing. The guys that you mentioned though, T.O., Antonio Brown, and Stephon Diggs. How many Super Bowls between the three of them?
0.
Yep. It's all about winning.
I mean, you look at the top, I don't know, whatever list you look at the top 5 to 10 wide receivers of all time, very few of them have Super Bowls. Typically, like that elite crop of wide receivers translates to nothing. Like besides Jerry Rice, Randy Moss has nothing. T.O. has nothing. They have appearances. Even in the modern day NFL, Justin Jefferson has nothing.
It's one of the reasons I always get a little bit nervous about the idea of paying a wide receiver a gargantuan contract, which I know a lot of people say you should do if a quarterback's on a rookie deal because you have the ability to do that. But if you just take a look at it, for the most part, it doesn't generally lead to success. Like, it really is still about the quarterback. And sure, that wide receiver helps the quarterback out, but it's a position that, given the amount of targets a receiver gets over the course of a game, that has become, I think, over expensive.
Oh, big time.
But hey, I mean, that's how it goes.
I mean, and that's why, it's like when you look at the wide receiver, like, yeah, some of these guys are going to Super Bowls. A.J. Brown went to a Super Bowl. Jamar Chase went to a Super Bowl. They're not winning it because at the end of the day, all that really matters is your quarterback play.
Mm-hmm.
Like Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, yes, they're two of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, but they've proven that. They've proven that you don't need to have this incredibly wide receiver one, in quotes, for you. Talented player to win a Super Bowl. It just doesn't matter. It's all about your quarterback.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, Hard Knocks Episode 1. I watched it. How do Joe George's Bears look? We'll discuss. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hard Knocks is back.
It's back.
I watched episode 1, features the Chicago Bears, and I can see why a lot of organizations don't want to be featured on the show from the beginning.
It's the first time I've watched in years, Paul.
Yeah, because you grew up in Chicago.
Because I'm a Bears fan. Like it's the only reason why I'm watching. Like if this was not, I'm glad you guys want to talk about it, and I would talk about if it was the Titans and we were going to talk about, I'd watch it. But I'm just kind of over Hard Knocks. The radio station I grew up listening to, they put out a bingo card, and I'm playing along with them, and I got bingo like on the first show. Cheesy showing of the bean, of the Bulls music, of the train, mentions of deep dish pizza, lots of Walter Payton mentions. It was like bingo, 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 bingo.
They didn't lean into the nostalgia as much as I thought they would, and to be perfectly honest, they should have, because my God, I don't think very highly of this organization at all.
Slip and slide, though.
Well, let's just start off. Here's Matt Eberflus giving a speech at the very beginning. We did this last year, right, Sean? It was the Jets with Robert Saleh, and Robert Saleh had a bunch of just absolutely terrible speeches.
Yeah.
I don't understand why coaches feel the need to give these incredible speeches that they've clearly put some thought into to their players. Matt Eberflus, he is gone after this season. Lock, here it is.
Winning doesn't make you a winner.
Pause.
Losing.
Pause. I'm out.
I forgot he said that. Oh, because I watched it on Tuesday night. I forgot he started it with that.
Unbelievable.
Winning.
Fire him right there. Fire him right there. Unbelievable.
They have to this has to be a Hard Knock speech, right? Like he was, I have to assume it's the Bears blinders. I'm going to put them on for a second here.
Please try. I'm curious.
I'm going to assume he wouldn't actually give that speech if the cameras weren't there. I might be wrong, but I feel like it's like Hard Knocks, HBO told him, hey, man, we're opening this thing with a speech. Give me your best shot.
Do you want to hear the rest?
Yes.
I don't, but more Matt Eberflus, head coach of the Chicago Bears, for now.
Winning doesn't make you a winner.
Unbelievable.
Losing doesn't make you a loser.
Oh my
Winning
God.
habits
Double down.
makes you a winner. Losing habits makes you a loser. Set a goal to be one of 32. The best at your position. The best. Right? If it's long snapper, kicker, center, nickel, corner, linebacker, whatever it is, make a decision to do it. Look at the guys in the past that were at the best at your position, and how did they act? You guys heard of Walter Payton running up and down them hills? Right? Jerry Rice doing his thing?
Lawrence Taylor doing cocaine?
Find out what they did. You got to take action daily.
Showing up in
day
the first
in
quarter.
and day out. That's the grinder. Right? You guys are all grinders.
T.O. doing sit-ups in his driveway.
I mean, listen, T.O. at least worked out. But, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
The greatest pass rusher of all time was notorious for basically just being able to show up. If you start off by saying, like, winning doesn't make you a winner and losing doesn't make you a loser, I'm sorry. That is how it works.
I thought he was going to get fired last year. I'm honestly, like, I'm stunned still today that he's the head coach of the Chicago Bears. I did not think he was going to be the head coach this year.
Yeah, and he gets to work with Caleb Williams.
Well, this is what they do. That's why they're an awful organization. This is what they do.
That's what they did with Trubisky.
And Fields.
Oh, yeah.
They had a coach who drafted Trubisky. They fired him after a year, stuck him with Nagy. Nagy took Fields. They fired Nagy after a year, stuck him with a new coach.
Yeah. There's more to get into. We'll save some of it for another segment. But, I mean, Matt Eberflus, how can you have any faith in that guy after that speech?
I haven't been thrilled. It seemed a little early to pull the, hey, Nick Saban used to coach me card. Here's Nick Saban
Yeah.
talking.
I see Nick Saban there. I think to myself, you know what? Let's give him another run in the NFL over Matt Eberflus.
Hand him a polo shirt, get him out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm in.
Matt Eberflus's wife is the reason that he has a beard now and that he does his hair the way that he does.
Happy wife, happy life.
Can't even run his own household and is expected to run the Chicago Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Other thoughts, because there's other clips that we'll get to. They're Caleb Williams specific. Simone Biles has ugly dogs. They're ugly. Bulldogs, disgusting creatures.
Really?
French bulldogs, also
I
disgusting.
think 2 French bulldogs.
Gross.
One. I mean,
Ew.
part of the show was that it slobbered all over Jonathan Owens'
I know.
jeans.
I laughed when they started putting Jonathan Owens. And they started going to. I lost it because I just knew that you guys were gonna have a great reaction.
I mean, listen, we've already said
the whole thing. Like, I'm like, oh, they're actually showing this. Like,
we've already said what we need to say about the Bears letting Jonathan Owens go to the Olympics, and hey, that's their choice. But it needs to be said, Simone Biles has ugly dogs. They're ugly, hideous beasts.
I will say, though, I was also 0.0% surprised that they had 3 French bulldogs or whatever.
One bulldog, which they have a portrait of. Oh, gross. And a French bulldog. I mean, just give them a chihuahua so that you can have the trifecta of the worst dogs possible.
I've never had a French bulldog, so.
I haven't either. I just think they're ugly.
I think it's fair. They're not the most.
You're going to get a dog. Get a dog that's cute.
Yeah, get it like a German Shepherd.
German Shepherds are cute.
Yep.
Pit Bulls are even cute.
Yeah, they're like ugly cute.
American Bulldogs, anything that's bulldog related, guess what? It's ugly.
Especially if you get a French one.
Hideous dog.
It's also very, I am 25 with my own place and I want a dog.
Yeah.
So let me get a small dog. Let me get a French bulldog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they've been like #1 in America the last 2 years.
It's a shame.
Interesting. Yeah.
But yeah, not a great first episode.
No.
Didn't really enjoy it.
Too much dog time, that's for sure. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Astros back in first place after a 6-4 win over the Texas Rangers to clinch the silver boot. Also, they got a little help from the Detroit Tigers, a nice catch and 3 runs in the 9th inning. The Tigers beat the Mariners, so the Astros have a half-game lead. But what the hell's going on with Kyle Tucker? There's a bit of an update. We'll try to parse this as best we can. Stick around.
And one of the fastest all time in Major League history. And there's a ball shot into right center field. That's got a chance. That's a bullet home run into the bullpen.
Oh, man. So
Lack
much
of
hate.
respect.
So much hate behind that swing.
Nobody picks him, and he shows us why.
Yeah,
He should have been the
laughing at
first-round pick. Jordan, number 151 in his career, a night after he had number 150.
It was a rather messy call.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little messy.
I think everyone thought it was gonna be a double.
Yeah, I think so.
They say he hit like 117 off the bat, which like it was just he ripped it, but I don't think anyone thought it was going over.
I definitely did not think that was going out of the park. I thought there was a chance that the outfielder would catch it, but then he started to slow up a little bit, and I was like, man, how did it get that far at such a low trajectory? We're hoping to see Kyle Tucker do stuff like that, but he has now been out for 65 days. Oh, boy. Chandler Rome has a piece in The Athletic that details Tucker's absence. The Astros have diagnosed it as a right shin contusion, but we haven't gotten anything more on that front. I don't think we've even heard from Kyle Tucker. So Rome's piece features 3 conversations with orthopedic surgeons who have treated these. One of these orthopedic surgeons, Guillem Gonzalez Lomas, says, the thing with these is they are truly like snowflakes. He means that because each case is a little different, not because Kyle Tucker's a snowflake.
Soft boy.
I thought that was funny. It's funny how that term has changed so much because it used to, snowflakes, everyone's special and different, but now it means you're a little beta.
Yeah, I think the beta one is won over. Yeah, first time I read it, I was like I did like a skim first, and I saw snowflake, and I was like, wait a minute, is this doctor calling Kyle Tucker soft? Yeah, it was interesting to like read the perspectives from these 3 physicians in the story because they really try to go through how different it is. Like at the end of the article, they talk about Mark Teixeira and how he did something very similar. And eventually it did reveal a fracture.
Right. One of the orthopedic surgeons, to go along those lines of it being a fracture, he says, Stephen Flores, an orthopedic surgeon at UT Health Houston, when you think about what this injury is, it is almost a microfracture on the inside of the bone. Not a true break, but an injury to the internal aspects of the bone. More activity is just going to make it worse.
Okay, so that's why he's not doing much. Like that still makes me feel like it's not just a deep bone bruise. Because as Chandler points out, the Astros have given not that they. I don't know the.
Hang on. He was just saying that essentially, like the deep bruise is a microfracture.
Yeah.
So they're telling us it's a deep bone bruise, but basically what they should be saying is that it's a microfracture. However, the official diagnosis for something like this
is just deep bone bruise.
Is a deep bone bruise.
Yes. And it's not, it's not a full break like they're saying. I almost just reading all of this, like I was just almost like more confused as they're going through these different doctors about how some guys come back in 2 days, and then they use the Anthony Rendon example. Well, and he's even a weird situation because obviously he hates baseball. But he hit a foul pitch off his leg July 4th last year, and then he missed the rest of the season with a very similar thing. So it's so confusing, and it does kind of open my eyes to where I'm not as annoyed with the Astros, thinking back to the very beginning of this, where they said 2 or 3 days, and then now it's been 3 months. So as like these doctors and these physicians in this article are explaining it in more detail about just how different each of these injuries is from, fouling a ball off your leg, it made me less annoyed with the Astros doctors and more confused about when or if Kyle Tucker will ever be back. It's kind of how it made me feel.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. This didn't really help us out much other than explaining why it's taken as long as it's taken.
And that's where like yesterday made it more confusing too with Dana Brown. We talked about it where he said, he felt the end of the month was possible, but then we hear from Joe Espada a couple hours later that Kyle Tucker can't sprint. And it's just like, they seem like very different, even internally, very different perspectives of what's happening. And it's a very glass half full from Dana Brown. And it's a very matter of fact of what's going on from, Joe Espada. Because when Dana Brown was talking about yesterday, what he was saying was like, once you feel better, the timeline of this injury speeds up dramatically. And I think Dana Brown is just assuming that we're in the push pedal to the metal. Like let's push Kyle Tucker out there. Like he should be able to start going quickly. I do find it interesting because when you said it, I guess I didn't think about it. But yeah, we haven't heard from Kyle Tucker since maybe like the day after this happened. He hasn't spoken with the media, so we haven't gotten his perspective of what's going on. All we have is the reports from Joe Espada. He's doing most of his work in Houston when there's people not around, whether that's they're at home and the media is not there, or he's doing it at home when the team's on the road. So like no one really has any clue of what's going on, and we're all just kind of hoping that at some point he's back this season.
And we'll see when he ultimately ends up back. But if they want the offense to have a shot of life, it's not going to come from DeCenzo, who had the double yesterday.
He got a hit.
Yeah, but it's not coming from him.
No, it's not.
It has to come from like the real hitters.
Yeah, you need Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, eventually, Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, Jake Myers. Like you need those guys to step up. Banking on DeCenzo or Pedro Leon to be some kind of savior for this season is just. I know people want the Astros to win, but like if you really think these minor leaguers who hit 390 in 11 games in AAA are gonna come up and just like save the day, like what else can I sell you? Because it's far-fetched to say the least. So we just have to hope for the best. I mean, it's even hard just to guess about Kyle Tucker because I still think back to the Dana Brown quote about September from like 2 weeks ago when he said that September is possible. And yes, he'd be disappointed, but it's still possible. I really just don't think we can plan on Kyle Tucker being part of the Astros in 2024 again.
All right, there we go.
I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but like
Dr. Joe.
I'm just guessing, but I think I have much of a guessing chance of being right as Dana Brown right now.
Well, I feel like his guess is slightly more educated.
I know.
I'd hope his guess is slightly more educated.
Mm-hmm. We hope, but you never know. I mean, the Astros are an organization that, once upon a time had to tell a manager less medical information because he shared too much, because that happened with Dusty Baker. So, those things happen where they don't tell everyone everything at once. So you never know, Paul. I might know just as much as Dana Brown.
I very much doubt that. But you know what? If you have confidence in anything, it's about those winning habits. Makes you a winner, per Matt Eberflus. Losing habits make you a loser.
Yes, but if you win, you're not a winner. That's what he also told me.
Not necessarily, right.
Yeah. And if you lose, you're not necessarily a loser.
A texter said, this is an interesting one. Paul, it's clear you're not gonna never have kids. Well, I hope your kids don't see how you structure that sentence. People are not gonna always win, and people are going to sometimes lose. But you need that person to bring you up no matter the outcome. We're not talking about family here. We're talking about football. The guy's giving a speech to football players. This is what I don't understand about this coaches giving speeches. All of these guys know who have made it to the professional level that they have a job and they have to approach it as a job. There are some people who are talented enough to get by on merit alone, but for the most part, most people who make it to the NFL have to bust their ass to win. But you can't say that if you have winning habits that you're necessarily a winner. And if you have losing habits, that you're necessarily a loser, because there are exceptions to both of those rules. And if you're Matt Eberflus, who is still the head coach of a football team that he probably should not be the head coach of anymore, this speech rang hollow. And I think that most players sitting through something like that are rolling their eyes.
I would hope so, because like that's the speech for like a youth football team. Like that's what you tell a 13-year-old kid, that like, hey, you're trying hard. It's okay if you don't win. This is the NFL. Like this isn't even Caleb Williams at UFC. Like this is the NFL. All that matters is winning. You're all going to lose your jobs if you don't win. So you can have as much winning habits as you want. Lovie Smith and Davis Mills probably had winning habits. Neither of them have jobs. Like Davis Mills is a backup, and Lovie Smith is just still looking like Santa Claus. You have winning habits. I thought it's a bizarre thing to say. Like I'm annoyed. I was annoyed by this also felt like made for TV. Like this felt like HBO told Eberflus, like, hey, when you talk to D'Amico, compare Caleb Williams to CJ Stroud.
Do we want to play that right now? I mean, we can. I feel like this is also going to get old. It already has, in my opinion. It's one of the reasons I am predispositioned to not like Caleb Williams, because I feel like I have been told he is already on CJ Stroud's level. And the odds of back-to-back drafts having rookie quarterbacks that good are close to zero. Because whose records did CJ Stroud break? Oh, Peyton Manning's? Oh, Cam Newton's? What was it, about 10 years plus in between both of those rookies? But Caleb Williams is just going to come in and do all this stuff. And some of the talking heads on the Speak for Your Pizza shows are like really just running with this idea that it is a given that Williams is going to be the guy. And yeah, Hard Knocks is doing it to an extent too. Now they did zoom in on this, and this is like two men like bragging about their cars. Essentially, you have Matt Eberflus and D'Amico Ryans before the preseason game last Thursday talking about CJ Stroud and Caleb Williams.
The two quarterbacks of intrigue, CJ Stroud, and then Caleb Williams, the man everybody's going to be comparing him to.
What's great about him and what CJ does too is that they accept challenges to get better.
Right.
And that's what I see from, your quarterback.
Competitor, man. Like,
that's exactly right.
That's what it's about right there.
No doubt.
Eberflus is like, what CJ does too. No, it's what Caleb might do.
Yeah.
It's what CJ does this too, what Caleb does. You haven't even seen him play a game yet. He didn't even play that game.
I'm gonna be I'm biasedly optimistic about Caleb Williams. I thought he was great in college. I'm also just hoping for the best. But if we're going to now, when we talk about quarterbacks in the NFL, compare everyone to CJ Stroud, then they're all going to be failures for the foreseeable future. I mean, Andrew Luck, it's been 6 years? So what was it, 10 years for Andrew Luck? I don't remember when he was a rookie.
2012.
So it's been 12 years since someone had a better season than Andrew Luck. You're gonna ask another quarterback, as you said, Paul, in the next year to do that? It doesn't mean he can't be great in 2 years.
I suppose you could look at Newton and then Andrew Luck back to back, but I mean, it is the exception. It's not the norm, and I feel like what Stroud has become, the idea that Williams is going to be on that level for year one, it's a very high bar to reach, and I think a lot of people think he's already there. And I mean, I don't know. I feel like we've done this a lot. Like Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence still isn't there. Lawrence still isn't at CJ Stroud's level. When we were all told that he was going to be that guy. And it's not to say he's not a good quarterback, but I was told he was God.
Yeah, I think in the NFL, when we talk about quarterbacks, we put way too high expectations, and then we write people off way too quickly sometimes. I think even the way that Bryce Young's being talked about this year, I think is a little bit unrealistic, because he was taken first overall for a reason. And the idea he's just going to be this total failure as a quarterback, to me, is too early. But then expecting. And it's not just Caleb Williams. Ryan Clark, they're pushing this on Jaden Daniels. Like Ryan Clark and others are saying Jaden Daniels is going to be the CJ Stroud of the 2024 season, and that he's going to lead the Washington Commanders under Dan Quinn to the playoffs. And I'm like, can you slow down? That's not how this works. Like Patrick Mahomes sat for a year and then won a Super Bowl. I get it. Or went to an NFC Championship game, whatever it was. CJ Stroud, in his rookie year, went to the playoffs. Those things are unrealistic to happen. And I just think expecting quarterbacks, whether it's Daniels or Caleb Williams or next year Shedeur Sanders, to come in and be these guys who are absolutely lights out and turn around awful franchises in 1 year, it's not realistic. It's just not.
He's Joe George. You got Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Do you trust Yusei Kikuchi now after 2 starts? When the hell is Kyle Tucker going to be back? If you want to weigh on the Astros, you can. Up next, I think the Twitch will like this. Somebody else is zagging against the Houston Texans on national TV. Finally, we have somebody. And Did Josh Allen take a shot at Stephon Diggs? You determine for yourself. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
There's another Joe out there taking shots on the Houston Texans. Another Joe.
Man, I'm having like a huge break. Which Joe is that? Joe Tessitore? No,
not Joe Tessitore.
Joe Biden? No.
Well, you're going to have to find out in another episode of Battle Red Pilled. Joe Fortenbaugh was on one of those shows. I don't know which one. Seems like it was a substitute crew, of which I would gladly take part in someday. ESPN, sup. He is not feeling the Houston Texans in 2024 the way others are.
I'm going to take the Houston Texans. I'm going to say they missed the playoffs this year. You start with the fact that everybody loves the Houston Texans. Yeah, that's how they built Caesar's Palace out in Las Vegas, because everybody with the exact same opinion often works. But that's just the joke part of it, right? They're a 10-win team from last year. You peel back a lot of what they did, there's reason to believe some regression could be coming. Everyone is very fixated on C.J. Stroud. He's fantastic. D'Amico Ryan's fantastic. Sky, 5 years, it's stock you want to own. Next year, I think there's a step back. Number one, 7-3 in one-score games last year. That's an outlier performance. That regresses to the mean. It means you end up losing more games next year. Number two, top 5 in turnover differential. There's no stat that predicts wins and losses more than turnovers. The turnover differential falls back, and they were on the outlier side of the spectrum. If that falls back, you have losses there as well. Another thing no one really talks about when we just gush over this team, which, again, they deserve a lot of it, they had a very easy schedule last year. They have a top 7 schedule in terms of difficulty this year. Targets on their back. People are coming for them. So you go ahead and you take a tougher schedule. You take a couple indicators that probably aren't going to break their way. One-score games comes back to earth. Turnover differential comes back to earth. They did add Steph Diggs. There's a lot to like about them. Again, 3 and 5 years out. I think that's the team that, keep in mind, in that division, Jacksonville's a buy low for me, and I think Indianapolis is going to be right in the hunt too. And if you miss winning through the division, you got to grab a wild card spot. And competing for 1 of 3 wild card spots in the AFC,
he doesn't see them getting one of those 3 AFC spots. So DL, what he said is the strength of schedule, the turnover differential, and the one-score game record. All of those are signs that scream a team is going to take a step back. That's Joe Fortenbaugh.
Okay, so the one-score game one's interesting because like last year was my biggest argument to why I thought the Minnesota Vikings would struggle. Now Kirk Cousins got hurt, so it made it a little more tough because in 2022 they went like 11-1 in one-score games, which is incredible and impossible to duplicate. I don't think 7-3 though is that like you're going to regress to 5-5. You know, you're going to regress to 4-6 in the 4-7.
Those 3 games. That means you're 7-10.
So I mean, I think there's plenty of room for regression for this team. Obviously, I think the schedule's a big part of it. Because if you don't, the margin for error, I think, is small for the Texans this year. I think you can't have the Carolina game like you had last year and expect to win the division. You can't, have teams who are really below you in terms of talent and direction and losing those games. You cannot lose to a Minnesota, to a New England. You can't afford that stuff because how tough your schedule is in 2024. So I think it's possible. I think you and I have been pretty fair and balanced about the Houston Texans this year and have acknowledged the strength of schedule and said it's very possible they don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, everything you said there is fair.
Yeah.
Everything you said there is fair. Texans fans are getting a little bit too butthurt about some of the people that are zagging to the point where some of the people who locally are zagging are retiring on the spot. Jason Braddock pouring one out for you right now. And I feel like those are all the reasons why things aren't going to go necessarily the same way this year. I will say, you got to address Danielle Hunter being in the room. Danielle Hunter is a massive human being who had 16.5 sacks last season. And I do think that the pass rush is really where things are going to be determined this year. If the pass rush for the Texans is one of the best in the NFL, and I think it is capable of that, even with Danico Autry missing some time, because by the end of the year, it's really how healthy are you and do you have all those pieces back? That's going to determine whether or not the turnover number is still as high as it was. And I think theoretically it could make the turnover number disproportionately high again.
Yeah, and especially I think back to the Philadelphia Eagles the year they went to the Super Bowl. They had 70 sacks in that season, and they had a very talented defensive line. And what they did was because the offense was so consistently getting a 10-point lead, the pass rushers were just pinning their ears back and going after quarterbacks, and they didn't have to worry about the run game and things like that. If the Texans get an early lead on a team, that defensive line is going to be such a massive advantage for them.
Yeah, I think everything, I mean, honestly, what Fortenbaugh said was like, no, this seems good. It's just some of the like factors that we normally look at flipping the other way might flip the other way. But the problem I have with a lot of those factors is like, yeah, it makes sense. Like Joe was saying with the example of the Minnesota Vikings last year, where they bring back a lot of the principal or the big players from last year. You have a quarterback who was in like his 10th or 12th season in the league. With the Texans, it's a little bit different considering what they added. Like, this isn't the team from last year doing it again. So, yes, they might slide in some of the underlying metrics and stuff, but you're not accounting for the fact that they added talent to this team where, yes, they lose Grenard and Cashman, but they replace them with Hunter, Alshire, and Danico Autry after he comes back from suspension. So it is a little bit more complicated of a equation than, well, if they turn the ball over more, which maybe CJ Stroud's just not a quarterback who turns the ball over very much. That's also possible that he keeps the turnovers to a minimum on the offense. So they're always going to have, or most years going to have a positive differential there. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. I understand what he's saying, but I do think the equation's a little bit more complicated than just what if the good stuff slides back.
Yeah, with you there. We also have a bit of a battle red pill when it comes to Stephon Diggs. People are turning this Josh Allen quote into something that it's not. Josh Allen was asked if he misses Stephon Diggs. Here is his answer. You decide for yourself what Josh Allen's really saying here.
At any point during camp, have you missed Stephon?
I mean, I think Steph's a great player, and what he brought to this team was special. So miss is I don't know if I'd say miss. He was a guy that was reliable. You can look to. He's going to have the juice each and every day. I'm sure he's bringing it over there in Houston. So definitely, you can't say that you don't miss that. But I am very happy with what we got going on here and how hard the guys have been working. And yeah.
The first time I saw this, it was just a graphic.
Yeah.
And it reads so bad.
There's a lot of quotes, and these days people are using quotes in a way where these lots of quotes, look so much worse in writing than they are when you hear them. And a lot of people there say, oh, Josh Allen doesn't miss Stephon Diggs. What I hear there is a man who is trying to, as politically as he possibly can, answer that question, because you can't just say, Stephon Diggs, we don't miss him at all, because that's crazy talk. You can't. But at the same time, if you say you miss Stephon Diggs, you risk getting under the skin of some of your receivers who are currently on the team who are trying to fill that void. And on top of that, your general manager, your head coach. Some quarterbacks don't care about stuff like that. Josh Allen very clearly does. He was put in a tough spot there. I think it was a fair question to be asked. I'm just saying he did the best he could answering that question. That is not him saying, I don't miss Stephon Diggs at all. Bleep that guy. And some online were being a little bit disingenuous with how they aggregated said quote, said clip.
Yeah, I mean, in the big bold letters with a picture of Diggs on one side and Allen on the other, and says, I wouldn't say I miss him. that looks bad. That looks very bad. I mean, we saw it before with Diggs, probably the first week of camp, where it was Stephon Diggs from one of the NFL retweet accounts, where it's Stephon Diggs involved in an altercation at practice his first day. Thoughts? And it's just obviously for people to be like, oh, look, back at it again, where the actual thing is he got cheap-shotted and then a fight broke out. Like, it wasn't Stephon Diggs starting a fight. He was involved in an altercation, which is true. Josh Allen didn't say he misses Stephon Diggs, which is true, but it is definitely a slanted view of it.
Yeah, I mean, what is Josh Allen supposed to say?
These guys are bums. Of course I miss them.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the front office who traded away one of my wide receivers and let the other one walk, who combined for 15 touchdowns, 62 catches last year and 1,900 yards between Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis. I'm super thrilled that those guys are gone and no longer here.
My number one receiver, my wide receiver one, is Curtis Samuel and some rookies and a couple tight ends. Yeah, don't miss them. Like he can't say that. He has to go, no, we got good guys. A lot of talent here. He brings the juice to practice.
Yeah, fair question, but I it's being blown way out of proportion.
Also, I don't think he misses them, but not for on the field reasons. He's probably like, I don't miss him screaming at me. If that's what you're wondering.
That would have been a very funny answer. He's like, I miss the talent. I don't miss the person.
I get yelled at a lot less with Keon Coleman around.
For now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Wait until he gets a couple 1,300-yard receiving.
Keon Coleman's a talker.
He'll let you know what he thinks.
I don't know if he'll let you know what he thinks, but at the very least we've heard a lot of Keon Coleman this offseason. It stands to reason that if things aren't going his way, you maybe hear a little bit more. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in if you have a different read on Josh Allen's comments about Stephon Diggs, or if you disagree with Joe Fortenbaugh. Up next, we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. You get an immediate deposit bonus that matches up to $1,000 your initial deposit. If you are a returning MyBookie customer, guess what? You're going to get an awesome bonus as well. MyBookie.ag is where you can bet on literally anything. NFL futures as we get closer and closer to the start of the regular season. Baseball games. The presidential election. The Olympics. Soccer, NASCAR, F1, UFC. I don't even know what the ATP and WTA are. But you can bet on those things too, and you can even play blackjack, poker with a live dealer. MyBookie.ag is your one-stop shop, a casino from the comfort of your own home without any pants, if you so choose. And why not? I mean, pants, they're, let's be honest, obstructive. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 is the promo code you get for that awesome deposit bonus. Texans 2.5-point favorites against the Steelers on Friday. Over under 37.5. Fireworks. CJ Stroud 2 series. Davis Mills versus either Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. It's MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. But anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie.ag.
Go with the run. And Dillon breaks free. Bashir has an angle on him, but Dillon dives to the pylon. Hold on, they're going to say he's just shy. I thought he might have had it. Out at the 1. Dillon, it looked for certain as though Dillon was going to be stopped. They'd have to bring out Vinatieri, and then he just breaks free. Didn't give up.
Corey. By the way, he scored on that play. The replay showed it. NFL rigged, trying to get the Colts back in that game. Pats won that one, 20-3. I was there, yelling, "Cut that meat," making fun of that commercial that Peyton Manning did as he fell to 0-8 at Foxborough Stadium. Gave me the biggest pants tan I'll ever have in my life.
I forgot about that. Cut that meat.
Yep. Cut that meat. Cut that meat. The whole section was chanting that for the entire fourth quarter sarcastically because Boston does sarcastic cheers.
You
pretty
love
well.
Corey Dillon.
Well, yeah, he ran for like 1,700 yards that season.
I know, but like this is the most biased the countdown has been yet.
How is it?
Marshall Faulk, Adrian Peterson, Chris Johnson, Warwick Dunn.
I mean, I don't acknowledge.
Did I say Curtis Martin? Like, and we went Corey Dillon.
Yeah, well, I don't acknowledge Marshall Faulk because Marshall Faulk complains about a Super Bowl where his team just puked all over themselves and acts like the Patriots cheated him. Also,
Good point.
sexual harasser. So Joe George
Oh, wait, I
loves
didn't know
sexual
that.
harassers.
Wait, I didn't know that.
Why isn't he on
Vito.
the NFL Network anymore?
Oh, that was him?
Yeah, he was one of many. We did Darryl Green last year. Curtis Martin, ex-Patriot. At that time, those 3 years were probably the best of his career. I don't know about the years with the Jets as much.
Warwick Dunn, great person.
Built houses.
Warwick Dunn turned me down for an autograph once. So also not making the list. And Corey Dillon, significantly better than Warwick Dunn. What are you talking about?
Oh, I know, but like I just
He had 11,241 career yards and 82 touchdowns. Oh, I'm biased.
Joe Mixon.
No.
48.
Again, we're talking off the field stuff. Come on.
This really is a
28. Now, honestly,
tough number.
Adrian Peterson.
Off the field issues.
This is a highly controversial.
A lot of off the field issues. I
have Adrian Peterson.
I will at least say I have a good interaction with Adrian Peterson. So how about that? First time I ever went in a visiting team locker room, Adrian Peterson said, "Hey kid, you can't go in here." I'm just kidding. So I actually like Adrian Peterson, but that incident was graphic at the very least.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also graphic, the way that Aaron Rodgers' ex-girlfriend used to describe their sex life. Oh, wow. What a transition, Paul. Olivia Munn is apparently the reason that Aaron Rodgers and his family became estranged. Now, someone had a rather misleading tweet. This is ML Football, one of those aggregator NFL accounts. It says, Aaron Rodgers' devout Christian parents cut ties a decade ago with Aaron after his ex-girlfriend, Olivia Munn, said the two had sex on game day. His mom was mortified that her 30-year-old son was having premarital relations, including, because apparently she went on an interview and she discussed that. But actually, it seems like they weren't fans of that, and they weren't fans of her, and Olivia made it a lot worse. And it seems like Aaron took Olivia's side. Really does seem like Olivia Munn set this all up. And for those who don't know, Olivia Munn also, if I'm not mistaken, broke up John Mulaney for stand-up comics marriage. So...
Oh, I think you're right.
Might be an Olivia Munn issue more than an Aaron Rodgers issue.
Yeah, but then didn't he like not save his family or something like that when like their house was burning down or
What?
There was a fire in California, and I think he was just like, "No, you guys are fine. Like I'm not going to help you out here."
I don't remember.
I don't
the
either.
Story of them sending Christmas presents to him and him sending them back.
Right. And they thought it was Christmas presents, but apparently it was Olivia who sent it back.
See, you got to reconcile then. Like if we've all been there. You bring someone home that your parents don't like. They pretend for the most part like they do, but when you eventually break up, you got to get over it. Come on, Aaron. Be better.
I think the blame pie, like we can add Olivia Munn to the blame pie, but I still think that's like at a certain point, like you are family. There's been plenty of time to reconcile. There's probably something more going on.
Yeah.
It's also not really our business.
By the way, too, like the mom being out after the sex talk online. His younger brother was on a reality TV dating show.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't have sex on that? Okay.
He made it to the fantasy suite.
There's fantasy suites. He gets to have sex with 3 people and then choose.
You don't know what they do in there.
Yes, you do.
They don't show it.
They just canoodle.
They're just talking, Paul. They're just expressing their love for each other.
Yes, sexually. Okay? God, what? That must be amazing to be the finalist on that show. And you're like, I get to boink all 3 of these people and determine who I like.
I think even as a contestant, where you're like one of the 30, you're like, honestly, just give me to the top 5 or whatever, however many it is. Like, just give me to the suite.
Yeah, but those don't happen. Like, is it like back-to-back nights? Is that how that works? Because I just want to make sure. Like, how do you feel if you're third? Like, what if you get like the third night of the fantasy suite?
I mean, it's a different room.
I know, but still, it's 3 days in a row.
I mean, if you have the best performance, that person might remember it the best.
Yeah,
Fresh memory means you're getting that ring.
It's true.
Yeah. Nick Foles has retired.
Thank you for your service.
He released a video and he thanked all 32 teams that he played for.
They're doing so much for Nick Foles' retirement day.
Well, I mean, he's the greatest quarterback in Eagles history. Vicariously, the greatest quarterback in Bears history. He was a quarterback there for a little bit.
He was.
Has a Super Bowl.
He played a couple games.
Jim McMahon doesn't have a Super Bowl. The 85 Bears defense and Buddy Ryan have a Super Bowl.
That's not fair.
It is fair. He didn't do anything.
Blasphemous.
He didn't do anything. Jim McMahon did nothing.
He was a quarterback.
Yeah.
He handed the ball to the fridge. That takes effort.
Think about that. Like
He's a game manager.
They trusted the quarterback more handing the ball off to a fat defensive lineman than they did having him throw the football downfield.
It was the 80s. Like, they're still
Times are
working on the game back then. My favorite part about Nick Foles, though, his career, is still when you look back to 2013, his year with Chip Kelly, when he threw 27 touchdowns and 2 picks.
Yeah, that was impressive.
And then he was basically a backup the next
Yeah.
season. He had a remarkable season. And then it was like, nah, not for me.
He had an insane career before he won a Super Bowl as the backup quarterback. Like that, even that, because he was a middling quarterback, then explodes. It was like pretty good with Chip Kelly of all people, who would then go on to fail, and then goes back to being a backup. It's like such a weird career.
Gotcha. I will say, as far as Nick Foles goes, one of my all-time backfires, I was trying to trash talk my dad with like a funny Christmas gift. And after Carson Wentz went down for the year, looking like he was going to be the MVP, I bought a Madden statue of Nick Foles for like $8 as a gag Christmas gift. And of course, my stepdad gets it. And the Eagles go on to beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. That sucked. But also that little model that I got him like went up in price by basically like $200. So
did he then sell it for a
No,
profit?
he didn't.
Okay.
No. I'm just saying, like, I mean, I could have invested in this and sold it. Instead, I gave it as a gag gift. It backfired spectacularly in my face. Deservedly so. We got more fights going on in training camp. The Lions and Giants have been fined $200,000 for multiple fights. And the Seahawks had 5 fights amongst themselves at practice yesterday. DK Metcalf, who always seems to be finding himself at the center of these, swung his helmet at a player and missed and hit another player.
Yikes. There was another one. I don't remember what camp it was at. It might even be in
Appalachian
college.
State.
Yeah.
They won't acknowledge who the person is. They're like hiding his identity.
I mean, that one was a full helmet.
That was like a windmill.
Yeah, that was more than what Myles Garrett did. But DK, like you're probably the best player on the team, at least on the offensive side of the ball. You can't be swinging helmets at dudes on your own team.
No.
Like at least when Aaron Donald did it, it was at the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh yeah, when he had 2 of them.
Yeah, like 2 years. Like, was that last year? 2 years ago?
2 years ago, I think.
Got to protect the team, as D'Amico Ryan said, after the Texans got into some squabs.
It does feel like the swinging a helmet move has gained in popularity since Myles Garrett.
Look, Myles Garrett, trendsetter. Okay.
Because Antonio Smith had one in, was it a preseason
Yeah,
game?
Ninja Assassin against Richie Incognito.
Against Richie Incognito.
I used to bring that up all the time, like as a defense for Myles Garrett. I was like, yeah, whatever, it's fine.
It happens.
It
Things like this
does. It happens.
And now it seems like it happens way more often.
Yeah, getting your head beaten with your own helmet has got to suck. Super alpha move and criminal move in the eyes of some. The Browns, we talked about them earlier in the week, how Andrew Berry is hoping to build a dome stadium. Well, they released a model for it. Soft.
I can't believe that now we have approved dome stadiums for the Bills, the Browns, the Chiefs, and the Bears. Like you have 4 teams that play in like cold weather, and they're all just like, I guess we're just done with cold weather football. Like when did the Jets and the Giants get a new stadium?
Oh, don't you know we're tough Yankees, yeah? Yeah, we play hockey out of the pond, and we play football indoors.
Yeah,
we're really sticking true to our Scandinavian roots there. We're just like the Vikings, except for we're inside in the warm with hot cocoa.
You would be like the Minnesota Twins who play outdoor now. They were like, hey, let's not play inside anymore.
Well, it's the summer when they play.
Well, I mean,
except for the games, they get canceled by snow. Every
April
year.
and May.
Yeah.
Is that summer? I don't know.
But you have 160 games.
Yeah. I don't know why. Like if it was one team, I'd be like, okay, fine. But I can't believe we're literally getting rid of cold weather football, basically.
Yeah, I hate it.
Like the entire NFL is just moving away from it. It's like, so it's just everything's going to be either it's going to be really hot outside or it's going to be indoors.
Hate it.
Yeah, I get it for like because you sell the city as like this is how you pay for it, and if we have a dome, we'll get a Super Bowl. I hope Cleveland doesn't buy that. They're getting a Super Bowl.
They will,
if they buy a dome.
They will. This is how it works.
I know.
This is how it works now. I mean, that
but only
stadium.
Chicago can credibly say it.
That stadium is not old. It's 25 years old, but now it's a dump, I guess. Like, that's how the owners frame it, and the poor city's going to have to stick it because they lost their team already. They're not going to do that again.
Even Kansas City, I'd be like, hey, we have Patrick Mahomes. We should build a dome. And I'd be like, you know what? I get that. I get, like, let's just try to make it as home field as possible, as favorable to us as possible.
The Chiefs at least have a bunch of our fans have lost, like, limbs and toes over playing in the cold. At least they have that, but...
And the Bills can say that games have been canceled because of the snow.
Yeah, get out of here.
So, like, I'll give them a little bit of lap for that one.
Yeah.
But they all think they're all going to get a Super Bowl. They're all going to get one. Because now that everyone's doing this, like Cleveland, Buffalo, Kansas City, they will get one Super Bowl, and then it will never go back there.
Yeah, because the media will complain about like it snowed.
Why are we here?
It snowed while I was.
Yes.
Even the Minnesota Super Bowl, the one that Nick Foles won, the one that was in Minnesota. Even Minnesota has built their city to where you're just never outside in the winter, where you can just basically stay in the Mall of America and then go through like underground tunnels to the stadium. I don't think Cleveland's going to build that. I don't think Buffalo's going to build that. No. It's going to be such a terrible experience.
Well, Cleveland's also, it's going to be not in Cleveland.
Oh, is that another thing?
It's going to be like 15 miles away from Cleveland in a different city.
Hate it. Hate
Hell
that.
yeah.
Hate that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Domes
change their name.
Domes suck. I went to a school that has one. It sucks. It's the Loud House. Shut up. It doesn't even have air conditioning, and it was named after an AC company. Anyway, that is Around the NFL. We are 28 days away from the start of the NFL season. Up next, we saw what Jim Harbaugh got as a penalty yesterday. What's Colorado going to get for this article that came out in Athlon Sports? We'll discuss next. Plus, tickets for a free thing. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Yesterday, Jim Harbaugh, formerly the head coach of Michigan, now the head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, was given a punishment by the NCAA. Essentially, it is a 4-year show cause and a 1-year suspension if hired during said show cause period if he returns to college football. Not for sign stealing. This is for COVID recruiting and inducements, not cooperating with the investigation, and false misleading info. The NFL was asked by Pro Football Talk about the standard set when Jim Tressel came to the NFL and was suspended for, I believe, 6 games. No comment on the matter, despite the whining of a lot of Ohio State fans.
It's not the same. Jim Tressel wasn't the head coach. I don't think they're gonna go after Harbaugh.
But they should, by that logic. The head coach of a team that was doing something at the NCAA level and it was clearly going from the NCAA level to the NFL level to avoid it, a la Pete Carroll leaving USC for the Seahawks, probably should have gotten something from the NFL if the NFL cares about his partnership with the NCAA. But the reality is the NFL realizes that its partnership with the NCAA doesn't really exist as much as it will in the future with whatever the super conferences are, who are definitely at some point going to break free of this governing body, which I say in quotation marks entirely.
Yeah, it would be really challenging to suspend Harbaugh because you didn't touch Pete Carroll. Like I forgot that Pete Carroll went right from USC to the Seahawks for a second. If you would have done Tressel suspended, then Pete Carroll was punished, then you could say, of course, Jim Harbaugh is going to get punished. But since you skipped one of those coaches, it's going to be. It seems illogical that they would do it now.
I think people also care way less about this than even they cared about the tattoo stuff with Tressel back in 2011, 2012,
right?
Whenever that was.
They care about the sign stealing, but he's not getting punished for the sign stealing. This is again for all of the BS and recruiting.
Even the sign stealing, like if you're going with, well, he if you can take the most anti-Harbaugh stance, which is like he oversaw a giant cheating operation. Now this guy who oversaw a giant cheating operation is in our league. Sure, but the way that they were stealing signs doesn't matter in the NFL because they just have radios in the headsets. There's no signs to steal. They just call the play in the headset in this league. So it's kind of apples and oranges.
This actually might merit a closer look by the NCAA, though. I'm not talking about Jim Harbaugh here. I'm not talking about Jim Tressel. I'm not talking about Michigan or Ohio State. I'm talking about Colorado. This is a very interesting piece from Athlon Sports about Colorado. They spoke with a few former Buffaloes, and perhaps there's a lot of sour grapes from all of those people who are no longer a part of that program. But given the lack of recruiting success that Colorado had after year one of Coach Prime, there might be something to this because people do talk. In this Athlon Sports piece, here is a money quote. One former player said, "It's like a real-life Grand Theft Auto video game. There are many distractions with fights, guns, and money floating around. The environment is unlike any I've come from before."
This is interesting. Fights, guns, money. This article is, it's funny because like Jim Harbaugh, he might get this show cause penalty, right? But the one thing the NCAA, and I think it's easier to sell the general public on, is actually stuff that is like really negatively impacting the kids in a locker room and encouraging fighting, basically, by making, challenging their manhood. A coach's son slapping players, in the face after a game or after, a practice. That's a bad look.
Some more specifics. The former player said this about why Cormani McClain, a former 5-star recruit, left. Quote, "Cormani was taking a lot of heat from everyone. At the same time, Coach Prime was saying he was in the doghouse and needed to improve. Cormani was getting bullied by Shiloh Sanders. After the Oregon State game, as Joe just said, Shiloh slapped him several times, which left Cormani screaming, "I'm going to kill you," repeatedly.
Oh, I mean, and then Deion's just like letting it happen, I guess.
More violence in the program. Jordan Seaton, another 5-star recruit, was allegedly bullied into, as Joe said, proving his manhood and picked a fight former CU lineman Savion Washington. The two were said to have exchanged blows, leaving both bloody. Witnesses described it as two bears scrapping for food.
See, I don't know how you prove any of this, but this is a tough look for Deion. Like, I'm kind of over Colorado.
I am too, but if this story is the start of more, I am all the way back in. Because it has nothing to do with on the field. It's all about off the field.
Yeah, they've been accused of some stuff in the past, and when they think about like basically the guys, like they were just telling like they were trash, and those are the stories coming out. And Deion and Shador and Shiloh, the three Sanders in the program, kind of just like play it off on social media. And
yes,
pretty much acknowledge it, like yes, the story's true, and then play it off. And I'm curious what the response from Deion will be, because typically his defense is just to call everyone a liar.
Well, do you want to see the one person who weighed in on all of this?
Oh yes,
really important figure in Colorado's program. Here's their long snapper when asked about the peace in Athlon sports.
The headline there is like, enough is enough. We're a program that's in the spotlight, and with that you're going to have a lot of lovers, which are great, but you're also going to have a lot of haters. And one thing that we recognize on this team is Coach Prime is an incredible man who is in the space of college sports. He's a businessman, he's a family man, and he's also shaking everything up. And with that, you're going to get people who don't like that. And so, I mean, these pieces, it doesn't have any impact on the team. We're still down there, horse blinders on, practicing hard. And I think, at the end of the day, we're working our hardest. And, we've got a coach who's changing the scope of college football.
Yeah,
that's all we care about.
Does that kind of create a us versus everybody type of feeling on some level?
I think so. But I think it's more so
us versus
we just
us?
have to prove the world that what we're doing out on that field is what we're promising people. And I think that's something that this season is going to show. And I mean, when those lights come on against North Dakota State and we're out there, I think people are going to see that all the media, the fervor, everything that's been going around us.
I don't know. I think there's going to be more. I mean, if they lose, people are going to start digging into this more. I mean, there's a fight over a gambling debt of $10,000 where someone punched another player repeatedly. You have a man who's had multiple gun incidents, including one with a 16 and 17-year-old girl. Another guy pulling a John Moran holding a gun in a live stream.
Yikes.
This is fun. Colorado's back. Not the way they want to be back, but they're back, and I love it.
$10,000 to a teammate whose dad is also on the coaching staff. That's tough. Like, I mean, this isn't far. Shiloh's got this massive lawsuit against him for an issue with a security guard, and where he's being sued for millions of dollars.
Oh,
and had to declare bankruptcy because he doesn't have the money to cover it. But it like begs the question. We're like,
I would have believed that was John Morant until you said the money part.
Yeah, yeah. Like this is a weird story for like all of this come at once.
Here's the thing. It's not weird. This is what happens when you basically let the kids do whatever they want. They are kids. They're stupid. I was stupid at 18 years old. If I was given a ton of money to play college football, I would have probably bought some really dumb stuff. Hopefully I wouldn't have bought a gun and been waving it around on a live stream and then using it to, I don't know, bring 16 and 17-year-olds into the backseat of a car. Like, hopefully I wouldn't do that. I suppose everyone makes mistakes, as I'm sure somebody will text in at any point soon. But it is insane how things have gotten to this point, and this isn't even a good program. So the NCAA, if you have any balls whatsoever, like, this is the program to step into. You better start looking at this. If you want to prove to anybody that you have any teeth whatsoever, and they don't, they won't. But my God, this is a lot to just begin to comb through to see how much of this is real. I tend to believe that at least 50% of this stuff is in some way true.
Yeah, there's a shred of reality in probably all of these stories. Like maybe it's not 10 grand of gambling debt that caused this fight. Maybe it's a grand.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe it's all being exaggerated a little. Maybe Shiloh Sanders only slapped his teammate one time after the Oklahoma State game instead of multiple times.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Free stuff. Guess what? Caller 3 to 713-780-3776. You win a 4-pack of tickets to the advanced screening of Alien Romulus, the sci-fi horror thriller that takes the phenomenally successful Alien franchise back to its roots. While scavenging the deep ends of a derelict space station, a group of young space colonizers come face to face with the most terrifying life form in the universe. And that's the Predator. The Predator can go invisible and can kill you with cannons. The laser thing.
Predator's scary. The Alien movies, I need to watch them again. It's been a long time.
Alien and Aliens are two completely different movies and both slap. I love both of them. The first one because it is the OG sci-fi horror movie. Special effects don't really hold up as much, but the second one is fun. It's very, very fun. And it features Bill Paxton going full Bill Paxton, which is a lot like Nicolas Cage going full Nicolas Cage, except for Bill Paxton just didn't choose a bunch of terrible movies because he was so deep in bankruptcy from buying things like, a T-Rex skeleton.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, those movies were directed like Ridley Scott had the first one. So, Gladiator, Alien, and then James Cameron did the second one. I forgot that they changed directors after the first one. And James Cameron's typically not a guy that picks up someone else's franchise when he does movies, but that's why they're so different. But they're both so good. I definitely prefer the Alien movies over the Predator stuff.
Predator 1 is awesome. Just peak toxic masculinity. The line from Jesse Ventura on the helicopters. Joe makes me laugh. Can't repeat any of that on the air. If I had to pick, if I'm watching Predator, Alien, or Aliens, I am watching Predator every single time.
Really, I probably lean Aliens.
Aliens is fun. Predator is the best. Predator is the best action movie I think ever.
Really?
Yeah, pound for pound. I mean, you go into it, you're like, what's going on here? Oh, they're going after drug guys. That's the Predator, and Arnold Schwarzenegger versus a giant behemoth from another planet that is hunting humans for sport. Number one.
Like, what else is up there? Like, do you like the Rambo movies?
First Blood's good. The second one, I feel like it's almost a slasher, except for he's American, so it's okay. It's one of those where it's like, yeah, we're still kind of mad about Vietnam, so this is our way to get back at the Viet Cong.
Yes.
To have a movie where an American just like blows them all to smithereens.
See, the Terminators are gonna be up there as well.
Terminator 2 is my favorite sequel ever. Terminator 2 is a awesome movie.
I was gonna say only the first two are really any sort of good.
You should not acknowledge any of the ones afterwards. Salvation was okay.
I was gonna say the one with Christian Bale's all right.
3 with Claire Danes and P Pants, whatever his name was, not so good.
They weren't great.
No, but as far as 1-2s, like a sequel original combo, I do think Terminator and Alien are probably up there as far as how strong just the first two are.
Yeah,
by themselves. I guess Godfather 2 deserves a mention.
Yeah, I just feel like Godfather 3 always kind of brings it down a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying as a 1-2, original sequel. I think it's those three.
2 drags. Godfather 2 drags.
I think it does too.
I feel the Meyer Lansky stuff and the trial boring.
Oh, really?
The flashbacks are great. I think the De Niro flashbacks are great, but like every single time I watch Godfather Part 2, like up until they find out that spoiler alert, Fredo has betrayed him, I don't really care.
I get you.
It's not like it's bad. Like it's still an entertaining watch, but it doesn't hold up today.
Not a big Hyman Roth guy.
No, that's who I was thinking of. Right? Yeah, Hyman Roth. My bad.
I didn't watch The Godfathers until the pandemic, when they all got put on Netflix for like a couple months.
Really?
And that was the first time I watched all 3 Godfathers.
Someone did the Godfather epic where they put the whole thing in chronological order, and I love it. But then you get to the part where, and maybe that's affecting my view on Godfather Part 2, is that you see all that part in a row.
Yeah.
But Godfather 1, I think, is better than Godfather Part 2. Not to say Godfather Part 2 is bad.
Yeah, I agree with you
there. So there you go, guys. Movie talk.
But so is Terminator 2. Also very good. Terminator and Terminator 2. Also very good.
I think Terminator 2 is better than Terminator 1.
Okay.
I agree.
I like I like Alien better than Aliens.
Okay.
I don't know if that's controversial.
No, I don't think it is.
No, I don't think so. It's just
Aliens is more fun.
Yeah, it just
Yes,
depends
I
on
agree
the
with
style
that.
of movie.
I agree with that. Alien is better. Aliens more fun.
Yeah. I'm sometimes I'm a sucker for stupid movies or just like big time action sequences. Like there's a lot of movies that I watch that are very terrible.
Who? What?
When? Where do I start?
Where?
Have you seen The Beekeeper?
I actually just started it last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I haven't
did.
watched it yet, but it's on my list.
I just started it last
Have fun
night.
with that one.
See, I don't want to insult.
I love all of the many times that he refers to like how he's taking care of things in the same way that he talks about doing his beekeeping.
Yes.
Every single time.
Thematically similar. Yes.
It's like we get it, dude. You're a beekeeper.
I will wait until tomorrow to talk to you more about my feelings on that movie. I don't want to color it.
So you're gonna watch it tonight, Beekeeper?
No. I have an interesting thing tonight. So one of my friends is having a going away party.
Okay.
I believe an ex is going to be there, and someone I've been on multiple dates with. And the last time I went on a date with this person, at least I thought it was a date. I guess it wasn't. I told this person, I'm not driving you home, and I was called a bad person.
Oh.
So this is gonna be fireworks tonight.
Okay.
Thoughts and prayers for Paul Gallant tonight. We'll be.
Can we get the hard knock cameras in there?
Yeah, we'll be thinking of you. Can I get you a GoPro?
Paul Gallant screwed up this relationship by breaking up with the person when he moved to Seattle.
I mean, we know the Twitch would like. Yeah. They would rather watch.
There would be. I mean, listen. I show my entire life over this thing.
I mean, are you gonna wear a suit coat
No, I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt and short shorts. Gonna show off the jombs.
We could put the phone just like in the pocket with the camera sticking out and just film the
No. I'm gonna 3 buttons down and outrageously short shorts.
Okay.
You know, we're gonna go Tom Selleck.
He's gonna try to make these two ladies jealous.
No, honestly,
that's
no.
the goal.
I'm on good terms with one, and the other one is
We'll see.
the last person who I was called a bad person by. That's where I'm not 100% sure where we're at. Anyway, hey, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, you want to weigh in on whether or not you trust Yusei Kikuchi now after 2 starts and the Astros winning the Silver Boot. You can. Kyle Tucker, what's going on? You can do that as well. We've got some deep steel blue pills to give you. On top of all of that, it is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros back in first place. They got the silver boot for an 8th straight year. Yusei Kikuchi had 8 strikeouts over 5 2/3 innings. He did allow a home run, but again, looking pretty good. And I think more people are changing their mind on that trade. If you want to weigh in on that, you can. Also, we're trying to figure out when the hell Kyle Tucker's going to be back. Chandler Rome had a piece in The Athletic. It does not make things any more clear. Conversations he had with 3 orthopedic doctors. I guess what we did learn from that article, if anything, it's that a deep bone bruise is essentially a microfracture. It's just not called a microfracture.
So it's like a semantics thing to make it sound less scary to the public.
I have no idea.
like it's like, hey, if we just call it a deep bone bruise.
I think it's like how strains are tears, but having a strained calf and a torn calf mean 2 different things.
I'm going to send this audio to 1, my orthopedic surgeon friend, and 2, my sister, to piss them off. And just say we're just spreading misinformation on the air about the medical world.
Can you get them to respond via voice memo so we can play it back and we can also hear how
just
annoyed
be like,
they are?
hey, set us right.
Yeah.
Be as disrespectful as possible.
Educate us. We can bleep out any bad words.
We could do that, but I don't need my sister cucking me at something else in life.
Hey.
Oh, I'm a doctor. I do surgery on children and save them. Oh, I went to Harvard. Oh, look at me. I was a chief resident in New York City for 10 years. Oh, I'm only a year older than Paul. Did all these things. Oh.
Can she work for the Astros? Or would that be a step down? That might be a step down. Working
Probably
for the
would be a step down.
Yeah, but like it might help us out a lot. We might understand more.
Nah, just send an MRI to her every once in a while.
She's actually a diehard Boston sports fan, so she would not do that. She would not do that. She doesn't understand that being a Patriots fan and Astros fan is basically the same thing. She doesn't get it.
She's just not. You'll get there.
I haven't been able to convince. Well, I'm not even going to try. I feel like this is a little bit too much. But there's a part of me that wants to try to convince my godson to be an Astros fan.
Do it.
The Red Sox ownership is cheap, and they didn't like your uncle, the Red Sox ownership. They didn't like him when he was doing fill-in post-game shows and wanting to blow his brains out. I mean, doing them on Saturday.
I think just gotta start sending like Astros gear.
Yeah,
that would work.
And then
Astros only need to be good for like another 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
And then he can jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah. And then like when they don't put him in his Astros gear, then you text your sister and say, hey, I bought all this stuff and like I haven't gotten any photos in it. So then you can just get the photos in, and just that way you can educate him later on. See, you've been an Astros fan your whole life. That's what you gotta do.
Hell yeah. I'm more of a Houston Texans fan now because of all these deep steel blue pills I've been cramming into my mouth. A lot of them. I'm like a little chipmunk. Anyway, we got some more courtesy of Kay Adams' visit to Texans training camp in Ohio. Texans Swarm! Okay, so if you've been listening to this show, you know that I am really impressed by Daniil Hunter's biceps. Holy God. I mean, 16 and a half sacks, whatever. But 16-foot wide pythons on your arms? I don't know if that works. I don't know what the traditional, huge python size is. But, I mean, the man's got some arms, and they're very vascular arms.
I feel like you should know this, because doesn't Hulk Hogan haunt you in your dreams? And he always talked about his 27-inch pythons.
Was he the one that measured his pythons?
Yeah.
Okay, so his pythons are probably at least 27 inches big.
Yep.
Around. I don't know. Again.
We also talked a lot about Predator, which feels like the movie with the most amount of biceps in it.
Oof, all the biceps. Yeah, I mean, there was a famous story how Arnold Schwarzenegger tricked Jesse the Body Ventura into sharing his bicep size only to come in second to Arnold because he believed, Jesse did, future governor of Minnesota, that he had bigger arms than the future governor of California. 2 governors in Predator. People forget. So, Kay Adams of the Up and Adams Show, formerly of Good Morning Football, was visiting with the Houston Texans at Texans training camp and spoke with Daniil Hunter, who is all business.
You know, I'm here to help the football team win football games and win championships. So.
And you do that by destroying quarterbacks, which I love. I was looking at the numbers this morning. It's great. You got like Jalen Hurts 3 times in a game. He's terrified. You got your hands on Mahomes last year. That was really nice. When it comes to this year, you get to face the NFC. You get to face the North. What's that going to be like going back up against Minnesota?
It's going to be fun, you know, being able to go out there with my teammates, you know, rushing together as a unit, as a defensive line. You know, all that wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for us working together as a unit last year. But this year, it should be even better because we have more veterans. We have over 40 years plus of combined experience years in our defensive line room. So we're pretty excited about that.
40 years combined experience of pass rushing. I like how when asked about him individually pass rushing as well, that he talks about the group. Danielle Hunter, leader of the Texans' Wolfpack pass rush.
He's a we guy, not a me guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get his, though, but he's still a we guy.
40 seems like a lot.
I guess,
Jerry Hughes helps a lot.
I was going to say, Jerry Hughes helps quite
and
a bit.
Hunter will probably take you like halfway there by themselves.
Right, because Will Anderson's going into his second year. But you have Derek Barnett. You have Danico Autry.
Barnett, Autry. Yeah, okay. I can see how you get there. I was just thinking like ins only, but yeah, if you add everyone, you can probably get to 40.
If you add everybody up, you might be able to, because Mario Edwards has been in the league for a while. You could probably
a decade.
You could probably actually get closer to 50 if we're doing our math correctly.
Yeah, you probably get close to 62 if you just add in JJ.
We counting full seasons?
Yeah, I mean, no,
that
you
was
count.
ugly.
I'm sorry, that was me.
That wasn't cool.
That
was rude.
That wasn't cool. Hey, more Danielle Hunter with Kay Adams. All right, we're excited about Danielle Hunter. He had 16.5 sacks last year with Minnesota. But listen to what he had to say about Will Anderson, bigger, stronger in year 2.
I think with Will, he's a far ahead of the game for somebody that's going into year 2. You know, I see it every single day how he carries himself as a player and as a human being, and I'm very impressed because my years of being in the league, I've never seen anybody do such a thing. And the year he had last year, it was a phenomenal year, but I felt like this year, only the sky's the limit for him. You know, and being able to have the defensive line that we have with who we have inside and whoever's on the end, I feel like opposing offensive lines, they'll have to pick their poison. You know, because I feel like we got pretty much technicians all around the board. So we rush together as a unit.
Never seen anyone do such a thing. Brings up that we rush together as a unit. Loves him some Will Anderson, though.
You know, it's funny. When he was saying that, when we were listening to that, Paul, I do feel like Will Anderson's almost been quietly forgotten about, just with all the hype around CJ Stroud and the wide receiver room, and just no one's really focused on Will Anderson, the player and the talent.
Well, yeah, the key to this year is guys like Anderson in that pass rush stepping up on a level where it can hide some of the limitations of the secondary. And if the defense is as good as it can be this year because of that front level of the defense, and assuming it stays healthy, then a lot of those questions that we played with Joe Fortenbaugh being a bit of a Texan zagger, thinking they're not going to make the playoffs next year, even though he thinks they're good, that defense can erase a lot of those.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and Will Anderson, think about how slow he started last year, too. We had 1 sack in week 1, and then he didn't get his next sack until the Tampa Bay game.
Yeah, wasn't Jeremy Branham calling him a bust?
Probably.
Give or take?
It seems likely.
Maybe not the
have
B word.
Laporta and Gibbs than...
Gotcha, that's what he said.
Laporta and Gibbs or Will Anderson.
Fantasy football loving Jeremy Branham.
We do love fantasy football. I'm in a league with Jeremy. It's very intense. It's the most intense fantasy football league I'm in, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, look, he has 6 of his sacks after the first 7 games of the season. So he turned it on in a big way in the second half of the year. If he really is bigger, stronger, and is just as fast, he's got to be a double-digit sack guy this year.
Sack totals, I'm in the same boat as the receiver numbers, stats are for losers, final scores for winners, especially when you have this many pass rushers. But things are definitely leading towards Will Anderson having a bigger year. And for those who forget, J.J. Watt's first year didn't really do much until the end of the season, where he had the pick 6 against the Bengals and he had 3 sacks against the Ravens, the last game of the year. And then he took off for that incredible 2012 season. But I mean, I remember Peter King from Sports Illustrated at the time doing his NFL season prediction, predicting that the defensive player of the year was going to be Brooks Reed on the Texans defense.
Really?
Yeah. Reed had a good rookie year. I think Reed had 7-8 sacks or so. And he had that Viking hair, and I think maybe some Clay Matthews kind of vibes going on. But yeah, it was J.J. Watt who took that and ran with it in year number 2. And Anderson, with the way that he has bulked up, I am really curious to see how that actually translates on the field. What I do know is if you want to spin zone the Texans offense and their struggles in training camp in any way, it's that Anderson and Danielle Hunter are going to be an absolute wrecking crew this year.
Yeah, there's gonna be games where they dominate that makes it almost impossible for the team to
That's
do
the
anything.
hope. Yes.
Like, it may not happen every week, but there will be a couple games this year where they just completely wreck shop. And it might be games that you don't want. It might be, the Vikings game when you play Sam Darnold or JJ McCarthy, but they're gonna make life miserable for teams this year. As long as Will Anderson, I always get a little nervous when you hear about guys bulking up, because obviously one of the things that was most effective for him last year was his speed. You don't want him to slow it down too much. So hopefully he can keep his speed but add power to his game, because he's a great player. But I will say it's funny though, when you said this thing about sacks though, Paul. What annoyed me the most, more than anything I've ever been annoyed by in sports, was last year with Will Anderson, when people started coming up with these make-believe numbers about how close he was to the quarterback and not getting there. And that was like the narrative.
Oh, pass rush win rate?
Yeah, I was overall.
But sacks are incredibly random. Like, you can do absolutely nothing on a play and get a sack. You can do incredible moves on an offensive lineman and not get a sack and not be anywhere close to getting a sack. You can get triple teamed. You can get double teamed. Because some of the stats I think also were his double team rate or something as well.
Yeah, that was there. Just like there was one about how he was within like 2 steps of a quarterback.
Yeah,
he had the highest percentage of that in the NFL. Like, it was a bunch of stuff that
pressure rate.
Yeah, it just felt very contrived to push a narrative about Will Anderson. It's like, hey, you know what also works? My eyes tell me he's a good football player, and he's just not getting to the quarterback.
Also contrived is dismissing them entirely and acting like he's not playing well, which is what Jeremy Brandon was doing. It is. What? You're shaking your head? You're the producer of that show.
I agree.
It's ridiculous. I couldn't believe he was doing that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're showing up for the games, right? Huh? Oh, okay, cool.
I understand that there's a certain level of like, you can have all those stats, but it's like, also what's important is actually sacking the quarterback. But I rather have the good underlying stats and then have kind of the fluky stuff where it's like he's 1 step away or whatever for 90% of the time. Like, I would rather have that than he had a bunch of sacks, but all of his underlying numbers are bad. Like, there are a bunch of unblocked sacks and the kind of fluky plays like that.
I get the, putting at those numbers and maybe saying Jonathan Grenard was more important, but I mean, the Texans clearly don't feel that way because they let Grenard walk and they signed Danielle Hunter for way more money because they think Hunter's way better than Grenard. Anyway, sorry. Here's more Danielle Hunter hype. This is Nico Collins with Kay Adams talking about how scary Danielle is, and Danielle weighing in on why people think he's scary.
Danielle is so scary.
Yeah, sure.
Why is he so scary? I've never been so tense in an interview.
I mean, it's crazy, especially like when I line up in the cut split and I see him like arms width apart from me. I'm like, yo, just don't touch me.
People say that all the time, but you just gotta get to know me.
No, what do you mean? I'm actually like I'm tense. Like, you're an intimidating man. You don't think so?
I mean, people say that all the time.
Yeah.
But you just gotta get to know me.
I think I would pee down my leg if I was a quarterback facing you. Especially like I'm picturing like just seeing the top half of your face. Like, I would lose my mind, I think, a little bit. You like that? Yeah.
Football wise, yeah.
Football wise,
Is she spitting game?
No.
Is she flirting with Danielle Hunter?
That was what the game calls a neg there. Am I wrong? Where she's like putting him down a little bit to the point where at the very end you hear Danielle Hunter say, like, on the football field, yes. Danielle Hunter's a handsome man.
I think
she was acting like he's got like one eye out there. I didn't like that.
I think she's flirting. I think just saying like your arms are so big and.
Well, she didn't say. She said he's scary. That's not flirting. That's it's a little mean. I mean, from a pass rusher perspective, you want the guy to be scary, but I don't know. A little mean, Kay.
It feels like it's a "you're so scary," so he then opens up and is like, "Actually, I'm a teddy bear." That's what it seems
Yeah, like she's trying to tell the whole story of an intimidating man. He loves to cuddle after killing quarterbacks.
I asked her like, "Hey, did you ask Daniil what his biceps routine is?" And by the way, I'm getting there. I just sent that out there.
Yeah. Any DMs you want to tell us?
No,
about?
no.
Just slide in.
No, I wanted to see if anyone actually responded to it, and to my knowledge, no one did. I was like, damn, I wanted at least someone to think that was like a thirsty, desperate attempt online, which maybe it was, but I just want to get the best guess I possibly can on this
Should
show.
I reply from the ESPN 97.5 Twitter account right now? Thirsty?
Thirsty question mark. I do think though, I think it blends in with a lot of what Kay Adams' comment section probably looks like.
Yeah, Queen. Yes, Queen.
Speaking of Queens.
Yeah, Sydney, what's McLaughlin something?
LeVrone
McLaughlin, is that it?
McLaughlin LeVrone.
Yeah, she just got a crown. I don't think that's a part of the medals, but she just won the 400-meter hurdles.
And set a world record.
Yeah. Yeah, she is a strong, powerful, independent woman.
Who's very fast.
Very fast, yes.
Make sure we include everything.
I got to say, I am surprised that her parents, they just showed a picture of them in the crowd, and I'm surprised that her parents created her. They don't look athletic, is what I'm trying to say. They don't look athletic at all, in fact.
You know, they might have been athletic back in the day.
I wonder. I wonder about that. They don't look athletic now.
You know, we've seen what happens to, some guys when they leave the NFL. They put on some LBs. So,
That's what we call letting yourself go.
Yeah, they could both be.
Should never happen.
Olympians.
No one should ever let themselves go.
Yeah, it happens.
No, it shouldn't.
It's a lot of work. I agree. Because it's a lot of work to unlet yourself go.
Maybe I should do it. I'll get an endorsement for a gym too.
Yeah, a little belly first.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Just for the money.
I like
start,
that.
Start drinking some IPAs.
Yeah. Endorse an IPA and then endorse a gym.
Yeah. Hey,
the full trifecta.
Look, I will say, it's weight loss, hair loss. I can get my eyes fixed. What do you got, Paul?
I did have hair loss, but I fixed the problem without getting an endorsement for it. Ugh. Anyway, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Round 1 of Rock the Mic is underway. Go to the ESPN Houston YouTube channel to vote to who moves on to the third round. Joe, how many rounds are there?
Moves it into the second round.
Moves them to the second round. Okay, gotcha.
There's 3 rounds.
3 rounds.
Yeah.
Second round gets you to the third round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we go 20 to 10 to 4 to 1.
Okay. Also, did you know that ESPN 97.5 is a proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks?
Went to a restaurant last night.
Highway Cantina, which is part of Houston Restaurant Weeks.
They are. We went to Avenida. It's a Brazilian steakhouse. We went out there. They're doing it because we learned that my 3-year-old is free at a Brazilian steakhouse. So he was loving last night.
Is he into meat?
Oh, he loves steak. Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah. Bad for my wallet. Good for him. But yeah. So we only had to pay for ours, which was nice. And
do you like Brazilian steakhouses?
I do. I was thinking like the
last time I went to one, I got a little annoyed because they kept on coming by because you have like a card, and if it's green, they come and they give you some, and if it's red, they don't. And I felt like they kept on bringing stuff over that I was like, come on.
The hard part for us is we don't eat pork, so like half the time there's like stuff that they bring that we're just like nope, and then we try to tell them like, hey, just don't bring it, but then they just keep forgetting. So
yeah, because they're just walking around with a kebab.
We don't want that stuff.
Yeah, the tough part is that if you get something you really like, you can't really like, can I get more of that? It's just on to the next thing. So it's just, you never know. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
Good reference.
You also never know what you're going to get in the Olympics with the United States basketball team. They're getting their asses kicked right now by Serbia. Joel Embiid just dunked and flopped while dunking, and I think that they're reviewing it right now for a flagrant or something. I truly do not know, but he pump faked, drove down the baseline, and dunked, and he fell after dunking, and it's very clear that the actual rim knocked him down. So for now, with the U.S. up 47-37.
U.S. down.
My bad. Down 47-37 with 2:51 to play in the second quarter, you have more Jokic over Embiid arguments made possible by the result we're seeing out there.
Oh, man. Can't wait for the hot take shows tomorrow if Team USA loses this one.
I mean, there's still plenty of time left, and I am of the belief that they're eventually going to figure it out. But it wasn't that long ago where the U.S. was down 15 points, and going into a commercial break, you saw LeBron James jawing with a bunch of rando Serbians.
You know, we've talked about this like off the air, the three of us, how these games, it's the USA is either down or it's a very close game, and then like a blink of an eye, they've gone on a huge run. But you know what? Hey, look, they're down 13 now, Paul.
Yeah,
13.
They're making threes. We're missing threes.
Jason Tatum's not on the court. That's probably why. Any winners, unlike Joel Embiid, who just probably.
Oh my God, that was a terrible 3-point attempt. Back iron, of all back irons.
Doesn't look like Tatum's played.
Do you guys think Joel Embiid's overrated?
A little bit. I feel like he's one of many basketball players that I feel like does not do all the work necessary to be the best player he possibly can be. To still be good while you're not in the best shape you possibly can be. There's some credit to that. But this is one of my big frustrations with James Harden. And I mean, there's stories about how Joel Embiid is chugging pictures of Shirley Temple from back in the day.
Yeah.
That was like when he was hurt still.
Right.
That was his like vice.
Yeah. Which is like, such a weird vice. Like I know like Giannis.
Shirley Temples are good.
They are good. Giannis, it's always funny when I think about like when he discovered Oreos in that press conference.
Yeah.
And he just talked about how good Oreos are. So like it's always kind of funny when these guys get these vice that like children have because they've just never experienced it before. But I just can't imagine just like chugging Shirley Temples, even though it is good. It's also been a very long time since I've had one.
I've never had one with alcohol in it. I've only had it. That was the go-to if you're somewhere fancy.
Yeah.
With your family for a holiday or something like that. Like if we would go for an Easter brunch, which was usually like the fanciest meal we ate all year somewhere in Boston. Yeah, you get the Shirley Temples. But I was only allowed to have 2. I was never allowed to have more than 2 sodas when I was out and about.
It's like, I always remember getting them at weddings when I was younger.
Yeah.
You go to a wedding and it's like everyone's going to the open bar and you're just like, I'm going to wait in line and Get a Shirley Temple.
Get a Shirley Temple?
Yeah.
Were you waiting in line as a kid at a wedding?
Probably not, but maybe. I don't remember.
Weddings with kids.
Yeah.
Mistake.
Yeah.
You just can't have as fun of a time.
We had very few kids at our wedding.
It happens.
Very few.
I understand it. But the party's a party.
Yeah. It's better without them.
You
Or
don't-
if they go home early.
Or if there's like a side room. Because, yeah, if you have a small child on the dance floor, I'm sorry. If Staying Alive by the Bee Gees is playing, I'm going to punt that child into outer space. Get out of my way.
That kid's in the danger zone.
It's me time,
Yeah.
baby. From the 713, this is an aggressive text. Even as someone who's not the biggest LeBron fan. LeBron hates America, and it shows in his leadership. That's from Red Raider Ryan. I can't read. Jokic in Serbia killing U.S. men's basketball right now. LeBron is a garbage leader and a total fraud. I mean, he's a little fraudulent, but garbage leader based off of this.
He's a multi-time, NBA champion.
I mean, he's 40. He probably shouldn't be
Gold
out there.
medalist.
I'm not going to slander LeBron for this.
Yeah.
LeBron has carried the U.S. a couple of times. If there's anyone to slander for these Olympics, it's Team Canada.
Yeah. Oh, because they were terrible. I mean, yeah, this isn't LeBron. He's 40 years old. Like, blame the younger guys. They need to step up.
Yeah.
Where's Kevin Durant?
Two for 3 for 6 points.
It's all Grant Hill's fault. Why is Jaylen Brown not on this team?
That's a great question.
Because he hates Nike. That's why.
And
I guess.
LeBron just got an and one, by the way. I'm
Hell
a little
yeah.
bit
So you're a little
of you.
ahead as always. France Germany is the other semifinal. That's gonna be fun. What if France blows it again against Germany? Like they have in every war ever.
Should I spoil this one too?
Yeah.
It's a different result than World War II.
Oh, France won.
France prevails.
Good for them.
Wemby? Was Wemby pretty good today?
He was all right.
Okay.
He wasn't. He was good, not great. Rudy Gobert, 5 minutes played.
That's tough.
Yeah, Draymond, at least he'll have that to celebrate if the U.S. loses today. French athlete Alice Finot, she broke the European steeplechase record, and then she proposed to her man.
Saw that.
After coming in 4th.
Tough spot, but, you got to say yes.
Is that in? I don't know.
I think it's more in than traditionally.
Does that mean I get a pimped out diamond ring that I don't have to pay for? Because if that's the case,
I don't know.
I'm kind of into it.
I'll be honest. I don't know the rules.
Do you have to pay
I feel like they buy themselves a ring. And they're like, will you marry me? And then they just put their own ring on.
Well, I mean, listen, they'll be happy with it.
So they buy 2 rings.
Yeah.
Because they're showing you something.
No, I feel like the girl should have to buy a ring. Equality, right? Like what? It's a third of a year's salary. I don't get anything.
You don't want an engagement ring and then a wedding ring.
No, I think I want a man engagement ring.
Paul was gonna say maybe we get you an engagement watch or something like that.
Ooh, that would work.
Like a nice watch.
That would work, but the ring would be fun.
I forgot to wear mine
People
all the time.
people would continue to wonder like what is my sexuality, and I kind of enjoy the mystery of it all. Canadian pole vaulter Alicia Newman won a bronze medal, and she twerked. By the way, she's got an OnlyFans.
I like that.
I was waiting for these stories to start coming out from the
Olympic
Olympic Village.
More Olympic story as
How much
Serbia
OnlyFans
continues
content?
to declare war on the United States and they necessitate a Kosovo kind of situation. We have fish in the Olympic Village with worms. So they were bitching about not getting real meat. Now they're getting fish, and the fish has worms in it.
That's gross.
Must be from the River Send, although I don't know if the worms would survive in those fish.
It would be worms with some fish if it was from the river.
Yeah, like giant worms, like from Tremors.
with fish inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't gotten more OnlyFans athletes. I'm with Joe on this.
Yeah, and the food thing feels very Firefest vibes.
Yeah, it does.
Like just seeing what they're working with. That's kind of how this Olympics feels. It's like very Firefest, of like cardboard beds, like poop in the water where they're competing. You've got worms in the fish. Seems like a bad vibes.
Hell yeah.
The Olympics this year.
George is complaining, no sports going on. This is the Olympics, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And there you go.
USA.
Come on, rally.
Sorry, we're patriots.
Wrapping things up with garbage time next. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. So it feels like we're all feeling good about Yusei Kikuchi again. We don't know what the hell is going on with Kyle Tucker and Texans hype. I mean, my God, it is as high as it possibly can be on this Thursday without an event in Houston sports.
Well, we're still waiting for the Super Bowl pick, though. I'm still waiting for someone in the national media to pick the Texans to go to the Super Bowl. Hasn't happened just yet.
I don't think anyone will do it.
You don't think so? You don't think like Orlovsky or Mina Kimes or somebody's going to pick the Texans to go to the Super Bowl this year? Someone has to. There's no way they've been gassed up this much.
Let me rephrase. I don't think anyone that I respect will do it.
Okay.
I know that sounds mean, but I would be shocked if a football mind that I actually think isn't a gas bag, which is ironic coming from me.
I don't think so.
I don't think anyone that I respect is going to do it. I think someone's going to do it to zag.
I already can't wait for someone to do it, and then we have the Does Paul respect this person segment.
I like that.
Putting this in my notes right now.
I like that. Yeah.
Louis Riddick, huh? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Because I think I'm remembering some of the most, I guess, overwhelming praise that we
Riddick
played.
has given the most. I like Riddick not doing color commentary. I think Riddick as an analyst is great.
Mm-hmm.
I did not like him when he was on that Monday Night Football booth.
Yeah.
That was rough. It was rough for a couple of years. It's great that they got Joe Buck.
Yeah, in between Booger and Joe Buck, it was some lean years.
I felt bad for Booger, too. Booger also, great analyst. Booger as a talk show host. If you've ever heard Booger as a talk show host, Booger used to do a talk show with Mark Ryan, who used to host over at the Texans flagship back in St. Pete, Florida. It was a Tampa Bay-based one, and sadly, one of those companies that just got taken out because radio is radio. But, I mean, it was actually good. It was a good show. Anyway, time for a little garbage time. King of all Twitches is saying funny. One of the guys who originated the Texans hype is now noticing it may have been inflated. No, I've been saying that from the start. But you guys just get so mad whenever we talk about anything positive with the Houston Texans. I mean, everything that's been going on this offseason. Yeah, it's been a lot of praise. They were 10-7 last year.
But you know, Paul, it's thanks to you. You deserve the credit. You are the one that started the Texans movement.
Yeah, you started the Texans hype
I think
last
you take
year.
this as a win. You are the influencer.
No, I mean, I told them CJ Stroud was good last year, and they're like, oh, he's not.
No,
he's not.
That,
nothing's good.
Even before that, they asked you how many games the Texans would win. You said 10.
Yeah, pulled that out of my ass. How about that?
Oh.
You're the only one that got
You
it right.
started the hype train. You asked CJ Stroud about being having a winning mentality when he was 0-2.
Yeah.
It's thanks to you, Paul, that people are hyped.
I guess so. I mean, look, there's a lot of hype. We're sharing it with all of you. But you guys want to talk about baseball.
He said, how am I more guilty? I can't keep up with these clowns. No offense. I love you, King of Twitch. But one day they tell me that I caused the hype. One day they tell me that I'm anti-Houston teams on purpose. It means I'm right in the middle.
At the same time.
At the same time.
That's hard to do. Taylor Swift concerts. We've had 3 of them canceled due to a terroristic threat from ISIS. Is ISIS ready for a 15-year-old to dox them and reveal their location?
I mean, they might do it in a more timely manner than the government has done it in the past.
Well, yeah. I mean, they will. I mean, listen, if you don't want to be drone striked, don't piss off a Taylor Swift fan because they will find where you live. And next thing you know,
that's a good point.
Goodbye. Yeah, that's surprising. That's surprising there. Joe, there's a new TV show out. This is a reality TV show. Are you and your wife going to watch a TV show about Utah Mormon swinger wives?
No.
On Hulu? No? I honestly, this one seems fun. There's one of them went famous on TikTok for dancing next to their sick infant.
And
another one, there's swinging parties for these Mormos. Oh man, this is a fun one.
Thankfully, this is the one Real Housewife. I don't have to watch these.
Yeah, I'm in.
I get to avoid certain reality TV shows. This is one of those that I think I'll be able to luck out of. Unless we're gonna do
I kind of want to watch it. I don't know. I think this is an opportunity for you.
Hey, if it comes out during baseball season,
yeah,
and the Astros start slow next year, maybe we're just breaking down the tape of the Mormon Swinger reality TV show next year. You never know.
He is Joe. I am Paul. Big thanks to Sean, our texters, our YouTubers, and everybody else. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. I forgot the day. Whatever. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian and AJ behind the glass. It is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Any of you guys feeling a little differently about the Yusei Kikuchi trade now that he's pitched two games? And in those 2 games, he's been pretty good against Tampa Bay. 2 runs, 3 hits, 5 2/3, 11 strikeouts. Yesterday against Texas with all the marbles on the line. Yesterday was a trophy game. Yesterday was a trophy game in Arlington. They were battling for the silver boot. And it was Yusei Kikuchi. I wonder if he owns a pair of boots. That went 5 1/3, 2 runs, 4 hits, punches out 8. Are we feeling differently about the Yusei Kikuchi trade after 2 starts than we did at the moment of the trade?
Yeah, I think that I'm feeling more encouraged by it. I think you and I have discussed the fact that in order to kind of make the final grade on the trade, it takes some time. But 2 starts in, no matter what the price was to get that you had to give up to get him, he has been exactly what this team needed and what the doctor ordered, in the fact that you don't have a young, inexperienced Jake Bloss trying to persevere through 4 to 5 innings, knowing that your bullpen's probably going to get taxed and you don't know what kind of situation you're going to be in. He has been in complete command of his pitches. Whether he's changed his sequencing a lot or not, we've noticed that he is staying away from the curveball. He's mixed some things up, and he's been highly effective. So, yes.
Yeah, he's pitched much better than his form whenever he was traded to the Astros. If you do the math on those 2 starts, he has a 3.27 ERA. He had a 4.75 ERA when he came to Toronto. His last 12 starts, he had like a 6.5 ERA prior to coming to the Astros. So, yeah, I feel much better about the trade today than I did the moment that it was made. Yusei Kikuchi's pitching to... he's pitching to a status or a performance that is something that the Astros did need and is an improvement over what you had. So, yeah, I feel a little differently today. Am I ready to call the trade a win? No, absolutely not, because quite frankly, it's going to come down to what the Astros do over the course of the rest of the season, what Yusei Kikuchi does in the 2 months while he's here, and then you're going to have to wait that out versus what Willie Wagner does, what Joey Loperfido does, and mostly what Jake Bloss does. Bloss was the name of the 3 that sent out that really was difficult for me to see go. So I'm not calling it a trade, a win for the Astros. I'm not saying what a move by Dana Brown quite yet, because a lot of that is still to be determined, but I feel much better about it at this moment than I did whenever the Astros made the move.
Yeah, and I think, as you mentioned, who was involved in the trade, I think the heartstrings are going to have Astros fans watching every move Joey Loperfido makes, and he made a diving catch the other night, and of course everybody was retweeting that and looking at that and about him. But the more logical thing, and you and I talked about, of the 3 players you gave up, the one that has the most substantial upside was Bloss, because he probably wasn't ready to be called up this year, but it was just a victim of circumstance. Great for him to get his feet wet, but also understand he's got some work to do, to kind of, settle in and understand how to pitch big league baseball. But I think of the guys that were involved in the trade, he's the guy that, from a just pure baseball standpoint, has the biggest upside. But everybody's heartstrings are going to watch Joey Loperfido.
Yeah, I would say everybody. I think there's a good amount of people that, not that they're like completely out on Joey Loperfido, but they realize that Joey Loperfido strikes out a lot and might not be able to hit major league pitching. I think if you polled the city on like which of the 3 is the one that you're most worried about, I think it would pretty drastically be Jake Bloss. I think Bloss would take that vote by about like 65 to 70% of that vote. And he's starting off in their AAA. He's starting off in Buffalo. They might not want to use the service time. They might want him to work a little bit, more development, stuff like that, because I don't think he was quite ready. I think he was pressed into action at the big league level out of desperation, and really because the Astros didn't have anybody else. So we saw Bloss for a couple of starts after he was a 3rd-round pick literally a year ago. King of Twitch on the Twitch, he's saying that worst trade since the DeAndre Hopkins trade. That was a topic of conversation in this city. I felt like that was a bit extreme, even coming from somebody who didn't like the trade and still saying that, hey, we need to wait and see what happens. 60-30, here we freaking go. No, I'd rather have 2 bats than Kikuchi. Thanks for his service, but no, it's not worth it. He's faced Tampa and a struggling Rangers. So 60-30 still pretty vocal and loud about not liking the trade, despite Kikuchi being pretty good in his last 2.
Yeah, no, look, I understand how you're going to feel a certain kind of way about all of this, but I just believe that, yeah, you gave up a couple of bats, but you might have the same kind of bats or better bats in your system already. So that's not where my head is at right now. You have to just look forward and say, hey, look, for the rest of this season, yes, he's a rental, but he's a guy that gives you better than you had. And you're in this neck and neck race with the Mariners where every game counts, and you feel a whole hell of a lot better if the games pitched every 5th or 6th day is going to be a guy like Kikuchi instead of a guy like Bloss.
Chalupa says Tampa is a decent team. They're not a very good offensive team. They're a pretty poor offensive team, actually. They're one of the bottom 5 teams in all of baseball offensively, and they traded they traded a couple of their good offensive players, whether it was Randy Arozarena, whether it was Isak Paredes. So, and then Texas actually has a below-average offense this year, which is a bit of a surprise. 713-780-3776. Feeling differently now about the Kikuchi trade than whenever the Astros made it. 6589. Only complaint I have is I wish he was more efficient. 6 innings would be great, but not too many starters make 6 innings anymore anyways. I'll take what Kikuchi's given you. 2 runs, 5 1/3. 2 runs, 5 2/3. I'll take that every single start from Yusei Kikuchi. One of the things that everybody was telling you when the Astros made this trade, here's an innings eater. So is 5 1/3, 5 2/3 enough innings being eaten by Yusei Kikuchi?
But I could also combat that and say, is that at least better than the 4 2/3 or less you were getting from a guy like Bloss, which we knew he hadn't even gotten through 5 yet. So it's better than it was. Is it as good as promised? No, not yet. But there's hope because of the fact, look, he threw 100 pitches. I mean, he can go deep into games pitch-wise. It's just, again, managing everything to try and get deeper into games by the situation.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll take if you say Kikuchi's going 5 1/3, 5 2/3, and not getting to 6 innings, but he's only surrendering 2 runs every single time. I'm taking that from a back of the rotation starter. So, yeah, I've been good with what Kikuchi's given the Astros. Still going to wait before I determine who has won the trade. 3209 hitters win regular season games, pitching and defense wins playoff games. I don't disagree with that. 5798. How would y'all feel if the Astros extended Yusei? Would that help to feel better about giving up so much for him? If interested in an extension, what kind of contract terms would you like to see?
See, to me, if you can do that and the terms matter, if you could do that for, say, 2 and 24, or along the lines of the same contract that he is about to have expire, which was 3 for 36. If you could get him in that range, or you could get him in that kind of, obviously with inflation and everything else, you want to go a little bit up on that, and you want to consider that, especially because you don't know what's going to happen with Verlander. I'd be open to that if he continues to pitch like this.
Yeah, I think that it wouldn't necessarily impact my view of the trade, because you could have acquired Yusei Kikuchi in the offseason without a trade. I don't really like that argument, and I've seen that argument from a lot of people. Well, to make the trade more balanced, you just sign him. Well, that's not really what you traded for. You didn't trade for 2025 and future Yusei Kikuchi. You traded for the remainder of 2024 and the remainder of his contract. So that's a different transaction. Like, to me, there's 2 different transactions, and they have to be viewed as differently. So the Yusei Kikuchi for 2 months is what you're comparing what you gave, and then if you were to re-sign him in the offseason, now you're looking at, okay, we spend X amount of dollars on him. Is this the best way to spend that X amount of dollars? So 2 different transactions in my view. I don't think that you should be looking at those as some sort of package or correlation between the 2. I'm not a huge fan of spending long-term money on any pitcher. Point to this all the time. Christian Javier, Lance McCullers, at the time that they signed, team-friendly deals, and both of them have returned a negative ROI to go more than like 2 years on any starting pitcher. Kikuchi, who has been inconsistent, let's bump the brakes a little bit on who he's been in his career. Yes, he has really good stuff. Yes, the Astros are so far through 2 starts getting the most out of him. He's still a 4.70 ERA guy, and I'm not really in the business of paying $20 million or north of $20 million on a guy who has an ERA of over 4.50. So let's see what he does the rest of the way. Let's see how much he likes Houston. Let's see if he's willing to do a team-friendly short-term extension with the Astros, because anything long-term, anything huge money, I'm probably out.
No, and you're right. Everything I said is because I would like that, because it would help the Astros. But it does. I don't think that it alters the trade at all, because we already talked about what you gave up, who else was out there, and just the fact that evidently that was the price of doing business, and that was a steep price to pay at the time. But it doesn't change the trade at all. It helps your team for more than just being a rental for the rest of the season. If, in fact, he likes it here and also realizes, hey, what Verlander and others have talked about in terms of what the entire pitching department can do to alter and change for the better your ability to pitch in the big leagues, and he wants to stay a part of that, that'd be great.
713-780-ESPN. Todd the Show. Branham's giving Astro fans a lot of credit by saying they cared more about losing Bloss. I only saw them crying about no Perfido. We'll Twitter poll that during the break and see what the return looks like by the end of the show. 8769, the trade may work out, and they needed pitching, but they gave up too much for a known commodity. This wasn't a Yordan trade. The Jays are getting the unknown commodities. Okay, fair point, but unknown commodities can be net zeros. 8437, I'll judge the trade at the end of the year. If he pitches this way for the rest of the year, the trade doesn't irk me the way that it did initially. So I don't think that we're having a whole lot of prisoners of the moment here. I think people are still doing the whole wait and see. 4071, 737 area code. What is the 737 area code? I'm not familiar with that. Do you know?
I don't.
He says that if the Astros win the championship, it's a win. Okay. Let's say Yusei Kikuchi gets hurt in his next start. The Astros still win the World Series without the services of Yusei Kikuchi, and Jake Bloss turns into a Cy Young. Did the Astros win the trade?
No.
Yeah, people always argue that too. Well, it's a good trade if you win it all. Well, if he doesn't contribute to winning it all, and then the price that you paid to get him turns out to be way better, how is that a win? Even though you won the World Series, it might be easier to, lick the wounds. But how do you win that trade?
No, you don't. And I think that the other thing that we talked about was in a world where if all the pitchers going down the stretch are healthy once you get Verlander back, he's probably not going to be a guy that turns into one of your starting pitchers that does a lot. He's probably going to be in the bullpen. So you'd like to say, well, if he ends up being a guy that, has a great rest of the regular season and then carries you into the playoffs or does this or that, I don't think the option is the latter is going to be an option as they go into the playoffs.
Yeah. He said it's a Georgetown area code. It's actually in Texas. I didn't realize
it lists
that.
as Austin.
Yeah, Austin, Georgetown, Round Rock area. Close to Round Rock Donuts, the largest donuts in Texas there at Round Rock Donuts.
Never heard of it.
Very good bread, though, that they have there. I don't really like the glaze or the frosting on the Round Rock Donut, but the bread of the Round Rock Donut, elite. It tastes like pan dulce. It tastes really good.
Would you consider the donut, would it be cake or would it be bread?
I don't know.
Because isn't it so? There's two different kinds of donuts too, right? Because one daughter wants the cake donut.
Yeah, I don't think it's cake.
And then what's the other one? The other one is
it's dough. It's fried dough.
Is it like
That's why
glazed?
it's called a donut.
What's the really super plain donut?
An old-fashioned or a glazed.
Okay.
But yeah, it's more of a fried dough than a baked dough. Yeah. I don't know if the cake donut's fried.
Taylor's really specific about wanting the cake donut.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You get those sometimes the only time I really get those like Dunkin' Donuts, like their little blueberry one or whatever.
She gets them at Shipley's.
They have them at Shipley's too?
They have cake donuts at Shipley with chocolate. They're like vanilla or plain cake fit with chocolate frosting.
She doesn't get the glazed donut from Shipley?
Oh my God, she loves cake donuts with chocolate frosting.
What do you mean?
Glazed is overrated.
Glazed is the best.
It's vanilla. It's literally it's fine. There's so many better options. Like if you go to
give me a good old glazed,
like Voodoo Donut,
Really?
Voodoo Donuts,
I like a good old glazed donut. Yeah.
Oh
really?
man.
So if you could only order one donut, it'd just be a plain glazed.
Probably, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Get some
absolutely.
spice into your life. Jeremy.
AJ's nodding his head yes too. All the
He's
cool
too
kids
young
are
to
doing
have
it.
an opinion
Yeah, but
on this.
AJ's is easily the coolest of the four of us.
That's true.
And
That's true.
AJ is doing the glazed donut because that's what it is popular. And popular is always right. Majority of opinions are always right.
If you're doing what the cool kids do, that doesn't mean you're doing what your stomach tells you is your favorite.
Well, that is my favorite. I said it was my favorite before I knew
I'm
AJ did it.
talking about AJ.
The big ones in Round Rock are a yeast dough.
Oh.
So if that does anything for you,
Does nothing for
I don't
me.
really know what that means.
I don't know.
But they taste delicious there, those Round Rock donuts. All right, 713-780-3776, HRNP listener line. Are you feeling better today about the Kikuchi trade than you were at the time of the trade? We're a day closer to the Texans playing some starters. Is that good news, bad news? I'm getting blown away and fascinated by how Buffalo people are talking about Stephon Diggs and how Houston people are talking about Stephon Diggs. It's like he's two different people, the way that he's being talked about. John McClain will join us. It's a Thursday, too, so Bad Take Boulevard. Should I be reading too much into John McClain joining us at 4:15 and Bad Take Boulevard being 4:30? Is there correlation there?
Yeah.
Is that tangible? Is that real? Because he does make appearances on Bad Take Boulevard from time to time. Hope he's not listening. He's gonna bail at 4:15. All right, 713-780-3776. Change your mind about a Kikuchi Kikuchi at all. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel there. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. AJ, he doesn't have a Twitter. He's too cool. I'm at Jeremy Brenham. Also, when we return, you know who else needs some praise on this Astros pitching staff? Josh Hader needs some praise. I'll tell you why next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Keith on the YouTube says, we still calling him the mid-unit. I am. I'm still calling him the mid-unit because it seems like it inspires him. It seems like it brings out the most of him. I'm all about motivation and bringing the most out of people. And I think by calling Yusei Kikuchi, because he's an avid listener to the Killer Bees, they all are, I think it's bringing out the most of them. So whenever he pitches well, like Dusty Baker said with Yiner, you can thank me. You can thank me.
It's that name and the law firm and Astros pitching guys.
Yeah, but mostly me.
Right.
0979, 2.0 ERA since being an Astro. That's not accurate. It's a 3.27 ERA, but who's counting? Who's splitting hairs here? 3062, we can go hypotheticals all day long. If a frog had wings, it wouldn't drag its bad word. That sounds like something the Baytown Baddie would say.
Never heard that kind of an analogy, but okay.
He's talking about frogs all the time. Yeah, it's weird. 3209 says, fire the producer now? Which one? AJ or Brian? I think it was Brian.
Donut take.
I think it was Brian's donut take.
Oh.
I think it was Brian's donut take. A lot of our listeners are donut aficionados.
They are.
Donut savants.
There's a sour cream donut?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
It didn't sound good.
No, it does not at all.
No, they are good. I think they're also sometimes referred to as old fashions. I think you'd like it.
I like my old fashions in drink form.
They're kind of glacious, but the texture on them has more like crispy edges. It's pretty good.
Okay, I will not take your word for it. I think we've already established that your food takes are abysmal.
My food takes are great. Your food takes are vanilla. Over here with a glazed donut.
My food takes are delicious and proper. 4662, the price of good kikuchi is always high. The deal is a deal that never wows or disappoints, just has to get it done. See what you did there. You know who else needs praise in this Astros pitching staff, though? And I've actually seen the opposite of praise when it comes to this specific player. And it is the Astro closer, Josh Hader. And I understand his ERA ain't great, 3.75, although that's a weird way to grade your relievers. He's got a whip under 1, by the way. But Josh Hader needs praise for a lot of different reasons. First and foremost, the guy's got 24 straight saves. It ties a franchise record with Brad Lidge. He did it in 2005. So the guy that you paid to close games, to save games, since blowing the first game that he ever pitched as an Astro, he's had 24 straight saves. It has tied a franchise record. He is doing what you paid him to do, and that's to preserve the lead and rack up saves. He's done that better than anybody else in franchise history, tied with Brad Lidge whenever he set the record in 05, and Hader has now tied it. Secondly, Josh Hader is willing to pitch 3 games in a row whenever you're in the midst of a playoff race. That is something that we should be praising Josh Hader about. We should be tipping our cap. Josh Hader, thank you for pitching 3 days in a row when a lot of people have said you would never do that. You had your Hader rules before the money, and now you ripped up those Hader rules because the Astros were loyal to you, and because the Astros have been loyal to you, you're being loyal to them. He's willing to go multi-innings. Another one of the Hader rules that people thought that Hader would never do. He's thrown multiple innings multiple times this year, and also he's been willing, maybe not so able, but he's been willing to pitch in non-save situations. So all the grief we see for Josh Hader blows my mind. 24 straight saves, ties a franchise record, willing to be everyday Hader, pitch 3 days in a row, willing to go multiple innings, doesn't throw a fit when he's being used in non-save situations. Josh Hader should be praised, not criticized.
See, to me, I don't see it the same way, and part of it is I'm not going to criticize him per se, because some of the things you brought up are valid. But to me, the eye test, the fact that yes, he's getting the job done, but it's the way he's getting the job done. Multiple times in the last couple appearances when he got the save, but the ball looked like it was going to go out of the ballpark and it was caught up against the wall.
Not yesterday.
No, not yesterday. Right. I said multiple times, though, in the last couple weeks where, in the Arlington game when they thought that Young's ball would have gotten out of 3 different ballparks. And there was a couple where you held your breath when he got the final out. So it's just also because of the fact those that want to criticize him for those things, because he is still at the end of the day getting the saves, you're right, is the fact that with what he's being paid and the fact that what you thought you were getting because of what his back of his baseball card said, people expected different. My big concern is just the fact that it seems like when he comes in, he gets the job done, but he gives up balls that look like they might get out. He gives up base hits and gets guys on base. So it's not clean and perfect and beautiful all the time, but to your point, he does get it done. It just it concerns me.
He has his lowest whip that he's ever had since 2021. So, people look at the ERA, 3.75 ERA, it's Josh Mitter. He's mid. He's this mid closer. His whip is fantastic. His whip is very good. He was paid to save games. He has saved every single game that he's pitched in, with the exception of one, which was actually the first one of the season. Since then, he has been perfect in save opportunities. He is getting the job done. He's been fantastic in that role. And then all of the criticisms we heard about Hader. I mean, Jeremy Booth was talking about, I don't trust a guy who, he won't go multi-innings, or he won't do what the team asks, or he won't pitch in non-save situations. And Hader had that narrative coming in because it was a fact. It wasn't a narrative. So, I mean, Booth was right when he was saying those things. But now when a team has taken care of him, he's ripped up that little Hader rule thing, which I admire. I respect. And I think it's silly that we criticize Josh Hader, who's been almost perfect in save opportunities.
Yeah, the thing with me is I like the fact that he was open about the fact that before he got the contract, it was a business decision, because a lot of guys wouldn't even have the stones to admit that. So the fact that he admits that, and he now, because he knows the Astros have taken care of him, he's willing to do whatever it takes to do whatever the Astros need. That's fantastic. So, like, to me, that's the thing. The biggest thing to me is not getting into too much to say I don't want to criticize him. I have concerns because of the way he's gotten the job done in a lot of those save opportunities.
I mean, it's Major League Baseball. You're going to have guys that hit the ball against you. I mean, you got a sub-1 whip. That's elite. That's elite.
I mean, you and I have had this conversation with Abreu and in the past as well too. It's just that, look, I don't want to say he sucks, because there's other guys I've done that for, but I just have a level of concern because I've got to hold my breath when bat gets to baseball, when he's pitching in the save situations and otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's just the position. I think that happens for whoever you have closing games. It's like a kicker in the NFL. Like, you could have the best kicker in the NFL. You could have Justin Tucker out there, but when the game is tied or he's down by a point or two and he's trying to knock in a 45, 50-yard field goal, you're going to be nervous. Why are you going to be nervous? Because the game is on the line. It's the same thing with closers, in my opinion. I mean, Hader's blown one save. He's blown one save. He's been perfect since blowing that one save. 24 straight.
I guess the other way, too, is the fact that it's not quite to the level of Ryan Presley when he comes into the game of what I feel. But at the same time, I don't want to feel that with the guy that is now my closer for the next 5 years, that I want to just feel like lights out, game over. Give him the ball, get out of the way, and it's done.
Who would you feel like that with, though?
I mean, in Class A,
okay,
is a guy like that where I think that he comes in and he's just so overpowering and just dominant that I feel that way. And again, I don't want to say that he's been bad or that but it does bother me.
Yeah, Class A's nails. That guy's sick. Maybe one of the best in baseball. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line.
And to that point, though, because what you said is true, but at the same time, I think that's why fans not only they want to take it to the level of criticism, because they think we paid to have the best closer in baseball. Well, every season's different.
Yeah, they did. That is a point against Hader, is that the contract is large. 713-780-3776. But he's paid to be the closer, and the closer is doing well. Maybe not non-safe situations, though. All right. Is the AL West creating false hope for the Astros? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Lock it in. Lock it in. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Ponder says, yeah, but we already have a reliever who gets it done in an ugly way. His name is Presley. Oh, wait, he isn't even getting it done at all this year. He had that stretch where he had 15 scoreless appearances. Now, the last 3 appearances have been back to Stressley.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he's more of the extreme. When he comes into games, I don't just expect, there's a possibility of feeling easy there might be a hit or a potential home run. I feel like he's going to blow the game. And that's a totally different story because of the fact that, yeah, Hader might get a hit here and there, but Hader's going to get the job done at the end of the day.
Yeah, we weren't comparing Hader to Presley. We were comparing Hader to the best closers in all of baseball. 713-780-3776. Mariners lost the game yesterday after the Astros won at day. So the Astros are in first place right now in the American League West on the heels of a terrible, terrible offensive week. Detroit, who was the center fielder who made that catch? Do you know? Was it Meadows, maybe?
It was Meadows.
Meadows who made the catch? That was a phenomenal play. Phenomenal play.
Great catch. Yeah, I don't know that I would say it's like one of the most incredible catches I've ever seen.
No. Probably top 7 play this year.
This year, maybe.
This year?
Yeah, because he really got elevated and fully extended to get that ball. But, and then on top of it, it was a 1-run game, and he saves that, and then the Tigers add on and get 3 in the 9th. They've done you a solid. I mean, to take those first 2 in Seattle has been huge.
He robbed the big dumper, too.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah, it was the big dumper that he robbed. It wasn't a big enough dump. It was a mid dump is what it was because it didn't clear the wall. Or what cleared the wall? It didn't clear the center fielder that was able to reach above the wall and make the catch. But anyways, Mariners lose the baseball game. Astros are in first place entering today. Of course, they have an off day. Half game up on Seattle. Astros 59-55. Seattle 59-56. Seattle will play later tonight, which Seattle's going to have 2 games more than the Astros by the end of the night. That, of course, is going to have to be made up here over a stretch in which the Astros aren't going to have very many days off. But the question here is, we just said the record. Astros 4 games above 500. Seattle 3 games above 500. Texas 54-61. Angels are 50-64, which, by the way, the Angels are closer to the Rangers than the Rangers are to you. Good news. And then the A's are 48-68. Is the American League West giving false hope to Astro fans?
There's reason to look at that and say that it could be, because when you look at it, it's one thing to say, hey, and we've talked about the fact you got to win the division to get in because you're probably not going to get to the wild card because the rest of the American League is playing better baseball. And when you look at it, Brian McTaggart texted it out or tweeted it out today. If the Astros were in another division, they'd be 8.5 out in the AL East. They'd be 8 out in the Central. They'd be 9 out in the NL East. They'd be 5.5 out in the NL Central and 6.5. So best case scenario would be 5.5 out in the closest other division to them. And so it gives you reason for concern because of the fact that we've talked about how anemic this offense can be. Because all season long, we've struggled to see this team sync up when the pitching's been good, the hitting's been good. Now, they did run into a stretch where they got back into it because of that. But more times than not, when we saw how bad this offense has been lately, thank goodness the Mariners have found a way to lose and do you a solid.
Yeah, see, the way that I look at this question, it's more about false hope. Because maybe you win a bad division, but are you good enough to win it all, even though you've come from a bad division? The hope, because I see a bunch of people. I tweeted yesterday after the Mariners lost that the AL West is a cauldron of mediocrity. Because I think it is. It might even be a cauldron of below mediocrity. Because the Astros and the Mariners are the only 2 teams above 500. They barely are. Rangers 7 games below. Angels 14 games below. The A's are 20 games below. So combine it all together, the AL West is below average. Not a good division when you look at the win-loss. But everybody said, well, all you got to do is make the playoffs, chip in a chair. All you do is get in the dance and you have a chance to win it all. There are times, though, whenever you come out of a poor division that you really don't have a chance to win it all. If you look at the NFL, like the NFC South, whoever wins that division, do you think they're Super Bowl contenders? I don't. Like if Tampa wins the division, if New Orleans wins the division, are they Super Bowl contenders? Absolutely not. If the Astros come out of a poor division, do we think that they're a World Series contender, or is the weakness of the division, if you do think that, creating that false hope within fans?
See, I think to me, I've always had confidence they were going to win the division, and I think that until they're knocked off of that podium or that top shelf, that someone's got to prove they can beat them before I believe that they can't get there and win it all. The biggest concern to me is just that inconsistency and just the fact that we have really struggled to see a team like in the golden era that has had this glaring of I don't want to say a weakness, but glaring of stretches where they have been so far below average, whether it be their pitching early or the hitting lately. You just don't see that from a World Series championship caliber team, but it's also because of injuries. So the reason why that I would still say that I believe that they're a World Series caliber team is because you're at a certain point, you could get up to 4 players, but specifically you're going to get Verlander and Tucker back at some point to where you're going to get better just simply because of those 2 guys. And that gets you closer to full health. Now, there's also guys kind of in the periphery where you go, well, you don't know if and or when you're going to get them back. But if you get a guy like Kendall Graven back in September and suddenly he's effective, now your bullpen just got a big boost too. So there's a chance for you to get better along the way. But at the same time, I think my biggest concern is the fact that there's just been so much glaring inconsistency.
I feel like Graven's lofty. I know it's on the table. I know it's possible. I feel like it's lofty. And then even if he does get back, how effective is he going to be? Like, where does he stack you up with the other bullpen arms that you have, or have not pitching in over a year? Poncho, everyone starts off 0-0 in the postseason. Just get your foot in the door. King of Twitch only matters who's hot in October. Rare candy, unique situation because the Astros have been able to win it with the core that they have. I still believe that the Astros are a World Series contender. They might not be as big a contender as they have been in recent years, but I also don't think we've seen the Astros at their best. Like when they were their healthiest, they weren't playing their best ball. There have been additions to this team along the way that are trying to get them closer to playing their best ball at a consistent level, like the Kikuchi trade, part of that. Getting healthy with Verlander is a part of that. Getting Kyle Tucker back from this bone bruise is a part of that. So I think that the Astros still have World Series potential. They just have not played anywhere near that potential for an extended period of time. I think it is still possible, and in a sport like baseball, where it is just get in the playoffs and then get hot, it's not really like football. I mean, football, you got to be a really dang good team. You got to get hot too, but you see more I guess bad teams that can win it all in the postseason. You see a lot of teams that aren't as good relative to the rest of the league get hot and win it all, where you don't really see that in football.
Well, I mean, in football, you've had the hot teams get into the playoffs, like the Giants in the past. The Packers were the last wild card, and they found a way to win it. But more times than not, it's dominant. Basketball is truly where it's just all the time, where the most dominant teams seem to run through the playoffs and end up in your conference championships. But in baseball, you're absolutely spot on in the fact that in baseball, more than any other sport, all you do is get in and you're hot. You get a hot pitcher or two, you can ride that pretty well.
Yeah. Somebody texting in saying that, Kansas City wasn't very good last year. They were 11-6 and won the division.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Like, they had the number 2 defense in the NFL. Like, they didn't really slip. We just didn't expect them. We expected more offense from them, and because they didn't give you the offense, like, oh, they're not having a great year. Their offense wasn't fantastic, but their defense was, and they won 11 regular season games.
Yeah, the Giants, I think it was one of the 2 Eli Mannings championships. They came in from one of, if not the lowest wild card, and the Packers, the year that they beat the Steelers, came in as a lower, I think, a wild card low seed.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. So D'Amico Ryans telling Kay Adams that CJ is going to play a series or 2 tomorrow. Is this the right thing to do? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texans play the Pittsburgh Steelers tomorrow in preseason game number 2 for the Texans. First preseason game for the Steelers. And D'Amico Ryans, who gives more to national media than local media, was on with Kay Adams, the Kay Adams podcast, was there in Ohio at University High School, the alma mater of Nick Caserio, where Nick Caserio set high school records at University High School. But he was asked, D'Amico, about the starters and how much they'll play, and here's what D'Amico had to say.
Like, I know that if you give me the snaps, it will do well for me and I will go viral. I don't know why we would care otherwise. Why do we care? Why are us reporters so obsessed with who's getting what and when?
Football is back, right? Football is back. Everybody's so excited to actually see the starters get out and play. How many snaps they're playing?
No, that is such an optimistic way to look at it. You know what it is? I feel bad for y'all because the decisions you have to make, one drive or two or whatever, everyone just wants to know so they can pin it on you if it goes poorly. Yeah, that's it. And I hate that for you guys. That said, how many drives will I see C.J. Stroud in against the Steelers?
We'll see. I don't know. Right now, we'll probably see, 2 drives. It all depends on how well the first drive goes, right? But I'm expecting them to go out and get at least 1 or 2 drives. And it's probably guys just to get used to playing again. I know back when I played, there was no question. Like, you were playing first quarter, you were playing a half, you were playing a half, and into the third. So it was no question about who's playing, who's not playing.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans back in his day was walking uphill both ways in snow to get to practice, apparently. 1 or 2 series. It sounds like if they have a long, sustained scoring drive, that maybe only 1 series for the starters. Good decision, bad decision? What do you think?
I hate it. I hate it because you have 4 preseason games. I hate it because we all know that CJ is so vitally important to everything that this team does. Whether Tunsil plays or not is big. And also factors in. But the fact to me is you still have 2 more preseason games to go. And I don't need to see CJ when it doesn't matter. I know that right now, because of the fact that you don't know even what kind of defenses you're going to be facing on the other side. But I don't need to throw him out there just for the sake of people wanting to see CJ in a game that means nothing. And I don't even know what the conditions are going to be like. But I know that the Jets, just because they had wet grass, weren't going to play Rodgers because they know what happened last year and just how vitally important he is to the team having any chance to have success. So if I'm the Texans, I don't care what everybody else wants to see. I don't care what, you think CJ needs. They're going to have joint practices where CJ's going to have plenty of time to practice against other teams' ones. They're going to have 2 more preseason games to go. It annoys me to think that people want to see CJ Stroud in a game that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't. 1 or 2 series isn't a big deal for me. I understand. I agree with you that it's a game that does not matter, but they're trying to tune up for a game that does matter. And I think that the Texan starters and them as a unit would be better off getting a series or 2 occasionally. And that 4th preseason game, no one's going to play.
Right.
They're not. So they have 2 games to try to give their starters work. The 4th preseason game is not going to factor in. You're not going to see starters in that 4th preseason game. So you got 2 games left to try to get your starting offense and just your starters in general to a point where they're ready to go in week 1. Because week 1 matters just as much as week 18. If you win the division by a game, you really need to win every single game that you play, obviously, but week 1 carries as much weight as the final week. So I do think that you need starters to play in the preseason, to tune them up, to sharpen, their tools or whatever, to get them in a flow, to get them in a rhythm. That way they're ready to go in week 1 and you're ready to win football games in week 1. I don't want an 0-3 start and all of a sudden you're behind the 8 ball. So yes, there's injury risk, but there's injury risk with everything you do. There's injury risk in practices. There's injury risk in joint practices. I'm okay with the starters playing a series or 2.
See, I just feel like the competition is going to be probably turned up more so at the joint practices. I think that, he's still going to have plenty of opportunities with the environment you're talking about. And I think because they get more of a traditional 4-game preseason like they used to have when game 3 was the dress rehearsal and you could go through the kind of things that you're talking about. It's just, to me, it's too early. It means I don't know how many starters are going to play. And the offensive line really concerns me because the last thing I want to do is have, again, musical chairs type offensive line or a less than offensive line and then throw them out there for the sake of 2 series, knowing that the chances are far greater that you're going to get a pass rush you don't need against your guy because some of your best offensive linemen aren't suiting up.
Yeah, the Laramie Tunsil aspect of it is a good point. I don't really care as much about Titus Howard, but Tunsil for sure. And you also need to have that in your mind too. Whether it's okay, let's play our ones, but we're going to run the ball a lot. We're going to be short, quick passing game. We're not going to sit here and try to have Stroud in the pocket for 5 seconds and going through every single one of his progressions on deep developing routes or long developing routes. So that has to be factored in. But you're going to have to play your starters. Like, you can't be scared of injury in the preseason to the point that you start the season and you're not where you need to be.
No, to me, it's more so of, if I'm going to put him out there, I'm going to put him out there in the joint practice when your ones are going against their ones and the line's going to be there. I'm going to put him out there in the dress rehearsal game if I know that the offensive line's going to be intact.
Well, the dress rehearsal game is going to be their second to last.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In the third preseason game. Yeah. So then, because you got your ones, and again, as long as the offensive line is intact, that's great, because I'm going to feel better about the fact that you have your full complement of your best players to do everything you need to do for CJ. But if you've got a less than offensive line and it's only the second preseason game, and especially for the Steelers, it's their first preseason game, I don't need to run the risk of some guy trying to make the team getting overzealous and you having a less than offensive lineman trying to block him and something happens.
But if you only enter week one like at 80%, like efficiency, because you chilled in the preseason.
No, look, from the standpoint of he didn't play at all in the preseason.
Yeah, so I guess that's what I'm getting to, is like, what do you think the best way to deploy your number one offense is? That way in week one, they're ready to hit the ground running and there's no rust. There's no, trying to find your flow. Like, you want to hit week one playing some of your best football. So what is the best way to get there?
To me, it's do the joint practices. The week 3 is your third preseason game in the Texans case, if it would be the second preseason game for everybody else. But that second to last preseason game becomes your dress rehearsal. You go out there with the ones, you get you ready in the first, whether they play the first half or you want to have them start the second half, but that's normally about what the protocol is. And then you just rest the week before the regular season, practice full, and get ready for week one. Because I've witnessed it personally far too long with Green Bay, where Rodgers would not play a snap in preseason, and the easiest bet in the world was to take whoever the Packers were playing in the points or take them to win, because they were going to crap the bed for the first week and be very rusty in the second week.
Yeah, it's a fine line to walk, because, yes, you don't want to get them injured in games that don't have any meaning, don't have stake, and at the same time you want them to be at 100% whenever, and I'm talking about efficiency and production, when week one rolls around, when those games do matter. So it is tough. Like, I don't think there's a right answer, quite frankly. 4403, no live bullets in joint practice, also no full hitting. They need reps. And then Key from LA, if what we've been hearing about the offense in training camp is true, then yes, they all need to play a series or two.
Well, I mean, you can say that, Key, but at the same time, the defense has been getting kudos because of the fact that they've loaded up and they've got a lot of talent too. So, look, I think you can say what you want about the joint practices. We've seen how feisty they've been across the league, but part of that is because whether there's hitting or not, it's game speed. It's ones versus ones. It's competitive fire from both sides, to where you're going to get the speed that you need from a CJ perspective when he's working on routes with his guys and working on timing.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them, though. Like, whether you agree with it or not, I am excited to see what it looks like tomorrow. I don't expect Laramie to play. I don't expect Titus Howard to play. So you're going to see the rookie. You're going to see probably with the broker guy or whatever his name is, be your tackles, which is a little worrisome trying to defend C.J. Stroud, who's entering his second year and is your franchise guy. But I'm excited to see what he looks like with the three receivers, if Diggs played. Diggs was head out of practice yesterday. But your top two, Mixon's not going to play. But what does Dameon Pierce look like going into his second year? So selfishly, there's a way more intrigue in this game than there was the Hall of Fame.
There's still guys I'm watching, because I was highly disappointed. I was impressed by Hutchinson. I was highly disappointed by Mechie, though he only really got 2 targets, caught one of them. But that was the guy I was watching already. But you mentioned Pierce. I want to see more of Bullock. I want to see if Lassiter's going to play, what he can do against another team's receiving core, and assuming you'll see some of the starters there too. What concerns me is if Pittsburgh plays their ones and they, whether
I don't think they are, at least not Watt. I saw that Watt will not be playing.
And he's coming off injury, but is it Hightower, their other big pass rusher?
I don't know if he's playing or not.
Yeah, if you don't have your 2 tackles and you've got Pittsburgh pinning their ears back a little bit, that would concern me to some degree, and that's why I would say I'm fine if he doesn't play. But there are plenty of players I want to keep an eye on in this game.
I wonder if Ayuk's going to be a Steeler by the time they kick off tomorrow.
It's down to them and
according to reports, there were some people guessing on what mystery teams there might be. But according to reports, it's down to what the Steelers and who was the second?
Still the
team?
Browns?
Oh, the Browns.
Yeah,
It was the Browns.
Yeah, because I know that New England pulled out.
I think that's smart for me when it comes to the Patriots doing that because one, I don't think they're, where they need to be as a franchise to be acquiring a guy you're going to pay top 5 receiver who's probably not quite a top 5 receiver. I feel like that's a move you make when you're trying to enter championship contender status, kind of like what the Texans did. Like they went after Diggs, a top receiver, because they feel like they're entering championship contender status. I don't think it's a move that you make whenever you might win 4 or 5 games.
Well, if you were loaded up and talented around everything but the quarterback position like Chicago was, and they just made sure that he had everything he needed with Caleb Williams, it's one thing. But if Drake May's probably not even going to start the season at the starting quarterback position, and you still have so many holes to fill on that team, I don't feel comfortable about giving up a ton of draft picks for young players or whatever you'd have to give up to get him, and then overpaying a guy that really is going to get the double team. You don't have anybody else on your offense that really draws the attention of a DC and the defense, and he's probably not going to be as productive, and you'll probably be paying for a whole lot of less than ROI.
It's Dameon Pierce's third year, not second. I don't know which one of us said that. Second year in the system, third year in the league. You're right. But it will be interesting to see what he looks like second year in the system, third year in the league. Apparently, too, he's got his head screwed on right this season.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the personal issues were that he was dealing with as well as what happened, but if you want to believe what everybody, the same way I wanted to see Mechie, if you're believing that, hey, this is a different Dameon Pierce and he really looks good this year in this system, I definitely want to see that for sure. I'd like to see the defensive linemen get snapped so I can see what they're dealing with the interior defensive linemen that we've been talking about.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What's up?
There's a lot of yelling in the hallway.
They're just excited that they're being able to listen to the Killer Bees. I don't blame them at all for that. They walked by, they heard the Killer Bees, and they cannot contain their excitement. I don't blame them. It's like all of our listeners. You see, we hear all the time about how people are driving along the Houston highways and they're honking their horn. Why? Because they're listening to the Killer Bees. If you're listening to the Killer Bees right now, honk your horn. All right. 713-780-3776. Josh Allen ducks a "Do you miss Diggs" question, and it is fascinating to me. It is fascinating to me how Buffalo Bills are talking about Stephon Diggs and how the Houston Texans are talking about Stephon Diggs. Is he the same person? You wouldn't think it based on where the quote is coming from. And who do you think is the most accurate? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I'm not sure who Stephon Diggs is. Quotes out of Buffalo sound way different than quotes out of Houston when describing Stephon Diggs. Here was Josh Allen asked a day or two ago if he misses his former wide receiver one, Stephon Diggs.
At any point during camp, have you missed Stephon?
I think Steph's a great player, and what he brought to this team was special. So miss is I don't know if I'd say miss. He was a guy that was reliable. You can look to. He's going to have the juice each and every day. I'm sure he's bringing it over there in Houston. So definitely, you can't say that you don't miss that. But I am very happy with what we got going on here and how hard the guys have been working. And yeah.
He was asked if he misses him, and he said a lot of stuff to say he doesn't miss him.
Yeah, I was going to say the thing to me is it's one thing if you want to kind of make sure that you don't say too much to make it look like you're not high on your receivers or like the receivers you got. But it's fair to say you miss a guy that was as productive as he was in the system if you mean it. And if you don't, then just say you don't miss him.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to avoid the backlash. He doesn't want it to become a headline. He doesn't want it to become clickbait or a distraction. So I understand where he's coming from answering the question. AJ, cue it up again. If you were asked, hey, do you miss your wife? What's the answer?
Yes.
Immediate yes. Hey, Blinkers, do you miss your kids?
Yes.
Yes. Do you miss anything that you actually miss? Yes. Immediately you say yes. And then you might give the reasons why, but immediately you're saying yes. If you don't miss somebody, like you have an annoying friend or an annoying neighbor, do you miss this guy? Little hesitation, little pause, and then maybe you're PC. Maybe you're nice with the way that you kind of let down that question. But if you miss somebody, it's an immediate, no hesitation, yes. If you don't, it's usually balking, waiting, hesitating. And again, Josh Allen asked the question, do you miss Stephon Diggs?
At any point during camp, have you missed Stephon?
I think
he doesn't miss him. He doesn't
Steph's
miss
a
them.
great player, and what he brought to this team was
and then
was
says a lot of
special.
great things. That's good, AJ. Thank you.
I
think. If he missed Stephon Diggs, he'd say, yes, I miss Steph. Yes. Yes, I do. But we have a great thing going on here. Yes, but I love the collections of receivers we have here. He was asked if he misses Stephon Diggs, and he did not say yes. He doesn't miss Stephon Diggs. It's very clear.
You're right. I think that, and the takeaway that I had immediately was he never wanted to say he missed him, and that's the one thing. But when I heard the question again, the fact that when you had the easiest escape route of all, because if you just want to take the high road, just say, "Do I miss him at camp?" No, because he's gone, and this is a new camp, new receivers, and we're moving forward. Then you're fine and you're done with it too. You're absolutely right that the indirect not body language, but the way he comes across is, he does not miss Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, and the answer of how you do this is you lie. Yes,
Or
we
say,
miss
sure,
Stephon
yeah.
Diggs, but we love the guys we have here, and we think we're going to have a great year. And then no one's even talking about this. But he couldn't. He couldn't, because the natural reaction, do you miss the guy, was, I really don't. How am I going to dance around this question? He goes, I think. He doesn't miss Stephon Diggs. Sean McDermott today was asked about the Bills' new look in the wide receiver room. He said, quote, I like where the unselfishness is for that position. That's not a shot at Stephon Diggs.
That's a direct shot.
Who's gone out of the receiver room that was there last year?
Gabe Davis?
Stephon Diggs.
No.
That is true.
He's gone, but I don't believe Gabe Davis is going to be looked at the same way.
The Buffalo Bills also traded Stephon Diggs, where it took more of a hit on them than keeping him on the roster. It would have been cheaper for the Bills to keep Stephon Diggs than to trade Stephon Diggs. So quarterback asked, do you miss Diggs? I think. Sean McDermott, I like where the unselfishness is for that position. The Bills in the offseason traded away a negative financial situation because they wanted to get rid of the personality in the room. So this is how Buffalo has treated Stephon Diggs. And I'm not saying that they're wrong, but head coach, unselfishness in the receiver room. Quarterback doesn't miss him. The general manager trades him whenever it's more expensive to trade him. But then meanwhile, in Houston, you have D'Amico Ryans going on with Kay Adams talking about how big a leader Stephon Diggs is.
Many stories of I don't see him all the time. I see some of them, but I hear so many more of him after practice, working with DBs, working with receivers, talking to linebackers. It's just that's what a leader is, right? And Steph shows that every day. He shows up every day with the unbelievable energy, right, to him and about himself. He just
I love him.
He brings it, right? I love him. I love what he's shown to our team so far.
But he's a leader. You're saying Stephon Diggs is a leader.
No doubt about it. There's no doubt about he's a leader, right? And I told our guys, like, when you feel his passion, you feel his energy, he sees how much he cares. Like, everybody needs to get that in their spirit.
There you go. I have no idea who Stephon Diggs is. In a text right now, he didn't want to slide his current receivers. The narrative you also hear from the fan bases are unbelievable because Buffalo Bill fans don't like him. Houston Texans fans, because he's the new guy, because he is uber talented and they want him to be successful because it means good things for the Texans. You're blindly defending Stephon Diggs. We have no idea who Stephon Diggs is other than the coach saying he's a good leader and during training camp and the team's liking him. Although there is a lot of incentive for Stephon Diggs to do that. Why? Because he's on the final year of his contract. So, like, the fan base wants to automatically defend him because he's the new guy on their team and they want their team to do well. I have no idea who Stephon Diggs is. I have no idea, because I trust D'Amico. I have no idea if he's the guy that D'Amico's saying is a leader, is a captain, although they were saying the same things about Stevie Nelson last year, and they called him a milk dud guy. But then you have Buffalo guys that are saying, oh, yeah, we're selfless without him. I don't miss him. And then they're, again, trading him whenever it's more expensive to trade him rather than keeping him. Stephon Diggs is bipolar. Is bipolar depending on what city and the perspective of the city you're looking at it from.
But I think you can also say that both things can be true because he very easily, whether you want to say he wore out his welcome in Buffalo or it's just the fact that they don't want that potential distraction that we saw kind of play out before our eyes in the highlights and the videos and the sidelines and everything that they've been through, but that he's a businessman too, and he realizes that whether he thought he was wrong or not in the way he acted in Buffalo and or before that in Minnesota, that because of what you mentioned, because he's becoming a free agent at the end of the year, no one's going to want to touch him if the fact is that this is the way he's labeled. So for him to come out of the gates already trying to, make a positive impression, be a leader, be a guy that's a great teammate, hearing everybody talking about it, he has to do that if he wants another contract that's more than a year at a time. And so I think both things can be true.
Is 8807 contract year Diggs greater than long-term contract Diggs? Yeah, I think it's about maximizing the value of the player. And we looked at that contract, it wasn't an extension, the handling of the contract with Diggs when they ripped up the second year and they turned it into a one-year deal. And it's like, oh, why are you making this trade of a future second for a 1 year of Stephon Diggs? It's clear. It's obvious. They're trying to maximize the player. They feel like they can get more on an expiring contract, Stephon Diggs, than they can the first of what's 2 years remaining on a contract extension, Stephon Diggs. They did the same thing with Steven Nelson without extending him. Nelson was unhappy with his contract. He was pouting. He was just disenchanted with the organization. What did the Texans do? They gave him a bump in salary, and they put a C on his chest to try to bring the most out of the player. They're doing the exact same thing with Stephon Diggs. Diggs, we're going to trade a second rounder for you. We're going to get rid of that 2-year deal you're on, which is a contract you're not happy with. We're going to make it a 1-year deal, and now we're going to try to bring the most out of you.
Yeah, no, and at the same time, they're also protecting their own rear ends because whether you don't know what their intel is or isn't, but from what they, are trying to guard the rest of this team from, because they know that they are in somewhat go-for-it mode. They have a really good team. They don't want to screw it up. They're covering their own butts, too, by saying, hey, if he gets out of hand or there is truth to and there's substance to what we've seen and or heard or thought we might think it went down in Buffalo, they can get out.
Yeah, it's fascinating, though, hearing one perspective of a player and another perspective of the player. And I think I like Stephon Diggs. I'm not sure who he is. Case says great things about Stephon Diggs, so I'll believe Case. But he is in the contract extension. There is incentive for him to play well. I think Caserio, now, I don't love the trade, second rounder for 1 year on a player, but I do like the way he handled the contract of Diggs because I do think it's going to get the most out of him this year in 2024.
I think it's just the most protective of the team, too, because of the fact that if things do go wayward, you can get out and you're not on the hook.
Yep.
And so I think that factors in as well, too, because of the fact that I believe that you are truly going to get a guy that's going to be 110% dialed in, and he's going to give you everything he's got, and it's going to be a huge boost to this offense. But we've both been realistic in the fact that there's probably not a big chance that he's going to be back after this year regardless. So you just need him to be that for you for this season, and you give CJ and this team the best chance to be very, very highly potent and successful offensively.
1022, I don't remember, but I wonder how the Bills acquired Diggs when compared to when the Texans acquired him. Did the Bills rave about him in year 1, too? I'm sure they did. It's the honeymoon phase. It's the honeymoon phase for anything. Like, whenever you get a new player, when you get a new, like, you have interest in the player, you want to see how the player does. I didn't like the Kikuchi trade, but I'm fascinated when he pitches because he's new. It's like buying a car. Like, the first few weeks of having a new car, you're like, you're mesmerized by the new thing that the car has that your previous car doesn't. But then the further and further you get away, the warts begin to show up, and you're like, oh, okay, here's something I don't like about the vehicle. Here's something I don't like about the player. So when you acquire a player that's usually very much so, unless the means of acquiring him you do not like, very much in the honeymoon phase.
You think about it from the standpoint of, you heard things about Harden, but when Harden was traded the first year, they were doing the same kind of things, throwing money at him, but more so than that, giving him the keys to the car, saying he's going to be the guy. He was a good camper and a happy camper and a good soldier, and everything was going great. But then once he kind of settled in that this is my team, my squad, I'm going to do whatever I want. Dwight Howard, same thing. You bring Dwight Howard in, and in the first year, whatever you heard about what he did with Van Gundy and how difficult he was and all these other things, he was all in. And then all of a sudden, once he got comfortable, he's making the team wait, late for planes, not, doing whatever he wants. And then you see the true colors.
Poncho saying that he said the best thing you can say about Diggs is, well, at least he hasn't beaten up multiple women yet, like Mixon has. We're not going to read that, Poncho. And I don't think it was multiple women. I think it was just the one.
Just the one in college,
just the one.
Right?
Not that it makes it okay.
No, it does not.
And not that we're going to read it, Poncho, but I think it was just the one. King of Twitch, I'm not a big NFL guy, but even I know if Diggs doesn't eat, he will cry. I thought King of all Twitch was King of all NFL. I didn't realize that. A couple on the text line here. Texans going back to the playbook. Diggs captain incoming. I could see it. I could really see it. I mean, D'Amico's raving about what a leader Stephon Diggs is. I could see them doing the same thing they did with Steven Nelson, making him a captain and making him feel important. A lot of times to get the most out of somebody, you give them stock of the company. You give them stock in the company. That way they feel like they're extremely valued and extremely important, which, I mean, Diggs is. But I think that's the way to also get the most out of Diggs. Hey, Diggs, we're giving you ownership in our franchise, not literally, to try to bring the most out of Stephon Diggs.
But you mentioned it. It's the perfect example of we've done this before, so why would they not do it previously? If they did it for Brandon Cooks, they're going to do it here too if they feel like it's something that is going to be in everybody's best interest. If he's showing this leadership and stuff, wouldn't surprise me in the least if they made him a captain.
9666, I think it's a little different. Buffalo acquired Diggs to be the guy. He might be a number 3 here, less power. I also think, though, that Diggs is the number 1 voice in the room, though. Like, he might not be the number 1 receiver at the top of the depth chart or have the number 1 stats on the Texans in 2024, but I do think he's the loudest voice in the room. I think he's the most respected voice in the room.
Without unquestioned to me, without a doubt, he's the loudest and most respected voice in the room. You heard Nico talking about the fact that, he had his posters on the wall and was a fan of his when he was in 7th and 8th grade when Diggs was playing. So there's no – yeah. Nico was saying that about Cooks. I mean, about Diggs.
D'Amico had pictures of
Not
Diggs?
D'Amico.
Oh, Diggs had photos of
Nico Collins had
Nico.
pictures of
Okay.
Diggs.
I was like, the math's not math.
No. So Nico Collins was talking about in 7th and 8th grade being a huge Diggs fan and all that kind of stuff. The only other guy but didn't have the same kind of career was Robert Woods. But in the receiver room, I think everybody, and rightfully so should be listening and learning from Diggs.
You said Woods has had the same career as Diggs?
No, I said they haven't had the same career, but just from an experience standpoint.
Yeah.
He's a veteran receiver in the room, but he hasn't had the same career.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not the production that Diggs has. Keith, goodness, I hope they play the Bills in the AFC Championship game and Diggs goes off. That would be a lot of fun. Bills play the Texans this year, don't they?
I believe they do.
Yeah, I believe that they do. I believe it's in Houston, too. So that's a game that's going to be...
Yeah, remember we called it the Stephon Diggs Bowl.
Did we?
Yeah, because when we were looking at what might be a national TV game,
it's week 5.
That was the reason why.
Oh yeah. We were surprised that it was not a national television game because it's a noon Sunday game, week 5 against the Bills. It would be better though if it was in Buffalo. That still will be appointment television. I mean, all games are, but if it was in Buffalo, I think it adds more intrigue.
Yeah, first time back.
Yeah,
and just to see how the fans would treat him. because we've done that in the past with so many trades. When their first time, big names are going back for the first time, it's a big deal.
Let's get to the General John McClain. What he has to say about Stephon Diggs and which Diggs the Texans are getting, and also Andre Johnson, the Hall of Fame. McClain was there. He's covered every single Andre Johnson game. We'll get his perspective from that as well. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at mybookie.ag, because if you want to get in on the best place, in my mind, to put money down on games or play some poker or blackjack, you got to go to mybookie.ag, because they're constantly taking care of their customers so that you have more opportunities to do what you like to do, bet on sports, play some casino games. They take care of you. You just have to remember our promo code. You listen to us, you go to them, you get rewarded. Our promo code is bet975. When you're on their site at mybookie.ag, there are going to be times when they, especially when you put deposit money into your account, that they're going to ask you if you have a promo code. If you put bet975, you're going to see almost instantly a bump in the money that you put in your account. Whether you're signing up for the first time or you're a returning customer and you're re-upping into your account, you use the promo code, you're going to see more money in your account. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. It's phenomenal. And I've told you, they've got live in-game bets that you can get in on with the website. You can watch the games while chatting with people that are like-minded when you're betting on games. And the biggest thing is they've got all the sports. They've got the golf. They've got the UFC. They've got all the sports that are going on right now, and you can bet on them. And the big thing is, even when there's not sports going on, or you feel like playing casino games, you just don't feel like flying to Vegas or driving to Louisiana, all you got to do is get on the website, and live dealers are standing by for blackjack and poker and so much more. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic, and it's all at your fingertips. All you got to do is go to mybookie.ag, and like I tell you, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and use that promo code BET975.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the General, John McClain, icon in Houston sports, writing for HoustonTexans.com. And, John, you're in Canton. Andre Johnson inducted to the Hall of Fame, first Texan inducted to the Hall of Fame. You covered every single game he ever played in. What was that moment like, and how cool was it to see Andre get the bust in the Hall of Fame?
First of all, guys, thanks for having me on. It's an honor to be on with the Killer Bees. I've been going to Canton since 1985 when I saw Joe Namath, Roger Staubach, Pete Rozelle, and O.J. Simpson be inducted. But I've had a lot of fun going with ex-Oiler players who were inducted, who I presented to our Hall of Fame committee. But being there with Andre, the first Texan, I was happy for him because, Andre epitomized everything you wanted in a Hall of Famer on and off the field. Such a good representative for the Texans. I was happy the McNair family. I wish Bob McNair, who was one of his biggest fans, could have been there. Texans well represented more than any other team there. Even though the Bears you could drive, and they had 3 players being inducted, and it was a great moment for the fans, Andre, his family, friends, and the media who made that trip.
John, I'm curious because of the fact that, like you've said, I mean, you followed this team and with the preseason rules changing and everything like that, we've heard from D'Amico talking with Kay Adams that CJ's going to get a couple of series, and we were just kicking it around here. I'd rather not see him this early in preseason in a game that doesn't matter and then kind of let him focus on the joint practices and maybe that third preseason game. What's your feelings on that?
I don't care. I mean, last year he didn't play much. And when he did play, he didn't impress us. He didn't impress me in the off season, preseason, and then when he got to regular season, they're 0-2, and I'm thinking, man, I picked him to win 6 games. I should have picked him to win 3, and then all of a sudden he just took off. I think because he's got Tank Dell back, and I don't know how many starters are going to play. I don't see him playing more than 1 or 2 series. It's weird. When I started in 1977 with the Oilers, 6 preseason games, starters played so much in preseason to get them ready for the regular season. Now they play so little, won't play in the last game. So as a fan of the NFL, I'm happy to see him at all. And one of the reasons the Hall of Fame game was not sloppy with a lot of turnovers is both teams were playing veteran quarterbacks, and that helped it be a better preseason opener than we thought. So I'm eager to see how long he plays, what receivers play, and because the reason I like preseason, guys, it just puts us closer to the start of the regular season. I wish it was starting Sunday.
Yeah, some might call that a leg hike there, John McClain. The General John McClain joining us on the HR&P guest line, writing for HoustonTexans.com. We were just kicking around Stephon Diggs. I don't know if you saw the Josh Allen. Did you?
I saw it.
Do you miss Stephon Diggs? And he's like, I think, and then long-winded answer, never said he missed him. You saw the quote today from McDermott where he's like, I like the unselfishness that's in the wide receiver room. But then D'Amico praising Stephon Diggs, the leadership, taking players under his wing, even non-receivers under his wing. Which Stephon Diggs are the Houston Texans getting?
They're getting the same one that the Vikings and the Bills got when he went there. He was not a problem there. He was a problem at the end, and a problem because he wanted the ball all the time. He wasn't getting in fights. He wasn't bopping women. He wasn't getting drunk. He wanted the ball. And Josh Allen, after having 4 consecutive 100-catch seasons, 6 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. They may be singing a different tune later in the year, but he wore out his welcome. They got tired of it. It was a great example of a guy who needed a new zip code. He came down here. They redid his contract. You're going to get the best behavior from Stephon Diggs because he knows he's having an audition season, whether he re-signs with the Texans or with somebody else. So far, I've watched him at practice. I've watched him when he's not practicing, but he's off to the side. He has indeed worked really hard with the other players, and they say behind the scenes where we do not see them in the meeting rooms and the locker rooms at this time of the year, he's been on his best behavior. And I'll tell you this, I bet his 100 catch season snapped, and I think his 1,000 yards will be snapped unless Tank Dell and Nico Collins, if they get hurt.
Well, John, we know that they were singing, the Texans have been singing the praises of Diggs, but also two other guys that I need your expert eye on, because we've heard so much about the kind of resurrection of the body and the everything with Kenyon Green, and also Pierce at running back, because of the fact that we knew that was a throwaway season last year for him. What's your take on those two guys?
Well, Kenyon Green, you remember when he was a first-round pick, he started 14 games. At times he was okay, and then after he got obliterated by the Commanders, overpowered, he lost his confidence. Last season he was out for the year, and they said he worked really hard on his body to get stronger, to not get overpowered. We're not going to know till we see him on a consistent basis. They started two starters, Kenyon Green and two scrubs. Scrubs needed playing time at center, where he got hurt last year and had to play left guard, and they need to see as much of Kenyon Green as they can, because he should be well rested based on taking last year off. As far as Dameon Pierce, he just couldn't adapt to the zone scheme, where you got to be patient. The linemen make their blocks. They get on the second level. You go left. You plant your foot, and boom, you go, and you make sure you find the right hole. I remember when Derrick Henry, his contract was up last year before they traded him from Tennessee, he said his biggest regret was not being able to learn the zone scheme sooner. And I'm not saying Dameon Pierce is going to be Derrick Henry. It just takes some guys who have a different style a little longer to be able to do it. If Pierce can't do it this season, then he'll be somewhere else the following season. Joe Mixon, Jawar Jordan, the guys they brought in there, Bobby Slowick signed off on them, saying they can play in this scheme.
You mentioned Mixon, and you also mentioned bopping women, which leads me to Joe Mixon. When should we see him back, and what type of year do you expect him to have?
Oh, one of the reasons they wanted him is because they needed to score touchdowns on the ground. They couldn't do that. They couldn't score with their backs inside the 5-yard line. They were pathetic. So Joe Mixon's averaged 12 touchdowns over the last 3 years. He is a good runner. He's 228 pounds and 6'1". I never really paid much attention to him with the Bengals. I saw he had 1,000-yard seasons, and I knew he was a good receiver. But until I looked at the touchdowns as a runner and receiver, and I see why the Texans wanted him. Bengals were going to cut him. If they cut him, the Texans would have been in competition with other players to get him. And so they gave him a 7th-round draft choice for him with idea he is the starter. He's missed a lot of time. He's out there. And the fact is, a running back, he doesn't need a lot of carry, especially a veteran in preseason. I want to see these young guys like Jawar Jordan.
John, what's the chances? We've heard the name Justin Simmons kicked around. It's a guy that I would be very intrigued about seeing on the back end of that defense, especially if Petry's going to be moved up to the nickel a little bit. I know he met with New Orleans, and then New Orleans went and used a lot of their money that they had left on Werner to re-sign him. Is there a legit chance that Justin Simmons could be a guy that could be a late add to this team?
No, not unless somebody gets hurt. He wants $10 million a year. They're not in a position to pay anybody $10 million a year. They like the depth that they have. Jalen Petry's now playing the position. He played his last 2 years at Baylor when he was Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. I don't know why it took them so long to figure that out, but they have. Hopefully he'll stay there. And I'm really looking at Caleb Bullock. Bullock played real well in that first game. Great speed. He's thin. He looks like a basketball player. He's 6'3". He doesn't have a big butt, but boy, his deal was he could run, he could cover a lot of ground, he had great hands, but he was not a hitter, and he showed at least for that one play in that game against the Bears that he could have a hard hit and force a fumble. I want to see more of him. I want to see more of the young guys. I don't need to see Jimmy Ward. They should just let Jimmy sit out the rest of the preseason. And but you need to see him because they're going to have 5 new starters on defense. They're going to have 3 on offense with Mixon and Diggs, and who knows in the offensive line. I'm writing a column right now for HoustonTexans.com about the offensive line, the most injured in the NFL last season, used 11 starters. It's amazing they did what they did with the revolving door in the offensive line. So, and they still got injuries. So I'm looking forward to seeing the running game, the young guys, the linemen, and the receivers. We know the receivers going to do well, the starters, and let's watch the backups. That's what preseason's for.
John, why do you need a big butt?
When you got when you need power, you got to have a big butt. Safeties need power, so they got to have a big butt. Just like the good pitchers. Remember Nolan Ryan used his legs and his butt all the time. He didn't lift weights. All those other guys, all the guys today, want to look like football players lifting weights in all sports. Baseball players, it's got to be in the butt.
John, which safeties had the best butt that you've ever covered?
I've never really thought about it.
Sounds like you have.
I pay more attention to the pitchers in baseball, and of course the linemen. The biggest butt on the Texans is Shaq Mason, the right guard, and he was the only player who started every game last season. So maybe the others need to work on that.
John, it's okay.
butts.
You can admit it. You like big butts, and you cannot lie. They get the job done.
I absolutely do, don't y'all?
John, great stuff. Appreciate you coming on. Look forward to chatting this football season. Should be a good one. And you can read John's work at HoustonTexans.com.
Yeah, I've got a column on J.J. Watt and Hall of Fame up there today. You guys check it out, please. Thank you.
You got it. The General John McClain likes big butts and talking about bopping women.
Jeez, I couldn't believe that one came out.
You never know. I mean, John in retirement is not retirement, but a little semi-retirement, talking about dudes' butts, safeties' butts, Nolan Ryan's butt, and bopping women. John McClain. Did not expect that. All right, let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. Bad Take Boulevard with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One of the worst takes of the week. What belongs on Hot Take Boulevard? Junior Bronco said Joe George doubling down on the Astros should have trading Fromber after the shake-off Yiner game.
Did he really?
So Junior Bronco says. Are you taking Junior Broncos for his word?
I think Junior, I know he has a little bit of a not-so-soft spot for Joe, but...
yeah. I don't know that Joe said that for sure.
I don't either.
Yeah, I'm not real sure. So we can't officially put him on Bad Take Boulevard. But if he did say that, then yeah, you can put him on Bad Take Boulevard. Although if he said it in the offseason, I can listen to that. I can listen to the trade Fromber in the offseason conversation.
It's a realistic possibility.
So someone at ESPN pressed send on the Fromber Valdez Jim the other day with an out to go. The headline with an out left, and we all know what happened in that at bat. Quote, Fromber Valdez silences the Rangers for his second career no-hitter. It was the ESPN jinx that did him in.
Wasn't this the second one like that this week, too?
There was one
Dodgers.
2 weeks ago with Shohei Ohtani. It says Shohei Ohtani's 30-whatever home run lifts the Dodgers past the Astros.
Yeah.
And then the Astros came back and won.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, that was Twitter that did that one.
Little too many itchy trigger fingers on the premature celebration.
What do you think happened? Do you think they were just mistaken and, they thought it was the no-hitter, they thought the game was over, or do you think they're trying to be first?
I think they're trying to be first. They're probably looking at from a deadline perspective that if they get it out there as soon as they can, everybody's going to click on that and they're going to get what they need out of it. So they probably got a lot of things that they're trying to put out there. So they probably just hit it and moved on, thinking that it was a no-brainer.
Yeah, this is it's better to be right than first. Although in 2024, maybe not. NFL Top 100. They do this every single year. Patrick Mahomes was ranked 4th. How is Patrick Mahomes ranked 4th? He's a back-to-back Super Bowl champion. He's done it without Tyreek Hill in both of those years. How do you have an NFL Top 100 list and Patrick Mahomes is not 4th? You might be able to argue there's defensive players that are better than Patrick Mahomes with their impact in the game, blah, 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 blah. He wasn't even the top quarterback on this list. NFL Top 100, you make the list.
You just made the list. That's just inexcusable. I mean, until further notice, Patrick Mahomes, best quarterback, and also number one pretty much on everybody's list.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe that you would have Patrick Mahomes not as your top ranked, at least quarterback, but it's number one player in the entire NFL.
Yeah, I don't know how big of a limit is because there's no doubt it doesn't matter what position you play. Patrick Mahomes should be number one on everybody's list.
Yeah, NFL makes the list. All right, there is Olympics going on right now, which, by the way, did you see your boy win bronze with COVID today? What's his name?
How about Noah Lyles?
Noah Lyles won the bronze medal in the 200-meter with COVID.
But so much to unpack there in the fact that he came out when he was introduced and was jumping all over the place and parading in front of all the other runners. And then when he lost, he Paul Pierced it. I mean, he had the wheelchair and then
he's COVID. I mean,
he also didn't win.
He won bronze.
He didn't win when he predicted. He predicted not only would he win both events, but that everyone at the final turn was going to be disappointed in the race because he was going to run away with it.
He had COVID. What do you expect him to do?
Maybe
shatter a world record.
I mean, okay, maybe let people know and just take your best chance on it and maybe not do all those other things and conserve your energy instead of jumping around the track.
I think it was my favorite story of the day. That dude just runs an Olympic event with COVID and wins the bronze.
Also,
how is he not dead?
Also, from a safety perspective, how's everybody else feeling in the race if he's running around with COVID?
I'm surprised they didn't arrest him. Anyways, he did win a gold medal a few days ago, but you wouldn't know it if you were listening to the telecast.
There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. Now Thompson starts to wind up. Curly's going with him. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it.
Nope. Jamaica did not do it. Nope. Got it wrong. Track guy got it wrong. They need to replace whoever this clown was with Dan Hicks and Rowdy Gaines. Give me Dan Hicks and Rowdy Gaines calling all speed events at the Olympics. Once they're done, what do they call it? A natatorium? Do they call it a natatorium?
That's
swimming
for
pool?
Swimming, yeah.
Natatorium. Once they're done with the natatorium, go over to the track and field. Give me Dan Hicks and Rowdy Gaines. They would not have made this tremendous error.
I think the guy's very good. We talked about this. I think that's a tough call. He probably wishes he had it back to just say it's a photo finish. We're waiting. But these things happen. I don't want to have him have a career-altering moment because of it.
What's his name?
I have no idea.
How do you know he's good? good. You don't even know his
because
name.
I've watched all the track events.
Don't even know his
Unlike you,
name.
I've been glued to all that.
Don't even know it. Give me Dan Hicks and Rowdy Gaines. Whoever that guy, Blankers thinks he's good, doesn't know his name. Whatever your name is, you made the list. Jamaica
You just
did not
made the
win.
list.
There's a guy on Twitter. I think he does hot takes. I haven't been able to figure it out. I didn't want to scroll through his timeline, but I think he does hot takes to get engagements. He's anti-baseball hats. Gents, it is time to let go of the baseball. You're wearing a baseball cap. In honor of Kel Zeldin, I did not wear a baseball cap today because he's anti-baseball cap. Gents, it is time to let go of the baseball cap. Outside the arena of playing a sport, it is a marker of either poor style or poor awareness. Have some dignity. Take them off, especially inside. I think Kel's onto something, actually. It's not so bad takey.
I think he's get off my lawn guy.
I think Kel's got fantastic taste, especially today. Maybe other days.
Otherwise, you wear a hat every day.
No. Am I wearing a hat right now?
No, not. That's
Are
why
you
you're
wearing
saying
a hat?
That's why you're saying.
Kel's got immaculate taste. Just kidding. Kel, you make the list. Come on. Baseball caps, that's American. It's as American
just made
as
the
apple
list.
pie. The U.S. men's national basketball team today, they stormed back to beat Serbia. They advanced to the gold medal game. The other day, I guess it was the quarterfinal action, there was fans cheering. I think it was that swimmer from France that walked into the arena, and LeBron's like waving to the crowd, thinking that they were like giving him love and ovation, and it wasn't him. So he's just like, I don't know, just waving at people who weren't even ovating him.
Yeah, it was like late in the second half, and he was out of the game, and he just immediately assumed and then looked up at the scoreboard and still decided to wave and nod.
Yeah.
And then they were like, it's not you.
Bad look, LeBron. LeBron, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Mad Dog Russo, the audio of this was just too long, but he got the wrong Billy Bean dead the other day. When Billy Bean, not the real Billy Bean, but the other Billy Bean, I guess he's also real, but he's not the notable Billy Bean. That's mean. He's not the notorious Billy Bean. He's Billy Bean without the E at the end of his last name. He thought it was the Oakland Athletic general manager. He was like, "Oh, it's horrible. Billy Bean is dead." And he's like, "Oh, it was the other Billy Bean. No big deal."
Yeah, and it's like one was a player and worked in the MLB front office, and the other one the general manager in Moneyball.
Yeah.
What?
Never mind. What do you think of Ray Rice?
Not good.
What do you think of Ray Rice? Well, how do you think women should feel about Ray Rice?
Not good.
We all know Ray Rice punched his then fiance. I don't know if it was then fiance or
Fiance,
mother or wife. Are they married? I think they're still together. I think they may
they
be
eventually
married
got
now.
married,
Yeah, I think they're married now. So it was I guess it was a fairy tale ending that started off poorly. That's like any good story, though. You start with some adversity, you get through the adversity, and you have a fairy tale ending. That's how you would describe Ray Rice's life. But I don't think Ray Rice is big in the female community. There was an Alabama girl who's going to Alabama, the college, and she's rushing for a sorority. And they were doing like this dance, all wearing their favorite NFL player's uniform. She's wearing a Ray Rice jersey. How can you be a woman wearing a Ray Rice jersey and advocating for a Ray Rice jersey? It'd be like wearing a Joe Mixon jersey.
Boy, I'm not going there, but that's a bad look, Ray Rice.
Yeah, well, it was a bad look for the girl wearing the Ray Rice jersey.
That's what I'm saying. It's a bad look that's the jersey you decided to go with.
Yeah.
Do a little research.
Alabama girl, you make the list. They don't.
You just made the list.
They're not the smartest in SEC country, though. Let's call a spade a spade. Ben DeBose, he called the catch in Mariners-Tigers game yesterday one of the most incredible catches that he's ever seen. You think he makes the list?
Yes, he makes the list.
That's a bit hyperbolic.
Yeah.
Ever seen?
I mean, like when you said it earlier today, I'll give you top 5-7 catches of the year. But when you start thinking about Jim Edmonds and you start thinking about Griffey Jr. and Bo and just the kind of catches that have been made in the history of baseball, you're going to tell me that was the most incredible catch?
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah, a little too much.
The most incredible catches you've ever seen. It's a good catch.
It was. I mean, because like I said, he got elevation, full extension, brought the ball back. But never in my mind did I think that's the most incredible catch I've ever seen.
Yeah, Lance Berkman up Taos Hill, I would have ahead of that.
That was a good one, too.
What is the best catch you've ever seen?
I think of the one where Griffey actually kind of went completely back to Edmonds' catch against the Astros was unbelievable. You hated that it was against the Astros.
Yeah.
But Griffey Jr. and Bo both had completely back to the wall catches that I'll never forget.
The best one I've seen was the Andrew Jones, where Andrew Jones went like Willie Mays, but he also leaped in the air and landed on the wall. Like he made the full sprint.
On the top of
he
the
also
wall?
played shallow. No, it was like on the base of the wall. But he played shallow. There was a ball hit over his head. He sprints back, leaps up, makes the over-the-shoulder catch, and his feet go like into the wall, and then he's able to like jump off safely. He was kind of like the hybrid, kind of a Bo Jackson, but Bo Jackson more ran up the wall. Andrew Jones kind of like I don't know, like grabbed onto the wall with his feet.
Yeah,
and then that's the best one I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Andrew
I mean,
Jones.
look,
I think he might have done it against the Astros.
Another one against the
Astros?
Astros?
I think that play might have been against the Astros.
I do remember that there was one, and it might have been the same one. I saw it on in the air actually where it was online the other day. But it was like when if it was Andrew Jones, he was very young and very thin, but he actually went all the way up the wall, and I think his butt was like even with the top of the wall, and he yanked one back. But he had quite a few.
Andrew Jones was
he was
freak.
Great.
Young Andrew Jones in center field was a pleasure to watch. I loved watching his defense. I hated that he was a Brave because I hated the Braves. But he was very, very.
That catch I saw
good.
Willie Mays make against Vic Wirtz was unbelievable too.
Polo grounds.
Yeah.
I could understand that. Yep. I've heard great things. 0113. That was the most Ben DeBose tweet ever by Ben DeBose.
It didn't involve an umpire.
Can be a bit hyperbolic. 7665. Loperfido made a better catch this year in Minnesota.
Just because he bobbled it, popped it up in the air, and then caught it?
Yeah, that was like a more entertaining catch. I don't know if it was a better catch.
I remember the Springer catch in Arlington at the old stadium when he went climbed the wall and went kind of way over the wall to bring one back.
Yeah, that was a good one. Marisnik had a couple of really good ones.
Yeah.
There's been way better. I mean, that's probably not even top 50 greatest catches ever. 6444, Joe Buck would have got the track and field call right. You're probably right. And then 0979 about the Ray Rice girl. Could be his family member, clowns. From the look of things, I don't think she was a family member of Ray Rice.
Let's just
From
take our word for it. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to stereotype, but I'm pretty
telltale
sure
signs.
she was not a family member of Ray Rice. Just going to go out on a limb. But I guess we shouldn't guarantee things that maybe are possible. All right, I'm eliminating these teams from Super Bowl contention already. They don't even need to play a real game. A lot of teams haven't played a preseason game yet. There's only been 2. I'm already eliminating all of these teams from Super Bowl contention. 713-780-3776. Who are you eliminating? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Well, I'm here to ask you a question. Has your hair been eliminated or starting to be eliminated and you're losing your hair and you don't think there's anything you can do? I'm here to tell you about Doc Linville and the amazing things he can do by getting your own hair back for you. It's not the gimmicky sprays and creams and foams that just mask the problem. They don't fix the problem. He fixes the problem once and for all. He told me a while back, hey, I just want to sit down and have a consultation with you. I want to just run this by you, see what you think. I was like, okay, great, let's do it. Sat down and he explained to me how PRP and the NeoGraft can be a game changer for guys losing their hair. And he said, which was something I was not aware of, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas of your scalp. So therefore, he takes some of that hair, and if you want to use it in terms of like your lawn care, he can do one of 2 things. If you have some hair still there, but it's just not as thick and strong as it used to be, PRP treatments, you've heard about them before with athletes and different parts of their body. PRP treatments can actually get stronger, longer hair for the hair you still have, and it can make a big difference. If you're already past that point, Doc will tell you, and you can do the NeoGraft. The NeoGraft is phenomenal because it literally is taking a hair from areas of your scalp you're never going to lose, like the sides and back, putting it where you need it most, and in almost no time at all, you're going to see the follicles there. They're going to be growing in 6 to 9 months when you see the full results. They're stronger, longer hair, better coverage area. You have more self-confidence. It's a phenomenal look. I did the NeoGraft and the PRP. I can't say enough good things about Doc and his staff and the job that they did and the fact that it works. You get a consultation like I had for absolutely free just for listening to us. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for your consultation. It's free of charge. Nothing to sign on the dotted line for. No money out of pocket. No commitment to be made. They explain to you what the PRP and the NeoGraft is all about. You ask questions. They give you answers. You see if it's something you might want to consider doing. I did it. Could not be happier with it. You can do it too. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brian gets a day off without having a day off.
See that?
AJ running the board today. AJ, can you co-host once? I'd like a day off without having a day off. That'd be nice. How's that sound? Want to do that? If the bosses, it sounds like he's having trouble with the host.
Oh, I said I'd be fine with that. I mean,
there we go. There we go.
Evidently, the training's going well. Brian taught you how to hit your mic.
Yeah, I got dibs, by the way. Fill in for me. I'll sit over your shoulder and do nothing and play on my phone while you co-host the show. Kind of what Brian's doing today. I see what you're doing, though, Brian. I don't knock the hustle. Don't hate the
He
play.
looks extremely comfortable, too.
the
Kick
game.
back, leaning back, just chilling.
I know. I'm jealous. Chaz Game 6 World Series, best catch ever. Honey Glazed Branham. What about Chaz's catch in the 2022 World Series? That one, great catch. Great catch. Greatest ever? Probably not. Now with the stakes on the line, okay, we can throw some bonus points your way because of the stakes. Brandon T says Gary Matthews Jr. for the Rangers robbing an Astro player, Mike Lamb. I don't remember that play, but I remember Gary Matthews Jr. could play some defense.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I actually remember Mike Lamb as a player.
I do too. Good lefty bat.
Yeah, played first and third.
Play corner guy.
Yeah.
Might have DH. They didn't really DH then. That was still the NL. Left-handed stick. Yeah, he could go a little bit.
And by the way, Honey Glazed Branham, text me. Did you drop off? Like, this has been a point of contention over the years with our show. If you dropped off the gift card for us, let me know. Otherwise, let me know where it is because you texted earlier. Did I get it? No, the answer is no.
That's never been a point of contention for me. I've
Not
always
anymore.
been- no, never. Never has. All right, so I'm eliminating these teams from Super Bowl contention already. And tell me if I'm losing my mind. I don't need to see. I don't need to see one snap. I don't need to see one preseason snap of any of these teams. I'm eliminating, and there's not a ton of these. Like I think there's a good amount of teams that have a chance to win the Super Bowl. Like just starting in the AFC East, I think Buffalo, Miami, New York all have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I think there are low chances, and I don't trust Josh Allen, but I think they have a chance. The only team I'm eliminating from the AFC East without seeing a snap of football from the Patriots is New England.
Absolutely.
Eliminating the New England Patriots.
I would agree with that. I think that we both talked about kind of like a sleeper underdog pick could be the Jets. If they stay healthy, they do have a lot of talent. So, yeah, the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Bills all have a chance. Agreed.
The next team that I'm eliminating, AFC North, I am eliminating just one team in this division. Actually, I'm going to eliminate two. Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep.
Like Mike Tomlin, but don't like this roster. I don't care if they trade for IU. Pittsburgh eliminated. I'm also eliminating the Cleveland Browns. Don't trust Deshaun Watson. The rest of the roster's good. I just don't think they have a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Thus, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, you're out. You're eliminated from Super Bowl contention.
Hard to eliminate a playoff team of a year ago that has most people back, but you know that I have been the first one to poop all over the idea that Deshaun's ever going to get back close to where he was. So, and now that Joe Flacco's not walking through that door, I can go with it.
Yeah. So Pittsburgh, Cleveland eliminated for me. AFC South, I'm eliminating the Titans. I'm going to eliminate the Jags too, because I'm not a huge Trevor Lawrence guy. I cannot eliminate the Colts yet because Anthony Richardson has a chance to be a stud. Now, injuries, etc., but I'm not going to eliminate the Colts quite yet.
I am going to stay consistent, especially if you're a playoff team. I'm not going to eliminate you, and also the Colts were so close. I'm going to say that there's three teams that I wouldn't eliminate from Super Bowl possibilities.
So if you were a playoff team last year, you're not going to eliminate them.
No, but in this case, I think there's enough talent there. It's like if Cleveland still had a Flacco on their roster, I'd say that there's a chance. I think that the Colts
You don't like Jameis Winston?
No, I don't like him at all. I think that when you look at the Colts and you look at the Jags, there's enough talent there on both teams, on both sides of the football, that I believe there's a chance.
Next up, AFC West. I'm eliminating three teams. Every team not named the Chiefs. Raiders, eliminated. Broncos, eliminated. Chargers, Harbaugh, you're goofy, eliminated. Every team but the Chiefs eliminated out of the West.
Agreed. And the Chargers lost a bunch, too.
NFC East, I'll eliminate the Giants and the Commanders. I'm not going to eliminate the Cowboys because I think the Cowboys have some pretty top-end talent. I think Dak's a little underrated. I think CeeDee Lamb's the best receiver in the NFL currently.
I think Micah
At
Parsons
least from a
is one of the best
statistic point of view.
defenders.
And Parsons is really good. So I'm not eliminating Dallas. Philly, they're super talented. I hate Sirianni. I think he's a jabroni. But their roster's too good to eliminate them. But the Giants, Commanders are out. You're eliminated from Super Bowl contention. NFC North, I'm going to eliminate the Vikings. I'm going to eliminate one other team. And it's not the Bears. I'm not going to eliminate the Bears. I like the Bears defense. I think they have really good skill guys. It'd be very difficult for a rookie to do it. In fact, I don't think a rookie's ever won the Super Bowl. I think there's been a rookie that's made the Super Bowl once.
So tell me you're going to
Or
eliminate
maybe
the Packers.
never. I am eliminating the Packers. I think they're an overrated franchise that's never been any good. Green Bay called Title Town. They should be no Title Town in 2024.
It's fair for you to say that. I think that because they made the playoffs a year ago, and I think that they have a chance. I obviously have not been. I need to see more of Jordan Love, but I believe that there's two teams in that division, and it's the Lions and the Packers, and they both made the playoffs.
Yeah, I was just trolling you. I'm not eliminating the Packers yet. I do think that they
Some
have
people,
a
that's their
shot
sexy
to make the Super Bowl. Love's fun, too. A little disappointed in the playoff, but I'm not eliminating the Packers. I was trolling you. NFC South, that's the answer. I'm eliminating the NFC South. Every team in the NFC South, you're eliminated. One of you is guaranteed to make the playoffs because one of you has to win the division, but all of you are playing for the division championship. It's like the Lakers winning the in-season tournament, the NIT. That's the only banner you're hanging up is the NFC South title because none of you have a chance to win the Super Bowl. You're all eliminated.
I can roll with all of it. Good with it.
And then the NFC West, this one's tough. I like Arizona more than some. 4 wins. I think Gannon's actually a pretty solid coach. I'm a little higher on Kyler Murray than most, although he always gets hurt. But I am going to eliminate Arizona. I think 4 wins to a Super Bowl is way too big of a jump. I think they're going to be improved. I don't think they're a playoff team. Seattle won 9 games last year. Do not care. You're eliminated. But San Francisco and L.A. can hang around.
I literally think it's just San Francisco. I think the Rams are decent. I don't think that they're a Super Bowl caliber team. I definitely, I've never been a fan of Geno Smith, and I don't believe in Seattle. I just think that it's a one-team, one-trick pony in that division, and I think it's all just San Francisco.
Yeah, I can't rule out McVay. Stafford, I think, is severely underrated. I saw some people, I think it was Kay Adams tweeting, because Caleb Williams, she was at Bears camp today, and Caleb Williams said his favorite quarterback's Matt Stafford. C.J. Stroud loves Matt
too?
Stafford.
Yeah, I was gonna say Stroud too.
So the tweet was Matt Stafford's your favorite quarterback's favorite quarterback. I think he's underrated. And then Puka. I mean, what a year Puka had as a rookie. Kyron Williams was fantastic. They still have Cooper Kupp there. I can't rule out McVay. I think McVay's too sharp.
Lose Aaron Donald. Defense it's okay. But look, I think they're going to be a decent football team. I just don't give them a chance to compete for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the NFC is a little weak, though, so you could potentially make a run. Although San Francisco is pretty loaded. 9506, I don't want to sound like a hater, but eliminate the Texans.
Ooh.
Doesn't want to sound like a little bit like a hater.
A little bit.
Could you're not eliminating the Texans,
I'm
though?
not at all. There's just too much talent on both sides of the football. Look, if they didn't do as much as they did in the offseason, just with the free agency alone, let alone adding some guys in the draft, I might have a different philosophy simply because and viewpoint because of the schedule too, which that I've been kind of harping on. I just think there's too much talent to eliminate them.
Yeah. That's fine. Someone said the Big Ben won the Super Bowl as a rookie. That's not true. He didn't win the Super Bowl as a rookie. I think he won it in his second year. Now, he had a great rookie year. I think they won like every game that he started once he took over, but they didn't win the Super Bowl until his sophomore year.
So he didn't start the season as the starter.
I think there might be a rookie who's made the Super Bowl.
Dan Marino, I believe.
No, Marino was the second year too.
Was it?
Yeah, this is a big deal last year. I remember looking it up, but I've forgotten the information since then. No, Marino was the second year.
Really? I always thought he got credit for being a guy that made it in his first. Maybe it was his first year playing. Maybe he sat the first year.
Like, I sound super confident saying this. Let me double check it real quick. 1983 was Marino's rookie year. He played in tons of games. And Marino, Miami. No, they didn't make the Super Bowl. Okay. It was his second year. Maybe there's never been a rookie that's made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Brian, you shaking your head no? I remember looking this up last year. I want to say that there was either one that started but lost or 0 altogether.
Yeah, there's several that have made it second year, but I don't like Burrow made it second year. Obviously, Marino, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes made it his second year starting, even though it was year 3 for him in the league. But I can't think of a single rookie that's made the Super Bowl as a starting quarterback.
Will Caleb Williams be the first?
I mean, Purdy was year 2, right?
Yeah.
So there's been a bunch of guys that have made it year 2, but I can't think of a rookie.
Okay, we'll look it up. Double check during the break, but that sounds right. It's either they've never have or there's been one on a losing team but has never won it. 2971 New Orleans, Carolina, Tennessee, New England. 5341 says white quarterback is better, Josh Allen or Kyler Murray. I think Josh Allen's better than Kyler Murray.
I do too.
I just think Kyler Murray's super talented. I don't think he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Where I do think Josh Allen's top 5. I just don't think he's top 2, top 3 will ever win a Super Bowl.
I think you were right. You're the one that said he's the best. He's the most athletic quarterback in the league.
Kyler?
Best athlete?
I think Kyler Murray might be the best athlete on the planet.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far.
I mean, how many guys were drafted first round in 2 different sports?
Yeah, but I
One.
mean, look, like I said, I gave you credit for saying he's probably the best athlete of all the quarterbacks in this league, but I don't believe him as a quarterback, period.
Leaving the Colts and Bears in. Come on, man. Yeah, I mean, Anthony Richardson, he's incredibly talented. I'm not ruling out the Colts. And I love Shane Steichen. I think Shane Steichen
Are they
very
better
good.
or worse with Richardson? If you think there's a chance they can be better, and they were right on the cusp of getting in last year, if Richardson makes them better and they improve their receivers, and you get a full season of Jonathan Taylor, why would you eliminate that? There's that amount of talent.
Yeah, this texter saying Colin Kaepernick, rookie starting quarterback in the Super Bowl. He didn't start a game in his rookie year, and the Niners did not win the Super Bowl or go to a Super Bowl in his rookie year. It might have been his first year as a starter, and he also sat behind Alex Smith for a few years. Like Colin Kaepernick was not the full-time starter until his third year in the league.
That's when Smith got hurt, and then Harbaugh replaced him, and then wouldn't go back to Smith.
Yeah, he was super talented. Kaepernick was. There's no doubt about that. This texter saying, in fact, no rookie quarterback has even reached the Super Bowl. There are a number of guys who made it close, like Big Ben, Joe Flacco, Mark Sanchez, but their quest for the trophy ended in the AFC NFC championship games. So that does sound right.
Yeah,
4963 wasn't Russell Wilson drafted in 2 sports. He was. But he was drafted, what was it, 3rd, 4th round as an NFL player. And he was
Third as a
drafted
football player. Second, I believe, is a second baseman in baseball.
I don't
to
think
the
he
Yankees.
was drafted that high in baseball. I thought he was like a 26th rounder or something like that.
I know it was. I think it was was it the Rockies or the Yankees?
Well, a lot of those teams start drafting guys whenever they're just.
Well, he was already
late.
playing minor league baseball before he was done with his college. That was why he got let NC State. Took him.
Baltimore drafted him in the 41st round out of high school, and then looks like that might be it.
He was, when he was still at NC State, he was playing.
Drafted by the Rockies in the 4th round in the 2010
There you
draft.
go. He was playing minor league ball for the Rockies, and the head coach at that point at NC State said, "You pick one or the other. You're not going to continue to do both." So he transferred to Wisconsin.
Yeah. So 3rd round NFL draft, 4th round baseball draft for Russ. Kyler Murray was 1st round in the baseball draft, and then was the number 1 pick in the NFL. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Which teams are you eliminating from the Super Bowl contention that we did not, and why it's more win now than you think for the Houston Texans? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Yeah.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Yeah, 0 rookie quarterbacks have started an NFL game, a Super Bowl game. So it ends the confusion there. So for clarity's sake, no rookie has ever started an NFL Super Bowl game. So can we eliminate Caleb Williams and the Bears?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
I am.
I'm not. I watched Hard Knocks. I'm all in. All on the Bears.
Out.
Because of one episode of Hard Knocks?
Because he's a Bear.
Oh, yeah, you're not a Bear fan.
No.
You're letting your bias get in the way of sound judgment.
I also don't think that he's going to have a year like CJ or anything close to it, so therefore they're out.
Well, you don't have to have a year like CJ to make the Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's got talent. He's got to be able to get the ball to them, so it means he's got to have a good year. I don't expect him to have a big year.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what Caleb Williams does as a rookie. All right, so we're Texans arrow pointing up. The future looks good. All of this, the Texans are the Super Bowl or bust. Well, they don't need to be win now. It's only year 2 of C.J. Stroud. You have all of these young players, but it actually is closer to win now than you might think. And the reason that it's closer to win now than you might think is because we know coming up in a few short years that C.J. Stroud is going to get paid. Right? C.J. Stroud's going to make a lot of money. Right now, the conversation amongst quarterbacks in the NFL, who's going to be the first $60 million man. I think that Dak has a chance to be that $60 million man. I saw a tweet today that said he might be the first $70 million man, which seems aggressive that he's going to jump everybody by $15 million. 60, I believe. 70, I think, is crazy.
And why would they do that when they have CD and Micah to sign as well when they need all the extra money they can get?
You got to have a quarterback.
You have a quarterback, but
got to have a quarterback.
60 is not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah.
If we want to use last segment's chances thing, I'm not going to rule 60 out, but I'm not going 70.
If I had to get rid of one of them, I'm getting rid of Micah, actually.
Ooh.
CD is the most productive receiver in the NFL, and you have to have a quarterback in the NFL to win.
Man, and you're not a good team if you lose Micah Parsons.
You're not a good team if Cooper Rush is your starting quarterback.
That's true too. But we've already said I don't think Jerry Jones has a better option, no matter how much he's trying to play his poker face. But I'm going to do everything in my power to keep Micah Parsons. That dude is really good.
Yeah, just salary cap though. You might not be able to keep everybody. Maybe they can figure it out. That would be great for them. Now, are you stars and scrubby? Maybe. But the Texans are more win now than you might think because of that quarterback contract that's coming down the pike. We're seeing it in San Francisco. San Francisco is more than likely going to have to move on from Brandon Ayuk. Why? Because they can't pay him. Why can't they pay him? Because they're already looking ahead to the Brock Purdy contract extension that they know they're going to have to give him. And Purdy's only entering his 3rd year. He's on a rookie deal that gives him 4. Stroud will have 5 because he was a first-rounder. He gets a 5th-year option. Purdy was not a first-rounder, so he doesn't have the 5th-year option. So you know that C.J. Stroud's going to get paid soon. Year 3 next year, year 4 the year after that. Then you're looking at a 5th-year option, although quarterbacks get paid way before that 5th-year option. ESPN looked at Super Bowl winning teams and then the contract that the quarterbacks were under whenever they won.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the guys are on rookie contracts. A lot of teams that win the Super Bowl with a quarterback on their 2nd contract are very, very few. Like outside of Pat Mahomes, it's almost nobody. So yes, the Texans are very young. Yes, Stroud's very young. He's just blossoming in to an NFL quarterback, only his 2nd year. But he's also not that far away from signing a huge contract that's going to make it very difficult to build a good roster around him. And the numbers back this up. Quarterbacks, Super Bowl winning teams, quarterbacks with rookie deals. Super Bowl winning teams onto their 2nd year outside of Mahomes is almost non-existent. So if you're going to win a Super Bowl with Stroud, the numbers would tell you that it needs to be in his rookie deal before you sign him to that big contract.
Yeah, no doubt. And you mentioned San Francisco, but you think about all the other guys with McCaffrey and Bosa and all the different contracts that are on their books. This is going to be close to the end of this run for them if indeed they've got to give Purdy all that money. And from the Texans' perspective, they're playing it right now by loading up as much as they have and using their money in free agency and getting the kind of impact players they've brought in. But until Mahomes did it, I can't recall, and I know the stat was out there for quite a while, that any quarterback that had a max deal that was, consuming at least 25 to 30% of your overall cap space, there had never been a Super Bowl champion out of that until Mahomes did it. So, you know the numbers are stacked against you. You know it's going to be an entirely different challenge and way more challenging for Nick Caserio when you get to that point. So you do have to be in full go for it mode.
Outside of Pat Mahomes, like, it does not happen.
Has it?
Does not happen. I'm sure it's happened in the past, but not like in this new era of paying quarterbacks this massive money. And even Mahomes' second contract was pretty team friendly.
Yeah.
Like, they gave him a super long deal with most of it guaranteed, but the cap hit per year is super friendly.
Well, remember, it was roller coaster-ish, too.
Yeah.
Like, based on the other contracts they still had on the books and when they were higher versus lower and extensions were kicking in, they kind of went down a couple of years, down like to 37, and they went up over 50-some. So they did it to completely, mimic what the other contracts are on the books to make sure they still had flexibility.
So they signaled the 2011 year as the shift to the slotted draft format, which changed how the way NFL teams were built. And the only quarterbacks to sign a second contract and win the Super Bowl is Mahomes. 3 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, Mahomes, Wilson, and Joe Flacco, were on rookie deals. So those are guys that won it on rookie deals. Russell Wilson. Nick Foles was a backup whenever he won it, and that was kind of fluky, I think. Wentz was on a rookie deal whenever they had that really good team. So you had a rookie deal quarterback, a backup quarterback who was serviceable, and the team, was able to win the Super Bowl. The other champions since 2011, outside of Mahomes, Wilson, Flacco, rookie deals, Nick Foles, backup, the only other champions were veterans who were well past their second deal. Tom Brady passed his second deal, and it was always taking team-friendly deals.
Yes.
Peyton Manning, way past his second deal because he wanted it in Denver. And then Matthew Stafford, whenever he won it with the Rams.
And the Stafford deal was pretty significant, though, was it not?
I remember it being significant, yes.
Yeah.
But it wasn't their first extension.
No,
it wasn't
was
his
not.
first extension.
But at the same time, remember that when his first extension came around, he was the highest paid player in football for a year because he came up at the right time. So I know that he was always making a fairly significant amount of money. That's probably the one that you could probably put up there if you wanted to say that it's possible. He was making a huge chunk of money, and they still won the Super Bowl, but it doesn't happen very often.
The numbers would tell you that if the Texans are going to win a Super Bowl with C.J. Stroud, it either needs to happen between now and the end of Stroud's contract, which he does have the 5th-year option, so you might have an extra window year, although the extensions usually get signed before that, and then perhaps after the big contract extension he has. Now, that's why I do admire Nick Caserio going for it now, because it doesn't feel like it should be win now with a second-year quarterback, but almost every team that wins either has a quarterback on their rookie deal or a guy who is like already signed that big money that's more of a veteran down the road. So it doesn't seem like it needs to be win now with a second-year QB, but because of the salary cap, the way the quarterbacks make their money, it is way more win now than you would think.
And if you look at it, what CJ has shown you, and you never know until you actually get there, but CJ might be a guy that would be open to doing what Mahomes did more so than Brady did, but kind of he'll get his money, but he'll do what's right so that he can get the right players around him. I easily could see that happening, but you also got to remember who his agent is.
The thing.
And I don't see David Mulgeta being the kind of guy that's going to go, yeah, we'll do whatever we can to help you. He's probably going to. I think David Mulgeta might be, the exact opposite.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be the exact opposite too. I think there's more of a chance that Mulligetta takes C.J. Stroud to contract extension talks faster than any quarterback we've seen in league history. Like, I think that's more likely than Stroud doing the super friendly team deal to help the overall roster. It wouldn't shock me. Like, when's the earliest? After 2 years away from free agency, we start to see extension
So
talks?
after his 3rd year.
I think it could happen next offseason.
You're the one that said it before. That's why I didn't want to say it, because we discussed it because you brought it up. That's who David Mulgeta is. He doesn't like it, he says, but he's the guy that can get any player out of any contract and get him what he wants to get him. But he's also a guy that wouldn't be afraid of going to a team and saying, no, I don't care how long he's got left on his contract. He has been your franchise. I want his money early.
Yeah, I think that the start of the possibility window of Mulligeta asking for a Stroud extension begins next offseason. I think it comes that soon. 713-780-3776. I agree about quarterbacks on their rookie contract. At some point, will teams start to realize they can't pay quarterbacks that much money and still win?
I think that the league might. I think that we might get to a point where they alter how the salary cap is structured so that the quarterbacks still get their money, but that they can kind of change the statistics we're talking about by saying quarterback structure is different and separate from the rest of the salary cap.
That could come into play at some point. I don't know how quickly that could come into play or how much the owners are going to want to do
I think
that.
it's going to be when the next players, the collective bargaining agreement happens.
The thing is, are you going to have all the player support? Because it's a very quarterback-specific thing. And then secondly, how much are the owners going to want to have this huge spike of payroll?
Yeah, the owners aren't going to be happy about that. Players, I think, are going to be more under the understanding of, look, we all know that the quarterback, whether you like it or not, is going to be the highest paid position on the field. But if it means that we can still get hours and it doesn't get altered as much by his contract, I think they would entertain it. You're right. The biggest pushback is going to be the owners who just love giving that big check at the end of the year going, I don't know if I like that.
I think we're starting to see more teams adapt to this by drafting quarterbacks when they already have quarterbacks. Like Michael Penix drafted top
Atlanta,
10,
yeah.
even though they drafted Cousins. Packers drafting Love late first round when they already had Rodgers as a way to kind of get ahead of it, knowing that, hey, we need to at some point get rid of this high-priced quarterback to build a team around a lower salary quarterback while also needing that quarterback to be very talented. The problem with that, though, is if you have a 4 to 5 year window with a quarterback under their rookie deal, and they're not playing the first 2 years, you're shortening the window and the opportunity you have to win. And it's really an example with the Packers.
Like
the Packers drafted Jordan Love whenever they had Rodgers. They waited for Jordan Love to play because they were invested in Rodgers. Jordan Love plays 1 year on the rookie deal, plays well, and then they immediately have to sign him to a big contract extension. So I think that's why teams are drafting quarterbacks when they already have quarterbacks, but I don't think they're really taking into account their window shrinking because they're not playing.
Atlanta's the first team that came to mind, but the Packers did it twice because they actually drafted Rodgers when they had Favre.
But that would have been before 11, right?
Yeah,
that would have been before the roster, the number crunch is as bad as it is now.
But I think that Ted Thompson was a more forward thinker as it came to the salary cap, just knowing what he knew about what direction the league was going to. But yeah, I think you're right. You're going to see more and more teams that are just going to say, look, I need, and from a scouting perspective, you need the quarterback that's ready to plug and play now instead of drafting a guy knowing he needs work and seasoning.
6005, that may change if they opt to go to exempting the quarterback from the team cap, which was your point. I am interested to see how that plays. I just don't see the owners doing it. It would be crazy. 3338, I wouldn't hate it, though. Is there any thought in San Francisco that because they got Purdy with the last pick, they could let Purdy walk if he wants too much money and draft someone else? Maybe. I mean, they traded up for Lance whenever they already had Garoppolo. And then, drafting a quarterback in the 7th round isn't crazy. But I will say, I would always be drafting quarterbacks late in the draft, hoping that one of them hits. I would always have that developmental young quarterback, hoping they hit in case I have an injury. I would be doing it if I were the Texans as soon as Keenum retires.
The guy they're talking about right now is being a guy that might fit that bill, Spencer Rattler, because he was drafted in the 7th round, but they see a ton of talent.
Late, was he? He was like a 4th rounder.
Was it? I know it was late. I thought it was closer to 7th round.
Yeah, he could be somebody that he was thought of way back in the day to be like a top collegiate quarterback.
No, they kept saying
was a bust. 5th round for Rattler.
They kept saying it's not been about his talent his whole career. It's been about his attitude and his maturity, and they're raving about him at Saints camp right now.
713-780 ESPN. Is there something to this defense dominating the offense after listening to what some of these Texans have to say? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank Branham Bees, 713-780-3776. Rock the Mic is back. Round one of our 2024 Rock the Mic competition underway. This is your chance to help us determine which 10 podcasts will advance to the second round. Go to ESPN Houston YouTube channel, then find the Rock the Mic playlist. See all the entries. Like your favorite entries to show us who you think is best. And while you're there, make sure to subscribe to our channel for all of our content. So what we do here, we create content. We're content creators. We're influencers. The original influencers. All right, what are you hearing from camp that gives you reason to believe that this defense is so far ahead of the offense, and does that give you the optimism?
It really does. The thing is that when you're hearing the guys talk early in camp, I always say I don't put a whole lot of stock in when we hear early on, oh, the defense is dominating the offense. Okay, that's one thing. But then when you actually start hearing it from the players themselves, it starts to excite me a little bit more, and I start thinking about the possibilities of hearing when Danielle Hunter is talking about the way that this whole defensive line with their experience and togetherness and what he really likes about this team. And we hear that you drafted a kid that's not just going to be a someday starter at the other cornerback position. He could be a day one starter with Lassiter at the other corner, opposite of a lockdown corner like a Stingley. You went in and got a guy that was something you were lacking a year ago in Al Shire that knows your head coach, knows your system, had a great year last year, could be that guy. And it starts to fire you up. And then when you get the national people that go and start doing these interviews, and you hear guys like Nico and Danielle Hunter talking about the way that this defense is progressing and how excited they are, it really starts to make me start wondering how high this defense can go this year. Nico started it in just talking about overall, everybody talking about how the defense was dominating the offense.
But tell me about Stingley,
Man,
because he's
that whole defense is crazy, and our secondary, man, it's gonna be nice. It's times in practice.
wow.
Yeah, it's times in practice we was like, what the offense at? You know what I'm saying? But our defense, man, DBs, bro, they are nice. The sky's the limit for them. I feel like they got that dog mentality. Coach Miko getting them boys right, and the whole defense swarming.
okay.
The whole defense
Who's winning more, Nico? Right now, who's winning more?
I'm not gonna lie. That D line's getting better.
Really?
The D line's getting better. Well, we win now.
I put more stock in what the players say than report camp, so I do like hearing that too. The way Kay Adams interviews is like she's trying to seduce these people. It kind of it annoys me a little bit. Like, it's hard for me to look past this Kay Adams doing the interviewing, because I think she's trying to seduce Nico Collins whenever she's asking these questions. Like, she's giggling and, oh my goodness, Nico, really? Like, I do not like her interview style.
She was talking about Danielle Hunter's biceps with Nico Collins.
Yeah,
and then
that's
talking
bizarre,
about like his face and his dominant and his body type and everything. It's like, yeah, I'm totally with you on that part of it.
Yeah,
but
there was like 2 or 3 times when she made D'Amico uncomfortable. She's like, "Oh, D'Amico," and like her interview. Yeah,
and D'Amico doesn't like that.
Yeah, I did not love listening to Kay Adams talk to all these players because her interviewing skills. Quite frankly, I know that no one cares about her interviewing skills. I understand that, but it did notice me. Now, what Nico said, if you just take him for what his words, I like that too. Yeah.
The secondary, the fact that the defense is getting back there, quite frequently, and then when we start talking about Al Shire and those type guys, that's what fires me up. And then when she talked to Danielle Hunter on the fact that what he saw, look, we all saw what we saw in Will Anderson Jr. a year ago, but now for him to talk about from his actual experience in the league perspective on another pass rusher, this was huge to me.
I think with Will, he's a far ahead of the game for somebody that's going into year 2. I see it every single day how he carries himself as a player and as a human being, and I'm very impressed because my years of being in the league, I've never seen anybody do such a thing.
Wow.
And the year he had last year, it was a phenomenal year, but I felt like this year only the sky's the limit for him. And being able to have the defensive line that we have with who we have inside and whoever's on the end, I feel like opposing offensive linemen, they'll have to pick their poison, because I feel like we got pretty much technicians all around the board. So we rush together as a unit.
And he talks about over 40 years of experience on the D line. That he actually, it stood out to him. But when you think about all of that and you put it together, and you're like, okay, first of all, how can a man be that violent and speak like that?
Yeah, I know. I was like,
So
he
passively
kind of put
quiet.
me to sleep a little
Yeah,
bit.
I thought he was like you're going to ask like where the books are, the certain style of books are in the library. It just seems like he wasn't the kind of guy that's going to go rip a quarterback's head off.
No.
But I think when you start putting it together, and then maybe it's almost a blessing in disguise, but you get Autry after 6 games, he'll be fresh and ready to go as you get kind of to the close to the midpoint of the season. But you got those 3 dominant pass rushers. You got everything you need. To me, and the general burst my bubble on this, but to me it was like, I've been on a soapbox for Justin Simmons. But if you're going to move Petrie up and he's going to be more of your nickel guy, and you can add a veteran with the talent of a Justin Simmons, and you got a veteran that knows the system like Jimmy Ward, and that could be the final piece to the puzzle. This defense, to me, more and more, the more I look at it and hear these things, the more I'm fired up. As much as everybody wants to see all these weapons on offense, I'm looking at this defense and I'm thinking this could realistically be a top 5 type defense in this league.
Yeah, I think both sides of the ball have a chance to be top 5. Not to say that they both will be, but if they both are, okay, well, you're talking about a Super Bowl contender. Like if you live up to that potential of the offense being top 5, defense being top 5, you do have a Super Bowl contender on your hands. Now, I think it's more important for the offense to be top 5 than the defense. Like we've done the research on this. Go look at recent Super Bowl champions. You have to be a top 10 offense. You don't have to be a top 10 defense. But I don't disagree that the defense could be ahead of the offense all year. Like finish higher relative to the rest of the NFL than the offense does. The one area that I have concern is the depth. Is the depth of this team defensively? Because just give me your starting 11. I really like the starting 11 for the Houston Texans. You take a knock at linebacker, who's filling in for Christian Harris? Derek Stingley goes down for a couple of weeks. Jeff Okudah is your answer. Right now, your safeties. If Petrie's your nickel corner, if you're not playing the rookie Bullock over there, then Murray's probably your starter, or Stewart. Even if Bullock is your starter at safety and Petrie's playing nickel, you got a rookie there. You can get by with rookies. Like Lassiter is supposed to be your other corner, although he's got this little soft tissue injury. But the depth is something that worries me defensively. And you're going to have injuries in the NFL. You're going to have it's a matter of attrition a lot of times. Staying healthy a lot of times is the most important thing. 1 through 11, I really like this defense. I start to worry if you get an injury at linebacker, if you get an injury in your secondary, because I think the offense can sustain injury more outside of offensive line, even though, Blake Fisher gives you an option at right tackle at least. But if you have a receiver go down, okay, well, you got Nico and Steph that can fill in for 3 weeks. You have a tight end that goes down. Okay, well, at least you have Brevin Jordan, who got 2 touchdowns in a game last year, and a rookie who CJ really likes. Even if Mixon misses a game, well, you have Dameon Pierce, who showed a lot of promise as a rookie. So I don't think the defense has the depth that the offense does, but I think 1 through 11, it can certainly contend.
I think you're right. I think it's a valid point simply because of what they didn't do with offensive line when Green went down a year ago, and then they had to scramble. They do have the money. They have the financial means to go out and get guys that are still on the market if they do need someone because someone goes down. And I mentioned Simmons. There's Gilmore that's still out there. There's some guys. I think at defensive tackle, you do have some depth because you do have, with Davis in the mix, with Foley and with Settle, you've got guys there. But overall, yeah, I think that one of the reasons that he does have the money he has is he knows if Henderson and Okudah are not going to be capable of filling in for your 2 starters and be that kind of guy you can rely on. So hopefully that still having the money there will allow them to do what they need to do. But those guys aren't going to be out there forever either. You see these guys are talking to teams now, and with Diggs signing with Tennessee, some of those guys that we thought might be around for camp are starting to make sure they have a job.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Willabits coming up next. What are you going to get with the Willabits? You have no idea. You just know it's going to be very good and tasty. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, a word from MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the place you need to be if you want to put some wagering on some sporting events. They've got all the sporting events. They've got golf. They've got UFC. They've got soccer. They've got baseball. You name it, they've got it. If there's a live sporting event going on, there's a chance you can bet on it at MyBookie.ag. They take care of you in a variety of ways, but they're always taking care of their customers, and that's why I tell you about them, because there's always a chance to get an extra bonus when you're putting money into your account. Whether you're signing up for the first time or you're reloading your account because you've been there a time or two, the fact is that you use our promo code BET975 when they ask you for a code, and you're going to get extra money in your account. Extra money in your account up to $1,000. That's big time because now with more money in your account, there's more games you can bet on and more chances for you to win. And when the games aren't going on, or you're just bored with the games and want to do something else, but you do like to play poker and blackjack, live dealers, not just playing games, live dealers standing by for those casino games, so you can get your gambling on in a Vegas style without having to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. It's absolutely fantastic, but you got to remember our code and use it whenever you can. It's Bet975. You go to mybookie.ag, and as I always tell you, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, and always use our promo code Bet975.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play food debates.
Thank you, lady. All right, so food debates. What's the debate here, AJ?
The debate is the best desserts that can be eaten as breakfast.
Best desserts that can be eaten as breakfast. What qualifies as a dessert? Just something that's sweet?
I think it's sweet.
Sweet?
I think that's basically where I would start. Is that it's just it's significantly sweet.
I think sweets go well with breakfast because sweets usually go well with coffee. It's a great pairing. You get something sweet, you get a little coffee. Yeah, they're really. I mean, they go hand in hand.
Like a coffee cake is and I don't know if some people might think it's the same thing. Coffee cake or that crumble cake that has that crumble on the top. That's awesome. with
Yeah, I don't
coffee.
really eat that.
Oh,
much.
it's fantastic.
There's a lot of times I'll make coffee for dessert late at night. Just because coffee and dessert go hand in hand. So, what are your top desserts that can be eaten for breakfast?
So, and I think it's kind of a Midwest thing too, because they're crawlers, which are like the pastries that are really sweet, and like the entire thing is like dipped in like a icing.
Okay.
And it's got like a cake in the middle. But the ones that came to mind right away, I think that are a cinnamon roll, coffee cake, or the crumble cake, a parfait, because the parfait gets you the fruit, it gets you whether it's the ice cream or yogurt or whatever you use, and then like granola or whatever.
Will you eat parfaits after dinner though?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
for a dinner dessert
I
at
absolutely
night?
do with some fruit.
Okay.
Yeah, some fruit, some yogurt, some granola. Absolutely.
Okay. How about a muffin? Does a muffin count? Like,
See,
is that a dessert?
I think it is.
That's like I think that's I wonder because I think it's a borderline dessert.
It's a boring dessert. but it's a
Borderline, not
really-
boring. I said
think it's-
borderline.
I think it's boring.
What do you have against a banana muffin?
First of all, it's banana. You know, I don't care for that as much. Like
What do you have
I
against
love
a blueberry
muffins,
muffin?
But a blueberry muffin doesn't have the excessive sweet. It doesn't have frosting. It doesn't have like that extra kick of sweet. It's got
Yeah.
the fruit, but
I mean, a muffin for breakfast is fantastic. You get a
Uh-huh.
little
I love
blueberry
blueberry
muffin for breakfast. That's fantastic. A donut's up there. Like whatever donuts you like. I like glazed donuts. Maybe some like chocolate filled. Maybe some like sprinkle. Maybe some like cakes. Maybe some just like the donut whole. So donuts, I think, would be on there. Although I don't know if I've ever eaten a donut after dinner. You know what I mean?
my kids do. But I'm not big on donuts anyway. But yeah. Donuts to me are strictly more so breakfast food.
Yeah, I've never really had a donut after dinner. It's almost always been at breakfast.
My house, the cinnamon roll is definitely multi-purpose. My girls and my wife will eat cinnamon roll for dessert, and they love it for breakfast.
Yeah, cinnamon roll's a good call. Cinnamon roll's probably at the top. What about a crepe?
I'm not big on crepes. I guess is that really that sweet?
Yeah, you can. It depends on how you
stuff
put the
it, right?
crepes. Yeah, you can make them super sweet. I mean, you can have them like chocolate filled. You can have them with fruit all in there. So yeah, you can make the crepe pretty sweet.
Okay.
You could do a turnover, like a little apple turnover.
Yeah.
You could do. What about a scone? I hate scones. I'm
I
not
don't
a
like
fan of
them either.
scones.
Yeah, I'm not big on any that. I was gonna say the there's a name for it. It's like the bundt cake, but it's like angel food cake or like the thick cake, and it's got just some drizzled icing on the top. My daughters eat that for breakfast sometimes too, but it's definitely a dessert food as well when you put ice cream or fruit on it.
I don't like it overly sweet. Like I could do a lot of times. I like the cake without the frosting.
I'm big on
or just like you mentioned, like the bundt cake, like no drizzle. Like just give me like a little bit of sweet bread.
I am very big on the cake being the most. You and I've talked about this in the past, whether it be birthday cakes or even those kind of cakes. My kids will say, "Dad, if you're not eating the frosting, I'll take all of it." But if it's really well-made cake, that's big for me.
You could go powdered donut or chocolate donut that you can get at a gas station. You can go honey bun that you can get in a gas station. You can go the pecan pinwheels that you can get in the gas station. These were big whenever I would go fishing as a kid. I'd pick these up at like 5 a.m. in the morning, and that would be my breakfast before I went fishing. Those would be very high on my list. If you're going something a little bit more, let's say,
like a waffle, when you
I don't think waffle's a dessert.
Now, a waffle, if you put whipped cream and fruit and stuff on it, then I think that it is.
Like it's super sweet, but I would never have waffle after a meal for a dessert.
I can't say that I ever have had waffle for dessert.
I've never
but I
seen
know,
anybody do it.
I think that some restaurants do that, but they try to have a fancier name for it because that's when they dice it up with the fruit sauce and the cream and all that.
Yeah, if you're going now, my Mexican side, you have quite a few. You got pan dulce, which are also known as like conchas, or you can do an empanada, like a sweet empanada that's like filled with like some sugary
What about the
fruit.
churros?
And I'm Mexican.
Churro, yeah, that is me. I am Mexican. Yeah, churros work, although I don't really see those at breakfast. I've never really seen a churro for breakfast. Not to say it's never been done, but I've never really seen it.
It would seem like that would go with coffee.
Yeah, it would. I think it tastes pretty good.
Yeah.
And some Mexican coffees are kind of cinnamony anyways, although that now you're having two very similar things. Maybe that kind of defeats the purpose. 3082 icebox cheesecake with fruit of choice on top. I've eaten cheesecake for breakfast with my coffee. I love cheesecake.
But I never eat it for breakfast.
I have before. A128 cream cheese Danish. Here's the thing. I love cheesecake. I hate cream cheese. Hate cream cheese.
Cream cheese, bagels and cream cheese are great.
Yeah, I'm not I'll do some flavored cream cheeses, but plain cream cheese, I'm out.
No, I like cream cheese. Like if you do, my mom used to make like the toasted bagel with the cream cheese and then bacon or ham on the top of it. Ooh, that's good.
5010 says beignets. That's a good call.
Yeah.
Beignets is a great call. Do a little cafe du monde, right? And drink some of the coffee at Cafe du Monde.
Yep.
That's pretty solid.
What about a chocolate eclair?
Okay.
Because it's got the cream filling, it's got the kind of Danish, and then you got the chocolate frosting.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah,
not bad.
Midwest, I ate a lot of chocolate eclairs growing up, loved them.
I'm not a super huge chocolate guy. As Brian said earlier, I'm vanilla, which is racist. But I'm not a huge chocolate guy. So that might not be a surprise to any of you. 4983, what about like cereal? Frosted Flakes, chocolate pebbles,
I
Cocoa
would
Pebbles.
never eat cereal for dessert.
Yeah, I wouldn't call a cereal dessert, though.
No.
Circle K, blueberry muffin, warmed up for 10 seconds in the microwave is excellent. I love blueberry muffins.
I do too.
It's been too long since I've
I
had
used
a
to
blueberry
think they were
muffin.
healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, did a little research. Nope.
The lemon pound cake from Starbucks. All right, bougie.
But lemon pound cake could be both.
I'm not a huge lemon in my dessert guy.
Me either.
Like I'll have what is the I like key lime pie.
I don't like it at all.
I like key lime pie, but lemon in my dessert, not a huge fan
Lisa
of.
likes the lemon Oreos.
Ugh.
I don't like them. If I have my choice between regular Oreos or even the vanilla Oreos, that's fine. The lemon ones, I'm not that big on.
This texture says sopapillas. I haven't had a sopapilla in a long time. I saw a TikTok the other day of a guy doing a live visit to Pancho's, which is the Mexican buffet. I think there's still a few of those in the Houston area. Pumpkin pie for breakfast. I'll do pumpkin pie for breakfast during the holidays.
I hate pumpkin pie.
I loved them as a kid. I don't love them as much now, but I'll still have them around the holidays. Thanksgiving, Christmas, mostly Thanksgiving.
I hate both. The pecan pie and pumpkin pie I cannot stand.
Yeah, I like both.
And I hate carrot cake too.
I could do carrot cake. Honey Glazed Branham says toaster strudels. That's not a bad call, and it also makes me think of Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts are great, but I wouldn't eat Pop-Tarts for dessert. I just eat Pop-Tarts for breakfast.
You've never had Pop-Tarts, the final bite of the night?
No.
Oh, I definitely have. I've definitely had Pop-Tarts final
Brian
bite of the
says
night.
he is. What about cookies? Would you do cookies for dessert? I mean, for breakfast?
I probably wouldn't, but I think people would.
I think people would as well.
I think people would. Apple fritter. Apple fritter is a good call.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I like apple turnovers.
There's that kind of, it's like a coffee cake, but instead on the top it's like the apple, the apple with the sauce in it, with the chunks of apple on top of a cake.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
See, I like apple turnovers, so I might like that.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a coffee cake, only the top instead of icing is like that apple you get in an apple pie.
But I think the reason I like the apple turnover so much is because it's like kind of a croissant kind of crust bread type of thing. I don't know if I would love that on a cake.
The apple crumble, they do instead of the regular apple pie. It's got the crumbled up, crunchy stuff on the top of it. I think you could eat that for breakfast.
What about just pie?
Yeah,
a little apple pie, a little cherry pie, a little peach cobbler. Have that with your coffee.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
You
not
like
a bad
sweet
idea.
potato pie?
No.
I like
said
sweet
no.
potato casserole at Thanksgiving. Like you doctor it up. I don't like sweet potatoes, but if you doctor it up with the cinnamon, the brown sugar, the marshmallow, I'm down. That's pretty good.
Sweet potatoes to me is a side dish to a warm meal. It's not anything to do with
Dessert.
Again, it's like carrot cake or pecan pie or pumpkin pie. It's just not. I just don't like.
You don't like it doctored up?
No.
5010 says Jello shots. Yeah, I mean 20 years ago, even then probably not. Cinnamon bun, apple strudel. I think we summed them up. Give me a little pan dulce. Give me pan dulce over them all, or just the powdered sugar donut you can get at the gas station.
The strudel is
going strudel?
The strudel has the fruit in it, and it's got the icing, and it's got the pastry.
Yeah, cheesecake's not bad either. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, what are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day?
First one I got is this. There was a CrossFit competition in Fort Worth, and everybody was focused on, I guess, the females were coming down the stretch, and it was really close, and it was a male and female event, and no one paid attention to the fact that just a few feet from the shoreline, a guy that was trying to finish suddenly went under the water, and the fans noticed it and tried to get out there to help the guy. They didn't allow it. They're still looking for the guy.
Yeah.
Not good.
Very literal, the car wreck of the day.
Yes.
Kind of
No, not literally like you guys made
morbid
fun of me
way to
yesterday.
end the show. Yeah, it was really sad.
Terrible. Like, I understand it's an athletic competition, but you got to be watching that stuff.
Yeah.
Someone goes under the surface.
You said they were watching. They didn't let him go after him.
So the first video, they just show him going under, and then there's another video where they said spectators and fans tried to get out there and point it out and go help him, and the security wouldn't allow him to.
Oh, security wouldn't allow him.
And it was in Fort Worth.
Yeah, I don't know how you don't have like lifeguards there. Like it's extremely taxing and exhausting, and you figured that kind of stuff would happen more often. You just run out of steam. You run out of gas. Yeah, that was really sad. I hated seeing that. I guess I'll go to my car wreck of the day where Jameis Winston saying silly things.
I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget. When you can go out, you can see practice, you can knick-knack, this, that, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Deshaun Watson is going to turn it on. He always going to find a way to shine when the lights come on.
There you go.
Man, I just ran. Oh my, can I leave off that one? I know that one going to hit.
Knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone when describing Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun's going to shine when the lights go on. That's what he said when he got the rhyme.
I would love to have Jameis Winston as my hype man. Like he says funny things
Remember
all the
Hard
time.
Knocks when they said, was he being legit or just because the cameras were on, when he kept giving the big time locker room speeches?
Yeah. They said he's like that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
He's just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's married to a former Rice women's basketball player.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I forget her name, but yeah, I believe that to be true. Yeah, he's awesome. Like, I love Jameis Winston. I wouldn't want him to be my starting quarterback, but would I want him to be in my locker room? Would I want him to be my hype man? Yeah, I would. I love Jameis Winston. Love whenever he ate the W's. He just didn't get a whole lot of them. But yeah, I love Jameis.
Crab leg?
I wish he was good. He stole the crab
Yeah,
legs.
yeah, kind of did.
Allegedly.
Uh-huh.
Although I don't think it was alleged.
And then didn't he throw the coaching staff or someone under the bus when they wanted him to kneel on the ball, and instead he said he owed it to his offensive line or something to run it in?
I think it was maybe his – yeah, he did. Something like that. I can't remember if they ran it in or if they threw it in, but yeah, he got the victory formation, put it on a knee, and he said,
Yep.
And they scored a touchdown.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he survived.
I don't think he did. He's not on the team anymore.
Well, not anymore, but for the rest of the season he survived. Some coaches would have been like, hey, you don't listen to me on a play like that.
Wasn't it the last game of the year, though?
I don't think. Was it?
It might have. I don't remember. It was late in the year. I know it was late in the year. It might not have been the last game of the year. He also had that thing where he was suspended a game by Florida State. Jimbo Fisher suspended him for a game, and he came out in full uniform and was warming up. And Jimbo went up to him. He's like, "What are you doing, man? Like, you're suspended. What are you doing?" Yeah, he was suspended for a game. And then he came out in full uniform and was working out and warming up before the game. And Jimbo's like, "You're nuts, dude. Why are you out here?" But I would love to have him as my hype man. Definitely that. All right, what are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Josh from Seabrook, working at a big-name pizza chain. Nobody told the opening manager, he's from a different store, that he was supposed to open at my store today. He doesn't have a car.
Ouch.
So I guess everybody's just waiting.
No pizza
to
for you.
Work, and then they're going to lose some business there.
I would think so.
That's a pretty good car wreck.
Unless the employees can get in without him.
You're going to lose a decent amount of money. I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, how's he getting the keys?
He's not going to be able to.
He's got to open it, or somebody's got to open it, or Josh from Seabrook's got to open it.
Yeah, it sounds like Josh from Seabrook didn't have the keys to open it.
That's not good.
There is that. And then 0754 says Seattle. He wants to nominate Seattle, those bums.
Because they lost the first two to Detroit?
I guess so.
I'm not going to nominate them because I want them to keep doing it. I want them to think it's normal and to keep doing it.
It can still be a car wreck. 5010 says that company that gassed out the people at the new Great Wolf Lodge. You hear about that?
No.
There's that new Great Wolf Lodge in Webster.
That's the indoor float and all that?
Yeah, indoor water park / hotel. Yeah, they had the chemicals wrong in the pool, and they burned like 12 or 14 people. I think everybody survived. I don't think anybody's dead. That happened at Splashtown
Still
last
not
summer.
good.
No, it's not good. It's a good car wreck.
Yeah.
All right, what's winning?
I can go that route. I think the Fort Worth thing too. The CrossFit.
Yeah, it's too sad.
But they should.
It's not
That's
funny.
a car
It's
wreck
sad.
that they didn't do the right thing.
Yeah, it's callous.
All right, then where are you going? Todd Callis? He's tomorrow.
We go Winston. All right, does it for us. Hall of Fame at 7. Space Cowboys against El Paso on 92.5 at 7. Thanks to AJ for the hard work. Brian for doing nothing. He's blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Goodbye.